Walter Benjamin. Selected Writings. Volume 1 1913–1926. Contents. Metaphysics of Youth, 1913–1919. 3618. 37. Aphorisms on Imagination and Color 4850. Socrates 52191555. The Role of Language in 1915–59 and on the Language of Man 62 Theses on the Problem of Identity 7578 Painting and the Graphic Arts 82. 83. The Ground of Intentional Immediacy 87. The Object, Triangle 90. Perception is Reading 92. 93. 97. On the Program of the Coming Philosophy 100 Stifter 111 Every Unlimited Condition of the Will 114 Types of History 115 I and German Romanticism 116 Fate and Character 201 Analogy and Relationship 207 The Paradox of the Cretan 210 The Currently Effective Messianic Elements 213. Angelus Novus, 1920–1926 217 220. On Semblance 223. WORLD and Time 226. According to the Theory of Duns Scotus 228. On Love and Related Matters 229–231. The Medium Through Which Works of Art Continue to Influence Later Ages 235 236 253 Notes for a Study of the Beauty of Colored Illustrations in Children's Books 264 Riddle and Mystery 267. 269. Language and Logic, I3, 272. Theory of Knowledge 276. Truth and Truths I Knowledge and Elements of Knowledge 278 Imagination 280 Beauty and Semblance 283. The Philosophy of History of the Late Romantics and the Historical School 284 The Meaning of Time in the Moral Universe 286 Capitalism as Religion 288. 292. 297. Baudelaire, II, 3, 361. Calderon's El Mayor Monstruo, Los Celos, and Hebel's Herods und Mariamne 363 Letter to Florence Christian Rang 387 Stages of Intention 39 1 393 Even the Sacramental Migrates into Myth 402 On the Topic of Individual Disciplines and Philosophy 404 OLD Forgotten Children's Book S 406 414 Curriculum Vitae, I. 422 Reflections on Humboldt 424 Review of Bernoulli's Bachofen 426 Johann Peter Hebel, I. On the Centenary of his Death 428 Johann Peter Hebel, II. A Picture Puzzle for the Centenary of his Death 432 A Glimpse into the World of Children's Books 435. 444. Metaphysics of Youth, 1913–1919. Walter Benjamin as a Student, 1912. Photographer unknown. Werkbundarchiv, Berlin. Experience. In our struggle for responsibility, we fight against someone who is masked. The mask of the adult is called experience. It is expressionless, impenetrable, and ever the same. The adult has always already experienced let everything, youth, ideals, hopes, woman. It was all illusion. Often we feel intimidated or embittered. Perhaps he is right. What can our retort be? We have not yet experienced fear in anything. But let us attempt to raise the mask. What has this adult experienced? What does he wish to prove to us? This above all, he, too, was once young, he, too, wanted what we wanted, he, too, refused to believe his parents, but life has taught him that they were right. Saying this, he smiles in a superior fashion. This will also happen to us in advance. He devalues the years we will live, making them into a time of sweet youthful pranks, of childish rapture, before the long sobriety of serious life. Thus the well-meaning, the enlightened. We know other pedagogues whose bitterness will not even concede to us the brief years of youth, serious and grim, they want to push us directly into life's drudgery. Both attitudes devalue and destroy our years. More and more we are assailed by the feeling, our youth is but a brief night, fill it with rapture. It will be followed by grand experience, the years of compromise, impoverishment of ideas, and lack of energy. Such is life. That is what adults tell us, and that is what they experienced. Yes, that is their experience, this one thing, never anything different, the meaninglessness of life. Its brutality. Have they ever encouraged us to anything great or new or forward-looking? Oh, no, precisely because these are things one cannot experience. All meaning the true, the good, the beautiful is grounded within itself. What, then, does experience signify? And herein lies the secret, because he never raises his eyes to the great and the meaningful, the Philistin has taken experience as his gospel. It has become for him a message about life's commonness. But he has never grasped that there exists something other than experience, that there are values inexperienceable which we serve. Why is life without meaning or solace for the Philistin? Because he knows experience and nothing else. Because he himself is desolate and without spirit. And because he has no inner relationship to anything other than the common and the always already out of date. We, however, know something different, which experience can neither give to us nor take away, that truth exists, even if all previous thought has been an error. Or, that fidelity shall be maintained, even if no one has done so yet. Such will cannot be taken from us by experience. Yet are our elders, with their tired gestures and their superior hopelessness, right about one thing, namely, that what we experience will be sorrowful and that only in the inexperienceable can courage, hope, and meaning be given foundation? Then the spirit would be free. But again and again life would drag it down because life, the sum of experience, would be without solace. We no longer understand such questions, however. Do we still lead the life of those unfamiliar with the spirit? Whose sluggish ego is buffeted by life like waves against the rocks? No. Each of our experiences has its content. We ourselves invest them with content by means of our own spirit. He who is thoughtless is satisfied with error. You will never find the truth. He exclaims to the researcher. That is my experience. For the researcher, however, error is only an aid to truth, Spinoza. Only to the mindless G.S. Lawson is experience devoid of meaning and spirit. To the one who strives, experience may be painful, but it will scarcely lead him to despair. In any event, he would never obtusely give up and allow himself to be anesthetized by the rhythm of the Philistin. For the Philistin, you will have noted, only rejoices in every new meaninglessness. He remains in the right. He reassures himself, spirit does not really exist. Yet no one demands harsher submission or greater awe before the spirit. For if he were to become critical, then he would have to create as well. That he cannot do. Even the experience of spirit, which he undergoes against his will, becomes for him mindless gistlos. Tell him that when he becomes a man, he should revere the dreams of his youth. 1. Nothing is so hateful to the Philistin as the dreams of his youth. And most of the time, sentimentality is the protective camouflage of his hatred. For what appeared to him in his dreams was the voice of the spirit, calling him once, as it does everyone. It is of this that youth always reminds him. 5. Eternally and ominously. That is why he is antagonistic toward youth. He tells young people of that grim, overwhelming experience and teaches them to laugh at themselves. Especially since to experience Leben without spirit is comfortable, if unredeeming. Again, we know a different experience. It can be hostile to spirit and destructive to many blossoming dreams. Nevertheless, it is the most beautiful, most untouchable, most immediate because it can never be without spirit while we remain young. As Zarathustra says, the individual can experience himself only at the end of his wandering. The Philistin has his own experience, it is the eternal one of spiritlessness. The youth will experience spirit, and the less effortlessly he attains greatness, the more he will encounter spirit everywhere in his wanderings and in every person. When he becomes a man, the youth will be compassionate. The Philistin is intolerant. Written in 1913, published pseudonymously in Der Anfang, 1913–1914. Translated by Lloyd Spencer and Stephen Jost. The conversation. Where are you, youth, that always wakes me promptly in the morning? Where are you, light? Friedrich Hölderlin, the blind singer. Daily we use unmeasured energies as if in our sleep. What we do and think is filled with the being of our fathers and ancestors. An uncomprehended symbolism enslaves us without ceremony sometimes. On awakening, we recall a dream. In this way rare shafts of insight illuminate the ruins of our energies that time has passed by. We were accustomed to spirit geist just as we are accustomed to the heartbeat that enables us to lift loads and digest our food. Every conversation deals with knowledge of the past as that of our youth, and with horror at the sight of the spiritual masses of the rebel fields. We never saw the sight of the silent struggle our egos waged with our fathers. Now we can see what we have unwittingly destroyed and created. Conversation laments lost greatness. 2. Conversation strives toward silence, and the listener is really the silent partner. The speaker receives meaning from him, the silent one is the unappropriate source of meaning. The conversation raises words to his lips as do vessels, jugs. The speaker immerses the memory of his strength in words and seeks forms in which the listener can reveal himself. For the speaker speaks in order to let himself be converted. He understands the listener despite the flow of his own speech, he realizes that he is addressing someone whose features are inexhaustibly earnest and good, whereas he, the speaker, blasphemes against language. 7. But even if he revives an empty past through orgiastic excitement, the listener hears not words but the silence of the present. For despite the flight of spirit and the emptiness of words, the speaker is present, his face is open to the listener, and the efforts made by his lips are visible. The listener holds true language in readiness, the words enter him, and at the same time he sees the speaker. Whoever speaks enters the listener. Silence, then, is born from the conversation. Every great man has only one conversation, at whose margins a silent greatness waits. In the silence, energy was renewed, the listener led the conversation to the edge of language, and the speaker creates the silence of a new language, he, its first auditor. 3. Silence is the internal frontier of conversation. The unproductive person never reaches that frontier, he regards his conversations as monologues. He exits the conversation in order to enter the diary or the cafe. Silence has long reigned in the upholstered rooms. Here he may make as much noise as he wants. He goes amongst the prostitutes and the waiters like a preacher among the faithful, he, the convert of his latest conversation. Now he has mastered 2 languages, question and answer. A questionnaire is someone who hasn't given a thought to language in his entire life, but now wants to do it right. A questioner is affable even toward the goddess. The questions of the unproductive person break in the silence, troubling the active, thinkers and women, he inquires about revelation. At the end he feels exalted, he remains unbowed. His eloquence escapes him, enraptured, he listens to his own voice. He hears neither speech nor silence. But he saves himself by fleeing into the erotic. His gaze deflowers. He wishes to see and hear himself, and for that reason he wishes to gain control of those who see and hear. Therefore, he misspeaks himself in his greatness, speaking, he flees. But he always sinks down, annihilated by the humanity of the other, he always remains incomprehensible. And the gaze of the silent passes searchingly through him, toward the one who will silently draw near. Greatness is the eternal silence after the conversation. It is to hear the rhythm of one's own words in the empty space. The genius genie has utterly cursed his memory in giving it shape. He is forgetful and at a loss. His past was already fate and is now beyond recall. In the genius, God speaks and listens for the contradictions of language. The windbag thinks the genius is an evasion of greatness. Art is the best remedy for misfortune. The conversation of the true spirit genius, however, is prayer. As he speaks, the words fall from him like cloaks. The words of the true spirit strip him naked, and are covers in which the listener feels clothed. Whoever listens is the past of the great speaker, his object and his. 8. Dead strength. The speaking spirit is more silent than the listener, just as the praying man is more silent than God. 4. The speaker is always obsessed with the present. That is his curse, he can never utter the past, which is, after all, his aim. And what he says has long since taken hold of the unspoken question of the silent, and their gaze asks him when he will stop speaking. He should, rather, entrust himself to the listeners so that she may take his blasphemy by the hand and lead it to the abyss in which the speaker's soul lies, his past, the lifeless field to which he is straying. But there the prostitute has long been waiting. For every woman possesses the past, and in any case has no present. This is why she protects meaning from understanding, she wards off the misuse of words and refuses to let herself be misused. She guards the treasures of daily life, but also of the night, the highest good. This is why the prostitute is a listener. She rescues the conversation from triviality. Greatness has no claim upon her, for greatness comes to an end when confronted by her. She has seen every man's desire fail, and now the stream of words drains away into her nights. The present that has been eternally will come again. The other conversation of silence is ecstasy. The genius, I've come to you for a rest. The prostitute, sit down, then. The genius, I'd like to sit down with you. I touched you just now, and it's as if I'd already been resting for years. The prostitute, you make me uneasy. If I were to lie next to you, I wouldn't be able to sleep. The genius, every night people come to your room. I feel as if I'd received them all, and they'd given me a joyless look and gone on their way. The prostitute, give me your hand. Your sleeping hand makes me feel that you've forgotten all your poems. The genius, I'm thinking only of my mother. May I tell you about her? She gave birth to me. Like you, she gave birth to 100 dead poems. Like you, she didn't know her children. Her children have gone whoring with strangers. The prostitute, like mine. The genius, my mother always looked at me, asked me questions, wrote 9. To me. Through her I've learned not to know people. In my eyes, all were mothers. All women had given birth to me, no man had played a part in my conception. The prostitute, this is the complaint of all the men who sleep with me. When they look at their lives through my eyes, they see nothing but a thick column of ash that reaches their chin. No one engendered them, and they come to me in order not to engender. The genius, all the women I go to are like you. They gave birth to me and I was stillborn, and all wish to receive dead things from me. The prostitute, but I am the one who has least fear of death. They go to bed. 6. Woman is the guardian of conversation. She receives the silence, and the prostitute receives the creator of what has been. But no one watches over the lament when men speak. Their talk becomes despair, it resounds in the muted space and blasphemes against greatness. Two men together are always troublemakers, they finish by resorting to torch and axe. They destroy women with their smutty jokes, the paradox violates greatness. Words of the same gender couple and inflame each other with their secret desire, a soulless double entendre arises, barely concealed by the relentless dialectic. Laughing, revelation stands before them and compels them to fall silent. The dirty joke triumphs. The world was built of words. Now they have to rise and smash their books and make off with a woman, since otherwise they will secretly strangle their souls. 7. How did Sappho and her women friends talk among themselves? How did women come to speak? For language extinguishes their soul. Women receive no sounds from it and no salvation. Words waft over women who are sitting together, but the wafting is crude and toneless, they lapse into idle chatter. Yet their silence towers above their talk. Language does not bear women's souls aloft, because they do not confide in it, their past is never resolved. The words fumble around them and some skill or other enables them to make a swift response. But only in the speaker does language appear to them, tortured, he squeezes the bodies of the words in which he has reproduced the silence of the beloved. The words are mute. The language of women has remained inchoate. Talking women are possessed by a demented language. 108. How did Sappho and her women friends talk among themselves? Language is veiled like the past, like silence it looks toward the future. The speaker summons the past in it, veiled by language, he conceives his womanly past in conversation, but the women remain silent. Listen as they may, the words remain unspoken. They bring their bodies close and caress one another. Their conversation has freed itself from the subject and from language. Despite this, it marks out a terrain. For only among them, and when they are together, does the conversation come to rest as part of the past. Now, finally, it has come to itself, it has turned to greatness beneath their gaze, just as life had been greatness before the futile conversation. Silent women are the speakers of what has been spoken. They leave the circle, they alone perceive the perfection of its roundness. None of them complain, they gaze in wonderment. The love of their bodies does not procreate, but their love is beautiful to see. And they venture to gaze at one another. It makes them catch their breath, while the words fade away in space. Silence and voluptuous delight, eternally divorced in conversation, have become one. The silence of the conversations was future delight, delight was bygone silence. Among the women, however, the conversations were perceived from the frontier of silent delight. In a great burst of light, the youth of mysterious conversations arose. Essence was radiant. The diary. The next place might be so near at hand that one could hear the cocks crowing in it, the dogs barking, but the people would grow old and die without ever having been there. Lao Tzu, Trans. Arthur Waley. We wish to pay heed to the sources of the unnameable despair that flows in every soul. The souls listen expectantly to the melody of their youth, a youth that is guaranteed them 1,000-fold. But the more they immerse themselves in the uncertain decades and broach that part of their youth which is most laden with future, the more orphaned they are in the emptiness of the present. One day they awake to despair, the first day of the diary. With hopeless earnestness it poses the question, in what time does man live? The thinkers have always known that he does not live in any time at all. The immortality of thoughts and deeds banishes him to a timeless realm. 1. At whose heart an inscrutable death lies in wait. Throughout his life the emptiness of time surrounds him, but not immortality. Devoured by the countless demands of the moment, time slipped away from him, the medium in which the pure melody of his youth would swell was destroyed. The fulfilled tranquility in which his late maturity would ripen was stolen from him. It was purloined by everyday reality, which, with its events, chance occurrences, and obligations, disrupted the myriad opportunities of youthful time, immortal time, at which he did not even guess. Lurking even more menacingly behind the everyday reality was death. Now it manifests itself in little things, and kills daily so that life itself may go on. Until one day the great death falls from the clouds, like a hand that forbids life to go on. From day to day, second to second, the self preserves itself, clinging to that instrument, time, the instrument that it was supposed to play. In despair, he thus recalls his childhood. In those days there was time without flight and an eye without death. He gazes down and down into the current whence he had emerged, and slowly, finally, he is redeemed by losing his comprehension. Amid such obliviousness, not knowing what he thinks and yet thinking himself redeemed, he begins the diary. It is the unfathomable document of a life never lived, the book of a life in whose time everything that we experienced inadequately is transformed into experience perfected. A diary is an act of liberation, covered and unrestrained in its victory. No unfree spirit will understand this book. When the self was devoured by yearning for itself, devoured by its desire for youth, devoured by the lust for power over the years to come, devoured by the yearning to pass calmly through the days to come, darkly inflamed by the pleasures of idleness but cursed and imprisoned in calendar time, clock time, and stock exchange time, and when no ray of immortality cast its light over the self, it began to glow of its own accord. I am myself, it knows, a ray of light. Not the murky inwardness of the self which calls me I and tortures me with its intimacies, but the ray of light of that other self which appears to oppress me but which is also myself, the ray of time. Trembling, an I that we know only from our diaries stands on the brink of an immortality into which it plunges. It is time after all. In this self, to which events occur and which encounters human beings, friends, enemies, and lovers, in this self courses immortal time. The time of its greatness runs out in it, it is the glow that radiates from time and nothing else. This believer writes his diary. He writes it at intervals and will never complete it, because he will die. What is an interval in a diary? It does not occur in developmental time, for that has been abrogated. It does not occur in time at all, for time has vanished. Instead, it is a book of time, a book of days. This transmits the rays of his knowledge through space. A diary does not contain a chain of experiences, for then it would exist without intervals. 1-2. Instead, time is overcome, and overcome, 2, is the self that acts in time. I am entirely transposed into time, it irradiates me. Nothing further can happen to this self, this creation of time. Everything else on which time exerts its effect yields to it. For in the diary our self, as time, impinges on everything else, the I befalls all things, they gravitate toward our self. But time no longer impinges on this self, which is now the birth of immortal time. The self experiences timelessness, all things are assembled in it. It lives all-powerful in the interval, the diary's silence, the I experiences its own time, pure time. It gathers itself in the interval, and O thing pushes its way into its immortal juxtaposition of events. Here it draws the strength to impinge on things, to absorb them, to misrecognize its own fate. The interval is safe and secure, and where there is silence, nothing can befall. No catastrophe finds its way into the lines of this book. That is why we do not believe in derivations and sources, we never remember what has befallen us. Time, which shines forth as the self that we are, impinges on all things around us as they become our fate. That time, our essence, is the immortality in which others die. What kills them lets us feel our essential nature in death, the final interval. 2. Inclining her head, the beloved of the landscape shines in time, but the enemy broods darkly above the center. His wings are poised in slumber. The black redeemer of the lands breathes out his crystal no, and decides our death. On rare occasions the diary emerges hesitantly from the immortality of its intervals and writes itself. Silently it rejoices and surveys the fates that lie within it, clearly entailed by its time. Thirsting for definition, things draw near in the expectation of receiving their fate at its hands. In their impotence they approach its sovereign majesty, their amorphousness seeks definition. They give limits to humanity through their questioning existence and lend depth to time. And as time at its extremity collides with things, it quivers with a hint of insecurity, and, questioning, replies to the questions posed by those things. In the interchange of such vibrations, the self has its life. This is the content of our diaries. Our destiny declares its faith in us because we have long since ceased to relate it to ourselves, we who have died and who are resurrected in what happens to us. There is, however, a place reserved for the resurrections of the self, even when time disperses it in ever-widening waves. That is the landscape. As landscape all events surround us, for we, the time of things, know no time. Nothing but the leaning of the trees, the horizon, the silhouetted mountain ridges, which suddenly awake full of meaning because they have placed us 1-3 in their midst. The landscape transports us into their midst, the trembling treetops assail us with questions, the valleys envelop us with mist, incomprehensible houses oppress us with their shapes. We, their midpoint, impinge on them. But from all the time when we stand there quivering, one question remains: are we time? Arrogance tempts us to answer yes, and then the landscape would vanish. We would be citizens. But the spell of the book bids us be silent. The only answer is that we set out on a path. As we advance, the same surroundings sanctify us. Knowing no answers but forming the center, we define things with the movement of our bodies. By drawing nigh and distancing ourselves once again on our wanderings, we single out trees and fields from their like and flood them with the time of our existence. We give firm definition to fields and mountains in their arbitrariness. They are our past existence that was the prophecy of childhood. We are their future. Naked in this futurity, the landscape welcomes us, the grown-ups. Exposed, it responds to the shudder of temporality with which we assault the landscape. Here we wake up and partake of the morning repast of youth. Things perceive us, their gaze propels us into the future, since we do not respond to them but instead step among them. Around us is the landscape where we rejected their appeal. Spirituality's thousand cries of glee storm around the landscape, so with a smile the diary sends a single thought in their direction. Permeated by time, the landscape breathes before us, deeply stirred. We are safe in each other's care, the landscape and I. We plunge from nakedness to nakedness. Gathered together, we come to ourselves. The landscape sends us our beloved. We encounter nothing that is not in landscape, and in it we find nothing but future. It knows but one girl, and she is already a woman. She enters the diary along with the history of her future. Together we have already died once. We were once entirely identical with that story. If we impinge on it in death, it impinges on us in life, countless times. From the vantage point of death, every girl is the beloved woman who encounters us sleepers in our diary. And her awakening takes place at night invisibly, to the diary. This is the shape of love in a diary, it meets us in the landscape, beneath a very bright sky. Passion has slept its fill between us, and the woman is a girl, since she girlishly gives us back our unused time that she has collected in her death. The plunging nakedness which overwhelms us in the landscape is counterbalanced by the naked beloved. When our time expelled us from our isolation into the landscape and our beloved strode toward us on the protected path of thought, we could feel how time, which sent us forth, flooded back toward us. This rhythm of time, which returns home to us from all corners of the earth, lulls us to sleep. Anyone who reads a diary falls asleep over it and fulfills the fate of its writer. Again and again the diary conjures up the death of its writer, if only in the 1-4 sleep of the reader. Our diary acknowledges only one reader, and he becomes the redeemer as he is mastered by the book. We ourselves are the reader, or our own enemy. He has found no entry into the kingdom that flowered around us. He is none other than the expelled, purified I, dwelling invisibly in the unnameable center of time. He has not abandoned himself to the current of fate that washed around us. As the landscape rose up toward us, strangely invigorated by us, as our beloved flew past us, she whom we had once wooed, the enemy stands in the middle of the stream, as upright as she, but more powerful. He sends landscape and beloved toward us and is the indefatigable thinker of the thoughts that come only to us. He comes to meet us in total clarity, and while time conceals itself in the silent melody of the diary intervals, he is busily at work. He suddenly rears up in an interval like a fanfare, and sends us off on an adventure. He is no less a manifestation of time than we are, but he is also the most powerful reflector of ourselves. Dazzling us with the knowledge of love and the vision of distant lands, he returns, bursting in on us, inciting our immortality to ever more distant missions. He knows the empires of the 100 deaths that surround time, and wishes to drown them in immortality. After every sight and every flight from death, we return home to ourselves as our enemy. The diary never speaks of any other enemy, since every enemy fades away when confronted by the hostility of our illustrious knowledge, for he is an incompetent compared to us, who never catch up with our own time, who are always lagging behind it or precociously overtaking it. We are always putting our immortality at risk and losing it. Our enemy knows this, he is the courageous, indefatigable conscience which spurs us on. Our diary writes what it must, while he remains active when it breaks off at intervals. In his hand rest the scales of our time and of immortal time. When will they come to rest? We shall befall ourselves. 3. The cowardice of the living, whose manifold self is present in every adventure and constantly hides its features in the garments of its dignity, this cowardice must ultimately become unbearable. For every step we took into the kingdom of fate, we also kept looking back to see whether we were truthful even when unobserved. So the infinitely humiliated sovereign will in us finally became weary, it turned away, full of endless contempt for the self that had been given to it. It mounted a throne in the imagination and waited. In large letters the stylus of its sleeping spirit wrote the diary. These books, then, are concerned with the accession to the throne of an abdicating self. Abdicating from the experience for which he holds his self to be neither worthy nor capable, and from which he ultimately retreats. 1-5. Once upon a time the things fell across his path, instead of coming to meet him, they assailed him from all sides while he took flight. Never did the noble spirit taste the love of the defeated. He felt mistrust about whether he was meant by the things. "Do you mean me?" he asked of the victory that had fallen to him. "Do you mean me?" to the girl who has cuddled up to him. Thus did he tear himself away from his consummation. He had appeared as victor to his victory, as the beloved to the woman who loves him. But love had come to him and victory had fallen at his feet while he was sacrificing to the penates of his privacy. He ran past his fate, unable ever to encounter it. But when, in the diary, the sovereignty of the self withdrew and the raging against the way things happen fell silent, events showed themselves to be undecided. The ever more distant visibility of this self that relates nothing more to itself weaves the ever more imminent myth of things that storm on, endlessly attracted to the self, as a restless questioning, thirsting for definition. The new storm rages in the agitated self. Dispatched in the shape of time, things storm on within it, responding to it in their humble, distancing movement toward the center of the interval, toward the womb of time, whence the self radiates outward. And fate is, this counter-movement of things in the time of the self. And that time of the self in which the things befall us, that is greatness. To it all future is past. The past of things is the future of the I-time. But past things have futurity. They dispatch the time of the self anew when they have entered into the diary interval. With the events our diary writes the history of our future existence. And thereby prophesies our past fate. The diary writes the story of our greatness from the vantage point of our death. For once, the time of things is really overcome in the time of the self. Fate is overcome in greatness, and intervals in the interval. One day the rejuvenated enemy will confront us with his boundless love, he who has gathered together all our dazzled weakness in his strength, bedded down all our nakedness in his bodilessness, and drowned out all our silence with his speechlessness. He brings all things home and puts an end to all men, since he is the great interval, death. In death we befall ourselves, our deadness releases itself from things. And the time of death is our own. Redeemed, we become aware of the fulfillment of the game. The time of death was the time of our diary, death was the last interval, the first loving enemy, death which bears us with all greatness and the manifold fate of our wide plain into the unnamable center point of time. Death, which for one instant bestows immortality upon us. Simple and multifold, this is the content of our diaries. The vocation that we proudly dismissed in our youth takes us by surprise. Yet it is nothing but a call to immortality. We enter into the time that was in the diary, the symbol of yearning, the rite of purification. With us things sink toward the center, with 1-6. Us they await the new radiance. For immortality can be found only in death, and time rises up at the end of time. The ball. For the sake of what prelude do we cheat ourselves of our dreams? With a wave of the hand we push them aside into the pillows, leave them behind, while some of them flutter silently about our heads. How do we dare carry them into the brightness of day, as we awake? Oh, into the brightness! All of us carry invisible dreams around with us. How deeply veiled the girls' faces are, their eyes are secret Heimlich nests of the uncanny der Unheimlichen, of dreams, quite inaccessible, luminous from sheer perfection. The music elevates us all to the level of that bright strip of light, you have all seen it, that shines from beneath the curtain when the violins tune up in the orchestra. The dance begins. Our hands slide off one another, our glances meet, laden, emptying themselves out and smiling from the ultimate heaven. Our bodies make careful contact, we do not arouse each other from our dreams, or call each other homeward into the darkness out of the night of nights which is not day. How we love each other! How we safeguard our nakedness! We have bound everything in gay colors, masks, alternately withholding and promising naked flesh. In everything there is something monstrous that we have to keep quiet about. But we hurl ourselves into the rhythm of the violins. Never was a night more ethereal, more uncanny, more chaste than this. Where we stand alone, on a cartload of fanfares, alone in the bright night of nights which we conjured up, our fleeing soul invites a woman to come, a girl who stands at the end of a distant room. She walks regally across the parquet floor that lies so smoothly between the dancers, as if it reflected the music, for this smooth floor to which people do not belong creates a space for Elysium, the paradise that J owns the isolated into a round dance. Her stately step creates order among the dancers, she presses some to leave, they break into fragments at the tables where the din of the lonely holds sway, or where people move along corridors, as if on tightropes through the night. When did night ever attain brightness and become radiant, if not here? When was time ever overcome? Who knows whom we will meet at this hour? Otherwise, were there an otherwise, we would be just here, but already complete, otherwise we would perhaps just pour away the dregs of the day and start to taste the new one. But now we pour the foaming day over into the purple crystal of the night, it becomes peaceful and sparkling. The music transports our thoughts, our eyes reflect our friends around us, how they all move, surrounded by the flowing night. We are truly in a 1-7 house without windows, a ballroom without world. Flights of stairs lead up and down, marble. Here time is captured. It sometimes resists, moves its weary breath in us, and makes us restless. But a word, uttered in the night, summons someone to us, we walk together, we did not really need the music but could lie together in the dark, even though our eyes would flash, just like a sword between people. We know that all the merciless realities that have been expelled still flutter round this house. The poets with their bitter smiles, the saints, and the policemen, and the waiting cars. From time to time, music penetrates to the outside world and submerges them. Written in 1913 to 1914, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. T.W. Poems by F. Ardrey C. H. Hold Erlin. The Poet's Courage and Timidity. The task of the following investigation cannot be classified under the aesthetics of poetry without further explanation. 1. This discipline, as pure aesthetics, has devoted its best energies to exploring the foundation of individual genres of poetry, among them, most frequently, tragedy. Few works outside the great works of classical literature have had a commentary bestowed on them. A commentary on a work outside classical drama tended to be philological rather than aesthetic. Here, an aesthetic commentary on 2 lyric poems shall be attempted, and this intention requires several preliminary remarks on method. Point 2. The inner form, which Goethe characterized as Contentgehalt, shall be demonstrated in these poems. The poetic task, as the preliminary condition of an evaluation of the poem, is to be established. The evaluation cannot be guided by the way the poet has fulfilled his task, rather, the seriousness and greatness of the task itself determine the evaluation. For the task is derived from the poem itself. The task is also to be understood as the precondition of the poem, as the intellectual perceptual geistiganschaulich structure of the world to which the poem bears witness. This task, this precondition, shall be understood here as the ultimate basis accessible to analysis. Nothing will be said here about the process of lyrical composition, nothing about the person or world view of the creator, rather, the particular and unique sphere in which the task and precondition of the poem lie will be addressed. This sphere is at once the product and the subject of this investigation. It itself can no longer be compared with the poem, it is, rather, the sole thing in this investigation that can be ascertained. This sphere, which for every poem has a special configuration, is characterized as the poetized Dasgedichtet. 3. In this 19. Sphere, that peculiar domain containing the truth of the poem shall be opened up. This truth, which the most serious artists so insistently claim for their creations, shall be understood as the objectivity of their production, as the fulfillment of the artistic task in each case. Every work of art has in and of itself an a priori ideal, a necessity for being in the world, novelis. In its general character, the poetized is the synthetic unity of the intellectual and perceptual orders. This unity gains its particular configuration as the inner form of the particular creation. The concept of the poetized is in two respects a limit concept. It is first of all a limit concept with respect to the concept of the poem. As a category of aesthetic investigation, the poetized differs decisively from the form-content model by preserving within itself the fundamental aesthetic unity of form and content. Instead of separating them, it distinctively stamps in itself their immanent, necessary connection. Since what follows concerns the poetized of individual poems, this cannot be adduced theoretically but only in the individual case. Neither is this the place for a theoretical critique of the form-content concept with respect to its aesthetic significance. In the unity of form and content, therefore, the poetized shares one of its most essential characteristics with the poem itself. It, too, is built on the basic law of the artistic organism. It differs from the poem as a limit concept, as the concept of its task, not simply through some fundamental characteristic but solely through its greater determinability, not through a quantitative lack of determinations but rather through the potential existence of those that are effectively actual present in the poem and others. The poetized is a loosening up of the firm functional coherence that reigns in the poem itself, and it cannot arise otherwise than by disregarding certain determinations, so that the meshing, the functional unity of the other elements is made evident. For the poem is so determined through the effective existence of all its defining features, that it can be conceived in a unified manner only as such. Insight into the function, on the other hand, presupposes a variety of possibilities of connection. Thus, insight into the organization of the poem consists in grasping its ever stricter determination. In order to lead us to this highest degree of determination in the poem, the poetized must disregard certain determinations. Through this relation to the perceptual and intellectual functional unity of the poem, the poetized emerges as a limit determination with respect to the poem. At the same time, however, it is a limit concept with respect to another functional unity, since a limit concept is possible only as a limit between two concepts. This other functional unity, now, is the idea of the task, corresponding to the idea of the solution as which the poem exists. For task and solution can be separated only in the abstract. For the creator, this idea of the task is always life. In it lies the other extreme functional unity. Thus, the poetized emerges as the transition from the functional unity. 22 Poems by Friedrich Hölderlin. Of life to that of the poem. In the poetized, life determines itself through the poem, the task through the solution. The underlying basis is not the individual life mood of the artist but rather a life context determined by art. The categories in which this sphere, the transitional sphere of the two functional unities, can be grasped do not yet have adequate models and should perhaps more readily be associated with the concepts of myth. It is precisely the feeblest artistic achievements that refer to the immediate feeling of life, whereas the strongest, with respect to their truth, refer to a sphere related to the mythic, the poetized. One could say that life is, in general, the poetized of poems. Yet the more the poet tries to convert without transformation the unity of life into a unity of art, the plainer it is that he is a bungler. We are used to finding such shoddy work defended, even demanded, as the immediate feeling of life, warmth of heart, sensibility. With respect to the significant example of Hölderlin, it becomes clear how the poetized creates the possibility of Jüdische poetry according to the degree of coherence and greatness of its elements. Both characteristics are inseparable. For the more a slack extension of feeling replaces the inner greatness and structure of the elements, which we term, approximately, mythic, the more meager the coherence becomes and the more readily there comes into being either an endearing, artless natural product or some concoction alien to art and nature. Life, as the ultimate unity, lies at the basis of the poetized. But the more prematurely the analysis of the poem without encountering the structuration of perception and the construction of an intellectual world leads us to life itself as its poetized, the more the poem proves, in a strict sense, to be more material, more formless, and less significant. Whereas, to be sure, the analysis of great works of literature will encounter, as the genuine expression of life, not myth but rather a unity produced by the force of the mythic elements straining against one another. The method by which the poetized is represented testifies to its nature as a domain set against two limits. The method cannot be concerned with demonstrating so-called ultimate elements. For within the poetized no such things exist. Rather, what is to be demonstrated is nothing other than the intensity of the coherence of the perceptual and intellectual elements, and this, of course, first with respect to individual examples. But in this demonstration it must be evident that it is not elements but relations that are at stake, since the poetized itself is, after all, a sphere of relation between the work of art and life, whose unities themselves are wholly ungraspable. In this way the poetized will come to light as the precondition of the poem, as its inner form, as artistic task. The law according to which all apparent elements of sensation and ideas come to light as the embodiments of essential, in principle infinite functions is called the law of identity. This term describes the synthetic unity of functions. It may be recognized in each particular configuration it takes as an a priori of the poem. The disclosure. 2.1. Of the pure poetized, the absolute task, must remain after all that has been said a purely methodological, ideal goal. The pure poetized would otherwise cease to be a limit concept, it would be life or poem until the applicability of this method to the aesthetics of the lyric as such and perhaps to other domains has been tested. Further exposition is not in order. Only then can one clearly perceive the a priori of the individual poem, that of the poem in general, or even that of other literary genres or of literature in general. What will emerge more clearly, however, is that with respect to lyric poetry, a Judgment, even if unprovable, can nonetheless be justified. Two poems by Hölderlin, T. Poet's Courage Dichtermut, and T. Imitative, Odigkeit, as they have come down to us from his mature and late periods, will be investigated according to this method. The method will demonstrate that the poems are comparable. A certain relationship connects them, so that one could speak of different versions. A version that belongs between the earliest and the latest, the Poet's Courage, second version, will not be discussed here, since it is less essential. The Poet's Courage 1. Are not all the living related to you? Does not the Parka herself nourish you for service? Then just wander forth defenseless through life, and have no care. 2. Whatever happens, let everything be a blessing for you, be disposed toward joy. What could then offend you, heart? What could you encounter there, whither you must go? 3-4. Ever since the poem escaped from mortal lips breathing peace, benefiting in sorrow and happiness, our song brought joy to the hearts of men, so, too, were. 4. We, the poets of the people, gladly among the living, were much joins together, joyful and pleasing to all, open to everyone, thus indeed is our ancestor, the sun god. 5. Who grants the joyful day to poor and rich, who in fleeting time holds us, the ephemeral ones, drawn erect on golden leading strings, like children. 6. His purple flood awaits him, takes him, too, where the hour comes look. And the noble light goes, knowing of change, with equanimity down the path. 22 Two poems by Friedrich Hölderlin. 7 Thus pass away then, too, when the time has come and the spirit nowhere lacks its right, so dies once in the seriousness of life RJOY, a beautiful death. Timidity 1. Are not many of the living known to you? Does not your foot stride upon what is true, as upon carpets? Therefore, my genius, only step naked into life, and have no care. 2 Whatever happens, let it all be opportune for you. Be rhymed to joy. What could then offend you, heart? What could you encounter there, whither you must go? 3-4 Since the heavenly ones, like men, a lonely deer, and leads the heavenly ones themselves toward homecoming, the poem and the chorus of princes, according to their kinds, so, too, were. 4 We, the tongues of the people, gladly among the living, where much joins together, joyous and equal to everyone, open to everyone, thus is indeed our Father, the God of heaven. 5 Who grants the thinking day to poor and rich, who, at the turning of time, holds us, who pass away in sleep, drawn erect on golden leading strings, like children. 6 Good, too, are we and skillful for or sent to someone to some end, when we come, with art, and bring one from among the heavenly beings. Yet we ourselves bring suitable or appropriate hands. Reflection on the first version reveals a considerable indeterminacy of the perceptual and an incoherence of detail. The myth of the poem is still rank with mythology. The mythological emerges as myth only through the extent of its coherence. The myth is recognizable from the inner unity of God and destiny. From the way Ananke reigns. In the first version of his poem, Hölderlin's subject is a destiny, the death of the poet. Hölderlin praises in song the sources of the courage to die this death. This death is the center from which the world of poetic dying was meant to arise. Existence in that world would be the poet's courage. But here only the most vigilant intuition can have a glimmer of this structure of laws from a world of the poet. The voice rises up timidly at first to sing a cosmos, whose own decline is signified by the death of the poet. But the myth is developed from mythology. They. 2 Poems by Friedrich Hölderlin 23. Sun God is the poet's ancestor, and his death is the destiny through which the poet's death, at first mirrored, becomes real. A beauty whose inner source we do not know dissolves the figure of the poet scarcely less that of the god. Instead of forming it still, the poet's courage is justified, curiously, on the basis of another, alien order, that of the relationship with the living. Through it he is connected with his destiny. What significance does the relationship with his people have for poetic courage? The deeper right by which the poet associates himself with and feels himself related to his people, those who are alive, cannot be felt in the poem. We know that this thought is one of the consolations of poets and that it was especially dear to Hölderlin. Yet that natural connectedness with all people cannot justifiably strike us here as the condition of poetic life. Why doesn't the poet celebrate and with a higher right the odi profanum? For this question may, indeed must be asked wherever the living have not yet founded any sort of spiritual order. In the most surprising way, the poet reaches with both hands into alien world orders, grabs at people and God to raise within him his own courage, the courage of poets. But the song, the inwardness of the poet, the significant source of his virtue, appears, where it is named, weak, without power and greatness. The poem lives in the Greek world, a beauty modeled on that of Greece animates it, and it is dominated by the mythology of the Greeks. The particular principle of Greek creation, however, is not fully manifest. Ever since the poem escaped from mortal lips I breathing peace, benefiting in sorrow and happiness our song brought joy to the hearts of men. These words give only a feeble hint of the awe that filled Pindar and also the late Hölderlin before the figure of poetry. Neither do the arts of the people, pleasing to all, thus seen, serve to give this poem a perceptual world foundation. The figure of the dying sun god testifies most clearly to an unmastered duality in all its elements. Idyllic nature still plays its special role opposite the figure of the god. Beauty, in other words, has not yet wholly become form. Neither does the idea of death flow out of a pure, structured context. Death itself is not as it is later understood to be form in its deepest degree of union, it is the extinguishing of the plastic, heroic essence in the indeterminate beauty of nature. The space and time of this death have not yet arisen as a unity in the spirit of form. The same indeterminacy of the shaping principle, which contrasts so strongly with that of the conjured Hellenism, threatens the entire poem. The beauty, which connects almost by means of mood the beautiful appearance of the poem with the serenity of the god, and this isolation of the god, whose mythological destiny furnishes merely analogical significance for the poet, do not arise from the center of a structured world, whose mythological law would be death. Instead, a world that is only weakly articulated dies in beauty with the setting sun. The relation of the gods and men to the poetic world, to the spatio-temporal unity in which they live, is structured neither. 24 Two poems by Friedrich Hölderlin. Intensively nor with a purely Greek character. It must be fully recognized that the basic feeling underlying this poem, one by no means free of conventionality, is the feeling of life spread out and undefined, hence that this gives rise to the coherence, charged with mood, of the poem's elements isolated in beauty. Life as an undoubted basic fact, perhaps lovely, perhaps sublime, still determines, while also veiling thought, this world of Hölderlin's. In a curious way the wording of the title attests to the same thing, since a peculiar lack of clarity characterizes that virtue to which the name of its bearer has been attached, thus pointing to a clouding of its purity through its all too great proximity to life. See Ampere the locution Weber true, the sort of fidelity one attributes to a woman. An almost alien sound, the ending falls gravely into the chain of images. And the spirit nowhere lacks its right, this powerful admonition, which arises from courage, here stands alone, and only the greatness of a single image from an earlier verse survives in it. H holds us I drawn erect on golden eye leading strings, like children n. Following rigid rhythms, the connectedness of the god with men is constrained into a great image. But in its isolation it is unable to explain the basis of those allied powers, and it loses itself. Only the power of transformation will make it clear and appropriate to declare that the poetic law has not yet fulfilled itself in this Hölderlinian world. What is signified by the innermost context of that poetic world contained in an elusive way in the first version, and how, furthermore, an increase in profundity brings about the revolution of the structure, and how from the structured center a structuring movement necessarily forces its way from verse to verse. This is what the final version produces. A non-perceptual conception of life, an unmythic, destiny-less concept of life stemming from a spiritually exiguous sphere, proved to be the binding precondition of the early draft. Where formerly there was isolation of form and a lack of relation between events, there now appears a perceptual intellectual order, the new cosmos of the poet. It is difficult to gain any kind of access to this fully unified, unique world. The impenetrability of relation resists every mode of comprehension other than that of feeling. The method requires from the outset that connected things be taken as a point of departure, in order to gain insight into the articulation. Beginning with the context of forms, let us compare the poetic construction of both versions, in this way striving to advance slowly toward the center of the connected elements. We have already noted that in the earlier version the affiliation linking the people and God, and the poet as well, is indeterminate. Opposed to this in the latter poem is the powerful affiliation of the individual spheres. The gods and the living are bound together in the destiny of the poet by ties of iron. The traditional and simple superiority of mythology is transcended. It is said of the poem, which leads men toward returning, in gathering, homecoming der Einkehr that it leads them like the heavenly ones Himmlisken. 25. Gleichen leads the heavenly ones themselves. The actual basis of the comparison is transcended, for the continuation says that the poem leads the heavenly ones, too, and no differently from men. Here, at the center of the poem, the orders of gods and men are curiously raised up toward and against each other, the one balanced by the other. Like two scales, they are left in their opposing positions, yet lifted off the scale beam. From this emerges, very graphically, the fundamental formal law of the poetized, the origin of that order of law whose realization gives the later version its foundation. This law of identity states that all unities in the poem already appear in intensive interpenetration, that the elements are never purely graspable, that, rather, one can grasp only the structure of relations, whereby the identity of each individual being is a function of an infinite chain of series in which the poetized unfolds. This is the law of identity, the law according to which all essences in the poetized are revealed as the unity of what are in principle infinite functions. No element can ever be singled out, void of relation, from the intensity of the world order, which is fundamentally felt. With respect to all individual structures to the inner form of the verses and images, this law will prove to be fulfilled, so as to bring about, finally, at the heart of all the poetic connections, the identity of the perceptual and intellectual forms among and with one another, the spatio-temporal interpenetration of all configurations in a spiritual Kant's sense, the poetized that is identical with life. Here, however, it is necessary to identify only the present configuration of this order. The balancing of the spheres of the living ones and the heavenly ones, this is how Hölderlin most often names them, in an arrangement far removed from the mythological. And following the heavenly ones, even following the naming of poetry, there once again arises the chorus of princes, according to their kind. So that here, at the center of the poem, men, heavenly ones, and princes crashing down from their old orders, as it were, are linked to one another. That this mythological order is not decisive, however, that a quite different canon of figures runs through this poem, is seen most vividly in the tripartite arrangement in which princes still claim a place beside the heavenly ones and men. This new order of poetic figures of the gods and the living is based on the significance that both have for the destiny of the poet, as well as for the sensuous order of his world. Their real origin, as Hölderlin saw it, can come to light only at the end, as the underlying foundation of all relations, and what is at first evident is only the difference in the dimensions of this world and this destiny, a difference that these dimensions assume with respect to the gods and the living, and, specifically, the complete life of these once so isolated worlds of figures in the poetic cosmos. But now the law, which appeared formally and generally to be the condition of the building of this poetic world, begins, foreign and powerful, to unfold in the context of poetic destiny. All figures acquire identity, for here they are sublated within 2:6. A single vision, and though they may seem governed only by their own whim, they do finally fall back into the boundedness of the poem. The growing definiteness of the intensified figures is seen most forcefully in the changes made to the first version. At every point the concentration of poetic power will make room for itself, and a rigorous comparison will make the basis of even the slightest deviation understandable as one that subserves unity. What is most important about the inner intention must thereby come to light, even where the first version only feebly pursued it. We shall pursue life in poetry, in the unwavering poetic destiny which is the law of Hölderlin's world, on the basis of its context of figures. In orders that are momentously and sharply profiled, gods and mortals pass in contrasting rhythms through the poem. This becomes clear in the movement going forth from, and returning to, the middle verse. A most highly structured, albeit concealed, sequence of dimensions is realized. In this world of Hölderlin's, the living are always clearly the extension of space, the plane spread out, in which, as will become evident, destiny extends itself. Majestically, or with a vastness evoking the Oriental, the appeal begins, not many of the living known to you? In the first version, what was the function of the opening verse? The relation of the poet to all the living was appealed to as the origin of courage. And nothing remained other than an acquaintance with, a knowing of, the many. The question of the origin of the multitude's determination by the genius, to whom it is known, leads into the contexts of what follows. A great deal, a very great deal, of Hölderlin's cosmos is laid bare in the following words, which once again foreign-sounding, as if from the world of the East, and yet much more primordial than the parka confer majesty upon the poet, does not your foot stride upon what is true, as upon carpets? The transformation of the opening of the poem, with its significance for the kind of courage, proceeds. The association with mythology gives way to the context of a myth of one's own. For here, if one sought to see nothing more than the conversion of the mythological vision into the more sober one of walking, or to see nothing more than how dependency in the original version, does not the parka herself nourish you for service? Turns, in the second version, into a positing, does not your foot stride upon what is true? All this would mean to remain only on the surface of the poem in an analogous way. The word are related of the first version was intensified, changed to the more emphatic k now n, a relation of dependency has become an activity, yet the crucial fact is that this activity is once again converted into the mythic. It was from this that the dependency in the earlier poem flowed. The mythic character of this activity is based, however, on its following the course prescribed by destiny. Indeed, it already comprehends the fulfillment of destiny. The existence of the people, its proximity to the poet, testifies to the way in which the activity of the poet always reaches into orders determined by destiny. 27. And thus is eternally preserved in these orders while sublating them. His knowledge of the living, of their existence, is based on the order that, according to the sense of the poem, may be termed the truth of the situation lage. The possibility of the second verse, with the tremendous vigor of its image, necessarily presupposes the truth of the situation as the ordering concept of Holderlin's world. The spatial and intellectual orders prove themselves connected through an identity of that which determines and that which is determined, an identity that befits both. In both orders, this identity is a matter not of likeness but of sameness. Through it they permeate each other to the point at which they become identical. Decisive for the spatial principle, then, is that it fulfills in vision Anschauung the identity of that which determines and that which is determined. The situation is the expression of this unity. Space is to be understood as the identity of situation and situated. Immanent to everything determinative in space is its own determination. Every situation is determined only in space, and is only determinative in space. Just as the image of the carpet, essence of plane is here laid down as the foundation of an intellectual system, should remind one of its exemplariness Musterhaftigkeit 5 and put before the mind's eye the intellectual arbitrariness of its ornament thus constituting a true determination of the situation, making the situation absolute, so the order of truth itself, on which one may stride, is occupied by the intensive activity of the gate as an inner, plastically temporal form. 6. This intellectual domain is something that one can stride upon, and, so to speak, it necessarily allows the strider his every arbitrary stride in the region of what is true. These intellectual sensory orders in their essence constitute the living, in whom all the elements of poetic destiny are laid down in an inner and particular form. Temporal existence in infinite extension, the truth of the situation, binds the living to the poet. In the same way, too, the coherence of the elements in the relation between people and poet comes to light in the final verse. We too are good and sent to someone to some end. According to A. P. Erhap's general law of lyric, the words achieve their perceptual meaning in the poem without sacrificing the figurative. Thus, two orders interpenetrate in the double meaning of the word geschickt sent, skillful. The poet appears among the living, determining and determined. As in the participle geschickt sent, a temporal determination completes the spatial order in the event, namely, of being found fitting. This identity of orders is once more repeated in the determination of purpose or destination, f or / to someone to some nd. As if, through the order of art, the act of animating had to become doubly clear, everything else is left uncertain and the isolation within great extension is hinted at in the phrase f or / to someone to some nd. Now it is astonishing how, at this site, where the people volk is in fact characterized in the most abstract way, an almost wholly new figuration of the most concrete life arises from the interior of this line. Just as what is skillful 2.8 will emerge as the innermost essence of the poet, as his limit with respect to existence, just as what is skillful appears here before those who are alive as that which has been sent, so that identity arises in one form, determining and determined, center and extension. The activity of the poet finds itself determined with respect to those who are alive. The living, however, determine themselves in their concrete existence for someone to some end with respect to the essence of the poet. The people exists as sign and script of the infinite extension of its destiny. This destiny itself, as will become clear later, is poetry. And so, as the symbol of poetry, the Volk has the task of fulfilling Hölderlin's cosmos. The same result is produced by the metamorphosis that created tongues of the people from poets of the people. The precondition of this poetry is more and more to transform the figures borrowed from a neutral Elifa into members of a mythic order. In this locution, people and poet are included equally emphatically in this order. The departure of the genius in his mastery becomes particularly palpable in these words. For the poet, and with him the people from whose midst he sings, are wholly transposed into the circle of the song, and a plainer unity of the people with its poet, and the poetic destiny, is once again the conclusion. Now, depersonalized, the people appears. May we compare this with Byzantine mosaics? As if pressed in the surface around the great flat figure of its sacred poet. This is a different people, more definite in its essence than that of the first version. Corresponding to it is another conception of life, therefore, my genius, simply enter I naked into life and have no care. Here Elifa lies outside poetic existence. In the new version it is not the precondition but the object of a movement accomplished with a mighty freedom. The poet enters into life, he does not wander forth in it. The incorporation of the people into that conception of life in the first version has turned into a connectedness, in destiny, between the living and the poet. Whatever happens, let everything be suited to you. At this point the earlier version has the word be lust gesegnet. It is this same procedure, a dislocation of the mythological, that everywhere constitutes the inner form of the revision. Be lust is a notion dependent on the transcendental, the traditionally mythological, which is not grasped from out of the center of the poem, let us say, from the genius. Opportungelation reaches back again fully into the center of the poem. It means a relation of the genius itself, in which the rhetorical letb of this verse is sublated through the presence of this opportunity Gelegenheit. Spatial extension is given anew and with the same meaning as before. Once again, it is a matter of the lawful order of the good world, in which by means of the poet the situation lages at the same time that which is suited or opportune das Gelegen, since for him it must be possible to stride upon that which is true. Hölderlin once began a poem, Be ye glad. You have chosen the winning lot. Here the chosen one is meant, for him there exists only that lot, hence. 29. The good one. The object of this relation of identity between poet and destiny is the living. The construction be rhymed for joy presupposes the sensory order of sound. And here too, in rhyme, the identity between that which determines and that which is determined is given the way, let us say, the structure of unity appears as half a doubling. Identity is given not substantially but functionally, as law. The rhyme words themselves are not named. For of course our rhymed for joy no more means rhymed with joy than opportune for you turns the you itself into something that is laid down, something spatial. As that which is opportune was recognized as a relation of the genius, not to him, so is rhyme a relation of joy, not to it. Rather, that dissonance of the image, which given the most radical emphasis suggests a tonal dissonance, has the function of making the inherent intellectual ordering of joy in time perceptible, audible, in the chain of an infinitely extended event corresponding to the infinite possibilities of rhyme. Thus, the dissonance in the image of the true and of the carpet evokes the ability to be stridden upon as the unifying relation of the orders. Just as opportunity signified the intellectual temporal identity, the truth, of the situation. Within the poetic structure, these dissonances bring into relief the temporal identity inherent in every spatial relation and hence the absolutely determining nature of intellectual existence within the identical extension. The bearers of this relation, clearly, are predominantly the living. A path and appropriate goal, articulated precisely according to the extremes of imageability Bildhaftigkeit, must now become visible in a manner different from that appropriate to the idyllic world feeling that in the earlier period preceded these verses. Or what could then I offend you, heart, what I encounter you there, whither you muse t. At this point, in order to feel the growing power with which the verse approaches its end, the punctuation of both drafts may be compared. It is now for the first time entirely comprehensible how in the following verse mortals, with the same importance as heavenly ones, could be brought closer to poetry, since they found themselves fulfilled by the poetic destiny. To be understood in its forcefulness, all this must be compared with the degree of form that Hölderlin in the original version lent to the people. There the people was delighted by poetry, related to the poet, and might be articulated by the poets of the people. In this alone the more rigorous power of an image of the world might already be surmised, an image that has found what was previously striven for only from afar, the fateful significance of the people in a vision as the people into a sensuous intellectual function of the poetic life. Relations, which until now, especially with respect to the function 1ave remained obscure, achieve new distinctness when their peculiar aotition with respect to the form of the gods is followed. Through Tnmneter configuration, which is suited to them in the New World structure, the essence of the people as through its opposite is more precisely estab. 30. Licht. As little as the first version knows a significance for the living whose inner form is their existence as drawn into the poetic destiny, determined and determining, true in space just as little as a particular order of the gods recognizable in it. A movement, however, passes through the new version in a plastic and intensive direction, and this movement lives most strongly in the gods, next to the direction, which, represented in the people, follows a spatial trajectory toward infinite happening. The gods have turned into most particular and definite figures, with respect to whom the law of identity is conceived in a wholly new way. The identity of the divine world and its relation to the destiny of the poet is different from the identity in the order of the living. There's something that happens, in its determination through and for the poet, was recognized as flowing from one and the same source. The poet experienced the true. In this way the people was known to him. In the divine order, however, there is, as will be shown, a particular inner identity of form. This identity we found already intimated in the image of space and, so to speak, in the determination of the plane through ornament. But having come to dominate an order, it brings about a concretizing of the living. A peculiar doubling of the form arises, connecting it with spatial determinations, in that each one once again finds its concentration in itself, bears in itself a purely immanent plasticity as the expression of its existence in time. In this direction of concentration, things strive toward existence as pure idea and determine the destiny of the poet in the pure world of forms. The plasticity of form is revealed as that which is intellectual. This is how the joyful day turned into the tea-hinking one. The quality of the day is not characterized by an epithet, rather, it is granted the gift that is the condition of the intellectual identity of essence, thought. Now in this new version, the day appears to the highest degree formed, at rest, at one with itself in its consciousness, as a form having the inner plasticity of existence, to which corresponds the identity of happening in the order of the living. From the standpoint of the gods, the day appears as the formed quintessence of time. A much deeper meaning is acquired from the day as from one who, so to speak, persists, namely, that the god does not begrudge it. This conception that the day is not begrudged is to be distinguished very rigorously from a traditional mythology, which lets the day be given as a gift. For here something is already intimated that later is shown with a weightier power, that the idea leads to the concretizing of the form and that the gods are wholly delivered over to their own plasticity, are able only to begrudge or else not to begrudge the day, since they are closest to the form of the idea. Here again, one might mention the intensification of intention in the domain of pure sound through alliteration. The significant beauty with which the day is elevated to the principle of plasticity and at the same time to the principle of contemplativeness is again found intensified at the beginning of Sihiran, where are you that contemplates, that must always. 3:1. I go to one side at times? Where are you, light? The same vision has inwardly transformed the second line of the fifth verse and refined it to the highest degree, compared with the corresponding passage in the early version. Quite in opposition to fleeting time, to the ephemeral one-s, that which persists duration in the form of time and men has been developed in the new version of these lines. The phrase t-inning of time plainly captures the instant of persistence as well, the moment of inner plasticity in time. And that this moment of intertemporal plasticity is central can become entirely clear only later, like the central importance of other hitherto demonstrated phenomena. The phrase f or us, who pass away in sleep, has the same expressive value. Once again the deepest identity of form, in sleep, is present. Here one would do well to recall the words of Heraclitus, Waking, we indeed see death but in sleep we see sleep. The poem is about the plastic structure of thought in its intensity, the way the contemplatively fulfilled consciousness forms the ultimate basis of its structure. The same relation of identity which here leads, in an intensive sense, to the temporal plasticity of form, must lead in an extensive sense to an infinite configured form, to a plasticity which is, as it were, buried, and in which form becomes identical with the formless. At the same time, the concretizing of the form in the idea signifies that it will grow forevermore boundless and infinite, and that all forms will be unified in the absolute form that the gods will take. It is this form that provides the object with respect to which poetic destiny limits itself. The gods signify to the poet the immeasurable structuring of his destiny, just as the living vouch for the widest extension of something that happens as a happening within the domain of poetic destiny. This determination of destiny through configuration constitutes the objectivity of the poetic cosmos. At the same time, however, it signifies the pure world of temporal plasticity in consciousness. The idea becomes dominant in it. Whereas hitherto what is true was included in the activity of the poet, it now emerges commandingly in sensory fulfillment. In the forming of this world image, every association with conventional mythology is ever more rigorously extirpated. The more remote term ancestor is replaced by father, and the sun god is transformed into a god of heaven. The plastic, indeed architectonic significance of the heavens is infinitely greater than that of the sun. At the same time, however, it is clear here how the poet progressively sublates the difference between form and the formless, and heaven signifies as much an extension as a diminishment of form, in comparison with the sun. The power of this context illuminates the lines drawn erect on golden leading strings, like children. Again the rigidity and inaccessibility of the image must remind one of Oriental vision. Because the plastic connection with the god is given amid the unformed space, according to its intensity and emphasized by means of color, the only reference to color that the new version contains, this line has in the oddest way a strange end. 32 Two poems by Friedrich Hölderlin. Almost killing effect. The architectonic element is so strong that it corresponds to the relation that was given in the image of heaven. The forms of the poetic world are infinite and at the same time limiting. According to the inner law, the form must to the same degree be sublated in the existence of the poem and dissolve in it, just as the animated powers the living. Even the god must in the end give his utmost in service to the poem and execute Vollstrecken its law, just as the people had to be the sign of its extension Erstreckung. This is fulfilled at the end, and from the heavenly ones I bring one. The structuring, the inwardly plastic principle, is so intensified that the fate of the dead form breaks over the god, so that to remain within the image the plastic dimension is turned inside out, and now the god becomes wholly an object. The temporal form is broken from the inside out as something animated. The heavenly one is brought. Here before us is the ultimate expression of identity. The Greek god has entirely fallen prey to his own principle, the form. The highest sacrilege is understood as hubris, which, attainable only by a god, transforms him into a dead form. To give oneself form, that is the definition of hubris. The god ceases to determine the cosmos of the poem, whose essence with art freely elects for itself that which is objective, it brings the god, since gods have already turned into the concretized being of the world in thought. Here, already, the admirable organization of the last verse, in which the imminent goal of all structuration in this poem is summed up, can be discerned. The spatial extension of the living determines itself in the temporally inward intervention of the poet. This is how the word geschickt, skillful, was explained, in the same isolation in which the people has turned into a series of functions of destiny. We too are good and sent to someone to some end. If the god has become an object in his dead infinity, the poet seizes hold of him. The order of people and God is dissolved in unities, here becomes unity within the poetic destiny. The multifarious identity, in which people and God as the conditions of sensory existence are sublated, is manifest. The center of this world by rights belongs to another. The interpenetration of individual forms of perception and their connectedness in and with that which is intellectual, as idea, destiny, and so on, has been pursued in detail far enough. In the end it cannot be a matter of investigating ultimate elements, for the ultimate law of this world is precisely connection as the unity of the function of that which connects and that which is connected. But an especially central side of this connectedness must still be noted, one in which the limit of the poetized with respect to life is pushed forward the farthest, and in which the energy of the inner form shows itself all the mightier, the more surging and formless is the life that has been denoted. At this sight the unity of the poetized becomes perceptible, the points of connection are surveyed to the widest extent, and the variations of both versions of the poem, the deepening of the first in the second, are 3-3. Recognized. One cannot speak of a unity of the poetized in the first version. Its course is interrupted by the detailed analogy of the poet with the sun god. Thereafter, however, it does not return with full intensity to the poet. In this version there still lies, in its detailed, special treatment of dying as well as in its title, the tension between two worlds, that of the poet and that of the reality in which death threatens and which here appears only disguised as divinity. Subsequently the duality of the worlds disappears, with death, the quality of courage falls away, and in the unfolding nothing is given except the existence of the poet. It thus becomes urgent to question the basis for a comparison of two drafts that differ so markedly in detail and exposition. Again, the fact that they are comparable emerges not in any similarity between elements but only in the coherence of any single element in a function. This function lies in the solely demonstrable functional quintessence, the poetized. The poetized of both versions not in their likeness, which is non-existent, but in their comparativeness shall be compared. Both poems are connected in their poetic form and, to be sure, through their stance toward the world. This stance is courage, which, the more deeply it is understood, becomes less a quality than a relation of man to world and of world to man. The poetized of the first version initially knows courage only as a quality. Man and death stand rigid, opposing each other, they share no perceptual world. To be sure, the attempt was already made to find a deep relation to death in the poet, in his sacred natural existence, yet only indirectly through the mediation of the god, to whom death in a mythological sense belonged and to whom the poet, once again in a mythological sense, was approximated. Life was still the precondition of death, the figure sprang from nature. Vision and figure were not decisively formed from one intellectual principle, thus, they did not penetrate each other. In this poem, the danger of death was overcome through beauty. In the later version, all beauty flows from the overcoming of danger. Earlier, Hölderlin had ended with the dissolution of the figure, whereas the new version ends with the pure basis of structuring. And this is now attained on one intellectual basis. The duality of man and death could be based only on a venial feeling of life. It ceased to exist, since the poetized marshaled its forces into a deeper coherence, and an intellectual principle courage fashioned life from itself. Courage is submission to the danger that threatens the world. It conceals a peculiar paradox, which for the first time permits the structure of the poetized of both versions to be fully understood. The danger exists for the courageous person, yet he does not heed it. For he would be a coward if he heeded it, and if it did not exist for him, he would not be courageous. This strange relation dissolves, in that the danger threatens not the courageous one himself but rather the world. Courage is the life feeling of the man who surrenders himself to danger, so that in his death he expands that danger into a danger for the world and at the same time overcomes it. They 34 Two poems by Friedrich Hölderlin. Greatness of the danger arises in the courageous person, for only in striking him, in his total submission to it, does it strike the world. In his death, however, it is overcome, it has reached the world, which it no longer threatens. In it is liberation and at the same time stabilization of the immense forces which every day, in the form of bounded things, surround the body. In death these forces that threatened the courageous person as danger have already abruptly changed, are calmed in it. This is the concretization of the forces, which already brought the essence of the gods closer to the poet. The world of the dead hero is a new mythical one, steeped in danger. This is the world of the second version of the poem. In it an intellectual principle has become completely dominant, the heroic poet becomes one with the world. The poet does not have to fear death, he is a hero because he lives the center of all relations. The principle of the poetized as such is the supreme sovereignty of relationship, shaped in this particular poem as courage as the innermost identity of the poet with the world, whose emanation is all the identities of the perceptual and the intellectual in this poem. That is the basis on which the isolated figure is repeatedly transcended in the spatio-temporal order, where it is sublated as formless, polymorphous, event and existence, temporal plasticity and spatial happening. All known relations are united in death, which is the poet's world. In death is the highest infinite form and formlessness, temporal plasticity and spatial existence, idea and sensuousness. And in this world every function of life is destiny, whereas in the first version, in the traditional way, destiny determined life. That is the oriental, mystical principle, overcoming limits, which in this poem again and again so manifestly sublates the Greek shaping principle that creates an intellectual cosmos from pure relations of intuition, sensuous existence, and in which the intellectual is only the expression of the function that strives toward identity. The transformation of the duality of death and poet into the unity of a dead poetic world, saturated with danger, is the relation in which the poetized of both poems stands. Now, for the first time, in this passage, reflection on the third and middle verse has become possible. It is evident that death, in the form of our eternine care, was transposed to the center of the poem, that in this center lies the origin of song, as origin of the quintessence of all functions, that here the idea of a rt and the idea of the true arise as expressions of the underlying unity. What was said about the sublation of the order of mortals and heavenly ones in this context appears fully assured. One can assume that the words "a lonely deer" characterize men, and this fits in very well with the title of this poem. Timidity has now become the authentic stance of the poet. Since he has been transposed into the middle of life, nothing awaits him but motionless existence, complete passivity, which is the essence of the courageous man, nothing except to surrender himself wholly to relationship. It emanates from him and returns to him. Thus poetry seizes hold of the living, and thus they 3-5 are known to it no longer related. Poet and poetry in the cosmos of the poem are not differentiated. The poet is nothing but a limit with respect to life, the point of indifference, surrounded by the immense sensuous powers and the idea, which preserve the law of the poet in themselves. How utterly he signifies the untouchable center of all relation is most powerfully conveyed in the last two verses. The heavenly ones have become signs of infinite life, which, however, is limited with respect to him, and bring one eye from the heavenly ones. Yet we ourselves I bring appropriate hands. Thus, the poet is no longer seen as a form, he is now only the principle of form, that which limits, even that which bears his own body. He brings his hands and the heavenly ones. The intrusive caesura of this passage produces the distance that the poet ought to have from all form and the world, as its unity. The structure of the poem confirms the insight of these lines from Schiller. Therein consists the true artistic secret of the master, he eradicates the material reference through the form. The sensibility of the spectator and listener must remain completely free and inviolate, it must emerge from the artist's magic circle, pure and perfect as from the hands of the Creator. 7 In the course of this investigation, the word sobriety nukaternheit was deliberately avoided, a word that might often have served for purposes of characterization. Only now shall Hölderlin's phrase sacredly sober be uttered, now that its understanding has been determined. 8 others have noted that these words exhibit the tendency of his later creations. They arise from the inner certainty with which those works stand in his own intellectual life, in which sobriety now is allowed, is called for, because this life is in itself sacred, standing beyond all exaltation in the sublime. Is this life still that of Hellenism? That is as little the case here as that the life of any pure work of art could be that of a people, and as little the case, too, that what we find in the poetized might be the life of an individual and nothing else. This life is shaped in the forms of Greek myth, but this is crucial not in them alone. The Greek element is sublated in the last version and balanced against another element that, without express justification, to be sure, was called the Oriental. Almost all the changes in the later version strive in this direction, in the images, in the ideas introduced, and finally in the new meaning of death, all of which arise as unlimited against the formed, limited appearance Erscheinung resting in itself. Whether a decisive question is concealed here, one that perhaps goes beyond an understanding of Hölderlin, cannot be determined in this context. The contemplation of the poetized, however, leads not to the myth but rather in the greatest creations only to mythic connections, which in the work of art are shaped into unique, unmythological and unmythic forms that cannot be better understood by us. But if there were words with which to grasp the relation between myth 3:6 and the inner life from which the later poem sprang, it would be those of Hölderlin from a period still later than that of this poem, myths, which take leave of the earth, they return to mankind. 9. Th. Life of students. There is a view of history that puts its faith in the infinite extent of time and thus concerns itself only with the speed, or lack of it, with which people and epochs advance along the path of progress. This corresponds to a certain absence of coherence and rigor in the demands it makes on the present. The following remarks, in contrast, delineate a particular condition in which history appears to be concentrated in a single focal point, like those that have traditionally been found in the utopian images of the philosophers. The elements of the ultimate condition do not manifest themselves as formless progressive tendencies, but are deeply rooted in every present in the form of the most endangered, excoriated, and ridiculed ideas and products of the creative mind. The historical task is to disclose this immanent state of perfection and make it absolute, to make it visible and dominant in the present. This condition cannot be captured in terms of the pragmatic dam of details, the history of institutions, customs, and so on, in fact, muse them. Rather, the task is to grasp its metaphysical structure, as with the messianic domain or the idea of the French Revolution. It is worth taking the trouble to describe the contemporary significance of students and the university, of the form of their present existence, only if they can be understood as a metaphor, as an image of the highest metaphysical state of history. Only then will it be comprehensible and possible. Such a description is neither a call to arms nor a manifesto, each of these is as futile as the other. But it casts light on the crisis that hitherto has lain buried in the nature of things. This crisis will lead on to the resolution that will overwhelm the craven-hearted and to which the stout-hearted will submit. The only way to deal with the historical significance of student life and the university is 3.8. To focus on the system as a whole. So long as the preconditions needed for this are absent, the only possibility is to liberate the future from its deformations in the present by an act of cognition. This must be the exclusive task of criticism. The question to address is that of the conscious unity of student life. This is the starting point, for there is no point in distinguishing between specific problems of science, politics, or ethics if the courage to submit is missing overall. What distinguishes student life is just the opposite of that, it is the will to submit to a principle, to identify completely with an idea. The concept of science or scholarly discipline Wissenschaft serves primarily to conceal a deep-rooted, bourgeois indifference. To measure student life by the yardstick of this science does not necessarily imply any panlogism or intellectualism as is commonly feared, but is a legitimate criticism, since science is normally adduced as the student's bulwark against lean demands. So our concern here must be with inner unity, not with critique from outside. And our reply is that for the vast majority of students, academic study is nothing more than vocational training. Because academic study has no bearing on life, it must be the exclusive determinant of the lives of those who pursue it. The innocently hypocritical reservations people have about science include the expectation that academic study must lead to a profession for all and sundry. Yet scholarship, far from leading inexorably to a profession, may in fact preclude it. For it does not permit you to abandon it. In a way, it places the student under an obligation to become a teacher, but never to embrace the official professions of doctor, lawyer, or university professor. It leads to no good if institutes that grant titles, qualifications, and other prerequisites for life or a profession are permitted to call themselves seats of learning. The objection that the modern state cannot otherwise produce the doctors, lawyers, and teachers it needs is irrelevant. It only illustrates the magnitude of the task entailed in creating a community of learning, as opposed to a body of officials and academically qualified people. It only shows how far the development of the professional apparatuses, through knowledge and skill, have forced the modern disciplines to abandon their original unity in the idea of knowledge, a unity which in their eyes has now become a mystery, if not a fiction. Anyone who accepts the modern state as a given and believes that everything must serve its development will be forced to reject these ideas. One can only hope that such a person will not call for state protection and support for earning. For the true sign of decadence is not the collusion of the university and the state, thing that is by no means incompatible with honest barbarity, but the theory and guarantee of academic freedom, when in reality people assume with brutal simplicity that the aim of study is to steer its disciples to a socially conceived individuality and service to the state. No tolerance of opinions and teachings, however free, can be beneficial, so long as there 3.9 is no guarantee of a form of life that these ideas, the free ideas no less than the strict ones, imply, so long as people can naively deny the huge gulf between ideas and life by pointing to the link between the universities and the state. It is misleading to raise expectations in the individual if the fulfillment of these expectations negates the spirit that unites these same individuals, and the only remarkable and even astounding point to be emphasized here is the extent to which institutes of higher learning are characterized by a gigantic game of hide-and-seek in which students and teachers, each in his or her own unified identity, constantly push past one another without ever seeing one another. The students are always inferior to the teachers because they have no official status, and the legal constitution of the university embodied in the Minister of Education, who is appointed by the sovereign, not by the university, is a barely veiled alliance of the academic authorities with the state over the heads of the students, and in rare, welcome instances, over the heads of the teachers as well. The uncritical and spineless acquiescence in this situation is an essential feature of student life. It is true that the so-called independent student organizations Freie Studentenschaft, as well as others with one social tendency or another, have attempted to resolve this problem. Ultimately, however, their answer lies in the complete assimilation of academic institutions into bourgeois conditions, and nothing has shown more clearly that the students of today as a community are incapable of even formulating the issue of the role of learning, or grasping its indissoluble protest against the vocational demands of the age. It is necessary to criticize the independent student organizations and the ideas of those close to them because it will throw light on their chaotic conception of academic life. To this end, I shall quote from a speech I gave to a student audience in the hope of contributing to a reform movement. There is a very simple and reliable criterion by which to test the spiritual value of a community. It is to ask, does it allow all of an individual's efforts to be expressed? Is the whole human being committed to it and indispensable to it? Or is the community as superfluous to each individual as he is to it? It is so easy to pose these questions, and so easy to answer them with reference to contemporary types of social community. And the answer is decisive. Everyone who achieves strives for totality, and the value of his achievement lies in that totality, that is, in the fact that the whole, undivided nature of a human being should be expressed in his achievement. But when determined by our society, as we see it today, achievement does not express a totality, it is completely fragmented and derivative. It is not uncommon for the community to be the site where a joint and covert struggle is waged against higher ambitions and more personal goals, but where a more profoundly organic individual development is obscured. The socially relevant achievement of the average person serves in the vast majority of cases to repress the original and non-derivative 40. Inner aspirations of the human being. We are speaking here of academically trained people, people who for professional reasons have some kind of inner connection with the spiritual struggles and skeptical or critical attitudes of students. These people appropriate a milieu entirely alien to themselves and make it their workplace. In this remote place they create a limited activity for themselves, and the entire totality of such labor lies in its alleged utility for an often abstractly conceived society. There is no internal or authentic connection between the spiritual existence of a student and, say, his concern for the welfare of workers' children or even for other students. No connection, that is, apart from a concept of duty unrelated to his own inner labor. It is a concept based on a mechanical contrast. On the one hand, he has a stipend from the people, on the other, he is acting out his social duty. The concept of duty here is calculated, derivative, and distorted. It does not flow from the nature of the work itself. This sense of duty is satisfied not by suffering in the cause of truth, not by enduring all the doubts of an earnest seeker, or indeed by any set of beliefs connected with an authentic intellectual life. Instead, this sense of duty is worked out in terms of a crude, superficial dualism, such as ideals versus materialism, or theory and practice. In a word, all that socially relevant labor represents not an ethical intensification but only the timid reaction of a spiritual life. Yet the deepest and most crucial objection is not that such socially relevant labor is simply left floating, abstractly opposed to the true activities of a student, and so constitutes an extreme and thoroughly reprehensible form of relativism, one incapable of any true synthesis and hence one that anxiously and timidly strives to ensure that every mental activity is accompanied by a physical one, every intellectual commitment by its opposite. The decisive factor, then, is not that socially relevant labor is nothing but an empty, undirected desire to be useful. The truly decisive criticism is that despite all this it lays claim to the gesture of love, where only mechanical duty exists. This duty is often nothing more than a deflection of purpose, an evasion of the consequences of the critical, intellectual existence to which students are committed. For in reality a student is only a student because the problems of spiritual life are closer to his heart than the practice of social welfare. And last, and this is an infallible sign, this socially relevant student activity does not succeed in revolutionizing the conception and value of such social work in general. In the public mind, such work still seems to be a peculiar mixture of duty and charity on the part of the individual. Students have not been able to demonstrate its spiritual necessity and for that reason have never been able to establish a truly serious community based on it, as opposed to one bound by duty and self-interest. The Tolstoyan spirit, which laid bare the huge gulf between bourgeois and proletarian existence, the concept that service on behalf of the poor is the task of mankind, and not a spare-time student activity, that concept clearly called for a total commitment or nothing at all. The Tolstoyan spirit, which developed in the mind of the most deeply committed anarchists or in Christian monastic orders, this truly serious sense of social work, which had no need of childlike attempts to empathize with the soul of the workers or the people, this spirit failed to develop in student communities. The attempt to convert an academic community into a social welfare organization failed because of the abstract nature of its object and the students' lack of inner connection with it. For 1. The totality of will de W. London could not find any expression, because in that community its will could not be directed toward the totality. The symptomatic importance of these attempts on the part of the independent students, including Christian socialists and many others, is that in their desire to demonstrate their utility in the state and in life, they reenact in the microcosm of the university that same conflict that we have noted in the relationship of the university to the state. They have conquered a sanctuary in the university for egoisms and altruisms of almost every kind, for every self-evident mode of being in the real world. Only radical doubt, fundamental critique, and the most important thing of all, the life that would be willing to dedicate itself to reconstruction, are excluded. What we see here is not the progressive spirit of the independent students as opposed to the reactionary power of the dueling fraternities. As we have tried to show, and as we can see from the uniformity and passivity of the universities as a whole, the independent students are very far from having a well thought out intellectual strategy. Their voice has not made itself heard on any of the issues that have been raised here. Their indecisiveness makes them inaudible. Their opposition runs on the well-oiled tracks of liberal politics. Their social principles have not developed beyond the level of the liberal press. The independent students have not thought out the problem of the university, and to that extent it is bitter historical justice that on official occasions it is the dueling fraternities, who in the past did experience and confront the problem of the academic community, who now appear as the unworthy representatives of the student tradition. On fundamental issues, the independent students do not display spirit that is any more exalted or determination that is any greater than those of the fraternities, and their influence is almost more pernicious than theirs. This influence is more deceptive and misleading, in that this undisciplined, bourgeois, and small-minded movement claims the role of champion and liberator in the life of the university. The modern student body cannot be found in the places where the conflicts over the spiritual rebirth of the nation are raging, in the controversies about a new art, or at the side of its writers and poets, or indeed at the sources of religious life. This is because the German student body does not exist as such. Not because it refuses to join in the latest modern movements, but because, as a student body, it is completely unaware of all these movements, because, as a student body, it constantly drifts in the wake of public opinion, because it is courted and spoiled by every party and alliance, is flattered by everyone, and submits to all. And with all that, it remains in every respect devoid of the nobility that up to a century ago gave German students a visible profile and enabled them to step forward as the champions of life at its best. The perversion of the creative spirit into the vocational spirit, which we see at work everywhere, has taken possession of the universities as a whole. 42. And has isolated them from the non-official, creative life of the mind. The Mandarin contempt for the activities of independent artists and scholars who are alien and often hostile to the state is a painful proof of this. One of the most celebrated German university professors referred in a lecture to those Kaffeehaus Literati according to whom Christianity is finished. The tone and accuracy of this statement balance each other perfectly. And if a university organized in this way is hostile toward academic study, even though such study can pretend to have claims to relevance to the immediate concerns of the state, how much more sterile will its approach to the arts and muses be? By directing students toward the professions, it must necessarily fail to understand direct creativity as a form of communal activity. In reality, the uncomprehending hostility of the academy toward the life that art requires can be interpreted as a rejection of every form of direct creativity that is unconnected with bureaucratic office. This is confirmed, in terms of inner consciousness, by the immaturity and schoolboyish outlook of the students. From the standpoint of aesthetic feeling, the most striking and painful aspect of the university is the mechanical reaction of the students as they listen to a lecture. Only a genuinely academic and sophisticated culture of conversation could compensate for this level of receptivity. And of course the seminars are worlds away from such a thing, since they, too, mainly rely on the lecture format, and it makes little difference whether the speakers are teachers or students. The organization of the university has ceased to be grounded in the productivity of its students, as its founders had envisaged. They thought of students as teachers and learners at the same time, as teachers, because productivity implies complete autonomy, with their minds fixed on science instead of on their instructor's personality. But where office and profession are the ideas that govern student life, there can be no true learning. There can no longer be any question of a devotion to a form of knowledge that, it is feared, might lead them astray from the path of bourgeois security. There can be neither devotion to learning nor the dedication of life to a younger generation. Yet the vocation of teaching, albeit in forms that are quite different from those current today, is an imperative for any authentic learning. Such a hazardous self-dedication to learning and youth must manifest itself in the student as the ability to love, and it must be the source of his creativity. But by the same token he must also follow in the footsteps of his elders, he must acquire his learning from his teacher, without following him in his profession. With an easy conscience, he can take his leave of the community that binds him to other producers, since that community derives its general form exclusively from philosophy. He should be an active producer, philosopher, and teacher all in one, and all these things should be part of his deepest and most essential nature. This is what defines his profession and his life. The community of creative human beings elevates every field of study to the universal through the form of 43. Philosophy. Such universality is not achieved by confronting lawyers with literary questions, or doctors with legal ones, as various student groups have attempted. It can be brought about only if the community ensures that specialized studies, which cannot exist without a profession in mind, and all the activities of the special disciplines are firmly subordinated to the community of the university as such, since it alone is the creator and guardian of philosophy as a form of community. This philosophy, in turn, should concern itself not with limited technical philosophical matters but with the great metaphysical questions of Plato and Spinoza, the Romantics, and Nietzsche. This, rather than conducted tours through welfare institutions, is what would create the closest links between life and the professions, albeit a life more deeply conceived. This is what would prevent the degeneration of study into the heaping up of information. The task of students is to rally round the university, which itself would be in a position to impart the systematic state of knowledge, together with the cautious and precise but daring applications of new methodologies. Students who conceived their role in this way would greatly resemble the amorphous waves of the populace that surround the prince's palace, which serves as the space for an unceasing spiritual revolution, a point from which new questions would be incubated, in a more ambitious, less clear, less precise way, but perhaps with greater profundity than the traditional scientific questions. The creativity of students might then enable us to regard them as the great transformers whose task is to seize upon new ideas, which spring up sooner in art and society than in the university, and mold them into scientific shape under the guidance of their philosophical approach. The secret tyranny of vocational training is not the worst of the deformations, whose appalling effect is that they invariably poison the essence of creative life. There is also a commonplace view of life that trades intellectual activity for various surrogates. It has met with increasing success in disguising the hazards of of the mind and hence in ridiculing the few surviving visionaries as starry-eyed dreamers. A deeper problem arises from the unconscious distortion of student life by the dominant erotic conventions. Just as the vocational ideology of the professions has become the accepted truth and has fully monopolized the intellectual conscience, so, too, does the concept of marriage, the idea of the family, weigh upon the notion of eros. The erotic seems to have vanished from a space that extends, empty and undefined, between childhood and founding a family of one's own. Whether unity might exist between creating and procreating, and whether this unity is to be found in the family, these questions could not be posed, so long as the tacit expectation of marriage went unquestioned, since this implied an illegitimate interlude in which the most that one could do was to erect barriers to temptation. The eros of creativity, if any group were in a position to understand it and strive to achieve it, it would have 44. To be the student body. But even when external bourgeois conditions were absent and no prospect of founding a family existed, even where, as in many European cities, a hydra-headed mass of women based their entire economic existence on students, through prostitution, even in such places students failed to ask questions about the eros appropriate to themselves. They must surely have questioned whether procreation and creativity should remain separate, whether the one should apply to the family and the other to their profession, and whether, since both were distorted by this separation, any either should flow from the existence peculiar to itself. For painful and humiliating though it may be to put such a question to contemporary students, it cannot be avoided, since these two poles of human existence are closely connected chronologically. We are faced by a question that no community can leave unresolved, and which nevertheless no nation has been able to answer since the Greeks and the early Christians. The question has always weighed heavily on the great creative minds: how could they do justice to the image of mankind and at the same time share a community with women and children, whose productivity is of a different kind? The Greeks, as we know, resolved the problem by force. They subordinated procreation to creativity, so that in the long run, by excluding women and children from the life of their state, they brought about its collapse. The Christians provided a possible solution for the civitas Dei. They repudiated separate existence in either sphere. The most progressive among the students have never gone further than endless aestheticizing talk of camaraderie with women students. They did not shrink from hoping for a healthy neutralization of the erotic in both men and women. And in fact, with the aid of prostitutes, the erotic has been neutralized in the universities. And where it wasn't, it was replaced by an unrestrained harmlessness, a heady atmosphere of high spirits, and the unladylike young co-ed has been boisterously welcomed as the successor to the ugly old spinster teacher. It is difficult to resist the general observation here that the Catholic Church has a much greater, though timid, instinctive appreciation of the power and inexorable demands of the erotic than does the bourgeoisie. In the universities, a huge problem lies buried, unresolved, and denied. It is a problem that is much larger than the countless causes of friction in society. It is this: how are we to unify spiritual life, when what we find before us is the lamentable division into the intellectual autonomy of the creative spirit, in the fraternities, and an unmastered force of nature, in prostitution, a distorted and fragmented torso of the one erotic spirit? To transform the necessary independence of the creative spirit and to bring about the necessary inclusion of women, who are not productive in a masculine sense, in a single community of creative persons through love, this indeed is the goal to which students should aspire, because it is the form of their own lives. At present, however, we are so dominated by murderous conventions that students have not even 45. Brought themselves to confess their guilt toward prostitutes. Moreover, people still imagine that this whole blasphemous process of human destruction can be halted by appeals to chastity, because they lack the courage to look their own more beautiful erotic nature in the face. This mutilation of youth goes too deep to waste many words on it. Rather, it should be entrusted to the minds of those who think and the resoluteness of the intrepid. It is inaccessible to polemic. How does the younger generation regard itself? What image does it have of itself, if it can permit such an obscuring of its own ideas, such a distortion of its own values? This image has been formed by the fraternities, and they are still the most visible embodiment of the student conception of youth, at which other students, with the free student organizations at their head, hurl their social slogans. German students are to a greater or lesser degree obsessed with the idea that they have to enjoy their youth. The entirely irrational period of waiting for marriage and a profession had to be given some value or other, and it had to be a playful, pseudo-romantic one that would help pass the time. A terrible stigma still attaches to the much vaunted light-hearted fun of students' songs, of the Gaudiamus Igitur. It represents a fear of the future and simultaneously a complacent pact with the inevitable Philistinism that one likes to picture fondly to oneself in the shape of the old boys. 2. But because students have sold their souls to the bourgeoisie, along with marriage and profession, they insist on those few years of bourgeois freedom. This exchange is effected in the name of youth. Openly or in secret in a bar or amid deafening speeches at student meetings, a dearly purchased state of intoxication is created, the right to which is not to be denied. This experience arises between a squandered youth and a bought-out old age that longs for peace and quiet, and it is here that every attempt to inspire students with higher ideals has come to grief. Yet just as this way of life makes a mockery of every reality, as revenge it finds itself punished by every natural and spiritual power, by science through the agency of the state, by eras through the agency of prostitutes, and thus, as decimation, by nature. For students are not the younger generation, they are the aging generation. For those who have wasted their early years in German schools, it is a heroic decision to acknowledge the onset of age, when their university years appeared to offer them at long last the prospect of a youth full of life, only to postpone it year after year. Nevertheless, it is important to recognize that they have to be creative producers, and therefore lonely, aging people, and that a richer generation of children and youths has already been born, to whom they can only dedicate themselves as teachers. Of all feelings, this is the strangest for them. This is why they cannot accept their existence and are ill-prepared to live with children from the outset, for that is what is involved in being a teacher, because children have not yet 46. Entered the sphere of loneliness. Because they do not acknowledge the process of aging, they idle their time away. To have admitted their yearning for a beautiful childhood and worthy youth is the precondition of creativity. Without that admission, without the regret for a greatness missed, no renewal of their lives can be possible. It is the fear of loneliness that is responsible for their lack of erotic commitment, a fear of surrendering themselves. They measure themselves against their fathers, not against posterity, and this is how they salvage the illusion of their youth. Their friendship is bereft of greatness and loneliness. That expansive friendship between creative minds, with its sense of infinity and its concern for humanity as a whole, even when those minds are alone together or when they experience yearning in solitude, has no place in the lives of university students. In its place, there is only that fraternizing which is both unbridled and personally limited. It remains the same whether they are drinking in a bar or founding societies in cafes. All these institutions are nothing but a marketplace for the preliminary and provisional. Like the bustling activity in lecture halls and cafes, they are simply there to fill the empty waiting time, diversions from the voice that summons them to build their lives with a unified spirit of creative action, eros, and youth. There is a chaste and abstemious form of youth that reveres those who are to succeed it, and that is echoed in Stephen George's lines. Inventors of rolling verse and sparkling dialogues by quick-witted orators, time and distance allow me to engrave on my memory my former foe. Do likewise. For on the scale of ecstasy and passion we are both in decline, nevermore will the praise and rejoicing of youth flatter me, never again will verses thunder thus in your ear. 3. Faint-heartedness has alienated the lives of students from insights like this. But every way of life, with its own specific rhythm, follows from the commandments that determine the lives of the creative. So long as they shy away from these, their existence will punish them with ugliness, and hopeless despair will strike the hearts of even the dullest. At present it is this highly endangered necessity that is still the issue. It requires strict control. Everyone will discover his own imperatives, the commandments that will make the supreme demands on his life. Through understanding, everyone will succeed in liberating the future from its deformed existence in the womb of the present. Written in 1914 to 1915. Published in Der Neue Merkur, 1915. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Aphorisms on Imagination and Color. The gaze of the imagination is a gaze within the canon, not in accordance with it, it is therefore purely receptive, uncreative. Works of art are beautiful only as ideas. They are not beautiful to the extent that they are made in accordance with the canon, rather than within it. Music, futurist painting, a striving toward the interior. Relation of the artistic canon to the imagination beyond color. All the arts are ultimately related to the imagination. Color is beautiful, but there is no sense in producing beautiful colors, because color follows in the wake of beauty as an attribute, not as a phenomenon in its own right. Color absorbs into itself, by imparting color and surrendering itself. Color must be seen. It is not possible to establish a theory of harmony for colors, because in such a theory number is merely the expression of an infinite range of possibilities that are just systematically assembled. For each basic color there is an octave through to a ninth, and so forth on an ever more diversified scale. The harmony of color is a single thing within a particular medium, it lacks multiplicity, because it is undefined and exists only in perception. A theory of harmony is possible only in the transition from light to shade, that is to say, with reference to space. On painterly color, it arises as a simple phenomenon in the imagination, but its purity is distorted by its existence in space, and this is the origin of light and shade. These form a third thing between pure imagination and creation, and in them painterly colors have their existence. Aphorisms on Imagination and Color 49. Color does not relate to optics the way line relates to geometry. In sculpture, color is an attribute. Colored statues, in contrast to painting. Fragment written in 1914 to 1915, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. A Child's view of color. Color is something spiritual, something whose clarity is spiritual, so that when colors are mixed they produce nuances of color, not a blur. The rainbow is a pure childlike image. In it color is wholly contour, for the person who sees with a child's eyes, it marks boundaries, is not a layer of something superimposed on matter, as it is for adults. The latter abstract from color, regarding it as a deceptive cloak for individual objects existing in time and space. Where color provides the contours, objects are not reduced to things but are constituted by an order consisting of an infinite range of nuances. Color is single, not as a lifeless thing and a rigid individuality but as a winged creature that flits from one form to the next. Children make soap bubbles. Similarly, games with painted sticks, sewing kits, decals, parlor games, even pull-out picture books, and, to a lesser extent, making objects by folding paper all involve this view of color. Children like the way colors shimmer in subtle, shifting nuances, as in soap bubbles, or else make definite and explicit changes in intensity, as in oleographs, paintings, and the pictures produced by decals and magic lanterns. For them color is fluid, the medium of all changes, and not a symptom. Their eyes are not concerned with three-dimensionality, this they perceive through their sense of touch. The range of distinctions within each of the senses, sight, hearing, and so on, is presumably larger in children than in adults, whose ability to correlate the different senses is more developed. The child's view of color represents the highest artistic development of the sense of sight, it is sight at its purest, because it is isolated. But children also elevate it to the spiritual level because they perceive objects according to their color content and hence do not isolate them, instead using them as a basis from 5.1. Which to create the interrelated totality of the world of the imagination. The imagination can be developed only by contemplating colors and dealing with them in this fashion, only in this way can it be both satisfied and kept within bounds. Wherever it applies itself to the plastic arts, it becomes overly lush, the same applies to history, and in music it is sterile. For the fact is that the imagination never engages with form, which is the concern of the law, but can only contemplate the living world from a human point of view creatively in feeling. This takes place through color, which for that reason cannot be single and pure, for then it remains dull. Instead, wherever it is not confined to illustrating objects, it must be full of light and shade, full of movement, arbitrary and always beautiful. In this respect, coloring in has a purer pedagogical function than painting, so long as it makes transparent and fresh surfaces, rather than rendering the blotchy skin of things. Productive adults derive no support from color, for them color can subsist only within law-given circumstances. Their task is to provide a world order, not to grasp innermost reasons and essences but to develop them. In a child's life, color is the pure expression of the child's pure receptivity, insofar as it is directed at the world. It contains an implicit instruction to a life of the spirit which is no more dependent on accidental circumstances for its creativity than color, for all its receptivity, is capable of communicating about the existence of dead, causal reality. Children's drawings take colorfulness as their point of departure. Their goal is color in its greatest possible transparency, and there is no reference to form, area, or concentration into a single space. For a pure vision is concerned not with space and objects but with color, which must indeed be concerned with objects but not with spatially organized objects. As an art, painting starts from nature and moves cumulatively toward form. The concern of color with objects is not based on their form, without even touching on them empirically, it goes right to the spiritual heart of the object by isolating the sense of sight. It cancels out the intellectual cross-references of the soul and creates a pure mood, without thereby sacrificing the world. Colorfulness does not stimulate the animal senses because the child's uncorrupt imaginative activity springs from the soul. But because children see with pure eyes, without allowing themselves to be emotionally disconcerted, it is something spiritual. The rainbow refers not to a chaste abstraction but to a life in art. The order of art is paradisiacal because there is no thought of the dissolution of boundaries from excitement in the object of experience. Instead, the world is full of color in a state of identity, innocence, and harmony. Children are not ashamed, since they do not reflect but only see. Fragment written in 1914 to 1915, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Socrates. What is most barbaric about the figure of Socrates is that this unartistic, unmessish human being constitutes the erotic center of the relationships of the circle around Plato. If, however, his love of the general capacity to communicate dispenses with art, then by what means does he render it so effective? By means of will. Socrates makes Eros a slave to his purposes. This sacrilege is reflected in the castratedness of his person. For in the last analysis, this is what the Athenians abhor: their feeling, even if subjectively base, is historically in the right. Socrates poisons the young, he leads them astray. His love for them is neither end nor pure eidos, but rather a means. This is the magician, the Maeutician who interchanges the sexes, the innocently condemned one who dies out of irony and in defiance of his opponents. His irony is nourished by the horror, yet he nevertheless still remains the suppressed, the ostracized, the despised one. He is even something of a clown. The Socratic dialogue needs to be studied in relation to myth. What did Plato intend with it? Socrates, with this figure, Plato annihilates the old myth while adopting it. Socrates, this is the offering of philosophy to the gods of myth who demand human sacrifice. In the midst of the terrible struggle, the young philosophy attempts to assert itself in Plato. 1. 2. Grunewald painted the saints with such grandeur that their halos emerged from the greenest black. The radiant is true only where it is refracted in the Socrates 53. Nocturnal, only there is it great, only there is it expressionless, only there is it asexual and yet of supramundane sexuality. The thus radiant one is the genius, the witness to every truly spiritual creation. He confirms, he guarantees its asexuality. In a society of males, there would be no genius. Genius lives through the existence of the feminine. It is true, the existence of the feminine guarantees the asexuality of the spiritual in the world. Wherever a work, an action, a thought arises without knowledge of this existence, there arises something evil, dead. Wherever it develops out of this feminine itself, it is flat and weak and does not break through the night. But wherever this knowledge concerning the feminine prevails in the world, that which belongs to genius is born. Every extremely profound relation between man and woman rests on the ground of this true creativity and stands under the sign of genius. For it is false to designate the innermost contact between man and woman as covetous love, since of all the stages of such love, including male-female love, the most profound, the most splendid, and the most erotically and mythically perfect, indeed even the most radiant, if it were not so totally of the night, is the love of the female for the female. How the mere existence of the female guarantees the asexuality of the spiritual remains the greatest secret. Human beings have not been able to solve it. For them genius still remains not the expressionless one who breaks out of the night, but rather an expressive, explicit one who vibrates in the light. In the Symposium, Socrates praises the love between men and youths and lauds it as the medium of the creative spirit. According to his teaching, the knower is pregnant with knowledge, and in general Socrates interprets the spiritual only as knowledge and virtue. The spiritual one, however, while perhaps not the procreator, is certainly the one who conceives without becoming pregnant. Just as immaculate conception is, for the woman, the rapturous notion of purity, so conception without pregnancy is most profoundly the spiritual mark of the male genius. It is radiance in its own way. Socrates annihilates this. In Socrates the spiritual was sexual through and through. His notion of spiritual conception is pregnancy, his notion of spiritual procreation is discharge of desire. This is revealed by the Socratic method, which is entirely different from the Platonic. The Socratic inquiry is not the holy question which awaits an answer and whose echo resounds in the response, it does not, as does the purely erotic or scientific question, already contain the methodos of the answer. Rather, a mere means to compel conversation, it forcibly, even impudently, dissimulates, ironizes, for it already knows the answer all too precisely. The Socratic question hounds the answer, it corners it as dogs would a noble stag. The Socratic question is neither tender nor so much creative as it is conceptive, it is not genius-like. Like the Socratic irony which lies hidden in it, if one allows a terrible image for a terrible thing, it is an erection of knowledge. Through hatred and 54 Socrates. Desire, Socrates pursues the eidos and attempts to make it objective because the display is denied him. And ought Platonic love to mean unsocratic love? To this terrible domination of sexual views in the spiritual corresponds precisely as a consequence of this the impure mixture of these concepts in the natural. Socrates' talk in the Symposium refers to seed and fruit, procreation and birth, in demonic indistinguishability, and presents in the speaker himself the terrible mixture of castrato and faun. In truth, Socrates is a non-human, and his discussion of eros is inhumane, like the discussion of someone who hasn't the faintest idea of things human. For this is how Socrates and his eros stand in the hierarchy of the erotic: the female-female, the male-male, the male-female, spectre, daemon, genius. Socrates was served ironic Justice with Xanthippe. Luerspiel and tragedy. To obtain a deeper understanding of the tragic, we should perhaps look not just at art but also at history. One, at the very least, we may surmise that the tragic marks out a frontier of the realm of art at least as much as of the terrain of history. At specific and crucial points in its trajectory, historical time passes over into tragic time. Such points occur in the actions of great individuals. There is an essential connection between the ideas of greatness in history and those in tragedy, although the two are not identical. In art, historical greatness can assume the form only of tragedy. Historical time is infinite in every direction and unfulfilled at every moment. This means we cannot conceive of a single empirical event that bears a necessary relation to the time of its occurrence. For empirical events time is nothing but a form, but, what is more important, as a form it is unfulfilled. The event does not fulfill the formal nature of the time in which it takes place. For we should not think of time as merely the measure that records the duration of a mechanical change. Although such time is indeed a relatively empty form, to think of its being filled makes no sense. Historical time, however, differs from this mechanical time. It determines much more than the possibility of spatial changes of a specific magnitude and regularity, that is to say, like the hands of a clock, simultaneously with spatial changes of a complex nature. And without specifying what goes beyond this, what else determines historical time? In short, without defining how it differs from mechanical time, we may assert that the determining force of historical time cannot be fully grasped by, or wholly concentrated in, any empirical process. Rather, a process that is perfect in historical terms is quite indeterminate empirically, it is in fact an idea. This idea of fulfilled time is the dominant 5-6-1915 historical idea of the Bible, it is the idea of messianic time. Moreover, the idea of a fulfilled historical time is never identical with the idea of an individual time. This feature naturally changes the meaning of fulfillment completely, and it is this that distinguishes tragic time from messianic time. Tragic time is related to the latter in the same way that an individually fulfilled time relates to a divinely fulfilled one. Tragedy may be distinguished from morning play Trauerspiel through the different ways they relate to historical time. In tragedy the hero dies because no one can live in fulfilled time. He dies of immortality. Death is an ironic immortality, that is the origin of tragic irony. The origin of tragic guilt can be found in the same place. It has its roots in the tragic hero's very own, individually fulfilled time. This time of the tragic hero, which can be no more defined here than historical time, describes all his deeds and his entire existence as if with a magic circle. When the tragic development suddenly makes its incomprehensible appearance, when the smallest false step leads to guilt, when the slightest error, the most improbable coincidence leads to death, when the words that would clear up and resolve the situation and that seem to be available to all remain unspoken, then we are witnessing the effect of the hero's time on the action, since in fulfilled time everything that happens is a function of that time. It is almost a paradox that this becomes manifest in all its clarity at the moment when the hero is completely passive, when tragic time bursts open, so to speak, like a flower whose calyx emits the astringent perfume of irony. For it is not unusual for the fateful climax of the hero's time to reach its moment of fulfillment during moments of utter tranquility during his sleep, as it were. And in the same way the meaning of the fulfilled time of a tragic fate emerges in the great moments of passivity, in the tragic decision, the retarding point of the action, and in the catastrophe. The measure of Shakespearean tragedy can be found in the mastery he shows in identifying and distinguishing the different stages of tragedy from one another like the repetitions of a theme. In contrast, classical tragedy is characterized by the ever more powerful eruption of tragic forces. It deals with the tragedy of fate, Shakespeare with the tragic hero, the tragic action. Goethe rightly calls him romantic. A tragic death is an ironic immortality, ironic from an excess of determinacy. The tragic death is overdetermined, that is the actual expression of the hero's guilt. Hebel may have been on the right track when he said that individuation was original sin. Point 2 But everything hinges on the nature of the offense given by individuation. This is the point that enables us to inquire into the connection between history and tragedy. We are not speaking here of an individuation to be comprehended with reference to man. Death in the Morning Play is not based on the extreme determinacy that individual time confers on the action. It is no conclusive finality, without the certitude of a higher existence and without irony. It is the metabasis of all life. EISA/Low 19155-7. Genos. Point 3 The Morning Play is mathematically comparable to one branch of a hyperbola whose other branch lies in infinity. The law governing a higher life prevails in the restricted space of an earthly existence, and all play, until death puts an end to the game, so as to repeat the same game, albeit on a grander scale, in another world. It is this repetition on which the law of the Morning Play is founded. Its events are allegorical schemata, symbolic mirror images of a different game. We are transported into that game by death. The time of the Morning Play is not fulfilled, but nevertheless it is finite. It is non-individual, but without historical universality. The Morning Play is in every respect a hybrid form. The universality of its time is spectral, not mythic. A sign that it is related in its innermost core to the mirror nature of games is that it has an even number of acts. As in all other respects, Schlegel's Al Arcos sets the example. Just as in general it is an outstanding work in which to conduct an analysis of the Morning Play. Point 4 Its characters are royal, as is necessarily the case in the tragic drama because of the symbolic level of meaning. This play is ennobled by the distance which everywhere separates image and mirror image, the signifier and the signified. Thus, the Morning Play presents us not with the image of a higher existence but only with one of two mirror images, and its continuation is not less schematic than itself. The dead become ghosts. The Morning Play exhausts artistically the historical idea of repetition. Consequently, it addresses a problem that is completely different from the one dealt with in tragedy. In the Morning Play, guilt and greatness call not so much for definition let alone overdetermination as for expansion, general extension, not for the sake of guilt and greatness, but simply for the repetition of those situations. The nature of repetition in time is such that no unified form can be based on it. And even if the relation of tragedy to art remains problematic, even if it may be both more and less than an art form, it nevertheless remains formally unified. Its temporal character is exhaustively shaped in the form of drama. The Morning Play, on the other hand, is inherently non-unified drama, and the idea of its resolution no longer dwells within the realm of drama itself. And here, on the question of form, is the point where the crucial distinction between tragedy and morning play emerges decisively. The remains of morning plays are called music. Perhaps there is a parallel here, just as tragedy marks the transition from historical to dramatic time, the morning play represents the transition from dramatic time to musical time. Written in 1916, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. The tragic is situated in the laws governing the spoken word between human beings. There is no such thing as a tragic pantomime. 1 Nor do we have tragic poems, tragic novels, or tragic events. Tragedy is not just confined exclusively to the realm of dramatic human speech, it is the only form proper to human dialogue. That is to say, no tragedy exists outside human dialogue, and the only form in which human dialogue can appear is that of tragedy. Wherever we see an untragic drama, the autonomous laws of human speech fail to manifest themselves. Instead, we see no more than a feeling or a relationship in a linguistic context, a linguistic phase. In its pure forms, dialogue is neither sad nor comic, but tragic. To that extent, tragedy is the classic and pure form of drama. The sad has no main focus, and its deepest and indeed only expression is to be found neither in dramatic speech nor in speech in any sense. Sadness is not confined to the morning play Trauerspiel. What is more, the morning play is not the saddest thing in the world. A poem can be sadder, as can a story or a life. For sadness, unlike tragedy, is not a ruling force. It is not the indissoluble law of inescapable orders that prevails in tragedy. It is merely a feeling. What is the metaphysical relation of this feeling to language, to the spoken word? That is the riddle of the morning play. What internal relation at the heart of sadness causes it to emerge from the realm of pure feeling and enter the sphere of art? In tragedy, speech and the tragic arise together, simultaneously, on the same spot. Every speech in the tragedy is tragically decisive. It is the pure word itself that has an immediate tragic force. How language can fill itself with sadness, how language can express sadness, is the basic question of the 60 language in 1915. Morning play, alongside that other question, how can the feeling of sadness gain entry into the linguistic order of art? When language has an impact by virtue of its pure meaning, that impact is tragic. The word as the pure bearer of its meaning is the pure word. But alongside this, we find a word of another sort that is subject to change, as it moves from its source toward a different point, its estuary. Language in the process of change is the linguistic principle of the morning play. Words have a pure emotional life cycle in which they purify themselves by developing from the natural sound to the pure sound of feeling. For such words, language is merely a transitional phase within the entire life cycle, and in them the morning play finds its voice. It describes the path from natural sound via lament to music. In the morning play, sounds are laid out symphonically, and this constitutes the musical principle of its language and the dramatic principle of its breaking up and splitting into characters. The morning play is nature that enters the purgatory of language only for the sake of the purity of its feelings. It was already defined in the ancient wise saying that the whole of nature would begin to lament if it were but granted the gift of language. For the morning play does not describe the motion through the spheres that carries feeling from the pure world of speech out to music and then back to the liberated sorrow of blissful feeling. Instead, midway through its journey nature finds itself betrayed by language, and that powerful blocking of feeling turns to sorrow. Thus, with the ambiguity of the word, its signifying character, nature falters, and whereas the created world wished only to pour forth in all purity, it was man who bore its crown. This is the significance of the king in the morning play, and this is the meaning of the Hauptund .2. These plays represent a blocking of nature, as it were an overwhelming damming up of the feelings that suddenly discover a new world in language, the world of signification, of an impassive historical time, and once again the king is both man, the end of nature, and also the king, the symbol and bearer of significance. History becomes equal to signification in human language, this language is frozen in signification. Tragedy threatens, and man, the crowning pinnacle of creation, is salvaged for feeling only by becoming king, a symbol as the bearer of this crown. And nature in the morning play remains a torso in this sublime symbol. Sorrow fills the sensuous world in which nature and language meet. The two metaphysical principles of repetition interpenetrate in the morning play and establish its metaphysical order. They are the cycle and repetition, the circle and the fact of duality. For it is the circle of feeling that is completed in music, and it is the duality of the word and its meaning that destroys the tranquility of a profound yearning and disseminates sorrow throughout nature. The interplay between sound and meaning remains a terrifying phantom for the morning play. It is obsessed by language, the victim of an endless feeling like Polonius, who was overcome by madness. In the midst of his reflections. This interplay must find its resolution, however, and for the morning play that redemptive mystery is music, the rebirth of the feelings in a supersensuous nature. It is the necessity of redemption that constitutes the playful element of this art form. For compared with the irrevocability of tragedy, which makes an ultimate reality of language and the linguistic order, every product animated by a feeling, of sorrow, must be called a game. The morning play is built not on the foundation of actual language but on the consciousness of the unity that language achieves through feeling, a unity that unfolds in words. In this process, errant feeling gives voice to its sorrow. But this lament must dissolve itself. On the basis of that presupposed unity, it enters into the language of pure feeling, in other words, music. Sorrow conjures up itself in the morning play, but it also redeems itself. This tension and release of feeling in its own realm is a form of play. In it, sorrow is nothing more than a single tone on the scale of the feelings, and so we may say that there is no morning play pure and simple, since the diverse feelings of the comic, the terrible, the horrifying, and many others each take their turn on the floor. Style, in the sense of a unity beyond feelings, is reserved for tragedy. The world of the morning play is a special world that can assert its greatness and equality even in the face of tragedy. It is the site of the actual conception of the word and of speech in art. The faculties of speech and hearing still stand equal in the scales, and ultimately everything depends on the ear for lament, for only the most profoundly heard lament can become music. Whereas in tragedy the eternal inflexibility of the spoken word is exalted, the morning play concentrates in itself the infinite resonance of its sound. Written in 1916, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. And on the language of man. Every expression of human mental life can be understood as a kind of language, and this understanding, in the manner of a true method, everywhere raises new questions. It is possible to talk about a language of music and of sculpture, about a language of justice that has nothing directly to do with those in which German or English legal judgments are couched, about a language of technology that is not the specialized language of technicians. Language in such contexts means the tendency inherent in the subjects concerned, technology, art, justice, or religion, toward the communication of the contents of the mind. To sum up, all communication of the contents of the mind is language, communication in words being only a particular case of human language and of the justice, poetry, or whatever underlying it or founded on it. The existence of language, however, is coextensive not only with all the areas of human mental expression in which language is always in one sense or another inherent, but with absolutely everything. There is no event or thing in either animate or inanimate nature that does not in some way partake of language, for it is in the nature of each one to communicate its mental contents. This use of the word language is in no way metaphorical. For to think that we cannot imagine anything that does not communicate its mental nature in its expression is entirely meaningful. Consciousness is apparently, or really, bound to such communication to varying degrees, but this cannot alter the fact that we cannot imagine a total absence of language in anything. An existence entirely without relationship to language is an idea, but this idea can bear no fruit even within that realm of ideas whose circumference defines the idea of God. All that is asserted here is that all expression, insofar as it is a communi. 63. Cation of contents of the mind, is to be classed as language. An expression, by its whole innermost nature, is certainly to be understood only as language. On the other hand, to understand a linguistic entity, it is always necessary to ask of which mental entity it is the direct expression. That is to say, the German language, for example, is by no means the expression of everything that we could theoretically express through it, but is the direct expression of that which communicates itself in it. This itself is a one-ental entity. It is therefore obvious at once that the mental entity that communicates itself in language is not language itself but something to be distinguished from it. The view that the mental essence of a thing consists precisely in its language, this view, taken as a hypothesis, is the great abyss into which all linguistic theory threatens to fall, and to survive suspended precisely over this abyss is its task. The distinction between a mental entity and the linguistic entity in which it communicates is the first stage of any study of linguistic theory, and this distinction seems so unquestionable that it is, rather, the frequently asserted identity between mental and linguistic being that constitutes a deep and incomprehensible paradox, the expression of which is found in the ambiguity of the word logos. Nevertheless, this paradox has a place, as a solution, at the center of linguistic theory, but remains a paradox, and insoluble, if placed at the beginning. What does language communicate? It communicates the mental being corresponding to it. It is fundamental that this mental being communicates itself in language and not through language. Languages, therefore, have no speaker, if this means someone who communicates through these languages. Mental being communicates itself in, not through, a language, which means that it is not outwardly identical with linguistic being. Mental being is identical with linguistic being only insofar as it is capable of communication. What is communicable in a mental entity is its linguistic entity. Language therefore communicates the particular linguistic being of things, but their mental being only insofar as this is directly included in their linguistic being, insofar as it is capable of being communicated. Language communicates the linguistic being of things. The clearest manifestation of this being, however, is language itself. The answer to the question does language communicate? Is therefore language communicates itself. The language of this lamp, for example, communicates not the lamp, for the mental being of the lamp, insofar as it is communicably, is by no means the lamp itself, but the language lamp, the lamp in communication, the lamp in expression. For in language the situation is this: the linguistic being of all things is their language. The understanding of linguistic theory depends on giving this proposition a clarity that annihilates even the appearance of tautology. This proposition is untautological, for it means, that which in a mental entity is communicable is its language. On this is, equivalent to is immediately, everything depends not that. 64. Which appears most clearly in its language is communicable in a mental entity, as was just said by way of transition, but this capacity for communication is language itself. Or, the language of a mental entity is directly that which is communicable in it. Whatever is communicable of a mental entity, in this it communicates itself. Which signifies that all language communicates itself. Or, more precisely, that all language communicates itself in itself, it is in the purest sense the medium of the communication. Mediation, which is the immediacy of all mental communication, is the fundamental problem of linguistic theory, and if one chooses to call this immediacy magic, then the primary problem of language is its magic. At the same time, the notion of the magic of language points to something else, its infiniteness. This is conditional on its immediacy. For precisely because nothing is communicated through language, what is communicated in language cannot be externally limited or measured, and therefore all language contains its own incommensurable, uniquely constituted infinity. Its linguistic being, not its verbal contents, defines its frontier. The linguistic being of things is their language. This proposition, applied to man, means, the linguistic being of man is his language. Which signifies, man communicates his own mental being in his language. However, the language of man speaks in words. Man therefore communicates his own mental being, insofar as it is communicable, by naming all other things. But do we know any other languages that name things? It should not be accepted that we know of no languages other than that of man, for this is untrue. We only know of no naming language other than that of man. To identify naming language with language as such is to rob linguistic theory of its deepest insights. JT is therefore the linguistic being of man to name things. Why name them? To whom does man communicate himself? But is this question, as applied to man, different when applied to other communications, languages? To whom does the lamp communicate itself? The mountain? The fox? But here the answer is, to man. This is not anthropomorphism. The truth of this answer is shown in human knowledge, erkenntnis, and perhaps also in art. Furthermore, if the lamp and the mountain and the fox did not communicate themselves to man, how should he be able to name them? And he names them, he communicates himself by naming them. To whom does he communicate himself? Before this question can be answered, we must again inquire, how does man communicate himself? A profound distinction is to be made, a choice presented, in the face of which an intrinsically false understanding of language is certain to give itself away. Does man communicate his mental being by the names that he gives thing? Or in them? In the paradoxical nature of these questions lies their answer. Anyone who believes that man communicates his mental being by names cannot also assume that it is his mental being that he communicates, for this does not happen through the names. 65. Of things, that is, through the words by which he denotes a thing. And, equally, the advocate of such a view can assume only that man is communicating factual subject matter to other men, for that does happen through the word by which he denotes a thing. This view is the bourgeois conception of language, the invalidity and emptiness of which will become increasingly clear in what follows. It holds that the means of communication is the word, its object factual, and its addressee a human being. The other conception of language, in contrast, knows no means, no object, and no addressee of communication. It means, in the name, the mental being of man communicates itself to God. The name, in the realm of language, has as its sole purpose and its incomparably high meaning that it is the innermost nature of language itself. The name is that through which, and in which, language itself communicates itself absolutely. In the name, the mental entity that communicates itself is language. Where mental being in its communication is language itself in its absolute wholeness, only there is the name, and only the name is there. Name as the heritage of human language therefore vouches for the fact that language as such is the mental being of man, and only for this reason is the mental being of man, alone among all mental entities, communicable without residue. On this is founded the difference between human language and the language of things. But because the mental being of man is language itself, he cannot communicate himself by it, but only in it. The quintessence of this intensive totality of language as the mental being of man is the name. Man is the namer, by this we recognize that through him pure language speaks. All nature, insofar as it communicates itself in language, and so finally in man. Hence, he is the Lord of nature and can give names to things. Only through the linguistic being of things can he get beyond himself and attain knowledge of them in the name. God's creation is completed when things receive their names from man, from whom in name language alone speaks. Man can call name the language of language, if the genitive refers to the relationship not of a means but of a medium, and in this sense certainly, because he speaks in names, man is the speaker of language, and for this very reason its only speaker. In terming man the speaker, which, however, according to the Bible, for example, clearly means the name giver, as man should name all kinds of living creatures, so should they be called. Many languages imply this metaphysical truth. Name, however, is not only the last utterance of language but also the true call of it. Thus, in name appears the essential law of language, according to which to express oneself and to address everything else amounts to the same thing. Language, and in it a mental entity, only expresses itself purely where it speaks in name, that is, in its universal naming. So in name culminate both the intensive totality of language, as the absolutely communicable mental entity, and the extensive totality of language, as the universitier. 66. Sally communicating, and aiming, entity. By virtue of its communicating nature, its universality, language is incomplete wherever the mental entity that speaks from it is not in its whole structure linguistic, that is, communicable. Man alone has a language that is complete both in its universality and in its intensiveness. In the light of this, a question may now be asked without risk of confusion, a question that, though of the highest metaphysical importance, can be clearly posed first of all as one of terminology. It is whether mental being not only of man, or that is necessary, but also of things, and thus mental being as such can from the point of view of linguistic theory be described as of linguistic nature. If mental being is identical with linguistic being, then a thing, by virtue of its mental being, is a medium of communication, and what is communicated in it is in accordance with its mediating relationship precisely this medium, language, itself. Language is thus the mental being of things. Mental being is therefore postulated at the outset as communicable, or, rather, is situated within the communicable, and the thesis that the linguistic being of things is identical with the mental, insofar as the latter is communicable, becomes in insofar a tautology. There is no such thing as a content of language, as communication. Language communicates a mental entity something communicable per se. The differences between languages are those of media that are distinguished as it were by their density, that is, gradually, and this with regard to the density both of the communicating, naming, and of the communicable, name, aspects of communication. These two spheres, which are clearly distinguished yet united only in the name language of man, are naturally constantly interrelated. For the metaphysics of language, the equation of mental with linguistic being, which knows only gradual differences, produces a graduation of all mental being in degrees. This graduation, which takes place within mental being itself, can no longer be embraced by any higher category and so leads to the graduation of all being, both mental and linguistic, by degrees of existence or being, such as was already familiar to scholasticism with regard to mental being. However, the equation of mental and linguistic being is of great metaphysical moment to linguistic theory because it leads to the concept that has again and again, as if of its own accord, elevated itself to the center of linguistic philosophy and constituted its most intimate connection with the philosophy of religion. This is the concept of revelation. Within all linguistic formation a conflict is waged between what is expressed and expressible and what is inexpressible and unexpressed. On considering this conflict, one sees at the same time, from the perspective of the inexpressible, the last mental entity. Now, it is clear that in the equation of mental and linguistic being, the notion of an inverse proportionality between the two is disputed. For this latter thesis runs, the deeper, that is, the more. 67. Existent and real, the mind, the more it is expressible and expressed, and it is consistent with this equation to make the relation between mind and language thoroughly unambiguous, so that the expression that is linguistically most existent, is, most fixed, is linguistically the most rounded and definitive, in a word, the most expressed is at the same time the purely mental. This, however, is precisely what is meant by the concept of revelation, if it takes the inviolability of the word as the only and sufficient condition and characteristic of the divinity of the mental being that is expressed in it. The highest mental region of religion is, in the concept of revelation, at the same time the only one that does not know the inexpressible. For it is addressed in the name and expresses itself as revelation. In this, however, notice is given that only the highest mental being, as it appears in religion, rests solely on man and on the language in him, whereas art as a whole, including poetry, rests not on the ultimate essence of the spirit of language but on the spirit of language in things, even in its consummate beauty. Language, the mother of reason and revelation, its alpha and omega, says Hamann. 2 Language itself is not perfectly expressed in things themselves. This proposition has a double meaning. In its metaphorical and literal senses, the languages of things are imperfect, and they are dumb. Things are denied the pure formal principle of language, namely, sound. They can communicate to one another only through a more or less material community. This community is immediate and infinite. Like every linguistic communication, it is magical, for there is also a magic of matter. The incomparable feature of human language is that its magical community with things is immaterial and purely mental, and the symbol of this is sound. The Bible expresses this symbolic fact when it says that God breathes His breath into man. This is at once life and mind and language. If in what follows the nature of language is considered on the basis of the first chapter of Genesis, the object is neither biblical interpretation nor subjection of the Bible to objective consideration as revealed truth, but the discovery of what emerges of itself from the biblical text with regard to the nature of language, and the Bible is only initially indispensable for this purpose, because the present argument broadly follows it in presupposing language as an ultimate reality, perceptible only in its manifestation, inexplicable and mystical. The Bible, in regarding itself as a revelation, must necessarily evolve the fundamental linguistic facts. The second version of the story of the creation, which tells of the breathing of God's breath into man, also reports that man was made from earth. This is, in the whole story of the creation, the only reference to the material in which the Creator expresses His will, which is doubtless otherwise thought of as creation without mediation. In this second story of the creation, the making of man did not take place through the Word, God spoke and there was. But this 6:8. Man, who is not created from the Word, is now invested with the gift of language and is elevated above nature. This curious revolution in the act of creation, where it concerns man, is no less clearly recorded, however, in the first story of the creation, and in an entirely different context. It vouches, with the same certainty, for a special relationship between man and language resulting from the act of creation. The manifold rhythm of the act of creation in the first chapter establishes a kind of basic form, from which the act that creates man diverges significantly. Admittedly, this passage nowhere expressly refers to a relationship either of man or of nature to the material from which they were created, and the question whether the words "he made" envisages a creation out of material must here be left open, but the rhythm by which the creation of nature, in Genesis 1, is accomplished is, "Let there be he made, created, he named." In individual acts of creation, Genesis 1:3 and 1:1, only the words "let there be" occur. In this "let there be" and in the words "he named" at the beginning and end of the act, the deep and clear relation of the creative act to language appears each time. With the creative omnipotence of language it begins, and at the end language, as it were, assimilates the created, names it. Language is therefore both creative and the finished creation, it is word and name. In God, name is creative because it is word, and God's word is cognizant because it is name. And he saw that it was good, that is, he had cognized it through name. The absolute relation of name to knowledge exists only in God, only there is name, because it is inwardly identical with the creative word, the pure medium of knowledge. This means that God made things knowable in their names. Man, however, names them according to knowledge. In the creation of man, the threefold rhythm of the creation of nature has given way to an entirely different order. In it, therefore, language has a different meaning, the trinity of the act is here preserved, but in this very parallelism the divergence is all the more striking, in the threefold he created of 1:27. God did not create man from the Word, and He did not name him. He did not wish to subject him to language, but in man God set language, which had served him as medium of creation, free. God rested when He had left His creative power to itself in man. This creativity, relieved of its divine actuality, became knowledge. Man is the knower in the same language in which God is the creator. God created him in His image, He created the knower in the image of the Creator. Therefore, the proposition that the mental being of man is language needs explanation. His mental being is the language in which creation took place. In the Word, creation took place, and God's linguistic being is the word. All human language is only the reflection of the word in name. The name is no closer to the word than knowledge is to creation. The infinity of all human language always remains limited and analytic in nature, in comparison to the absolutely unlimited and creative infinity of the divine word. 69. The deepest images of this divine word and the point where human language participates most intimately in the divine infinity of the pure word, the point at which it cannot become finite word and knowledge, are the human name. The theory of proper names is the theory of the frontier between finite and infinite language. Of all beings, man is the only one who knows his own kind, as he is the only one whom God did not name. It is haps bold, but scarcely impossible, to mention the second part of Genesis 0 in this context, that man named all beings, but for man there was not found a helper fit for him. Accordingly, Adam names his wife as soon as he receives her, woman in the second chapter, Eve in the third. By giving names, parents dedicate their children to God. The names they give do not correspond in a metaphysical rather than etymological sense to any knowledge, for they name newborn children. In a strict sense, no name ought, in its etymological meaning, to correspond to any person, for the proper name is the word of God in human sounds. By it each man is guaranteed his creation by God, and in this sense he is himself creative, as s expressed by mythological wisdom in the idea, which doubtless not infrequently comes true, that a man's name is his fate. The proper name is he communion of man with the creative word of God. Not the only one, however, man knows a further linguistic communion with God's word. Through the word, man is bound to the language of things. The human word is the name of things. Hence, it is no longer conceivable, as the bourgeois view of language maintains, that the word has an accidental relation to its object, that it is a sign for things, or knowledge of them, agreed by some convention. Language never gives mere signs. However, the ejection of bourgeois linguistic theory by mystical linguistic theory likewise rests on a misunderstanding. For according to mystical theory, the word imply the essence of the thing. That is incorrect, because the thing in itself is no word, being created from God's word and known in its name by a man word. This knowledge of the thing, however, is not spontaneous creation. It does not emerge from language in the absolutely unlimited and infinite manner of creation. Rather, the name that man gives to language depends on how language is communicated to him. In name, the word of Iod has not remained creative, it has become in one part receptive, even if acceptive to language. Thus fertilized, it aims to give birth to the language of things themselves, from which in turn, soundlessly, in the mute magic of one ature, the word of God shines forth. For conception and spontaneity together, which are found in this unique Mayan only in the linguistic realm, language has its own word, and this word applies also to that conception of the nameless in the name. It is the translation of the language of things into that of man. It is necessary to sound the concept of translation at the deepest level of linguistic theory, for it is much too far-reaching and powerful to be treated in any way as an afterthought, as has happened occasionally. Translation attains its full mean. 70. In the realization that every evolved language, with the exception of the Word of God, can be considered a translation of all the others. By the fact that, as mentioned earlier, languages relate to one another as do media of varying densities, the translatability of languages into one another is established. Translation is removal from one language into another through a continuum of transformations. Translation passes through continua of transformation, not abstract areas of identity and similarity. The translation of the language of things into that of man is not only a translation of the mute into the sonic, it is also the translation of the nameless into name. It is therefore the translation of an imperfect language into a more perfect one, and cannot but add something to it, namely knowledge. The objectivity of this translation is, however, guaranteed by God. For God created things, the creative word in them is the germ of the cognizing name, just as God, too, finally named each thing after it was created. But obviously this naming is only an expression of the identity of the creative word and the cognizing name in God, not the prior solution of the task that God expressly assigns to man himself, that of naming things. In receiving the unspoken nameless language of things and converting it by name into sounds, man performs this task. It would be insoluble, were not the name language of man and the nameless language of things related in God and released from the same creative word, which in things became the communication of matter in magic communion, and in man the language of knowledge and name in blissful mind. Haman says, very thing that man heard in the beginning, saw with his eyes, and felt with his hands was the living word, for God was the word. With this word in his mouth and in his heart, the origin of language was as natural, as close, and as easy as a child's game. Friedrich Müller, in his poem Adams erstes Erwachen und erste Selige Nacht, Adam's first awakening and first blissful nights, has God summoned man to name giving in these words, man of the earth, step near, in gazing, grow more perfect through the war d. 3. This combination of contemplation and naming implies the communicating muteness of things, animals, toward the word language of man, which receives them in name. In the same chapter of the poem, the poet expresses the realization that only the word from which things are created permits man to name them, by communicating itself in the manifold languages of animals, even if mutely. In the image, God gives each beast in turn a sign, whereupon they step before man to be named. In an almost sublime way, the linguistic community of mute creation with God is thus conveyed in the image of the sign. Since the unspoken word in the existence of things falls infinitely short of the naming word in the knowledge of man, and since the latter in turn must fall short of the creative word of God, there is a reason for the multiplicity of human languages. The language of things can pass into the 7.1. Language of knowledge and name only through translation. So many translations, so many languages. Once man has fallen from the paradisiacal state that knew only one language. According to the Bible, this consequence of the expulsion from paradise admittedly came about only later. The paradisiacal language of man must have been one of perfect knowledge, whereas later all knowledge is again infinitely differentiated in the multiplicity of language, was indeed forced to differentiate itself on a lower level as creation in name. Even the existence of the tree of knowledge cannot conceal the fact that the language of paradise was fully cognizant. Its apples were supposed to impart knowledge of good and evil. But on the seventh day, God had already cognized with the words of creation. And God saw that it was good. The knowledge to which the snake seduces, that of good and evil, is nameless. It is vain in the deepest sense, and this very knowledge is itself the only evil known to the paradisiacal state. Knowledge of good and evil abandons name, it is a knowledge from outside, the uncreated imitation of the creative word. Name steps outside itself in this knowledge. The fall marks the birth of the human word, in which name no longer lives intact and which has stepped out of name language, the language of knowledge, from what we may call its own immanent magic, in order to become expressly, as it were externally, magic. The word must communicate something, other than itself. In that fact lies the true fall of the spirit of language. The word is something externally communicating, as it were a parody by the expressly mediate word of the expressly immediate, creative word of God, and the decay of the blissful Adamite spirit of language that stands between them. For in reality there exists a fundamental identity between the word that, after the promise of the snake, knows good and evil, and the externally communicating word. The knowledge of things resides in the name, whereas that of good and evil is, in the profound sense in which Kierkegaard uses the word, rattle, and knows only one purification and elevation, to which the prattling man, the sinner, was therefore submitted, judgment. Admittedly, the Judging word has direct knowledge of good and evil. Its magic is different from that of name, but equally magical. This judging word expels the first human beings from paradise. They themselves have aroused it in accordance with the immutable law by which this Judging word punishes and expects its own awakening as the sole and deepest guilt. In the fall, since the eternal purity of names was violated, the sterner purity of the judging word arose. For the essential composition of language, the fall has a threefold significance, in addition to its other meanings. In stepping outside the purer language of name, man makes language a means, that is, a knowledge inappropriate to him, and therefore also, in one part at any rate, a mere sign, and this later results in the plurality of languages. The second meaning is that from the fall, in exchange for the immediacy of name that was damaged by it, a new immediacy arises, the magic of 72. Judgment, which no longer rests blissfully in itself. The third meaning can perhaps be tentatively ventured is that the origin of abstraction, too, a faculty of the spirit of language, is to be sought in the fall. For good anu evil, being unnameable and nameless, stand outside the language of names, which man leaves behind precisely in the abyss opened by this question. Name, however, with regard to existing language, offers only the ground in which its concrete elements are rooted. But the abstract elements of language we may perhaps surmise are rooted in the word of judgment. The immediacy, which, however, is the linguistic root of the communicability of abstraction resides in judgment. This immediacy in the communication of abstraction came into being as judgment, when, in the fall, man abandoned immediacy in the communication of the concrete that is, name and fell into the abyss of the mediateness of all communication, of the word as means, of the empty word, into the abyss of prattle. For it must be said again the question as to good and evil in the world after the creation was empty prattle. The tree of knowledge stood in the garden of God not in order to dispense information on good and evil, but as an emblem of judgment over the questioner. This immense irony marks the mythic origin of law. After the fall, which, in making language mediate, laid the foundation for its multiplicity, linguistic confusion could be only a step away. Once men had injured the purity of name, the turning away from that contemplation of things in which their language passes into man needed only to be complete in order to deprive men of the common foundation of an already shaken spirit of language. Signs must become confused where things are entangled. The enslavement of language in prattle is joined by the enslavement of things in folly almost as its inevitable consequence. In this turning away from things, which was enslavement, the plan for the Tower of Babel came into being, and linguistic confusion with it. The life of man in the pure spirit of language was blissful. Nature, however, is mute. True, it can be clearly felt in the second chapter of Genesis how this muteness, named by man, itself became bliss, only of lower degree. Friedrich Müller has Adam say of the animals that leave him after he has named them, and saw by the nobility with which they leaped away from me that the man had given them a name. After the fall, however, when God's word curses the ground, the appearance of nature is deeply changed. Now begins its other muteness, which is what we mean by the deep sadness of nature. It is a metaphysical truth that all nature would begin to lament if it were endowed with language, though to endow with language is more than to make able to speak. This proposition has a double meaning. It means, first, that she would lament language itself. Speechlessness, that is the great sorrow of nature, and for the sake of her redemption the life and language of man not only, as is supposed, of the poet are in nature. This 73. Proposition means, second, that she would lament. Lament, however, is the most undifferentiated, impotent expression of language. It contains scarcely more than the sensuous breath, and even where there is only a rustling of plants, there is always a lament. Because she is mute, nature mourns. Yet the inversion of this proposition leads even further into the essence of nature, the sadness of nature makes her mute. In all mourning there is the deepest inclination to speechlessness, which is infinitely more than the inability or disinclination to communicate. That which mourns feels itself thoroughly known by the unknowable. To be named even when the namer is godlike and blissful perhaps always remains an intimation of mourning. But how more melancholy it is to be named not from the one blessed paradisiacal language of names, but from the 100 languages of man, in which name has already withered, yet which, according to God's pronouncement, have knowledge of things. Things have no proper names except in God. For in His creative word, God called them into being, calling them by their proper names. In the language of men, however, they are overnamed. There is, in the relation of human languages to that of things, something that can be approximately described as overnaming, the deepest linguistic reason for all melancholy and, from the point of view of the thing, for all deliberate muteness. Overnaming as the linguistic being of melancholy points to another curious relation of language, the overprecision that obtains in the tragic relationship between the languages of human speakers. There is a language of sculpture, of painting, of poetry. Just as the language of poetry is partly, if not solely, founded on the name language of man, it is very conceivable that the language of sculpture or painting is founded on certain kinds of thing languages, that in them we find a translation of the language of things into an infinitely higher language, which may still be of the same sphere. We are concerned here with nameless, non-acoustic languages, languages issuing from matter. Here we should recall the material community of things in their communication. Moreover, the communication of things is certainly communal in a way that grasps the world as such as an undivided whole. For an understanding of artistic forms, it is of value to attempt to grasp them all as languages and to seek their connection with natural languages. An example that is appropriate because it is derived from the acoustic sphere is the kinship between song and the language of birds. On the other hand, it is certain that the language of art can be understood only in the deepest relation to the doctrine of signs. Without the latter, any linguistic philosophy remains entirely fragmentary, because the relation between language and sign, of which that between human language and writing offers only a very particular example, is original and fundamental. This provides an opportunity to describe another antithesis that permeates the whole sphere of language and has important relations to the aforementioned. 74. Theonid antithesis between language in a narrower sense and signs, with which, of course, language by no means necessarily coincides. For language is in every case not only communication of the communicable but also, at the same time, a symbol of the non-communicable. This symbolic side of language is connected to its relation to signs, but extends more widely, for example, in certain respects to name and judgment. These have not only a communicating function, but most probably also a closely connected symbolic function, to which, at least explicitly, no reference has here been made. These considerations therefore leave us a purified concept of language, even though it may still be an imperfect one. The language of an entity is the medium in which its mental being is communicated. The uninterrupted flow of this communication runs through the whole of nature, from the lowest forms of existence to man and from man to God. Man communicates himself to God through name, which he gives to nature and, in proper names, to his own kind, and to nature he gives names according to the communication that he receives from her, for the whole of nature, too, is imbued with a nameless, unspoken language, the residue of the creative word of God, which is preserved in man as the cognizing name and above man as the judgment suspended over him. The language of nature is comparable to a secret password that each sentry passes to the next in his own language, but the meaning of the password is the sentry's language itself. All higher language is a translation of lower ones, until in ultimate clarity the Word of God unfolds, which is the unity of this movement made up of language. Written in 1916, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Edmund Jeffcott. Theses on the problem of identity. 1. All non-identity is infinite, but this does not imply that all identity is finite. 2. The possibility that an infinite might be identical will be left aside in this discussion. 3. Non-identical infinity can be non-identical in two different ways. A. It is potentially identical, in which case it cannot be non-identical in actuality. This is the A-identical. The A-identical lies beyond identity and non-identity, but in the course of development is capable only of the first, not the second. B. It is not potentially identical and is non-identical in actuality. Note, the question of which kinds of mathematical infinity belong under A or B requires investigation. For identity relations can be established only in the case of A, not B, and not even I in the category OF infinity considered under 2. 5. The validity OF identity relations is assumed for the object OF a statement, but does not have the same form for the subject of the statement as for the non-finite universal A of the sentence A equals A. If we nevertheless use this form to express the validity of the identity relation for the subject of the statement, it results in tautology. 6. The relation of tautology to the problem of identity can be thought of differently. It arises with the attempt to conceive of the identity relation as a statement. 76 Theses on the problem of identity. 7. The identity relation cannot be grasped as a statement, since the first A of the sentence A equals A is no more a subject than the second is a predicate, for otherwise something other than the second A would be predicable of the first A, and the latter would be ascribable to something other than the first. 8. The identity relation is not reversible. This assertion remains to be proved. Nevertheless, it can be made plausible, for example, by the linguistic distinction between I and self. The expression I myself emphasizes the identity of the I, or if not precisely that, then at least an analog in the sphere of the person. At the same time, this I myself is itself not reversible, the myself is, so to speak, only the inner shadow of the I. 9. We may therefore formulate the problem of identity by saying that a non-reversible relation exists that is not made logically possible by any of the three categories of relation, substance, causality, or reciprocity. Stages of identification. Time and space. Abrupt transition between A and A, an unbroken transition between A, and A. 10. The formula of identity is A equals A, not A remains A. It does not assert the equality of two spatially or temporally distinct stages of A. But neither can it express the identity of any A existing in space or time, for any such assertion would already presuppose that identity. The A whose identity with A is expressed in that identity relation must therefore exist beyond time and space. 1. Philosophy usually declines to concern itself with the problem of identity on the following grounds. All propositions in general can express only identities, and therefore, 2. In any exploration of identity the latter must be presupposed. In consequence, it is not possible to ignore the fact that the sentence A equals A is a truism in the realm of thought. Nor can we ignore the fact that sentences, I, and I, are likewise truisms. They are basic laws of logic. However, the assertion that A equals A follows from them is a decisive mistake. For the first two sentences maintain only that propositions can assert nothing but identity and that this is presupposed in any proposition. But this does not imply that a given identity is identical with itself, and this is precisely what the sentence A equals A asserts, namely, that there is an identity with oneself. Its first A is therefore just as much something identical in and for itself, but not with itself, that is to say, the second A, and by the same. Theses on the problem of identity. 77. Token. The second A is identical in and for itself, but neither with the first A nor with itself. We cannot discuss here how identity with self, the possibility of which is affirmed by the principle of identity and is its actual content, differs from any other kind of identity, and whether this other kind is purely a function of formal logic determining the identity of a thought as such, as distinct from the identity of the object with itself. Only as determined in the proposition A equals A is identical with itself, and only the A of this proposition, not the concrete object, see item 5 above E, indeed, not even what is non-identical in actuality, see 3b above, is identical with itself. The second possesses only a logical identity as an object of thought, the first possesses a further metaphysical identity. In the above discussion, it was a mistake to describe the basic objective identity A equals A as an identity with self. A equals A asserts only that an objective identity exists, whereas identity with self is itself an established objective identity, either the only one or one among others. Fragment written in 1916. unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Dostoyevsky's The Idiot. Dostoyevsky conceives the world's fate through the medium of his people's destiny. This point of view is typical of the great nationalists, according to whom humanity can develop only through the medium of a particular national heritage. The novel's greatness is revealed in the way the metaphysical laws governing the development of humanity as a whole and those governing the individual nation are shown to be interdependent. This means that there is no profound human impulse that is not firmly placed within the aura of the Russian spirit. The ability to represent such impulses together with their aura, freely suspended in the context of the nation and yet inseparable from it, is perhaps the quintessence of freedom in the great art of this writer. This can be gauged only when we compare it to the dreadful way in which authors of the cheapest kind of novel simply cobble together disparate elements to make rough and ready composite characters. We see representatives of the national type, human beings typical of their native land. Their individual and social personas have been glued together in an infantile manner, and the repulsive aid of psychological plausibility that has been superimposed on them completes the overall marionette-like impression. Dostoyevsky, by contrast, does not take the psychology of his characters as his starting point. Their psychological aspect is, in effect, nothing more than the delicate crucible in which pure humanity is produced from the fiery, primordial gas of a nation in transition. Psychology is but the expression of the marginal nature of human existence. Everything that the critics think of as a psychological problem is in reality its very opposite. They write as if what was at issue was the problem of the Russian psyche, or the psyche of an epileptic. Criticism can justify its right to approach 79 works of art only by respecting their territory and taking care not to trespass on that forbidden soil. An example of the impertinent failure to do so is seen when a critic praises a writer for the psychological realism of his characters. For the most part, critics and writers deserve each other because the average novelist does in fact use the faded stereotypes that the critic can then recognize and even praise, simply because he does recognize them. But this is precisely the terrain from which the critic should keep his distance. It would be indecent and mistaken for the critic to measure Dostoyevsky's work by such a yardstick. His task is rather to grasp the metaphysical identity of the national and human in the creative idea underlying Dostoevsky's novel. For like every work of art, this novel is based on an idea, or, as novelists put it, it has an a priori ideal, an implicit necessity to exist. And the task of the critic is to articulate this idea and nothing else. The entire action of the novel acquires its fundamental character from the fact that it is an episode. That is to say, an episode in the life of the principal character, Prince Myshkin. In all essentials his life, both before and after this episode, is buried in obscurity, as is clear from the fact that he spends both the preceding years and the following ones abroad. What necessity has brought this man back to Russia? His Russian existence emerges from the obscurity surrounding his stay abroad as the visible colors of the spectrum emerge from the surrounding darkness. But what light is refracted during his life in Russia? It would be impossible to describe what he actually does in this period, apart from his many mistakes and the various virtuous features of his behavior. His life passes aimlessly, even when he is at his best, and in this he resembles nothing so much as an ailing incompetent. He is seen to fail not just in society's terms, even his closest friend, if the novel's rationale did not prevent him from having one, would be unable to discover any idea or purposive goal in his life. On the contrary, he is surrounded in a quite unobtrusive way by an aura of complete isolation. All the relationships in which he becomes involved seem rapidly to enter a force field that prevents them from becoming any more intimate. Although he is utterly modest, even humble, he is completely unapproachable, and his life emanates an order at whose center we find a solitude that is almost absolute. We observe here a quite remarkable fact: every event, however remote from him it appears to be, seems to gravitate toward him, and this process in which all things and people gravitate toward this one center constitutes the content of the novel. Yet they seem as disinclined to reach out toward him as he is to retreat before them. The tension between them is both unending and simple. it is the tension of life itself as it unfolds through its teeming ramifications into infinity, but is not dissipated. Why did Dostoevsky make the prince's house, and not that of the Epanchins, the center of the action in Pavlovsk? The life of Prince Mishkin is laid before us as an episode only in order. 80. To make its immortality visible symbolically. In fact, his life can no more be extinguished than can the life of nature, to which it bears a profound relation, perhaps even less so. Nature may be immortal, but the prince's life certainly is, and this is to be understood in an inward, spiritual sense. It is true of his life as well as the lives of all those in his gravitational orbit, but this immortality is not the eternity of nature, however close to this it seems, for the concept of eternity negates that of infinity, whereas infinity achieves its greatest glory in immortality. The immortal life to which the novel testifies is worlds away from immortality in its usual sense. For in the latter, life is in fact mortal, and the immortal things are flesh, energy, individuality, and spirit in its various guises. It is in this sense that Goethe, in his conversation with Eckermann, spoke of the immortality of activity, according to which nature is obliged to give us new scope for activity once this one has been taken from us. All of this is far removed from the immortality of life, of the life that pursues its idea of immortality into infinite, and whose shape is defined by immortality itself. For we are not speaking here of mere duration. But what life is immortal, if it is not the immortality of nature or the individual? Of Prince Mishkin we may say indeed that his individuality is secondary to his life, just as a flower's is to its perfume, or a star's to its light. Immortal life is unforgettable, that is the sign by which we recognize it. It is the life that is not to be forgotten, even though it has no monument or memorial, or perhaps even any testimony. It simply cannot be forgotten. Such life remains unforgettable even though without form or vessel. And unforgettable does not just mean that we cannot forget it. It points to something in the nature of the unforgettable itself, something that makes it unforgettable. Even the prince's amnesia during his later illness is a symbol of the unforgettable nature of his life. For this seemingly lies buried in the abyss of his self-knowledge, unable any more to rise to the surface. The other characters visit him. The brief afterword to the novel stamps his life upon all the others as a life in which they were involved, though they know not how. The pure word for life in its immortality is Yud-H. Dostoevsky's great act of lamentation in this novel is for the failure of the youth movement. 1. Its life remains immortal, but the idiot is obscured by his own brightness. Dostoevsky complains that Russia is unable to keep a hold on, or absorb into itself, its own immortality, for these people bear the youthful heart of Russia within themselves. Hence, it falls on alien soil, it goes beyond its own frontier and is stranded in Europe, in this windy Europe. In his political writing, Dostoevsky insists again and again that regeneration from within the national heritage is the only hope. This explains why the author of this novel believes that the only salvation for young people and their nation lies in childhood. This would be evident simply from this book, in which the childlike figures of Kolya and the prince are the purest of all. 8.1. Even if Dostoevsky had not gone on to develop, in the brothers Karamazov, the idea of the unlimited healing powers of childlike simplicity. This young generation suffers from a damaged childhood. The damaged childhood of the Russian country and people has paralyzed their energies. It is always apparent in Dostoevsky that only in the spirit of childhood does the noble development of human life spring from the spirit of the common people. The child's inability to express itself continues to have a crippling effect on the speech of Dostoevsky's characters in general, and an overwrought yearning for childhood, or, in modern terms, hysteria, consumes the women in the novel, Lisaveta Prokofyevna, Aglaya, and Nastasia Filipovna. The entire momentum of the book resembles the implosion of a gigantic crater. Because nature and childhood are absent, humanity can be arrived at only via a catastrophic process of self-destruction. The relationship of human life to the living, right down to their total destruction, the immeasurable abyss of the crater from which mighty energies may one day be released on a grand human scale, this is the hope of the Russian nation. Written in 1917, published in Die Argonauten, 1921. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Notes. 1. Benjamin here constructs an allegory of the German youth movement, in which he had played a prominent role. See the Chronology in this volume. Trans. Painting and Thegraphic arts. A picture must be held vertically before the observer. A mosaic lies horizontally at his feet. Despite this distinction, it is customary to regard the graphic arts simply as paintings. Nevertheless, the distinction is very important and far-reaching. It is possible to look at the study of a head, or a Rembrandt landscape, in the same way as a painting, or at best to leave the drawings in a neutral horizontal position. Yet consider children's drawings, viewing them vertically usually conflicts with their inner meaning. It is the same with Otto Grass's drawings, they have to be placed horizontally on the table. We see here a profound problem of art and its mythic roots. We might say that there are two sections through the substance of the world, the longitudinal section of painting and the cross-section of certain pieces of graphic art. The longitudinal section seems representational, it somehow contains the objects. The cross-section seems symbolic, it contains signs. Or is it only when we read that we place the page horizontally before us? And is there such a thing as an original vertical position for writing, say, for engraving in stone? Of course, what matters here is not the merely external fact but the spirit. Is it actually possible to base the problem on the simple principle that pictures are set vertically and signs horizontally, even though we may follow the development of this through changing metaphysical relations through the ages? Kandinsky's Pictures, the simultaneous occurrence of conjuring and manifestation. Written in 1917, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Painting or signs and marks. A. The sign. The realm of the sign comprises various territories which are defined by the fact that, within their borders, line has various meanings. The possibilities include the geometric line, the written line, the graphic line, and the line of the absolute sign, that is to say, the line that has its magical character as such, not the line made magical by whatever it happens to represent. A. B. The geometric and written lines will not be considered in what follows. C. The graphic line. The graphic line is defined by its contrast with area. This contrast has a metaphysical dimension, as well as a visual one. The background is conjoined with the line. The graphic line marks out the area and so defines it by attaching itself to it as its background. Conversely, the graphic line can exist only against this background, so that a drawing that completely covered its background would cease to be a drawing. This confers on the background a specific role that is indispensable for the meaning of the drawing, so that in a drawing two lines can be related to each other only through the background. A feature, incidentally, that clearly distinguishes the graphic line from the geometric line. The graphic line confers an identity on its background. The identity of the background of a drawing is quite different from that of the white surface on which it is inscribed. We might even deny it that identity by thinking of it as a surge of white waves, though these might not even be distinguishable to the naked eye. The pure drawing will not alter the meaningful graphic function of its background by leaving it blank as a white ground. This explains why, in 84, certain circumstances representing clouds and sky in drawings is a risk, venture and can act as a touchstone of the drawing's purity of style. D. The absolute sign. In order to understand the absolute sign, that is to say, the mythological essence of the sign, it is necessary to know something of the realm of the sign in general, which we mentioned at the outset. At all events, this realm is probably not a medium but an order that appears at the moment to be wholly mysterious to us. What is striking, however, is the antithesis of the absolute sign and the absolute mark. This antithesis, which is of enormous metaphysical importance, is not a given, it had first to be one discovered. The sign appears to be more of a spatial relation and to have one more reference to persons. The mark, as we shall show, is more tempora and tends to exclude the personal. Examples of absolute signs are the Sig1 of Cain, the sign that the Israelites put on their houses during the tent plague, and the presumably similar signs in Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. With the necessary reservations, we may deduce from these instances that the absolute sign has a predominantly spatial and personal significance. B. The mark. A. The absolute mark. Insofar as anything can be discovered about the nature of the absolute mark, that is to say, about the mythical nature of the mark, it will be of importance for the entire realm of the mark, in contrast to that of the sign. The first basic difference is that the sign is printed on something, whereas the mark emerges from it. This makes it clear that the realm of the mark is a medium. Whereas the absolute sign does not for the most part appear on living beings but can be impressed or appear on lifeless buildings, trees, and so on, the mark appears principally on living beings. See Christ's stigmata, blushes, perhaps leprosy, and birthmarks. The contrast between mark and absolute mark does not exist, for the mark is always absolute and resembles nothing else in its manifestation. What is striking is that, because it appears on living beings, the mark is so often linked to guilt, blushing, or innocence. See Christ's stigmata. Indeed, even where the mark appears in the form of something lifeless, as the sunbeams in Strindberg's Advent, it is often a warning sign of guilt. In that sense, however, it coincides with the sign, as in Belshazzar's feast, and the awful nature of the apparition is based in large part on uniting these two phenomena, something of which only God is capable. Point 2. Since the link between guilt and atonement is a temporal and magical one, this temporal magic appears in the mark in the sense that the resistance of the present between the past and the future is eliminated, and these, magically fused, descend together on the head of the sinner. But the medium of the mark is not confined to this temporal meaning, as we are distressed to see in the 8.5. case of blushing. It also tends to dissolve the personality into certain of its basic components. This leads us back to the link between marks and guilt. The sign, however, appears not infrequently as something that distinguishes a person, and this distinction between sign and mark likewise seems to belong to the metaphysical sphere. As far as the realm of the mark in general is concerned, the only knowledge we can have of it in this respect will be described following our observations on painting. As we have said, however, everything that can be said of the absolute mark is of great significance for the medium of the mark in general. B. Painting. A picture has no background. Nor is one color ever superimposed on another, but at most appears in the medium of another color. And even that is often difficult to determine, so that in principle it is often impossible to say in many paintings whether a color is on top or underneath. The question makes no sense, however. There is no background in painting, nor is there any graphic line. The reciprocal demarcations of the colored surfaces, the composition, of a painting by Raphael are not based on graphic line. The mistaken belief that they are stems partly from putting an aesthetic gloss on the purely technical fact that painters sketch the outlines before painting their pictures. But such composition has nothing to do with drawing. The only instance in which color and line coincide is in the watercolor, in which the pencil outlines are visible and the paint is put on transparently. In that case the background is retained, even though it is colored. The medium of painting is that of the mark in the narrower sense, for painting is a medium, a mark, since it has neither background nor graphic line. The problem of painting becomes clear only when we understand the nature of the mark in the narrower sense, while feeling astonished that a picture can have a composition even though this cannot be reduced to a graphic design. The fact that such a composition is not an illusion that, for example, the person who looks at a picture by Raphael does not perceive configurations of people, trees, and animals in the marks by chance or by mistake becomes clear from the following consideration: if the picture were only a set of marks, it would be quite impossible to name it. The actual problem of painting can be discerned in the statement that a picture is indeed a set of marks, that, conversely, the marks in the narrower sense exist only in the picture, and, further, that the picture, insofar as it is a set of marks, is only a set of marks in the picture. But on the other hand, the picture may be connected with something that it is not, that is to say, something that is not a set of marks, and this happens by naming the picture. This relation to what the picture is named after, to what transcends the marks, is what is created by the composition. This signifies the entry of a higher power into the medium of the mark. This power, once there, remains in a state of neutrality, meaning it does not use graphic line to explode the mark but makes its home there without destroying it, because even though it is immeasurably higher than the mark, it is not hostile toward it but related to it. This power is the linguistic word, which lodges in the medium of the language of painting, invisible as such and revealing itself only in the composition. The picture is named after the composition. From what has been said, it is self-evident that marks and composition are the elements of every picture that claims the right to be named. A picture that did not do this would cease to be one and would therefore enter into the realm of the mark as such, but this is something that we cannot imagine. The great epochs of painting are distinguished according to composition and medium, that is to say, according to which word and into which mark the medium enters. It goes without saying that when we speak here about marks and words, we are not discussing the possibility of arbitrary combinations. For example, it is conceivable that in the pictures, say, of Raphael the name might predominate, and in the pictures of modern artists the J-Udking word might enter the mark. To understand the connection between the word and the picture, the composition, that is, the act of naming, is decisive. In general, the metaphysical location of a given painting or a school of painting is determined by the mark and word characteristic of it and presupposes at the very least an elaborate distinction between the different types of mark and word, a study that is barely in its infancy. C. Marks in space. The realm of the mark also occurs in spatial structures. Just as the sign in a certain function of the line can without doubt acquire architectonic, and hence also spatial, significance. Such marks in space are visibly connected with the realm of the mark in general, but we need further investigation in order to say in what way. Above all, they appear as monuments to the dead or gravestones, but these are marks in the exact meaning of the word only if they have not been given an architectonic and sculptural shape. Written in 1917, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. The ground of intentional immediacy that is part and parcel of every signifier, most notably the word, is the name within it. The relations among the word, name, and object of intention are as follows. 1. Neither the word nor the name is identical with the object of intention. 2. The name is something inherent in the object of intention, an element of it, that can be detached from it. For this reason, the name is not fortuitous. 3. The word is not the name, but the name occurs in the word bound to another element or elements. Which? Signs? The relation between signs and the aforementioned three concepts. 4. The sign does not denote the object of intention, or anything in the object of intention. Consequently. 5. The sign does not denote the name of whatever is inherent in the object of intention. Perhaps there are signs for names. These, however, would be not signs in the true sense but symbols. 6. The sign denotes the word, that is to say, that which immediately, but not necessarily, like the name, signifies the object of intention. These relations of signs to the above-mentioned concepts remain unaffected by whether the name is bound to a sign or another element. 8. The singular nature of names permits them to occur bound up in words. Symbols are not genuine signs, they cannot even be meaningfully called the signs of names. Instead they are the annexes of names, second-order names, that is to say, such as do not exist in the spoken language in which the first-order names are to be found. The weakest variant of symbols, of second-order names, are coats of arms. Immediate and pure indentio prima. The pure name, refers to substance or essence. Does not signify, but is something inherent in the object that refers to its essential nature. Immediate and impure indentio secunda. The signifying word, contains the name within it, has an unclear relation to the object's essential nature. Mediate indentio tertia. The mere sign, refers to the signifier. NB, Concepts are not intensions but the objects of intentions, insofar as they are provided with a certain position in an epistemological scale. The latter may, however, be either present or absent in every instance without exception. We sometimes think concepts, alongside other objects, however, we never think in concepts, but in intentions. In the statement T his sentence belongs to mathematics, the subject this sentence denotes not a universal concept, as does S sentence, for example, but a particular. It follows, then, either that this sentence, as the subject of the statement, is not a concept, or that concepts exist which denote particulars as well as universals. In the first case, one would have to accept the existence of signifieds without concepts, that is, the possibility of denoting particular objects. Real recognizes the existence of concepts that denote particulars. It is striking that although logicians never have any difficulty accepting the view that words are signs, linguistic theorists refuse to admit this. Real uses meaning and concept on the one hand and word and linguistic sign on the other, as synonyms. Beiträge zur Logik Contributions to Logic, Vol 1, Part 1, p. 3. Two concepts are never identical, as Real correctly points out. For example, the concept of an equilateral triangle is not identical with that of the equal-angled triangle. The statement the equilateral triangle has equal angles is not equivalent to the statement the concept of the equilateral triangle is the concept of the equal-angled triangle. The equilateral triangle as a concept is quite independent of the concept the equal-angled triangle. I object, triangle 2 concept, triangle 3 essence, triangle, pure name, 4 word, triangle v sign. A statement refers to the object via the concept. The concept is employed for the purpose of recognizing the object. If I mean his table, this table is what is meant. This table is made of wood. MISS. MISP. SIS not P. What is meant signifies 1. The object to which the act of meaning refers. 2. The object that the act of meaning produces through this. The relation of the concept to the object is not intentional, but a relation of derivation. The concept derives from the object and is related to it. It is a related object. Concepts are the objects that facilitate propositions about primal objects. These propositions take the form of statements, not concepts. The concepts are preserved and overcome aufgehoben in the statement. Statements are not intensions either, but objects, sentences in themselves. Relations between concepts are never the object of statements, but only of definitions. Fragment written in 1916 to 1917, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. He object, triangle. I object, triangle. 2 concept, triangle. 3 essence, triangle. 4 word, triangle. V name, triangle. 6 sign. Section 6. The sign never refers to the object, because it contains no intention, whereas the object is accessible only to an intention. The sign never refers necessarily to the signified, it therefore never refers to the object, because the object makes itself accessible only to a necessary, inward intention. The sign refers to what signifies the object, it denotes that which signifies the object. It denotes, for example, the word triangle or the mathematical drawing of a triangle. Mathematical objects are not signified by words alone. Section V. The name triangle does not exist in the language any more than there are names for most objects. The language has words only for those objects within which names lie concealed. By the power of names, words have their intention toward objects, they participate in objects through names. The name does not exist in them in a pure form, but is bound to a sign, see under 4. The name is the analog of the null edge of the object in the object itself. The object divides into name and essence. The name is superessence, it signifies the relation of the object to its essence. Section 4. communication, symbol, sign, and name in the word. From these four elements the word is constituted. The word is a linguistic component of incomparable simplicity and the highest significance. The theory of the concept has to be grounded in the assumption that the word, in one sense or another, is its basis. From that starting point the concept accumulates extraordinary powers, highly significant relations of its logical function to metaphysics. The statement cannot acquire that fundamental metaphysical significance which the concept has thanks to its grounding in the word, albeit perhaps on a very different plane, because the sentence on which it is based does not itself possess the same incomparable lack of ambiguity. In the word lies truth. In the concept lies intentio, or at most knowledge, but under no circumstances truth. Fragment written in 1916–1917, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Perception is reading. In perception, the useful, the good, is true. 1. Pragmatism. Madness is a form of perception alien to the community. The accusation of madness leveled at the great scientific reformers. Inability of the masses to distinguish between knowledge and perception. Perception refers to symbols. Treatment of madness in earlier days. Fragment written in 1917 or earlier, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. I experience and knowledge erfahrung und Erkenntnis. It is possible to retain the highest determinants of knowledge established by Kant, while still contradicting his view of the structure of our knowledge of nature or experience. These highest determinants of knowledge are based on the system of categories. It is well known, however, that Kant did not propose these determinants in isolation but made the validity of the categories for the experience of nature dependent on time and space. It is in this declaration of dependence that Kant's opposition to metaphysics is grounded. The assertion that a metaphysics is possible can have at least three meanings, of which Kant endorses one and disputes the other two. Kant produced a metaphysics of nature and in it described that part of the natural sciences which is pure, that is, which proceeds not from experience but simply from reason a priori. In other words, knowledge declares itself the system of nature. Knowledge goes on to explore what belongs to the concept of the existence of things in general, or particular things. In this sense the metaphysics of nature could be described as the a priori constituents of natural objects on the basis of the determinants of the knowledge of nature in general. This view of metaphysics could easily collapse into the concept of experience, and Kant feared nothing so much as this abyss. He first attempted to avoid it in order to guarantee the certainty of our knowledge of nature and above all to secure the integrity of ethics. His method was not only to relate all knowledge of nature, as well as the metaphysics of nature, to space and time as constitutive concepts but to distinguish these concepts absolutely from the categories. This meant that from the outset he avoided a unified epistemological center whose all too powerful gravita. 94. Tional force might have sucked all experience into itself. On the other hand, this naturally created the need for a basis for a posteriori experience, that is, the continuity of knowledge and experience, if not the connection between them, was disrupted. Kant postulated the so-called material of sensation to express the separation of the forms of intuition from the categories. This material of sensation was artificially distanced from the animating center of the categories by the forms of intuition by which it was only imperfectly absorbed. In this way Kant achieved the separation of metaphysics and experience, or, to use his own terms, between pure knowledge and experience. The fear of an exaggerated concept of reason and of the excesses of a concept of understanding that had ceased to be based on an actual intuition, the concern for the separate identity of moral knowledge, these were perhaps not the only factors influencing this basic thrust of the critique of pure reason. In addition, whether as a powerful element of these factors or as a result of them, we should note Kant's decisive rejection of the third concept of metaphysics, if indeed the second is the unrestricted application of the categories, that is, what Kant calls their transcendent us. This third concept of the possibility of metaphysics is that of the deducibility of the world from the supreme principle or nexus of knowledge. In other words, the concept of speculative knowledge in the precise sense of the term. It is highly remarkable that in the interests of a priority and logic Kant discerns a sharp discontinuity at the very point where, from the same motives, pre-Kantian philosophers sought to establish the closest possible continuity and unity, that is, to create the closest possible connection between knowledge and experience through a speculative deduction of the world. The concept of experience that Kant relates to knowledge, without ever postulating continuity, has nothing like the same scope as that of earlier thinkers. What counts for him is the concept of scientific experience. Even this he strove in part to separate as far as possible from the ordinary meaning of experience, and in part, since this was only possible to a degree, to distance from the center of our understanding of knowledge. Moreover, these two fundamentally negative definitions of the concept of scientific experience had to be satisfied by the theory of the a priority of the two forms of intuition, as opposed to the a priority of the categories and thereby to the a priority of the other, illusory shine-barren forms of intuition. Presumably, Kant's interest in putting a stop to empty flights of fancy could have been achieved by other means than the theory of the transcendental aesthetic. Much more important and much more difficult, in contrast, is the question of his position vis-à-vis speculative knowledge. For in this respect the argument of the transcendental aesthetic is indeed the stumbling block that confronts every development of the transcendental idealism of experience into a speculative idealism. What was the reason for Kant's resistance to the idea of a speculative metaphysics, that is, a meta? 9.5. Physics in which the concept of knowledge could be arrived at by a process of deduction? The question is all the more justifiable since the efforts of the Neo-Kantian School 1 are directed toward the abolition of the strict distinction between the forms of intuition and the categories. But with the elimination of that distinction we begin to discern the outlines of a development of the transcendental philosophy of experience into a transcendental or speculative philosophy, if by speculative philosophy we mean one in which the whole of knowledge is deduced from first principles. We may perhaps venture the supposition that in an age in which experience was characterized by an extraordinary superficiality and godlessness, philosophy, if it was honest, could have no interest in salvaging this experience for its concept of knowledge. Admittedly, speculative metaphysics before Kant had confused two concepts of experience. But it is not true that Spinoza, for example, was induced by this confusion to develop a pressing interest in the deducibility of experience, whereas Kant was led by the same confusion to reject it. The distinction that must be made is between the immediate and natural concept of experience and the concept of experience in the context of knowledge. In other words, the confusion arose from conflating the concepts of experience and knowledge of experience. For the concept of knowledge, experience is not anything new and extraneous to it, but only itself in a different form. Experience as the object of knowledge is the unified and continuous manifold of knowledge. Paradoxical though it sounds, experience does not occur as such in the knowledge of experience, simply because this is knowledge of experience and hence a context of knowledge. Experience, however, is the symbol of this context of knowledge and therefore belongs in a completely different order of things from knowledge itself. The term symbol may be an unfortunate choice, it is employed here simply to point to different conceptual realms. This can perhaps be elucidated best by an image. If a painter sits in front of a landscape and copies it, as we say, the landscape itself does not occur in the picture, it could at best be described as the symbol of its artistic context. Of course, by designating it in this way we endow it with a greater dignity than the picture itself, and that, too, is perfectly justifiable. The pre-Kantian confusion of experience with the knowledge of experience dominates Kant's thinking, too, but the general world picture had changed by then. Previously the symbol of the unity of knowledge that we know of as experience had been an exalted one, it had, even though to varying degrees, been close to God and divine. During the Enlightenment, however, it was increasingly stripped of its proximity to God. In this changed situation the basic philosophical interest in the logical deducibility of the world, the fundamental interest of knowledge, inevitably suffered because of the above-mentioned confusion between experience and knowledge of experience. There was no longer any interest in the necessity of the world. Instead, philosophers now concerned themselves with scrutinizing its contingent nature, its non. 96. Deucibility, since they were confronted with a godless experience which they mistakenly imagined earlier philosophers had arrived at, or had wished to arrive at, by a process of deduction. They failed to inquire what sort of experience they were dealing with, an experience that could have been arrived at only through deduction, if it had been a form of knowledge. Kant was as ignorant as his predecessors of the distinction between experience and knowledge of experience. But he was intent on abandoning the deduction of that empty, godless experience. It held no further interest. Just as, despite all the efforts of the philosophers, even the most divine experience could not, then or ever, be reached by a process of deduction, and because Kant had no desire to arrive at that empty experience through a process of deduction, he also declared that experience as knowledge could never be arrived at by deductive means either. This makes it clear that everything depends on the way in which the concept of experience in the term knowledge of experience is related to experience in ordinary use. The first point to be made is that this linguistic usage is not an error. That is to say, the experience we experience in reality is identical with what we know in our knowledge of experience. If that is so, we must ask further, how must we define this identity of experience in the two instances? And why do we treat the two situations differently, inasmuch as we experience the identity in the case of experience but deduce it in the case of knowledge? Philosophy is absolute experience deduced in a systematic, symbolic framework as language. Absolute experience is, in the view of philosophy, language understood, however, as systematic, symbolic concept. It is articulated in types of language, one of which is perception. Doctrines of perception, as well as of all immediate manifestations of absolute experience, belong in the philosophical sciences in the broader sense. Philosophy as a whole, including the philosophical sciences, is teachings. Point 2. Fragment written in 1917, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Comments on Gundolph's Goethe. At the beginning of the book we find a distinction drawn among the three concentric life circles of a creative man and of Goethe in particular. They are works, letters, and conversations. If I recollect correctly. Or does Gundolph place the last two in the same category and add a third, intermediate one? No matter. He makes the works the central circle, and the one to which reference must chiefly be made. He resists the notion that the consideration of other sources and evidence could contribute significantly to our valuation of Goethe. The objective dishonesty in this division is as follows: the analogy on which it is based is both valid and necessary in historical writing, where it derives from a critical assessment of the relative value of historical sources. Thus, a distinction is made between written and oral sources, and this makes possible a scale covering the spectrum of possibilities between the written and oral traditions. This valid analogue of the Gundolphian falsification is important above all where the most vital distinction can be found between the two traditions, namely, in the realm of myth and religion, where the conflict and compromises reached regulate mankind's relation to its ultimate foundations, revelation. Where the distinction is legitimate, the historian should never regard it as one of value, only of significance. In Gundolph's case this is reversed. The two peripheral circles are given an almost negative value for the historiographer, they have no deeper significance for him. Moreover, their only legitimizing basis, the distinction between speech and writing, is not present at all. This means converting every conceivable aspect of the oral tradition, letters, conversations, and so on, into written testimony, but the total transformation of all oral evidence, including that of private life, into written form creates a 9.8. completely different conception of the written word from the one that obtains in the realm of myth and religion. Furthermore, it is true that within this new conception the works do have a place, but not in that false exclusivity and monumentality which Gundolph ascribes to them. Without dwelling on the possibility of a book on Goethe in general, one must make this negative critical point: Gundolph saw himself confronted by two possibilities. First, a dignified, serious, and ambitious conception of history, pragmatic history, in short, of which the methodological distinction between written and oral sources forms an integral part. Second, an imposing sense of Goethe's presence. Both are quite indistinct, because both considerably exceed his own abilities. But how does he assimilate such great objects? The concept of this assimilation is comparable to the basic critical concept of objective dishonesty. He applies the categories of history in a vacuum, by matching them with a completely inappropriate subject, namely, Goethe as an individual. He goes on to create an apparently powerful but in reality entirely vacuous portrait of Goethe. For does Gundolf actually have an image of Goethe, that is, an idea in mind? Anything but. He is simply attempting to use him to verify a methodological idea whose conceptual implications he is incapable of grasping. Furthermore, the actual verification is a cheat as well, since he does not apply his idea to Goethe. That would be impossible in the absence of concepts. Or, to put it subjectively, given his intellectual unscrupulousness, Gundolf instead tries to present Goethe as the empirical embodiment of that methodological approach. Looked at from another angle, the morally repugnant aspect of this business can be described as the falsification of a historical individual, namely Goethe, by transforming him into a mythical hero. Moreover, since the sparse sources yield only an obscure picture, Goethe's existence has to be inferred within the broadest historical categories exclusively from his works and can therefore be described only in vague outline. This mere semblance results from the fact that the object of study has been formally emptied and converted into the barest possible descriptive scheme, something that an individual can never be. All the more welcome for the reader, then, is the optical illusion that transforms the empty formula into a demigod conjured up by the author. In reality, Gundolf has nothing convincing to say about Goethe. Individual insights disintegrate into empty phrases when he tries to expand them into larger judgments, and at every point simple concepts have been replaced by the most rebarbative expressions. The whole thing is a blasphemous travesty of the idea, to which he gives no object, and of the object, whom he turns into a puppet because he attempts to portray him directly in terms of his idea. In this void he finds space for all his whims and fancies, his arbitrary and inane linguistic hodgepodge. More than in any other case, the biographer, or better, the historian, of Goethe's life must be a backward-looking prophet. But how cold Gundolf 99 is when confronted by the need to interpret Goethe's life and works as symbols of specific yet also future life and suffering. When that happens he falls back on the device of spinning a thread between Goethe and one or another aspect of modern literature, because the meaning of Goethe's life for the most specific and profound tasks of modern life is a closed book to him. It is no wonder, these are tasks to which he has closed his own mind. In this respect we may say that the most insignificant scrivener of literary history exhibits a superior sensibility when he registers his own little judgments about the value or lack of value, or immortality and its opposite, of poets and their works. Even though Gundolf's own writings arose from his reaction against the spiritual poverty of such a procedure, his own weaknesses have prevented him from destroying it through his own actions. Once we have clarified the methods underpinning such a product build J, we must still inquire into its possibility. This points to the deepest and as yet wholly unresolved riddles of metaphysics. Language itself must contain the possibility of enabling such a book to contest its own semblance sign and shine best written. This semblance is just as objectively real as the false contents of the proposition that 2 + 2 = 5 are objectively real in logic. From the philosophy of language as well as epistemology, the question arises about the objective possibility of semblance and error. Such illusions and errors are what makes Gundolf's language possible. His book is a veritable falsification of knowledge. Fragment written ca. 1917, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. The central task of the coming philosophy will be to take the deepest intimations it draws from our times and our expectation of a great future, and turn them into knowledge by relating them to the Kantian system. The historical continuity that is ensured by following the Kantian system is also the only such continuity of decisive and systematic consequence. For Kant is the most recent of those philosophers for whom what mattered was not primarily the scope and depth of knowledge but first and foremost its justification, and with the exception of Plato he is perhaps the only one. Both of these philosophers share a confidence that the knowledge of which we can give the clearest account will also be the most profound. They have not dismissed the demand for depth in philosophy, but have found their own unique way of meeting it by identifying it with the demand for justification. The more unpredictably and boldly the development of future philosophy announces itself, the more deeply it must struggle for certainty, whose criterion is systematic unity or truth. Nevertheless, the most important obstacle to linking a truly time and eternity conscious philosophy to Kant is the following: the reality with which, and with the knowledge of which, Kant wanted to base knowledge on certainty and truth is a reality of a low, perhaps the lowest, order. The problem faced by Kantian epistemology, as by every great epistemology, has two sides, and Kant managed to give a valid explanation for only one of them. First of all, there was the question of the certainty of knowledge that is lasting, and, second, there was the question of the integrity of an experience that is ephemeral. For universal philosophical interest is continually directed toward both the timeless validity of knowledge and the certainty of a temporal experience which is regarded as the immediate, if not the only, object of that knowledge. This experience, in its total structure, had simply not been made manifest to philosophers as something singularly temporal, and that holds true for Kant as well. Especially in the Prolegomena, Kant wanted to take the principles of experience from the sciences, in particular, mathematical physics, yet from the very beginning, and even in the Critique of Pure Reason, experience itself and unto itself was never identical with the object realm of that science. Even if it had become so for him, as it did for the Neo-Kantian thinkers, the concept of experience thus identified and determined would still have remained the old concept of experience, which is distinguished by its relationship not only to pure consciousness but to empirical consciousness as well. But this is precisely what is at issue, the concept of the naked, primitive, self-evident experience, which, for Kant, as a man who somehow shared the horizon of his times, seemed to be the only experience given, indeed, the only experience possible. This experience, however, as already indicated, was unique and temporally limited. Above and beyond this form, which it shares with every type of experience, this experience, which in a significant sense could be called a world view, was that of the Enlightenment. But in its most essential characteristics, it is not all that different from the experience of the other centuries of the modern era. As an experience or a view of the world, it was of the lowest order. The very fact that Kant was able to commence his immense work under the constellation of the Enlightenment indicates that he undertook his work on the basis of an experience virtually reduced to a nadir, to a minimum of significance. Indeed, one can say that the very greatness of his work, his unique radicalism, presupposed an experience which had almost no intrinsic value and which could have attained its, we may say, sad significance only through its certainty. Of the pre-Kantian philosophers, none saw himself confronted with the task in this sense. Nor did any of them have such a free hand, since an experience whose best aspect, whose quintessence, was Newtonian physics, with all its certainty, could take rough and tyrannical treatment without suffering. For the Enlightenment there were no authorities, in the sense not only of authorities to whom one would have to submit unconditionally, but also of intellectual forces who might have managed to give a higher context to experience. Just what the lower and inferior nature of experience in those times amounts to, just where its astonishingly small and specifically metaphysical weight lies, can only be hinted at in the perception as to how this low-level concept of experience also had a restricting effect on Kantian thought. It is obviously a matter of that same state of affairs that has often been mentioned as the religious and historical blindness of the Enlightenment, with no recognition of the extent to which these features of the Enlightenment pertain to the entire modern era. It is of the greatest importance for the philosophy of the future to recognize and sort out which elements of the Kantian philosophy should be adopted and cultivated, which should be reworked, and which should be rejected. Every demand for a return to Kant rests upon the conviction that this system, which encountered a notion of experience whose metaphysical aspect met with the approval of men such as Mendelssohn and Garve, has, by virtue of its brilliant exploration of the certainty and justification of knowledge, derived and developed a depth that will prove adequate for a new and higher kind of experience yet to come. To this simultaneously presents the primary challenge faced by contemporary philosophy and asserts that it can be met. It is, according to the typology of Kantian thought, to undertake the epistemological foundation of a higher concept of experience. And precisely this is to be made the theme of the expected philosophy, that a certain typology can be demonstrated and clearly drawn out from the Kantian system, a typology which can do justice to a higher experience. Nowhere does Kant deny the possibility of a metaphysics, he merely wishes to have criteria set up against which such a possibility can be proven in the individual case. The notion of experience held in the Kantian age did not require metaphysics. The only thing historically possible in Kant's day was to deny its claims, because the demand of his contemporaries for metaphysical ICS was weakness or hypocrisy. Thus, it is a question of finding, on the basis of Kantian typology, prolegomena to a future metaphysics and, in the process, of envisioning this future metaphysics, this higher experience. But it is not only with reference to experience and metaphysics that philosophy must be concerned with the revision of Kant. And methodically considered, that is, as true philosophy should consider it, the revision should begin not with reference to experience and metaphysics but with reference to the concept of knowledge. The decisive mistakes of Kant's epistemology are, without a doubt, traceable to the hollowness of the experience available to him, and thus the double task of creating both a new concept of knowledge and a new conception of the world on the basis of philosophy becomes a single one. The weakness of the Kantian concept of knowledge has often been felt in the lack of radicalism and the lack of consistency in his teachings. Kant's epistemology does not open up the realm of metaphysics, because it contains within itself primitive elements of an unproductive metaphysics which excludes all others. In epistemology, every metaphysical element is the germ of a disease that expresses itself in the separation of knowledge from the realm of experience in its full freedom and depth. The development of philosophy is to be expected because each annihilation of these metaphysical elements in an epistemology simultaneously refers it to a deeper, more metaphysically fulfilled experience. There is, and here lies the historical seed of the approaching philosophy, a most intimate connection between that experience, the deeper exploration of which could never lead to metaphysical truths, and that theory of knowledge, which was not yet able to determine sufficiently the logical place of metaphysical research. Nonetheless, the sense in which Kant uses, for instance, the term metaphysics of nature seems definitely to lie in the direction of the exploration of experience on the basis of epistemologically secured principles. The inadequacies with respect to experience and metaphysics manifest themselves within epistemology itself as elements of speculative metaphysics, that is, metaphysics that has become rudimentary. The most important of these elements are, first, Kant's conception of knowledge as a relation between some sort of subjects and objects or subject and object, a conception that he was unable, ultimately, to overcome, despite all his attempts to do so, and, second, the relation of knowledge and experience to human empirical consciousness, likewise only very tentatively overcome. These two problems are closely interconnected, and even to the extent that Kant and the Neo-Kantians have overcome the object nature of the thing in itself as the cause of sensations, there remains the subject nature of the cognizing consciousness to be eliminated. This subject nature of this cognizing consciousness, however, stems from the fact that it is formed in analogy to the empirical consciousness, which of course has objects confronting it. All of this is a thoroughly metaphysical rudiment of epistemology, a piece of just that shallow experience of these centuries which has crept into epistemology. It simply cannot be doubted that the notion, sublimated though it may be, of an individual living ego which receives sensations by means of its senses and forms its ideas on the basis of them plays a role of the greatest importance in the Kantian concept of knowledge. This notion is, however, mythology, and so far as its truth content is concerned, it is the same as every other epistemological mythology. We know of primitive peoples of the so-called pre-animistic stage who identify themselves with sacred animals and plants and name themselves after them. We know of insane people who likewise identify themselves in part with objects of their perception, which are thus no longer objecta, placed before them. We know of sick people who relate the sensations of their bodies not to themselves but rather to other creatures, and of clairvoyants who at least claim to be able to feel the sensations of others as their own. The commonly shared notion of sensuous, and intellectual, knowledge in our epoch, as well as in the Kantian and the pre-Kantian epochs, is very much a mythology like those mentioned. In this respect, so far as the naive conception of the receipt of perceptions is concerned, Kantian experience is metaphysics or mythology, and indeed only a modern and religiously very infertile one. Experience, as it is conceived in reference to the individual living human and his consciousness, instead of as a systematic specification of knowledge, is again in all of its types the mere object of this real knowledge, specifically of its psychological branch. The latter divides empirical consciousness systematically into types of madness. Cognizing man, the cognizing empirical consciousness, is a type of insane consciousness. This means nothing more than that within the empirical consciousness there are only gradual differences among its various types. These differences are simultaneously differences of value, but their criterion cannot be the correctness of cognitions and is never the issue in the empirical, psychological sphere. To determine the true criteria for differentiating between the values of the various types of consciousness will be one of the highest tasks of the future philosophy. Corresponding to the types of empirical consciousness are just as many types of experiences, which in regard to their relation to the empirical consciousness, so far as truth is concerned, have the value only of fantasy or hallucination. For an objective relation between the empirical consciousness and the objective concept of experience is impossible. All genuine experience rests upon the pure epistemological, transcendental, consciousness, if this term is still usable under the condition that it be stripped of everything subjective. The pure transcendental consciousness is different in kind from any empirical consciousness, and the question therefore arises of whether the application of the term consciousness is allowable here. How the psychological concept of consciousness is related to the concept of the sphere of pure knowledge remains a major problem of philosophy, one which perhaps can be set aside only through recourse to the age of scholasticism. Here is the logical place for many problems that phenomenology has recently raised anew. Philosophy is based upon the fact that the structure of experience lies within the structure of knowledge and is to be developed from it. This experience, then, also includes religion, as the true experience, in which neither God nor man is object or subject of experience but in which this experience depends on pure knowledge as the quintessence of which philosophy alone can and must think God. The task of future epistemology is to find for knowledge the sphere of total neutrality in regard to the concepts of both subject and object. In other words, it is to discover the autonomous, innate sphere of knowledge in which this concept in no way continues to designate the relation between two metaphysical entities. It should be made a tenet of the program of future philosophy that in the course of the purification of epistemology which Kant ensured could be posed as a radical problem while also making its posing necessary not only a new concept of knowledge but also a new concept of experience should be established, in accordance with the relationship Kant found between the two. Of course, as was said, neither experience nor knowledge may be bound to the empirical consciousness in this process, but here, too, it would continue to be the case. Indeed, it would first derive its proper significance to say that the conditions of knowledge are those of experience. This new concept of experience, which would be established on the basis of the new conditions of knowledge, would itself be the logical place and the logical possibility of metaphysics. For when he made metaphysics a problem and experience the only basis of knowledge, Kant had no other reason than the fact that, as he proceeded from his concept of experience, the possibility of a metaphysics that would have the importance of previous metaphysics, properly understood, not the possibility of having a metaphysics at all, would have had to seem excluded. Apparently, however, metaphysics is not distinguished solely by the illegitimacy of its insights, at least not for Kant, who would otherwise hardly have written prolegomena to it. Its distinctiveness lies, rather, in its universal power to tie all of experience immediately to the concept of God, through ideas. Thus, the task of the coming philosophy can be conceived as the discovery or creation of that concept of knowledge which, by relating experience exclusively to the transcendental consciousness, makes not only mechanical but also religious experience logically possible. This should definitely be taken to mean not that knowledge makes God possible but that it definitely does make the experience and doctrine of Him possible in the first place. In the development of philosophy called for and considered proper here, one symptom of Neo-Kantianism can already be detected. A major problem of Neo-Kantianism was to eliminate the distinction between intuition and intellect, a metaphysical rudiment that occupies a position like that of the theory of the faculties in Kant's work. With this, that is, with the transformation of the concept of knowledge, there also began a transformation of the concept of experience. For there is no doubt that Kant does not intend to reduce all experience so exclusively to scientific experience, no matter how much it may belong, in some respects, to the training of the historical Kant. Certainly Kant tended to avoid dividing and fragmenting experience into the realms of the individual sciences. Even if later epistemology has to deny recourse to commonly understood experience, as occurs in Kant, on the other hand, in the interest of the continuity of experience, representation of experience as the system of the sciences as the Neo-Kantians have it is still lacking. A way must be found in metaphysics to form a pure and systematic continuum of experience. Indeed, it seems that the true meaning of experience is to be sought in this area. But in the Neo-Kantian rectification of one of Kant's metaphysicizing thoughts, not the fundamental one, a modification of the concept of experience occurred significantly enough, first of all in the extreme extension of the mechanical aspect of the relatively empty Enlightenment concept of experience. It should by no means be overlooked that the concept of freedom stands in a peculiar correlation to the mechanical concept of experience and was accordingly further developed in Neo-Kantianism. But here, too, it must be emphasized that the entire context of ethics can no more be absorbed into the concept of morality held by Kant, the Enlightenment, and the Kantians than the context of metaphysics fits into that which they call experience. With a new concept of knowledge, therefore, not only the concept of experience but also that of freedom will undergo a decisive transformation. One could actually argue here that, with the discovery of a concept of experience which would provide a logical place for metaphysics, the distinction between the realms of nature and freedom would be abolished. Yet here, where we are concerned solely with a program of research and not with proof, only this much need be said: no matter how necessary and inevitable it may be to reconstruct, on the basis of a new transcendental logic, the realm of dialectics, the realm of the crossover between the theory of experience and the theory of freedom, it is just as imperative that this transformation not end up in a confounding of freedom and experience, even though the concept of experience may be changed in the metaphysical realm by the concept of freedom in a sense that is perhaps as yet unknown. For no matter how incalculable the changes may be that will reveal themselves to research here, the trichotomy of the Kantian system is one of the great features of that typology which is to be preserved, and it, more than any other, must be preserved. One may well ask whether the second part of the system, quite apart from the difficulty of the third, must still be related to ethics or whether the category of causality through freedom might have a different meaning. The trichotomy, whose metaphysically deepest aspects are still undiscovered, has its decisive foundation within the Kantian system in the trinity of the relational categories. In the absolute trichotomy of the system, which in this threefold aspect is related to the entire realm of culture, lies one of the reasons for the world historical superiority of Kant's system over that of his predecessors. The formalist dialectic of the post-Kantian systems, however, is not based on the definition of the thesis as categorical relation, the antithesis as hypothetical relation, and the synthesis as disjunctive relation. But besides the concept of synthesis, another concept, that of a certain non-synthesis of two concepts in another, will become very important systematically, since another relation between thesis and antithesis is possible besides synthesis. This can hardly lead to a fourfold structure of relational categories, however. But if the great trichotomy must be preserved for the structuring of philosophy, even while the components themselves are still misdefined, the same does not hold true for all the individual schemata of the system. Just as the Marburg school has already begun with the sublation of the distinction between transcendental logic and aesthetics, even though it is possible that an analogue of this distinction might return on a higher level, so must the table of categories be completely revised, as is now generally demanded. In this very process, then, the transformation of the concept of knowledge will begin to manifest itself in the acquisition of a new concept of experience, since the Aristotelian categories are both arbitrarily posed and have been exploited in a very one-sided way by Kant in the light of mechanical experience. First and foremost, one must consider whether the table of categories must remain in its present isolation and lack of mediation, or whether it could not take a place among other members in a theory of orders. OR itself be built UPTO such a theory, founded upon OR connected TO primal concepts Urbegriff FE. Such a theory of orders would also comprise that which Kant discusses in the Transcendental Aesthetic, and, furthermore, all the basic concepts not only of mechanics but also of geometry, linguistics, psychology, the descriptive natural sciences, and many others, to the extent that these concepts had a direct relation to the categories or the other highest ordering concepts of philosophy. Outstanding examples here are the principles of grammar. Furthermore, one must recall that, with the radical elimination of all those elements in epistemology that provide the concealed answer to the concealed question about the origins of knowledge, the great problem of the false or of error is opened up, whose logical structure and order must be ascertained just like those of the true. Error can no longer be explained in terms of erring, any more than the true can be explained in terms of correct understanding. For this investigation of the logical nature of the false and the mistaken, the categories are likewise presumably to be found in the theory of the orders. Everywhere in modern philosophy the recognition crops up that categorical and related orders are of central importance for the knowledge of an experience which is multiply-gradated and non-mechanical. Art, jurisprudence, and history, these and other areas must orient themselves according to the theory of categories with much more intensity than Kant oriented them. But at the same time, one of the greatest problems of the system occurs in regard to the transcendental logic, specifically the question of its third part, in other words, the question of those scientific types of experience, the biological ones, which Kant did not treat on the ground of the transcendental logic. One must also inquire why he did not do so. Furthermore, the question of the relationship of art to this third part of the system and of ethics to the second part, the fixing of the concept of identity, unknown to Kant, will likely play a great role in the transcendental logic, inasmuch as it does not occur in the table of categories yet presumably constitutes the highest of transcendental logical concepts and is perhaps truly suited to founding the sphere of knowledge autonomously beyond the subject-object terminology. The transcendental dialectic already displays, in the Kantian formulation, the ideas upon which the unity of experience rests. As already mentioned, however, for the deepened concept of experience, continuity is almost as indispensable as unity, and the basis of the unity and continuity of that experience which is not vulgar or only scientific, but metaphysical, must be demonstrated in the ideas. The convergence of ideas toward the highest concept of knowledge must be shown. Just as Kantian theory itself, in order to find its principles, needed to be confronted with a science with reference to which it could define them, modern philosophy will need this as well. The great transformation and correction which must be performed upon the concept of knowledge, ori, and so one-sidedly along mathematical mechanical lines, can be attained only by relating knowledge to language, as was attempted by Heyman during Kant's lifetime. 3. For Kant, the consciousness that philosophical knowledge was absolutely certain and a priori, the consciousness of that aspect of philosophy in which it is fully the peer of mathematics, ensured that he devoted almost no attention to the fact that all philosophical knowledge has its unique expression in language and not in formulas or numbers. This fact, however, might well ultimately prove to be the decisive one, and it is ultimately because of this fact that the systematic supremacy of philosophy over all science as well as mathematics is to be asserted. A concept of knowledge gained from reflection on the linguistic nature of knowledge will create a corresponding concept of experience which will also encompass realms that can't fail to truly systematize. The realm of religion should be mentioned as the foremost of these. Thus, the demand upon the philosophy of the future can ultimately be put in these words: to create on the basis of the Kantian system a concept of knowledge to which a concept of experience corresponds, of which the knowledge is the teaching's lair. Point 4. Such a philosophy in its universal element would either itself be designated as theology or would be superordinate to theology to the extent that it contains historically philosophical elements. Experience is the uniform and continuous multiplicity of knowledge. Addendum. In the interest of clarifying the relation of philosophy to religion, the contents of the preceding essay should be repeated to the extent that it concerns the systematic schema of philosophy. It is concerned first of all with the relationship among the three concepts: epistemology, metaphysics, and religion. All of philosophy breaks down into epistemology and metaphysics, or, as Kant would say, into a critical and a dogmatic part. This division, however, is not as an indication of content but as a principle of classification, not of principal importance. With it, one is trying to say only that upon the basis of all the critical ensuring of cognitive concepts and the concept of knowledge, a theory can now be BMLT up of that on which in the very first place the concept of knowledge is epistemologically fixed. Where the critical ends and the dogmatic begins is perhaps not clearly demonstrable, because the concept of the dogmatic is supposed to designate only the transition from critique to teachings, from the more general to particular fundamental concepts. All philosophy is thus theory of knowledge, but just that a theory, critical and dogmatic, of all knowledge. Both parts, the critical and the dogmatic, fall completely within the realm of the philosophical. Since this is the case, since it is not true that, for instance, the dogmatic part coincides with that of individual sciences, the question naturally arises as to the borderline between philosophy and individual sciences. The meaning of the term metaphysical, as introduced in the foregoing, consists precisely in declaring this border non-existent, and the reformulation of experience as metaphysics means that so-called experience is virtually included in the metaphysical or dogmatic part of philosophy, into which the highest epistemological, that is, the critical, is transformed. For examples of this relation in the area of physics, see my essay on explanation and description. The relations among epistemology, metaphysics, and the individual sciences are thus very generally outlined. Two questions remain. First, that of the relation of the critical to the dogmatic moment in ethics and aesthetics, which we can leave aside here since we must postulate a solution in a manner perhaps systematically analogous to that in the domain of physics. Second, there is the question of the relation between philosophy and religion. To begin with, it is now clear that what is at stake is not the issue of the relationship between philosophy and religion but that between philosophy and the teachings of religion. In other words, the question of the relation between knowledge in general and knowledge of religion. The question of existence raised by religion, art, and so on can also play a role philosophically, but only on the path of inquiry into the philosophical knowledge of such existence. Philosophy always inquires about knowledge, in relation to which the question of the knowledge of its existence is only a modification, albeit an incomparably marvelous modification, of the question of knowledge in general. Indeed, it must be said that philosophy in its questionings can never hit upon the unity of existence, but only upon new unities of various conformities to laws, whose integral is existence. The original or primal concept of epistemology has a double function. On the one hand, this concept is the one which by its specification, after the general logical foundation of knowledge, penetrates to the concepts of specific types of cognition and thus to specific types of experience. This is its real epistemological significance and simultaneously the one weaker side of its metaphysical significance. However, the original and primal concept of knowledge does not reach a concrete totality of experience in this context, any more than it reaches a concept of existence. But there is a unity of experience that can by no means be understood as a sum of experiences, to which the concept of knowledge as teaching is immediately related in its continuous development. The object and the content of this teaching, this concrete totality of experience, is religion, which, however, is presented to philosophy in the first instance only as teaching. Yet the source of existence lies in the totality of experience, and only in teaching does philosophy encounter something absolute, as existence, and in so doing encounter that continuity in the nature of experience. The failing of Neo-Kantianism can be suspected in its neglect of this continuity. In a purely metaphysical respect, the original concept of experience in its totality is transformed in a sense quite different from the way it is transformed in its individual specifications, the sciences that is, immediately, where the meaning of this immediacy vis-a-vis the former mediacy remains to be determined. To say that knowledge is metaphysical means in the strict sense, it is related via the original concept of knowledge to the concrete totality of experience that is, existence. The philosophical concept of existence must answer to the religious concept of teachings, but the latter must answer to the epistemological original concept. All of this is only a sketchy indication. The basic tendency of this definition of the relationship between religion and philosophy, however, is to meet the demands for, first, the virtual unity of religion and philosophy, second, the incorporation of the knowledge of religion into philosophy, third, the integrity of the tripartite division of the system. Written in 1918, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Mark Ritter. One misunderstanding about Stifter seems to me highly dangerous because it ends up in the orbit of mistaken metaphysical convictions about what man needs in his relation to the world. There can be no doubt that Stifter has given us some quite wonderful descriptions of nature, and that he has also said some marvelous things about human life insofar as it has not yet been transformed into destiny, that is to say, insofar as it is still concerned with children, as in Bergkristall Mountain Crystal. But the gigantic fallacy he commits is one that he himself has described, without recognizing it for what it is. It is found in the preface to Bunstein II, where he writes about great and small events in the world and attempts to represent the relation between them as a deceptive and unimportant, even relative one. In fact, he has no appreciation for the purity and sense of order that obtain in the basic relations between man and the world. In other words, he has no sense of justice in the highest meaning of the word. While reflecting on the way in which he unfolds the destiny of his characters in his various books in Abdias, To Emmeline, Brigitta, and an episode in Die Map means Gross, Svater's My Great-Grandfather's Diary, I have constantly been aware of the obverse, the shadow side, of his self-imposed limitation to a depiction of the apparently insignificant aspects of life. The fact is that he neither can nor wishes to restrict himself solely to describing these things, and he therefore goes beyond description to extend that simplicity to the great events of fate, even though these necessarily have a simplicity and purity of quite a different kind, namely one that cohabits with greatness or, better, justice. It then becomes evident that in Stifter a shadow is cast over nature, a rebellion takes place, which turns into something horrifying and demonic. This enters his female figures, Brigitta, the colonel's wife, where its perverted and subtly disguised demonic force assumes the innocent aspect of simplicity. Stifter is conversant with nature, but at the frontier between nature and destiny his knowledge is less secure and he fails to convince as a writer. This can be quite embarrassing, as in the conclusion of Abdias, for example. Self-assurance in such matters can be derived only from a highly developed inner sense of justice, but in Stifter a different impulse was obsessively at work. This appeared simpler, but in truth it was a subhuman, demonic, and even phantom-like attempt to harmonize the moral world and destiny with nature. In actual fact, this harmony was a secret bastardization. On closer inspection, its uncanny features always make their appearance in passages where he is interesting in a quite specific sense. Stifter has a dual nature, two faces. The impulse toward purity sometimes becomes divorced from the yearning for justice. It then loses itself in minutiae only to re-emerge like a phantom, exaggerated. This is quite possible in large-scale events as a mixture in which purity and impurity can no longer be distinguished. There can be no ultimately enduring metaphysical purity without a struggle to perceive the highest and most extreme laws governing the world, and we should not forget that such a struggle was alien to Stifter. 2. He can create only on the visual plane. This does not mean that he reproduces only visible phenomena, for as an artist he possesses style. The problem of his style is that he takes all things as an approach to the metaphysically visual sphere. One immediate consequence of this is that he has no way of perceiving any revelation which can only be heard, that is, which belongs to the metaphysically acoustic realm. This also explains the role of the basic characteristic of his writings, their emphasis on peacefulness. For peacefulness is, above all, the absence of any acoustic sensation. The speech of Stifter's characters is ostensive. It is the exposition of feelings and thoughts in an acoustically insulated space. He completely lacks the ability to depict any deeper emotion or hoc, for example, which must primarily be expressed in speech. The demonic aspect that characterizes his writings to a greater or lesser degree is based on this inability, and is most clearly manifest where he chooses a surreptitious line of advance because he is unable to discover the liberating utterance that lies near at hand and would assure his salvation. He is spiritually mute, that is to say, he lacks that contact with the essence of the world, with language, from which speech arises. Written in 1918, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Stifter 113. Every unlimited condition of the will L. Every unlimited condition of the will leads to evil. Ambition and lust are unlimited expressions of will. As the theologians have always perceived, the natural totality of the will must be destroyed. The will must shatter into 1,000 pieces. The elements of the will that have proliferated so greatly limit one another. This gives rise to the limited, terrestrial will. Whatever goes beyond them and calls for the supreme unity of intention is not the object of the will, it does not require the intention of the will. Prayer, however, can be unlimited. Fragment written in 1918, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Types of history. Natural history. Cosmogony. Universal history. Developmental stages of phenomena. Divine history. Linear causality from the standpoint of which, natural history becomes history of creation, universal history becomes revelation. Natural history exists only as cosmogony or as the history of creation. Herder's conception of this is mistaken, regarded from an earthly standpoint, but the earth is, in itself, a world historical individual because human beings live on it. The correspondence between phenomena is valid not just for the cosmos but also for terrestrial nature, for which the correspondence in universal history is also relevant, as well as for anthropos as a phenomenon, for example, as a sexual being up to the limits of history. Natural history does not extend to mankind, any more than does universal history, it knows only the individual. Man is neither a phenomenon nor an effect, but a created being. Fragment written in 1918, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. In German Romanticism. Above all, the analyst should inquire, or rather train his eye, to see whether he has really found a mysterious synthesis or is only dealing with an aggregate, a juxtaposition. And to see how this all might be modified. Goethe. Introduction. Delimitation of the question. The present work is conceived as a contribution to an investigation into the history of a problem, and will endeavor to demonstrate the concept of criticism in the transformations through which it has passed. It is undeniable that such an investigation of the history of the concept of criticism is something quite different from a history of criticism itself. It addresses a philosophical or, more precisely, a problem historical task. What follows can be no more than a contribution to the solution of this task, because it presents not the historical context of the problem in its entirety but only a single moment within that development, namely, the romantic concept of criticism of art. 2. The present work will try to hint in part at the larger problem historical context in which this one moment stands and occupies a prominent position, but it will do so only at the end. We can no more determine the concept of criticism without epistemological presuppositions than we could without aesthetic ones, not only because the latter imply the former, but above all because criticism contains a cognitive factor, regardless of whether one takes this to be pure cognition or value-laden cognition. Thus, the Romantic determination of the concept of criticism also stands completely upon epistemological presuppositions, which of course does not mean that the Romantics consciously derived this concept from them. But the concept as such does rest on epistemological presuppositions, as does every concept, in the end, that is rightly called such. For this reason, in the following discussion these presuppositions will 117 have to be demonstrated first, and never lost from view. At the same time, the work focuses upon them as upon systematically graspable moments within Romantic thought, which might display them in a higher degree and with greater significance than one commonly expects. It is scarcely necessary to mark off the following inquiry as a problem historical and, as such, systematically oriented one, from a purely systematic investigation into the concept of criticism. Two other boundary determinations, however, may be more necessary, vis-a-vis questions of the history of philosophy and questions of the philosophy of history. Only in the most improper sense may investigations in the history of problems be thought of as investigations in the history of philosophy, even though in certain individual cases the boundaries between these modes of inquiry might inevitably blur. For it is, at the least, a metaphysical hypothesis that the whole of the history of philosophy in the authentic sense is at the same time and ipso facto the unfolding of a single problem. It is self-evident that the objects of a presentation concerned with the history of a problem are in various ways intertwined with those of the history of philosophy. To assume that their methods are equally intertwined signifies that the boundaries have been displaced. Since this work deals with Romanticism, a further demarcation is unavoidable. This work does not make the attempt, often undertaken with insufficient means, to demonstrate the historical essence of Romanticism. In other words, the questions germane to the philosophy of history have no place here. Nevertheless, the statements that follow, especially in regard to the peculiar systematic of Friedrich Schlegel's thought and the early Romantic idea of art, will contribute materials valuable for a definition of the essence of Romanticism without addressing the point of view through which that might be accomplished. 3. The Romantics use the term critic in multiple senses. In what follows, it means criticism as the criticism of art, not as epistemological method and philosophical standpoint. As will be shown below, the word was elevated to the latter meaning at that time in connection with Kant, namely, as an esoteric term for the incomparable and completed philosophical standpoint. In ordinary usage, however, it carried only the sense of a well-founded judgment. And perhaps not without the influence of Romanticism, since the grounding for the critique of artworks, not for any philosophical doctrine of critique, was one of its enduring achievements. Just as the concept of criticism will not be discussed in greater detail than its connection with the theory of art requires, so, 2. The Romantic theory of art will be pursued only insofar as it is important for the presentation of that concept. Point 4. This implies a very significant restriction of the material to be considered. Theories of artistic consciousness and of artistic creation, questions of the psychology of art all fall away, and only the concepts of the idea of art and of the artwork remain within the horizon of our consideration. The objective grounding of the concept of criticism provided by Friedrich Schlegel has to do only with the objective structure of art as idea, and with its formations, its works. For the rest, when he speaks of art, he thinks above all of literature, poesy. The other arts, in the period in question here, occupied him almost exclusively with reference to poetry or literature. The basic laws of the latter counted for him, in all probability, as the basic laws of all art, insofar as the problem occupied him at all. In the work that follows, the term art will always be understood to indicate literature, in its central position among all the arts. Similarly, the term artwork indicates individual works of literature. It would create a false impression if the present study attempted to include a remedy for this equivocation, since it designates a fundamental lack in the Romantic theory of literature, indeed of art generally. Both concepts are only unclearly distinguished from each other, to say nothing of their being oriented toward each other so that no understanding of the peculiar nature and the limits of poetic expression vis-a-vis those of the other arts could arise. In this context, we are not interested in the judgments the Romantics passed on art if these judgments are considered as facts belonging to literary history. For the Romantic theory of the criticism of art is not to be derived from any practice, si, the method of A.W. Schlegel, but is to be systematically demonstrated in accord with the Romantic theorists of art. The method of A.W. Schlegel's critical activity has little to do with the concept of criticism developed by his brother, who established the center of gravity of that concept in the method, not in the standards of judgment, as A.W. Schlegel did. But Friedrich Schlegel himself answered fully to his ideal of criticism only in his review of Wilhelm Meister, which is just as much theory of criticism as criticism of Goethe's novel. The sources. Friedrich Schlegel's theory will be presented in the following as the Romantic theory of criticism. The justification for designating this theory as the Romantic theory rests on its representative character. Not that all the early Romantics declared themselves in agreement with it, or even took notice of it. Friedrich Schlegel often remained unintelligible even to his friends. But his view of the essence of criticism is the final word of the Romantic school on this matter. He made this problematical and philosophical object his own, although certainly not uniquely his own. For A.W. Schlegel, criticism of art was not a philosophical problem. Along with Friedrich Schlegel's writings, only those of Novalis come into consideration as sources in the narrower sense for this presentation, whereas Fichte's earlier writings present indispensable sources, not for the Romantic concept of criticism itself. 119. But for its comprehension. The justification for bringing in Novalis writings along with those of Schlegel 5 is the complete unanimity of both as regards the premises and conclusions of the theory of criticism. Novalis was less interested in the problem itself, but he shared with Schlegel the epistemological presuppositions on the basis of which the latter treated this problem, and together with him he upheld the consequences of this theory for art. He formulated both of these, sometimes more sharply and revealingly than his friend did, in the form of a remarkable mysticism of knowledge and an important theory of prose. The two friends met in the year 1792, both at the age of 20, and beginning in 1797 they entered into the liveliest correspondence, sending each other their works as well. 6. This close companionship makes the investigation of mutual influences largely impossible, for the question at hand, it is completely superfluous. Novalis' testimony is also of the greatest value because the presentation of Friedrich Schlegel finds itself in a difficult position. His theory of art, to say nothing of his theory of the criticism of art, is based so decisively on epistemological presuppositions that it remains unintelligible unless these are understood. Yet Friedrich Schlegel, before and around 1800, when he published these works in the Athenaeum, which constitutes the chief source for this essay, 7 had not laid down any philosophical system in which, by itself, we could expect a conclusive epistemological discussion. Rather, in the fragments and essays of the Athenaeum, the epistemological presuppositions are bound up in the most intimate way with the extralogical, aesthetic determinations and can be divorced from these and presented separately only with great difficulty. At least at this particular period, Schlegel cannot take up any idea without setting his entire thinking and all his ideas into unruly motion. This compression and close connection of the epistemological insights within the whole mass of Schlegel's thinking appear to have heightened their bold, paradoxical character, and vice versa. For an understanding of this concept of criticism, we cannot dispense with the explication and isolation, the pure exposition of that theory of knowledge. The first part of this work is dedicated to this exposition. However difficult it might be, many instances do confirm the results obtained. If, on the basis of the immanent criterion, we still find that the arguments concerning the theory of art and the criticism of art simply do not lose their apparent obscurity and arbitrariness without these epistemological presuppositions, then there remain, as a second criterion, the fragments of Novalis, to whose basic epistemological concept of reflection Schlegel's theory of knowledge given the general, highly articulated conceptual affinity between these two thinkers can easily be related. And indeed, closer study shows that Schlegel's theory of knowledge matches Novalis' concept exactly. Happily, the investigation of Schlegel's theory of knowledge does not depend solely and primarily on his fragments, it has at its disposal a broader basis. These are 120. The lectures by Friedrich Schlegel that are known as the Windishmann lectures, after their editor. These lectures, delivered in Paris and Cologne from 1804 to 1806, and completely dominated by the ideas of the Catholic philosophy of Restoration, take up those motifs which their author preserved from the fall of the Romantic school and saved for his subsequent life work. The majority of the ideas in these lectures are new in Schlegel, though far from original. His erstwhile pronouncements on humanity, ethics, and art seem discredited to him. But the epistemological attitude of the previous years for the first time clearly emerges here, albeit in modified form. Though the concept of reflection, which is also Schlegel's basic epistemological conception, can be traced in his writings as far back as the second half of the 1790s, only in these lectures does it appear fully articulated and explicitly developed for the first time. In them Schlegel wished expressly to provide a system that included an epistemology. It is not too much to say that precisely these basic epistemological positions present the static, positive component of the relation between the middle and later Schlegel, while one would have to consider the inner dialectic of his development as the dynamic, negative component. These positions are important both for Schlegel's own development and, generally, for the transition from early to later Romanticism. 8. For the rest, the discussions that follow cannot and do not wish to furnish a picture of the Windishmann lectures as a whole, but wish only to consider one of their lines of thought that is important for the first part of this work. These lectures therefore stand in the same relation to the whole of the presentation as do Fichte's writings to the particular context in which they are discussed. Both are source writings of the second rank, they aid in the understanding of the chief sources, namely, Schlegel's works in the Lyceum and Athenaeum fragments, as well as those in the Charakteristiken und Kritiken characterizations and critiques, and those fragments of Novalis which immediately define the concept of criticism. 9. Schlegel's early writings on the literature of the Greeks and Romans are touched on only occasionally within this context, in which we are showing not the genesis of his concept of criticism, but this concept itself. Part 1, Reflection. Reflection and positing in Fichte. Thinking that reflects on itself in self-consciousness is the basic fact from which Schlegel's and, in large part, Novalis' epistemological considerations take their start. The relation that thinking has to itself in reflection is seen as the relation that lies closest to thinking in general. From it, all others are 1-to-1 developed. Schlegel says, once in loosened, thinking has the peculiarity that, next to itself, it most of all prefers to think about that which it can think without end. 1-0 This indicates that thinking can find an end least of all in reflective thinking about itself. Reflection is the most frequent type in the thought of the early Romantics. Passages confirming this statement occur among their fragments. Imitation, manner, and style, these three forms, which can very easily be applied to Romantic thinking, find their peculiar stamp in the concept of reflection. On one occasion, it is the imitation of Fichte, as, above all, in the early Novalis; on another, mannerism, for example, when Schlegel demands of his public that it should understand understanding. 1-1 Principally, however, reflection is the style of thinking. 12 In which not arbitrarily but of necessity the early Romantics expressed their deepest insights. The Romantic spirit seems to take pleasure in fantasizing about itself, Schlegel says of Tieck Sternbald, 13 and this it does not only in early Romantic works of art, but also and above all, more rigorously and more abstractly, in early Romantic thinking. In a fragment that is in fact based on fantasy, Novalis tries to interpret the whole of terrestrial existence as the reflection of spirits in themselves, and to interpret man within this earthly life as partly the dispelling and breaking through of that primitive reflectio n. 14 And in the Windishmann lectures, Schlegel formulates this principle, long familiar to him, with the words, the capacity of the activity that returns into itself, the ability to be the I of the I, is thinking. This thinking has no other object than ourselves. 1-5 Thinking and reflection are thus identified with each other. But this does not occur only to guarantee for thinking that infinity which is given in reflection and which, without closer consideration, may appear to be of questionable value as merely the thinking that thinking does about itself. Rather, the Romantics saw in the reflective nature of thinking a warrant for its intuitive character. As soon as the history of philosophy, in Kant, although not for the first time, still explicitly and emphatically affirmed both the possibility of thinking and intellectual intuition and its impossibility in the realm of experience, a manifold and almost feverish endeavor emerged to recover this concept for philosophy as the guarantee of its highest claims. At the forefront of this endeavor were Fichte, Schlegel, Novalis, and Schelling. In his first version of the Science of Knowledge Wissenschaftslehre, in 1794, Fichte already insists upon the mutual and reciprocal givenness of reflective thinking and immediate cognition. He does so with complete clarity as regards the issue, although the expression immediate cognition is not found in his text. This is of great importance for the Romantic concept of reflection. Here we need to make quite clear how this concept is connected to its Fichtean counterpart. It is evidently dependent on Fichte's concept, but this is not sufficient for our present purposes. Here it is a matter of observing precisely how far the early Romantics follow Fichte, in order to 1-2 recognize clearly where they part company with him. 16 This point of separation can be determined philosophically, it cannot be predicated merely on the artist's turning away from the scientific thinker and philosopher. For with the Romantics, too, there are philosophical and indeed epistemological motives underpinning this dissociation. These are the same motives on which the construction of their theory of art and of criticism is founded. On the question of immediate cognition, complete agreement between the early Romantics and Fichte's position in the Wissenschaftslehre can still be established. Fichte later deviated from this position, and never again did he stand in such close systematic relation to Romantic thought as in this work. In it he defines our reflection as our reflection of a form, and in this way proves the immediacy of the knowledge given in it. His line of thought runs as follows: the theory of knowledge has not only content but also a form, it is the essence of something, but not this something itself. That of which the science of knowledge is the necessary action of intelligence, that action which is prior to everything objective in the mind and which is the pure form of anything objective. 17 Herein lies all the material of a possible science of knowledge, but not this science itself. In order to bring about the latter, there still is needed one action of the human mind not contained under all those others, namely, that action of elevating its mode of action in general to consciousness. Through this free action, something that already in itself is form, the necessary action of intelligence, is taken up as content into a new form, the form of knowing or of consciousness, and accordingly that action is an action of reflection. 1-8 Thus, by our reflection is understood the transformative and nothing but transformative activity of reflecting on a form. In another context within this treatise, but in exactly the same sense, Fichte formulates the matter thus: the J-action of freedom, through which the form turns into the form of the form as its content and returns into itself, is called reflection. 19 This remark is worthy of the greatest attention. What is evidently at stake here is an attempt to define and legitimate immediate cognition, an attempt that deviates from Fichte's later grounding via intellectual intuition. The word intuition Anschauung does not yet appear in this essay. Thus, Fichte supposes that here he can ground an immediate and certain cognition through the connection of two forms of consciousness, that of form and the form of the form, or of knowing and the knowing of knowing, forms that pass over into one another and return into themselves. The absolute subject, the only thing to which the action of freedom has relation, is the center of this reflection and thus is to be known by immediate cognition. It is a question not of the cognition of an object through intuition, but of the self-cognition of a method, of something formal, and the absolute subject represents nothing other than this. The forms of consciousness in their transition into one another are the sole object of immediate cognition, and 123. This transition is the sole method capable of grounding that immediacy and making it intelligible. This theory of cognition, with its radical, mystical formalism has, as will be shown, the deepest affinity with the early Romantic theory of art. The early Romantics held to it and expanded it far beyond Fichte's outline, whereas he, for his part, in the writings that followed, based the immediacy of cognition on its intuitive nature. Romanticism did not base its epistemology on the concept of reflection solely because this concept guaranteed the immediacy of cognition, but did so equally because the concept guaranteed a peculiar infinity in its process. Reflective thinking won its special systematic importance for Romanticism by virtue of that limitless capacity by which it makes every prior reflection into the object of a subsequent reflection. Fichte, too, frequently pointed to this remarkable structure of thinking. His opinion of the matter is opposed to the Romantic view. It is thus important, both for the indirect characterization of that view and to establish proper limits to the view, that the philosophical theorems of early Romanticism are dependent on Fichte through and through. Fichte tries everywhere to exclude the infinitude of the action of the I from the realm of theoretical philosophy and to assign it instead to the domain of practical philosophy, whereas the Romantics seek to make it constitutive precisely for their theoretical philosophy and thus for their philosophy as a whole, Friedrich Schlegel being little interested in practical philosophy. Fichte recognizes two infinite modes of action for the I, adding to reflection the action of positing. We can understand Fichte's active deed formally as a combination of these two limitless modes of action by the I, a combination in which they seek mutually to fill out and to determine their purely formal nature, their emptiness. The active deed is a positing reflection or a reflected position, a self-positing as positing. But in no way a mere positing, 2-0 in Fichte's formulation. Each of these two terms says something different, both are of great importance for the history of philosophy. Whereas the concept of reflection becomes the foundation of early Romantic philosophy, the concept of positing not without relation to that of reflection appears in its fully developed form in Hegel's dialectic. It is perhaps not an overstatement to assert that the dialectical character of positing, just because of its combination with the concept of reflection, does not receive as full and characteristic an expression in Fichte as it will in Hegel. According to Fichte, the I sees an infinite activity as its essence, which consists in positing. This proceeds as follows: the I posits itself, A, and in the imagination posits in opposition to itself A not, B. Reason steps into the middle and determines the imagination to take UPB into the determinate A, the subject. Now, however, A, posited as determinate, must once more be limited by a limitless B, with which the imagination proceeds. 1-4. Exactly as before. And thus it continues, until the point is reached where, now merely theoretica L, reason completely determines itself, and no longer needs any limiting B other than reason in the imagination, that is, until it reaches the representation of what represents Vorstellung des Vorstellenden. In the practical field the imagination continues to infinity, until it reaches the absolutely indeterminable idea of the highest unity, a unity that would be possible only in accord with a completed infinity, which is itself impossible. 21. Consequently, in the theoretical sphere the activity of positing does not continue to infinity. The special nature of that sphere is constituted by the preclusion of infinite positing. This preclusion lies in representation. Through representations and, in the end, through the highest of these the representation of the activity of representing the I is theoretically completed and fulfilled. The representations are those of the noti. The not I, as shown by the sentences cited above, has a double function, in the case of cognition, to lead back into the unity of the I, in the case of action, to lead forward into the infinite. It will prove important for the relation between the Fichtean and early Romantic theories of knowledge that the formation of the noti in the I rests on an unconscious function of the latter. The single content of consciousness, in the entire necessity with which it prevails therein, can be explained not on the basis of a dependence of consciousness on any kind of things in themselves, but only on the basis of the I itself. Now, All conscious production is determined by grounds and thus always presupposes particular contents of representation. The primordial producing, whereby for the very first time the not I is obtained in the I, cannot be conscious, it can only be unconscious. 22. Fichte sees the only way out for the explanation of the given content of consciousness in the fact that the latter stems from a representing of a higher sort, a free unconscious act of representing. 23. From the preceding, it should be clear that reflection and positing are two different acts. And indeed reflection is, at bottom, the autochthonous form of infinite positing. Reflection is positing in the absolute thesis, where it seems related not to the material side but to the purely formal side of knowing. When the I posits itself in the absolute thesis, reflection arises. In the Windisch Man lectures, Schlegel speaks once, entirely in Fichte's sense, of an inner duplication. 24. In the I. In summary, we should say that the act of positing limits and defines itself through representation, through the noti, through counterpositing. On the basis of determinate counterpositings, the activity of positing, which in itself advances into the infinite. 25. Is finally once again led back into the absolute I, and there, where it coincides with reflection, arrested in the representation of representing. This restriction of the infinite activity of positing is therefore the condition for the possibility of reflection. The determination of the I, its reflection on itself, is possible only under 125. The condition that it limit itself through something opposed to it. 26. Conditioned in this way, reflection itself is like positing an infinite process. And in view of this, Fichte's attempt once more becomes visible, namely, to make reflection into a philosophical organon by destroying its infinitude. This problem is posed in the fragmentary Versuch einer neuen Darstellung der Wissenschaftslehre, Search for a New Presentation of the Theory of Knowledge, 1797. There Fichte argues as follows: you are conscious of your you say, accordingly, you necessarily distinguish your thinking I from the I thought of in that I's thinking. But in order that you can do so, what is thinking in that act of thinking must in turn be the object of a higher thinking, so that it can become the object of consciousness, and at the same time, you obtain a new subject, which is conscious itself of what previously was the state of being self-conscious. My argument here is as it was before, and after we have once begun to proceed according to this law, you can never show me a place where we must stop. Thus we shall continue, ad infinitum, to require a new consciousness for every consciousness, a new consciousness whose object is the earlier consciousness, and thus we shall never reach the point of being able to assume an actual consciousness. 27. Fichte makes this argument no less than 3 times here in order to come to the conclusion on each occasion that, on the basis of this limitlessness of reflection, consciousness remains inconceivable to us. 28. Thus, Fichte looks for and finds an attitude of mind in which self-consciousness is already immediately present and does not need to be evoked through a reflection that in principle is endless. This attitude of mind is thinking. The consciousness of my thinking is not contingent on my thinking, not something first added onto it and thereby attached to it, but it is indivisible from my thinking. 29. The immediate consciousness of thinking is identical with self-consciousness. By virtue of its immediacy, it is called intuition. In this self-consciousness in which intuition and thinking, subject and object, coincide, reflection is transfixed, arrested, and stripped of its endlessness, without being annulled. In the absolute I, the infinity of reflection is overcome, as is the infinity of positing in the not I. Even though Fichte may not have been altogether clear in his own mind as to the relation between these two activities, it is nonetheless evident that he felt their distinction and sought to introduce each into his system in a particular way. This system cannot tolerate any kind of infinitude in its theoretical part. But in reflection, as has been shown, there are 2 moments, immediacy and infinity. The first of these points the way for Fichte's philosophy to seek the origin and explanation of the world in that very immediacy, yet the second obscures that immediacy and is to be eliminated from reflection by a philosophical process. Fichte shared with the early Romantics this interest in the immediacy of the highest knowledge. Their cult of the infinite, which is given its distinctive stamp. 126. Even in their theory of knowledge, divided them from Fichte and lent their thinking its most peculiar and characteristic direction. 2. The meaning of reflection in the early Romantics. We would do well to base our presentation of the Romantic theory of knowledge on the paradox of consciousness which Fichte exposed. That paradox founded on reflection. 30. The Romantics, in fact, took no offense at the infinitude rejected by Fichte, and thus the question arises, in what sense did they understand and indeed emphasize the infinitude of reflection? Obviously, for the latter to come about, reflection, with its thinking and so forth, had to be for them more than an endless and empty process, and, however strange this might seem at first glance, an understanding of their ideas requires that we begin by following them in this, and by accepting their assertion as a hypothesis, in order to discover the sense in which they make that claim. This sense, thus situated, will prove to be far from abstruse, but fruitful and rich in consequences for the theory of art to begin with. The infinity of reflection, for Schlegel and Novalis, is not an infinity of continuous advance but an infinity of connectedness. This feature is decisive, and quite separate from and prior to its temporally incompletable progress, which one would have to understand as other than empty. Hölderlin, who, without any contact with the various ideas of the early Romantics we will encounter here, had the last and incomparably most profound word, writes, in a passage in which he wants to give expression to an intimate, most thoroughgoing connection, t hang together infinitely, exactly y. 3.1 Schlegel and Novalis had the same thing in mind when they understood the infinitude of reflection as a full infinitude of interconnection. Everything in it is to hang together in an infinitely manifold way, systematically, as we would say nowadays, exactly, as Hölderlin says more simply. This interconnection can be grasped in a mediated way from the infinitely many stages of reflection, as by degrees all the remaining reflections are run through in all directions. In this mediation by way of reflections, however, there is in principle no antithesis to the immediacy of thinking comprehension, because every reflection is immediate in itself. 32. It is thus a matter of mediation through immediacies. Friedrich Schlegel was acquainted with no other sort, and on occasion he speaks in this sense of a transition that must always be a leap. 33. It is on this mediated immediacy, constituted in principle yet not absolute, that the vitality of their interconnection rests. To be sure, as a virtuality, even an absolute immediacy in the grasping of the context of reflection is thinkable. With this the context would grasp itself in absolute reflection. In these remarks, nothing more than a schema of Romantic theory of knowledge has been given, the chief interest. 127. Is constituted by the question, first, how the Romantics go about constructing this theory in detail and, then, how they go about filling out the theory. In the first place, so far as the construction is concerned, it has a certain affinity in its point of departure with Fichte's theory of reflection in his Wissenschaftslehre. Mere thinking, with its correlative thought, is matter for reflection. It is, indeed, form vis-a-vis the thought. It is a thinking of something, and for this reason one is allowed on terminological grounds to call it the first level of reflection. In Schlegel, it is called Essens. 34. Nonetheless, reflection properly speaking arises in its full significance only on the second level, in the thinking of that first thinking. The relation between these two forms of consciousness, of the first and the second thinking, must be represented in keeping with Fichte's remarks in the work cited. In this second thinking, or, to use Friedrich Schlegel's term, Erlesen, 3.5, the first act of thinking in fact returns transformed at a higher level. It has become the form of the form as its content. 36. That is, the second level has emerged from the first level, through a genuine reflection, and thus without mediation. In other words, the thinking on the second level has arisen from the first by its own power and self-actively. 37. Namely, as the self-knowledge of the first essence that sees itself becomes spirit, as Schlegel says, his terminology here in the Athenaeum 38 matching that which he later employed in the lectures. Unquestionably, from the standpoint of the second level, mere thinking is matter, the thinking of thinking is its form. Hence, the epistemologically valid form of thinking, and this is fundamental for the early Romantic conception, is not logic, which belongs to first-level thinking, to immaterial thinking. This form is the thinking of thinking. On the basis of the immediacy of its origin out of first-level thinking, this thinking of thinking is identified with the knowledge of thinking. It constitutes for the early Romantics the basic form of all intuitive knowledge, and thus attains its dignity as method. As knowledge of thinking, it comprises all other, lower-level cognition under itself, and in this way it constitutes the system. In this Romantic deduction of reflection, we should not overlook a characteristic difference from Fichte's deduction, despite their many similarities. Fichte says of the absolute first principle of all knowing, prior to Kant, Descartes laid down a similar basic principle, cogito, ergo sum, which he may quite well have regarded as an immediate fact of consciousness. Then it would in effect be saying, cogitans sum, ergo sum. But then the addition of cogitans is entirely superfluous. One does not necessarily think when one exists, but one necessarily exists when one thinks. Thinking is by no means the essence but only a particular determination of being. 39. It is of no interest here that the standpoint of the Romantics is not that of Descartes. Likewise, we cannot raise the question whether Fichte, in this remark from the Grund/Age der gesamten Wissenschaftslehre Foundation of the entire science of knowledge, does not clash with his own procedure. We need only point out that the contrast Fichte detects between himself and Descartes also obtains between him and the Romantics. Whereas Fichte thinks he can locate reflection in the original positing, that is, in the original being, for the Romantics, that special ontological determination which lies in positing falls away. Romantic thinking sublates being and positing in reflection. The Romantics start from mere thinking oneself, as a phenomenon. This is proper to everything, for everything is a self. For Fichte, a self belongs only to the 140, that is, a reflection exists only and uniquely in correlation with a positing. For Fichte, consciousness is the I, for the Romantics it is the self. Or, to put this differently, in Fichte, reflection has reference to the I, in the Romantics, it refers to mere thinking, and it is precisely through this latter reference, as will be shown more clearly below, that the peculiar Romantic concept of reflection is constituted. Fichtean reflection lies in the absolute thesis, it is reflection within this thesis alone. Outside of it, because it leads into the void, it supposedly has no meaning. Within this positing, it grounds immediate consciousness, that is, intuition, and as reflection it grounds the intellectual intuition of this positing. Fichte's philosophy does certainly start from an active deed, not from a fact, but the word actt it still alludes, in a subordinate meaning, to f act Tatsache, to the fait accompli. This active deed, in the sense that it is indeed an original action, and only this active deed, is grounded by the cooperative effect of reflection. Fichte says, because the subject of the proposition 41 is the absolute subject, the subject pure and simple, then in this one unique case the inner content of the proposition is posited together with its form 42. Thus, he recognizes only a single case of the fruitful application of reflection, namely, of that reflection which occurs in intellectual intuition. What results from the function of reflection in intellectual intuition is the absolute I, an active deed, and accordingly the thinking of intellectual intuition is a relatively objective thinking. In other words, reflection is not the method of Fichtean philosophy, this is, rather, to be seen in dialectical positing. Intellectual intuition is thinking that produces its object, reflection in the Romantic sense, however, is thinking that produces its form. For what in Fichte occurs in only a single case, as a necessary function of reflection, and what in this single case has constitutive significance for something comparatively objective, namely, the active deed, this process by which the mind becomes the form of the form as its content takes place, according to the Romantic intuition, incessantly, and first of all constitutes not the object but the form, the infinite and purely methodical character of true thinking. Accordingly, the thinking of thinking turns into the thinking of thinking, and so forth, and with this the third level of reflection is attained. In the analysis of this third level, the magnitude of the difference 129 between Fichte's thought and that of the early Romantics fully emerges for the first time. We can understand what motivated the inimical attitude toward Fichte in the Windisch Mann lectures, and how Schlegel, in his review of Fichte in 1808, although certainly not wholly without prejudice, could characterize the earlier contacts of his circle with Fichte as a misunderstanding based on the polemical attitude of both toward the same enemy, an attitude that was forced on them both. 43 The third level of reflection, compared with the second, signifies something fundamentally new. The second, the thinking of thinking, is the original form, the canonical form of reflection, as such it was recognized by Fichte, too, in the form that takes the form as its content. Nevertheless, on the third and every succeeding higher level of reflection, a disintegration in this original form takes place, one that announces itself in a peculiar ambiguity. The apparent sophistry of the following analysis can form no obstacle to the investigation, if one enters into the discussion of the problem of reflection, as the context requires, then of course subtle distinctions cannot be avoided. Among them the following has an essential bearing. The thinking of thinking can be conceived and performed in two ways. If one starts from the expression thinking of thinking, then on the third level this is either the object thought of, thinking, the thinking of thinking, or else the thinking subject, thinking of thinking, of thinking. The rigorous original form of second-level reflection is assailed and shaken by the ambiguity in third-level reflection. But this ambiguity would have to unfold into an ever more complex plurality of meanings at each successive level. On this state of affairs rests the peculiar character of the infinitude of reflection to which the Romantics laid claim, the dissolution of the proper form of reflection in the face of the absolute. Reflection expands without limit or check, and the thinking given form in reflection turns into formless thinking which directs itself upon the absolute. This dissolution of the strict form of reflection, which is identical with the diminution of its immediacy, is, to be sure, dissolution only for circumscribed thinking. It was already indicated above that the absolute can grasp itself reflectively without mediation, that is, in closed and completed reflection, whereas lower levels of reflection can approximate the highest only in the mediation by immediacy. This mediated reflection must in turn give way to complete immediacy as soon as these lower forms attain absolute reflection. Schlegel's theorem loses the character of abstruseness once we recognize the presupposition for this line of thought. The first, axiomatic presupposition is that reflection does not take its course into an empty infinity, but is in itself substantial and filled. Only in reference to this intuition may simple absolute reflection be distinguished from its opposite pole, simple original reflection. These two poles of reflection are simple throughout. All other forms of reflection are simple only relatively, when seen in their own right and not from the viewpoint of the absolute. In order to distinguish these two poles, one would have to assume that absolute reflection comprises the maximum of reality, whereas original reflection comprises the minimum of reality, in the sense that, though both enclose all the content of reality and all of thinking, that content is developed to its highest clarity in the former, while remaining undeveloped and unclear in the latter. This distinction among levels of clarity is, as opposed to the theory of fulfilled reflection, only an auxiliary construction serving to render more logical a line of thought that was not thought through by the Romantics with full clarity. As Fichte located the whole of the real in acts of positing, though only by virtue of a telos that he introduced into these, so Schlegel saw, immediately and without holding this in need of a proof, the whole of the real unfolding in its full content, with increasing distinctness up to the highest clarity in the absolute, in the stages of reflection. We must still show how he defines the substance of this reality. Schlegel's opposition to Fichte led him, in the Windisch Mann lectures, to a frequently energetic polemic against Fichte's concept of intellectual intuition. For Fichte, the possibility of an intuition of the I rests on the possibility of confining and fixing reflection in the absolute thesis. Schlegel rejected intuition just for this reason. With reference to the I, he speaks of the great difficulty. Indeed, the impossibility of a certain apprehension of the I in intuition. 44, and he asserts the incorrectness of any view in which fixed self-intuition is set up as the source of knowledge. 45 Perhaps it lies in the very course He46 chose to take, starting out from self-intuition, that in the end he still could not completely overcome real ISM 47. 48 We cannot intuit ourselves, the I always disappears from sight when we try to do so. We can, to be sure, think ourselves. Then, to our astonishment, we appear to ourselves infinite, since in ordinary life we feel ourselves to be so thoroughly finite. 49 Reflection is not intuition but an absolutely systematic thinking, a conceiving. Nonetheless, it is self-evident that, for Schlegel, the immediacy of knowing is still to be saved, and for this he needs a break with the Kantian doctrine, according to which intuitions alone guarantee immediate cognition. Fichte still adhered to this doctrine. On the whole, 50 For him, there results the paradoxical consequence that in ordinary consciousness, only concepts, by no means intuitions as such, are present, and notwithstanding this, the concept is brought about only through intuition. 51 Schlegel counters, to take thinking merely as mediate and only intuition as immediate is a totally arbitrary procedure on the part of those philosophers who assert an intellectual intuition. The properly immediate, it is true, is feeling, but there exists also an immediate thinking. 52 With this immediate thinking of reflection, the Romantics penetrate into the absolute. They seek and they find there something altogether different from what Fichte had found. Although reflection for them, in contrast to 131. Fichte, is full, it is not, at least for the period discussed below, a method filled by the ordinary content of science. What is meant to be derived in the Fichtean theory of science is and remains the world picture of the positive sciences. The early Romantics, thanks to their method, dissolve this world view completely into the absolute, and in this they look for a content other than that of science. Thus, once the question of the construction of the schema is answered, the question of its elaboration arises. Once the question of the presentation of the method is answered, that of the system follows. The system of the lectures, the unique source for the coherence of Schlegel's philosophical views, is different from the system of the Athenæum period with which we are ultimately concerned here. Still, as we explained in the introduction, the analysis of the Windishmann lectures remains a necessary condition for the understanding of Schlegel's philosophy of art around 1800. This analysis has to show which epistemological factors from the period around 1800 Schlegel incorporated in the basis of his lectures 4 to 6 years later, as the only way he could convey them to posterity, and which are the new elements that have been added subsequently and cannot be considered part of his earlier thinking. The standpoint of these lectures is overall a compromise between the rich thought of the youthful Schlegel, and the already incipient Restoration philosophy of the eventual secretary to Metternich. In the domain of his practical and aesthetic thinking, the earlier circle of ideas has almost completely dissolved, though it still survives in the theoretical domain. There is no difficulty in separating the new from the old. The following examination of the system of the lectures has to prove what was said about the methodological importance of the concept of reflection, as well as to present a few of the important features of this system insofar as the youthful period is concerned, and, finally, to mark out what is characteristic of his earlier view vis-a-vis that of his middle years. The second task is to be given precedence. How did Friedrich Schlegel conceive the full infinity of the absolute? In the lectures, he says, we cannot grasp that we ought to be infinite. At the same time, we have to admit that the I, as the reservoir of everything, cannot be otherwise than infinite. If, upon careful consideration, we cannot deny that everything is in us, then we cannot explain the feeling of limitedness, except by assuming that we are only a part of ourselves. This leads straightway to a belief in a thou not, as in life, as something opposing yet similar to the I. But altogether as a counter-I, and bound up with this is necessarily the belief in an ur-I 53. This ur-I is the absolute, the quintessence of infinitely fulfilled reflection. The fulfillment of reflection, as we have already remarked, constitutes a decisive difference between Schlegel's and Fichte's concepts of reflection, it is quite clearly said, in opposition to Fichte, where the thought of the I is not one with the concept of the world, we can say that this pure thinking of the thought of the I leads only to an eternal 132. Self-mirroring, to an infinite series of mirror images which always contain only one and the same thing and nothing new. 5-4 Schleiermacher's striking formulation of this idea belongs to the same romantic circle of ideas. Self-intuition and intuition of the universe are reciprocal concepts. For this reason, every reflection is infinite. 5-5 Novalis, too, was in liveliest sympathy with this idea indeed, just because it was opposed to the Fichtean concept. Your chosen to defend the upwardly striving self-thinker against Fichte's magic. 5-6 He was already writing to Friedrich Schlegel in 1797. What he himself, along with many others, had against Fichte is indicated in the following words. See old it be that Fichte was self-contradictory when he stated, the I cannot limit itself. The possibility of self-limitation is the possibility of all synthesis, of all miracle. And a miracle began the world. 57 It is, however, well known that in Fichte the I limits itself via the noti only it does so unconsciously. This remark, along with Novalis' demand for a genuine Fichteanism, without check, without the not I in his sense 5-8 can only mean that the limitation of the I cannot be unconcise but must be conscious and thereby relative. This is, in fact, the basic tendency of the early Romantic objection, as can still be recognized in the Windisch Man lectures, where Schlegel says, the I, what in the one embraces everything, is all. Outside of it, there is nothing, we can assume nothing but I-ness. The fact of being limited is not a mere faint reflection der shine of the I, but a real I, no not I, but a counter I, thou 59 Everything is only a part of infinite I-ness. 60 Or with clearer reference to reflection, he capacity for returning back into oneself, the ability to be the I of the I. This is thinking. This thinking has no other object than us ourselves. 61 The Romantics shudder at limitation through the unconscious. There should be nothing other than relative limitation, and this should occur only in conscious reflection itself. On this question, too, Schlegel offers, in contrast to his earlier standpoint, a weakened compromise solution in the lectures. The limitation of reflection does not come about in reflection itself, it is therefore not really relative, but is affected by the conscious will. Schlegel calls will the ability to call a halt to reflection and to direct intuition at one's discretion on any determinate object. 62 Schlegel's concept of the absolute has now been sufficiently defined in its opposition to Fichte. In itself, this absolute would most correctly be designate the medium of reflection. 63 With this term, one may characterize the whole of Schlegel's theoretical philosophy, and in what follows it will be cited not infrequently under this rubric. Hence, it is necessary to explain it more exactly and to secure it. Reflection constitutes the absolute, and it constitutes it as a medium. Schlegel did not use the term medium himself, nonetheless, he attached the greatest importance to the constantly uniform connection in the absolute or in the system, both of which we have to interpret as the connectedness of the real, not in its substance, which is 133. Everywhere the same, but I n the degrees of its clear unfolding. Thus, He says, the will is the capacity of the I to augment or diminish itself 64 to an absolute maximum or minimum. Since this capacity is free, it has no limits. 6-5 He gives a very clear image for this relation. He return into oneself, the I of the I, is a raising to a higher power, going out of oneself. 66 is the derivation of a root in mathematics. 67 Novalis described this movement within the medium of reflection in quite analogous terms. This movement seems to him to stand in such close relation to the essence of Romanticism that he gives it the name aromanticizing. Aromanticizing is nothing but a qualitative potentiation. The lower self becomes identified with a better self in this operation. Just as we ourselves are a series of such qualitative raised powers. Romantic philosophy. Reciprocal elevation and reduction. 68. In order to express himself with complete clarity concerning the mediate nature of the absolute which he has in mind, Schlegel draws on an analogy with light. The idea of the eye is to be regarded as the inner light of all ideas. All ideas are only the refracted color images of this inner light. In every idea the eye is the hidden light. In each thought, one finds oneself. One is always thinking only oneself or the not, to be sure, the common, derivative self, but the self in a higher significance. 69. Novalis enthusiastically proclaimed the same notion of the mediality medialitat of the Absolute in his writings. For the unity of reflection and mediality, he coined the excellent expression self-penetration, and again he prophesied and demanded such a condition of spirit. The possibility of all philosophy. Namely, that the intelligence, by affecting itself, gives itself a movement in accordance with its own law, that is, gives itself a form of activity all its own. 70. In other words, reflection is at the same time the beginning of a true self-penetrating of spirit, a process that never ends. 71. The chaos that penetrated itself. 72 is what he calls the future world. The first genius who penetrated himself found here the typical nucleus of a measureless world. He made a discovery that must have been the most noteworthy in world history, for he thereby began an entirely new epoch of humanity. At this stage, for the first time true history of every sort becomes possible, for the way that was hitherto travelled now forms a genuine, thoroughly explicable whole. 7.3. The basic theoretical views presented Indiana the system of the Windisch Man lectures differ in one decisive point from Schlegel's views in the Athenaeum period. In other words, although on the whole the system and method of Schlegel's later thinking for the first time set down and preserve the epistemological motifs of his earlier thought, in one connection they depart completely from his previous thinking. The possibility of this deviation, where otherwise the greatest agreement reigns, lies in a definite peculiarity in the system of reflection itself. In Fichte this is characterized as follows. The eye returns back into itself, it is asserted. Then is it not there for itself? 134. Even before this movement of return and independently of it, must it not already be there for itself, in order to be able to make itself into the goal of an action? In no way. It is first through this act. Through an action on an action itself, where no action at all precedes this determinate action, that the I originally comes to be for itself. Only for the philosopher is it previously there as a fact, because the philosopher 74 has already gone through the whole experience. 75. Wendell Band, in his exposition of Fichte's philosophy, gives this notion an especially clear formulation, although one usually sees activities as something that presuppose a being, for Fichte all being is only a product of the original deed. Function, without a being which is functioning, is for him the primary metaphysical principle. The thinking mind does not exist at the start and then afterward come to self-consciousness through some occasioning causes, whatever they might be, it comes about first through the underivable, inexplicable act of self-consciousness. 76. If Friedrich Schlegel, in his Dialogue on Poetry of 1800, means the SAME 77 in saying that idealism has as it were arisen from nothing, 78. This line of thought, with regard to the whole preceding presentation, can be summarized in the proposition, reflection is logically the first and primary. And because reflection is the form of thinking, thinking is not logically possible without it, even though it reflects on thinking itself. Only with reflection does that thinking arise on which reflection takes place. For this reason, we can say that every simple reflection arises absolutely from a point of indifference. One is at liberty to ascribe to this indifference point of reflection whatever metaphysical quality one likes. It is at this point that the two lines of thinking expounded in Schlegel deviate from each other. The Windisch Man lectures, following Fichte, define this middle point, the absolute, as I. In Schlegel's writings from the Athenaeum period, this concept plays a modest role, smaller than its role not only in Fichte but in Novalis. In the early Romantic sense, the midpoint of reflection is art, not the I. The basic definitions of that system which Schlegel propounded in the lectures as the system of the absolute I have, in his earlier thinking, art as their object. Another reflection is at work in this altered notion of the absolute. The Romantic intuition of art rests on this, that in the thinking of thinking no consciousness of the I is understood. Reflection without the I is a reflection in the absolute of art. The second part of this essay is devoted to the investigation of this absolute, following the principles stated here. In it we shall treat the criticism of art as reflection in the medium of art. Above we have explained the schema of reflection not by the concept of the I but by that of thinking, because the former concept plays no role in the epoch of Schlegel's thought that interests us here. The thinking of thinking, on the contrary, as the primal schema of all reflection, is at the basis of Schlegel's conception of criticism. Fichte had already defined this thinking of thinking, in a decisive way, as form. He himself interpreted this form as 135. The I, as the primal cell of the intellectual concept of the world. Friedrich Schlegel, the Romantic, interpreted it around 1800 as aesthetic form, as the primal cell of the idea of art. 3. System and concept. 2 questions will be raised concerning the attempt to use the concept of the medium of reflection as a methodological grid for the thought of the early Romantics, a grid on which the solutions of its problems as well as its systematic positions can be mapped. The first question posed again and again in the secondary literature in a skeptical or even negating rhetorical tone is as follows: whether the Romantics thought systematically at all or pursued systematic interests in their thinking. And the second, why, granting the existence of these basic systematic notions, they were registered in discourse so strikingly obscure, even mystifying. With regard to the first question, it is worth defining at the outset exactly what is supposed to be proved here. In doing so, one cannot get away so easily with speaking, as Friedrich Schlegel does, of the spirit of system, which is something entirely different from a system. 7-9 Even though these words point to what is decisive. In fact, nothing is to be proved here that would fly in the face of the obvious intellectual evidence as, for example, that Schlegel and Novalis did have, around 1800, a system, whether one common to both, or each his own. What can be proved beyond any doubt is that their thought was determined by systematic tendencies and contexts, which in any event reached only partial clarity and maturity, or, to express it in the most exact and incontrovertible form, that their thinking can be set in relation to systematic lines of thought, that, in fact, it can be inserted into a properly chosen system of coordinates, no matter whether the Romantics themselves completely specified this system or not. For the present task, which is not pragmatically concerned with the history of philosophy but is concerned with the history of a problem, the matter can rest completely with the proof of this restricted assertion. To demonstrate this systematic referability, however, means nothing other than demonstrating the right and the possibility of a systematic commentary on early Romantic thought by offering one. Despite the extraordinary difficulties faced by the historical comprehension of Aromanticism, this right has been championed in a recent publication by a literary historian, Elkus, T. Award an evaluation of Romanticism and a critique of the scholarship, hence from the standpoint of a discipline that in just this question must proceed much more scrupulously than the present inquiry into the history of a problem. In the following statements, among others, Elkus advocates the analysis of Romantic writings on the basis of systematically oriented interpretation. We can approach this material 80 from the viewpoint of theology, or that of the history of religion, or prevailing concepts of law, or the historical thinking of the present. In every case, the opportunity for understanding how ideas have been constructed becomes more favorable than if one approaches it without preconceptions, in the most disastrous sense of the phrase. That produces a situation where one can no longer control the material core of the questions raised in early Romantic theories, and, in short, where one treats these as literature, in which quite often the formula can become, up to a certain point, its own goal. 81 An analysis that begins here 82 naturally, very often presses deep into what lies behind the literary sense of what the author has said and was willing to formulate or even merely capable of formulating. This kind of analysis grasps the intentional acts, when it has recognized what these mean to accomplish. 83F or literary history. A consideration is justified on this basis. If it works back to presuppositions, even when these for the most part were not hit upon by the reflection of the author himself. 84 For the history of a problem, such a consideration is downright indispensable. It would be a more unqualified reproach for the history of a problem than for a literary historical investigation, if one had to say of it, as Elkus does of a literary historical study, that for a particular author, when it characterizes his spiritual world, it remains trapped in antitheses which, for the author himself, were the content of consciousness that it judges as spiritual powers only in the stylization which the author gives them, and no longer presses forward to this stylization as an achievement itself in need of analysis. 85 In any event, it is not necessary to go far behind what is expressly said in order to begin to perceive the decisive systematic tendency in Friedrich Schlegel's thinking around the turn of the century. The usual interpretation of his relation to systematic thought is thus to be understood as a matter of taking him too little, rather than too literally, at his word. These days, the fact that an author expresses himself in aphorisms will not count for anyone as proving anything against his systematic intentions. Nietzsche, for example, wrote aphoristically, characterizing himself moreover as the enemy of system, yet he thought through his philosophy in a comprehensive and unitary manner in keeping with his guiding ideas, and in the end began to write his system. Schlegel, on the contrary, never confessed himself simply and plainly the enemy of systematic thinkers. For all Schlegel's apparent cynicism, his own words never indicate that he was a skeptic, even during his mature period. As a transitional condition, skepticism is logical insurrection; as a system, it is anarchy. Skeptical method would therefore be much the same as rule by insurgents, he says in the Athenaeum Fragments. 86 In the same text, he calls logic a science that starts from the demand of positive truth and from the presupposition of the possibility of a system. 87 The fragments published in Windishman 88 give abundant evidence that from the year 1796 onward, Schlegel reflected vigorously on the essence of a system and the possibility 137 of its grounding. This was the source of ideas that flowed into the system of the lectures. See Cyclical Philosophy. 89 is the rubric under which Schlegel conceived of the system at that time. Among the very few definitions of this system that he gives, the most important is the one that provides the source for its name. Philosophy must have at its basis not only a reciprocal proof but also a reciprocal concept. In the case of every concept, as in the case of every proof, one can in turn ask for a concept and a proof of the same. For this reason philosophy, like an epic poem, must start in the middle, and it is impossible to lecture on philosophy and to pay it out piece by piece in such a way that the first piece would be completely grounded for itself and explained. It is a whole, and thus the path to recognizing it is no straight line but a circle. The whole of fundamental science must be derived from two ideas, principles, concepts. Without any additional matter. 90. Later in the lectures, these reciprocal concepts are the two poles of reflection that in the end, as simple or reflection and as simple absolute reflection, once again join together in the form of a circle. That philosophy begins in the middle means that it does not identify any of its objects with reflection, but sees in them a middle term in the medium. As a further motif in that period, there is still, for Schlegel, the question of epistemological realism and idealism, which is settled in the lectures. Only ignorance of the Windishman lectures explains, therefore, why Kircher, looking at the fragments from 1796 on, could say, his system of cyclical philosophy was not carried out by Schlegel. These are nothing but preparations, presuppositions, these are the subjective foundations of the system, the drives and needs of his philosophical spirit given the form of concept. This is what is preserved for us in these fragments. 91 Still, several reasons can be adduced to explain why Schlegel in the Athenaeum period did not achieve full clarity concerning his systematic intentions. Systematic ideas could not, at the time, hold sway in his mind, and this goes together, on the one hand, with the fact that he did not possess sufficient logical power to elaborate these ideas from his still rich and passionate thinking at that time, and, on the other hand, with the fact that he had no understanding of the value of ethics in the system. Aesthetic interest prevailed over all else. Friedrich Schlegel was an artist-philosopher or a philosophizing artist. As such, he pursued the traditions of the Philosophical Guild and sought a connection with the philosophy of his time, yet he was too much an artist to remain with the purely systematic 92. In Schlegel, to come back to the image invoked above, the grid of his ideas almost never emerges from beneath the design that covers it. If art as the absolute medium of reflection is the basic systematic conception of the Athenaeum period, nonetheless other designations are continually being 138 substituted for it, and it is this that gives his thinking the look of confusing multiformity. The absolute appears now as education, now as harmony, now as genius or irony, now as religion, organization, or history. And it should not be denied that in other contexts it is quite possible to insert one of the other designations, not art, say, but history for that absolute, while only its character as medium of reflection is preserved. But it is incontestable that most of these designations lack precisely that philosophical fruitfulness exhibited in the analysis of the concept of criticism for the definition of the reflection medium as art. In the Athenaeum period, the concept of art is illegitimate and perhaps, besides history, the only legitimate fulfillment of Friedrich Schlegel's systematic intentions. 93 One of his typical displacements and coverings might here, albeit by way of anticipation, find its place, art, bestowing shape from the impulse of striving spirituality, binds the latter in ever new forms with the occurrence of the entire life of the present and the past. Art fastens not on particular events of history but on its totality. From the viewpoint of eternally self-perfecting mankind, it draws the complex of events together, rendering them unified and manifest. Criticism seeks to vindicate and maintain the ideal of humanity by rising up to that very law which, owing to earlier laws, assures an approximation to the eternal ideal of humanity. 94 This is a paraphrase of Schlegel's thought in his early critique of Condorcet, 1795. In his writings around 1800, as will be seen, such amalgamations and mutual blurrings of several concepts of the absolute, which in such commingling naturally lose their fruitfulness, gain the upper hand. Anyone who wants to form a picture of the deeper essence of Schlegel's conception of art from such propositions would necessarily go astray. Schlegel's various attempts to define the absolute spring not only from a lack, not only from unclearness. What underlies them is far more a peculiar positive tendency in his thinking. In this tendency is found the answer to the question posed above concerning the source of the obscurity in so many of Schlegel's fragments and even the source of their systematic intentions. Certainly, for Friedrich Schlegel in the Athenaeum period, the absolute was the system in the form of art. Rather than attempting to grasp the absolute systematically, however, he sought conversely to grasp the system absolutely. This was the essence of his mysticism and, although he thoroughly affirmed it, the perilous character of this venture did not remain hidden from him. In the Windish Man fragments, he says of Jacobi, A.N.D. Enders has shown that Schlegel not infrequently turned against Jacobi in order to castigate publicly his own mistakes. Jacobi has fallen in between the absolute and the systematic philosophy, and there his mind has been ruinously bruised. 95 A remark that recurs in still more malicious form in the Athenaeum fragments. 96 Schlegel himself was unable to keep away from the mystical impulse to 139. Absolute comprehension of the system, the old inclination to mysticism. 97 He makes the opposite tendency into an objection against Kant, he polemicizes against not transcendental reason, but absolute reason or thus systematic reason. 2. 98 In an unsurpassable way he characterizes this idea of the absolute comprehension of the system with the question, are not all systems individuals? 994 Indeed, if this were the case, then one could think of penetrating systems in their totality just as intuitively as one penetrates an individuality. Schlegel, then, was clear as to the extreme consequence of mysticism, The thoroughgoing mystic must not merely leave in suspense the communicability of all knowing, but must directly deny it. This point must be established at a depth greater than ordinary logic can attain. 100. With this thesis from 1796 one can combine a contemporaneous proposition: the communicability of the true system can only be a limited one. This can be proved a priori. 101. In order to recognize how consciously Schlegel felt himself to be a mystic even in his early period, this thought then receives its most undisguised expression in the lectures. Knowledge proceeds inwardly, it is, in and for itself, incommunicable, just as, according to the common expression, the man of reflection loses himself in himself. Commonality comes about only through the presentation. One can, of course, assume that there is an inner knowing prior to or beyond all presentation, but such knowledge is unintelligible in proportion as it is without representation. 102. In this, Schlegel and Novalis are at one. Philosophy is a mystical, penetrating idea that drives us incessantly in every direction. 103. Novalis terminology bears the clearest stamp of the mystical tendency of Friedrich Schlegel's philosophizing. In 1798 A.W. Schlegel wrote to Schleiermacher, "Even my brother's marginal notes I reckon again, for in them he succeeds far better than in whole letters, just as in fragments he succeeds better than in essays, and in self-coined phrases better than in fragments." In the end, his entire genius is concentrated in mystical terminology. 104. In truth, what A.W. Schlegel quite pertinently designates a mystical terminology has the most exact connection with Friedrich Schlegel's genius, with his most important conceptions and his peculiar mode of thought. This made it necessary for him to seek a mediation between discursive thinking and intellectual intuition, since the one did not satisfy his imperative of intuitive comprehension, whereas the other failed to satisfy his systematic interests. He thus found himself, since his thinking did not unfold systematically, although it was indeed systematically oriented throughout, faced with the problem of combining the maximum systematic range of thought with the most extreme truncation of discursive thinking. In what especially concerns intellectual intuition, Schlegel's manner of thought, unlike that of many mystics, is distinguished by its indifference to the eidetic. He appeals neither to intellectual intuitions nor to ecstatic states. Rather, to put it in a summary formula, he searches for a non-eidetic. 140. Intuition of the system, and he finds this in language. Terminology is the sphere in which his thought moves beyond discursivity and demonstrability. For the term, the concept, contained for him the seed of the system. It was, at bottom, nothing other than a preformed system itself. Schlegel's thinking is absolutely conceptual, that is, it is linguistic thinking. Reflection is the intentional act of the absolute comprehension of the system, and the adequate form of expression for this act is the concept. In this intuition lies the motive for Friedrich Schlegel's numerous terminological innovations and the deepest reason for the continually new names he devises for the absolute. This type of thinking is characteristic of the early Romantics. It occurs likewise in Novalis, in whom it is less pronounced than in Schlegel. The latter gave clear expression, in his lectures, to the relation of terminological thinking to the system, the very notion, in which one can comprehend the world as a unity and which one can in turn expand into a world, is what we call concept. 105. Hus, it would probably be much better to call a system an encompassing concept. 106. And when, during the Athenaeum period, it is said that it is equally fatal for the mind both to have a system and to have none, hence, it will have to decide to combine both. 107. The organon of this conjunction can be conceived once again as nothing other than the conceptual term. It is in the concept alone that the individual nature which Schlegel, as we have said, vindicates for the system finds its expression. In quite general terms, he says of moral persons, a certain mysticism of expression, which in a romantic imagination and combined with grammatical 1°8 sense can be something very enticing and something very good, often serves them as a symbol of their beautiful secrets. 1. 0. 9. Novalis writes similarly, how often one feels the poverty of words, their inability to strike several ideas with a single stroke. 110 and, conversely, it is an advantage for an idea to have several names. 111 This mystical terminology played its most general role in early Romanticism in the form of wit. Along with Friedrich Schlegel, Novalis and Schleiermacher were likewise interested in the theory of wit. In Novalis' fragments, it covers a broad range. At bottom, this theory is nothing other than the theory of mystical terminology. It is the attempt to call the system by its name, that is, to grasp it in a mystical individual concept in such a way that the systematic interconnections are comprised within it. The presupposition of a continuous, medial context, of a reflective medium of concepts, is operative here. This conceptual medium makes its appearance in the witty observation, as it does in the mystical term, like a bolt of lightning. If all wit is principle and organ of universal philosophy, and all philosophy nothing other than the spirit of universality, that is, the science of all sciences as they combine and then separate once again, a logical chemis try then the value and worth of that absolute, enthusiastic, thoroughly material wit are infinite, that wit in which Bacon and Leibniz were 141. Respectively, 1of the first and 1of the greatest virtuosi. 112 If wit is characterized now as logical sociability, 113 now as chemical spirit, 114 now as fragmentary geniality, 115 or prophetic capacity, 116 or if Novalis designates it as a magical color show in the higher spheres, 117 al. This is said of the movement of concepts in their own medium, a movement effected in the witticism and expressed in the mystical term. Wit is the manifestation, the external lightning flash of imagination. Hence, the similarity of mysticism to wit. 118 in his essay Über die Unverständlichkeit und Incomprehensibility, Schlegel wants to show that words often understand themselves better than do those who use them. That there must exist among philosophical words secret bonds of association. And that one gets the purest and most genuine incomprehensibility precisely from the science and the art that are intrinsically absorbed by the process of comprehending and of rendering comprehensible, that is, from philosophy and philology. 119 On occasion, Schlegel spoke of a thick, fiery reason, that makes wit into wit and gives to the pure style its elastic and electrical quality. In opposing this to what one commonly calls reason, he clearly designates his own style of thinking in the most striking way. 120 It was the style, we have said, of a man for whom every sudden inspiration would set in motion the whole enormous mass of his ideas, who united indolence and ardor in the expression of his mental and his corporeal physiognomy. Finally, in passing, we should pose the question of whether or not this terminological tendency, which comes out so clearly and definitively in Schlegel, takes on for all mystical thinking a typical significance, the closer investigation of which might prove worthwhile and in the end lead to that a priori which lies at the basis of every thinker's terminology. The technical language 121 of Romanticism was fashioned not so much from polemical or purely literary motives as from those deeper tendencies we have exposed. Elkus speaks of the hypertrophic development 122 of this technical language. But in saying this, he does not fail to recognize that those speculations will have had a thoroughly real function for the consciousness of every individual, and there arises the difficult task of explicating the integral of need and knowledge which the Romantic school thought it possessed in all those hieroglyphs, from transcendental poetry to magical idealism. 123 The number of these hieroglyphic expressions is indeed large. In the course of this work an explanation will be given for some of them, such as the concepts of transcendental poetry and of irony. Others, like the concepts of the Romantic and of the Arabesque, can be treated here only briefly, while others, for example, that of philology, will not be treated at all. In contrast, the Romantic concept of criticism is itself an exemplary instance of mystical terminology, and for that reason this study is not the reproduction of a Romantic theory of criticism but the analysis 142 of its concept. Here, this analysis can still not aim at its content, but can aim only at its terminological relations. These lead beyond the narrower meaning of the word criticism, understood as criticism of art, and necessitate a look at the remarkable concatenation by which the concept of criticism turned into the esoteric, cardinal concept of the Romantic school, alongside that term which gives it its name. Of all the technical terms of philosophy and aesthetics in the writings of the early Romantics, the words criticism and critical are easily the most often encountered. You produced a criticism, 124 Novalis writes in 1796 to his friend, when he wishes to confer on him the highest praise, and 2 years later Schlegel says, in full self-consciousness, that he has begun out of the depths of criticism. Between the friends, H.I.R. criticism 125 is a familiar designation for all their theoretical endeavors. Through Kant's philosophical work, the concept of criticism had acquired for the younger generation an almost magical meaning. In any case, the term explicitly connoted not the sense of a merely discerning, unproductive state of mind, rather, for the Romantics and for speculative philosophy, the term critical meant objectively productive, creative out of thoughtful deliberation. To be critical meant to elevate thinking so far beyond all restrictive conditions that the knowledge of truth sprang forth magically, as it were, from insight into the falsehood of these restrictions. In this positive sense, the critical procedure attains the closest conceivable affinity with the reflective procedure and, in utterances like the following, the two merge, in every philosophy that begins in observation 12:6 of its own procedure, in criticism, the beginning always has something peculiar about it. 127 It is the same when Schlegel supposes that abstraction, especially practical abstraction, is in the end nothing but criticism. 128 For he had read in Fichte that no abstraction is possible without reflection, and no reflection without abstraction. 129 Hence, it is finally no longer unintelligible when, to the annoyance of his brother, who calls it true mysticism, 130 he makes the assertion, very fragment is critical, and in fragments would be tautological. 131 For a fragment this, too, being a mystical term is for him, like all that is spiritual, a medium of reflection. 132 This positive emphasis in the concept of criticism does not diverge as widely as one might have thought from Kant's usage. Kant, whose terminology contains not a little of the mystical spirit, prepared the way for this emphasis by opposing to the standpoints of dogmatism and skepticism, both of which he rejected, less the true metaphysics in which his system is meant to culminate than the criticism in whose name that system was inaugurated. One can therefore say that the concept of criticism already has a double sense in Kant, that double sense which in the Romantics is raised to a higher power, since by the word criticism they refer to Kant's total historical achievement and not only to his concept of critic. And in the end they understood how to preserve and apply the unavoidably negative moment of this concept. In the long run. 143. The Romantics could not overlook the vast discrepancy between the claim and the accomplishment of their theoretical philosophy. The word criticism once again arrived at just the right time. For it affirms that, however highly one estimates the worth of a critical work, it can never furnish the last word on its subject. In this sense, under the name of criticism, the Romantics at the same time confessed the inescapable insufficiency of their efforts, sought to designate this insufficiency as necessary, and so finally alluded, in this concept, to its necessary incompleteness of infallibility, as it might be called. It remains to establish, at least conjecturally, one particular terminological relation that applies to the concept of criticism, even in its narrower significance for the theory of art. The term art critic definitively came to prevail over the older term art connoisseur only with the Romantics. They avoided the idea of sitting in judgment over artworks, of rendering a verdict according to written or unwritten laws. One thought in this case of Gottsched, if not still of Lessing and Winckelmann. 133 But the Romantics felt themselves equally in opposition to the theorems of Sturm und Drang. 134 These theorems led not indeed because of skeptical tendencies, but because of a limitless faith in the privilege of genius to the sublation of all fixed principles and criteria of judgment. The former direction could be understood as dogmatic, the latter, in its effects, as skeptical. Hence, it appeared quite plausible to carry out, in art theory, the overcoming of both under the same name by which Kant had arbitrated that conflict in epistemology. If one reads the survey of the artistic tendencies of his time that Schlegel provides at the beginning of his essay Über das Studium der griechischen Poesie the study of Greek poetry, then one might believe that Schlegel was more or less clearly aware of the analogy between aesthetic and epistemological problematics. HRIT 135 recommended works sanctioned by the stamp of its authority as eternal models for imitation, there it established absolute originality as the highest standard of artistic merit and covered even the most remote suspicion of imitation with infinite disgrace. In the most rigorous way, it demanded, donning its scholastic armor, unqualified submission to even its most arbitrary, patently ridiculous laws, or it deified genius in mystical, oracular pronouncements, made its first principle an artificial lawlessness, and honored with imperious superstition revelations that not infrequently were quite ambiguous. 1-3. 6. 4. The early Romantic theory of the knowledge of nature. Criticism comprises the knowledge of its object. For this reason, an exposition of the early Romantic concept of the criticism of art requires a characterization of the theory of the knowledge of objects, on which that concept is based. This latter form of knowledge must be distinguished from knowledge of the system or of the absolute, the theory of which has been 144. Given above. Nevertheless, the theory of the knowledge of objects is to be derived from the latter theory. This objective knowledge concerns natural objects and works of art, whose epistemological problematic was of more concern to the first Romantics than were the problematics of other entities. The early Romantic theory of the knowledge of art Kunsterkenntnis was elaborated, under the heading of criticism, by Friedrich Schlegel above all, that of the knowledge of nature, by Novalis, among others. In these developments, now one, now the other of the different features of a general theory of the knowledge of objects makes an emphatic appearance in one or the other of these two thinkers, so that a thorough understanding of the one development requires a brief account of the other as well. Looking at the theory of natural knowledge is indispensable for the exposition of the concept of criticism. Both depend in equal measure on general systematic presuppositions, and both, as consequences of the latter, harmonize with these and with each other. The theory of the knowledge of objects is determined by the unfolding of the concept of reflection in its significance for the object. The object, like everything real, lies within the medium of reflection. Considered methodologically or epistemologically, however, the medium of reflection is the medium of thinking, for it is formed according to the schema of reflection in thinking, which is canonical reflection. This reflection of thinking assumes its place as canonical reflection because in it the two basic moments of all reflection are most fully manifest, self-activity and knowing. For in it, the very thing that is reflected, that is thought, is the only thing which can reflect, thinking itself. Thus, it is self-actively thought. And because it is thought as reflecting itself, it is thought as immediately knowing itself. This knowledge of thinking through itself, as was noted, comprehends all knowledge generali. That this simple reflection, however, this thinking of thinking, is a priori conceived by the Romantics as a knowledge of thinking rests on the fact that they presuppose the initial, original, material thinking that is, sense is already fulfilled. On the basis of this axiom, the medium of reflection turns into the system, the methodological absolute into the ontological absolute. This can be understood as determined in several ways, as nature, as art, as religion, and so on. Never, however, will it lose its character as the medium of thought, as a context of relation established by thinking. In all its determinations the absolute remains, therefore, a thinking absolute, and a thinking essence is all that fills it. With this, the basic principle of the Romantic theory of object knowledge is given. Everything that is in the absolute, everything real, thinks, because this thinking is that of reflection, it can think only itself, or, more precisely, only its own thinking, and because its own thinking is full and substantial, it knows itself at the same time that it thinks itself. Only from a quite particular point of view is the absolute and what subsists in it to be designated I. Schlegel sees it that way in his 145. Windishman lectures, but not in the Athenaeum fragments. Novalis, too, often seems to reject this way of looking at things. All knowledge is self-knowledge of a thinking being, which does not need to be an I. Moreover, the Fichtean I, which is set in opposition to the noti, to nature, signifies for Schlegel and Novalis only an inferior form among an infinite number of forms of the self. For the Romantics, from the standpoint of the Absolute, there is no noti, no nature in the sense of a being that does not become itself. Selfhood is the ground of all knowledge, 137 writes Novalis. The germ cell of all knowledge is thus a process of reflection in a thinking being through which it gains knowledge of itself. All the capacity to be known on the part of a thinking being presupposes that being's self-knowledge. Very thing that one can think, itself thinks. 138 is a problem for thinken G. 139 So runs the proposition that Friedrich Schlegel placed, not gratuitously, at the head of the fragments in the edition he oversaw of his late friend's works. Novalis never tired of affirming this dependence of any knowledge of an object on self-knowledge by the object. He puts this in the most paradoxical and at the same time clearest form with the short proposition, perceptibility is an attentiveness. 140 It does not matter whether in this sentence, over and above the attentiveness of the object to itself, its attentiveness to the one perceiving is also meant, for even when Novalis clearly enunciates this thought in all predicates in which we see the fossil, it sees us. 141 That attentiveness to the one seeing can still be rightly understood only as a symptom of the thing's capacity to see itself. In addition to embracing the sphere of thinking and knowing, therefore, this basic law of the reflective medium embraces also the sphere of perception and, in the end, that of activity as well. A matter must deal with itself in order to be dealt with. 142 runs the law that this last sphere obeys. In particular, knowing and perceiving must be related to all dimensions of reflection, so to speak, and must be founded in all. Do we perhaps see each body only insofar as it sees itself and insofar as we see ourselves? 143 Just as every act of knowledge proceeds from the self alone, so it extends to this alone. Thoughts are filled only by thoughts, only by functions of thinking, just as sights are filled only by functions of seeing and of light. The eye sees nothing but eyes, the thought organ nothing but thought organs or the element appertaining to these. 144 Just as the eye sees only eyes, so the understanding only understanding, the soul souls, the reason reasons, the spirit spirits, and so on. The imagination sees only imagination, the senses senses, God is recognized only by a God. 145 In this last fragment, the idea that every being knows only itself has been modified into the proposition that every being knows only what is like itself and is known only by beings that are like it. This touches on the question of the relation of subject and object in knowledge, a relation that plays no role in self-knowledge as the Romantics conceived it. How is knowledge outside of self-knowledge possible? That is, how is 146. Knowledge of objects possible? In fact, on the principles of Romantic thinking, it is not possible. Where there is no self-knowledge, there is no knowing at all. Where there is self-knowledge, there the subject-object correlation is abrogated. There is a subject, if you will, without a correlative object. In spite of this, reality does not form an aggregate of monads locked up in themselves and unable to enter into any real relations with one another. On the contrary, all unities in reality, except for the Absolute itself, are only relative unities. They are so far from being shut up in themselves and free of relations that through the intensification of their reflection, potentiation, romanticization, they can incorporate other beings, other centers of reflection, more and more into their own self-knowledge. Yet this romantic mode of representation does not concern only individual human centers of reflection. It is not only persons who can expand their knowledge through intensified self-knowledge in reflection, so-called natural things can do so as well. In their case, the process has an essential relation to what is commonly called their being known. That is, the thing, to the extent that it intensifies reflection within itself and includes other beings in its self-knowledge, radiates its original self-knowledge onto these other beings. In this way, too, the human being can participate in this self-knowledge of other beings. This way will coincide with the first in the case of the knowledge of two beings through each other, a knowledge that is at bottom the self-knowledge of their reflectively produced synthesis. Accordingly, everything that presents itself to man as his knowledge of a being is the reflex in him of the self-knowledge of the thinking in that very being. Thus, there exists no mere being known of a thing, just as little, however, is the thing or being limited to a mere being known through itself. Rather, the intensification 146 of reflection in it suspends the boundary that separates its being known by itself from its being known by another, in the medium of reflection. Moreover, the thing and the knowing being merge into each other. Both are only relative unities of reflection. Thus, there is in fact no knowledge of an object by a subject. Every instance of knowing is an immanent connection in the absolute, or, if one prefers, in the subject. The term object designates not a relation within knowledge but an absence of relation, and loses its sense wherever a cognitive relation comes to light. Knowledge is anchored on every side in reflection, as the fragments by Novellus intimate. The being known of one being by another coincides with the self-knowledge of that being which is being known, coincides with the self-knowledge of the knowing being and with the being known of the knowing being by the being it knows. This is the most exact form of the Romantic theory's basic principle of the knowledge of objects. Its bearing on the epistemology of nature lies above all in the propositions concerning perception as well as observation, propositions that depend on this basic principle. The first of these, that is, perception, has no influence on the theory of 147 criticism and thus must be passed over here. Besides, it is clear that this theory of knowledge cannot lead to any distinction between perception and knowledge, and that, in essence, it attributes the distinctive features of perception to knowledge as well. According to this theory, knowledge is immediate in the same high degree as only perception can be, and the readiest grounding of the immediacy of perception likewise proceeds from a medium common to the perceiver and the perceived, as the history of philosophy shows in the case of Democritus, who describes perception on the basis of a partly material interpenetration of subject and object. Thus, Novellus likewise proposes that T star appears in the telescope and penetrates it. The star is a spontaneous luminous being, the telescope, or I a receptive luminous being. G. 147. The doctrine of the medium of knowledge and perception is linked to the doctrine of observation, which is of immediate importance in understanding the concept of criticism. Observation, Beobatung, and its frequently applied synonym experiment are also examples of mystical terminology. In them, what the early Romantics had to explain and conceal concerning the principle of the knowledge of nature rises to a peak. The question to which the concept of observation is the answer runs as follows: what approach does the investigator have to adopt in order to achieve knowledge of nature, assuming that the real is a medium of reflection? He will understand that no knowledge is possible without the self-knowledge of what is to be known, and that this can be called into wakefulness by one center of reflection, the observer, in another, the thing, only insofar as the first, through repeated reflections, intensifies itself to the point of encompassing the second. Significantly, Fichte was the first to articulate this theory for the domain of pure philosophy, and in doing so he gave an indication of how deeply it is bound to the purely epistemological motifs of the early Romantics. He says of the Wissenschaftslehre, in contrast to other philosophies, what it makes into the object of its thinking is not a dead concept, which comports itself merely passively in the face of its investigation, but is something alive and active that from itself and by itself produces cognitions, something that the philosopher simply observes. His business in this concern is nothing more than this: he sets that living thing into suitable activity, he observes this, its activity, apprehends it, and grasps it as a unity. He gets the experiment going. But how the object expresses itself is the affair of the object. In the philosophies opposed to this, there is only one sequence of thinking, that of the thoughts of the philosopher, since his subject matter itself is not introduced as thinking. 148. What in Fichte holds true of the I, in Novellus holds true of the natural object and becomes a central tenet of the philosophy of nature at that. 148. The concept of criticism. Time. 149. The designation of this method as experiment, already adopted by Fichte, was especially pertinent to the natural object. Experiment consists in the evocation of self-consciousness and self-knowledge in the things observed. To observe a thing means only to arouse it to self-recognition. Whether an experiment succeeds depends on the extent to which the experimenter is capable, through the heightening of his own consciousness, through magical observation, as one might say, of getting nearer to the object and of finally drawing it into himself. In this sense, Novalis says of the genuine experimenter that nature reveals itself all the more completely through him, the more his constitution is in harmony with it. 150. And says of the experiment that it is mere extension, division, diversification, augmentation of the object. 151. For this reason, he cites approvingly Goethe's opinion that every substance has its closer rapport with itself, just as iron in magnetism. 152. He sees in such rapport the reflection of the object. We must leave undecided how far in this he actually accords with Goethe's OPM 10n. The medium of reflection, that of knowing, and that of perceiving coincide for the Romantics. The term observation alludes to this identity of media. What is distinguished as perception and method of research in the normal experiment is united in magical observation, which is itself an experiment. For this theory, it is the only possible experiment. One can also call this magical observation in the Romantics' sense an ironic observation. That is, it observes in its object nothing singular, nothing determinate. No question put to nature lies at the base of this experiment. Instead, observation fixes in its view only the self-knowledge nascent in the object, or rather it, the observation, is the nascent consciousness of the object itself. It can rightly be called ironic, therefore, because in its not knowing in its attending observation knows better, being identical with the object. It would thus be permissible, if indeed not more correct, to leave this correlation generally out of play, and to speak of a coincidence of the objective and the subjective side in knowledge. Simultaneous with any cognition of an object is the actual coming into being of this object itself. For knowledge, according to the basic principle of knowledge of objects, is a process that first makes what is to be known into that as which it is known. Thus, Novalis says, the process of observation is at the same time a subjective and objective process, an ideal and a real experiment. Proposition and product must be accomplished simultaneously if the process is to be perfectly achieved. If the object observed is already a thesis, and the process thoroughly absorbed in thought, then the result will be the very same thesis, only at a higher level. 153. With this last remark, Novalis passes from the theory of natural observation to the theory of the observation of spiritual formations. The thesis, in his sense, can be a work of art. Part TWO, Criticism of Art. 149. The early Romantic theory of the knowledge of art. Art is a determination of the medium of reflection, probably the most fruitful one that it has received. Criticism of art is knowledge of the object in this medium of reflection. Thus, the following investigation aims to show what bearing the conception of art as a medium of reflection has on the knowledge of its idea and its formations, as well as on the theory of this knowledge. The last question has been advanced through all the foregoing discussion, to such an extent that we need only recapitulate this in order to transfer our consideration from the method of Romantic criticism to its concrete achievement. It would obviously be totally mistaken to seek in the Romantics a special reason for their considering art as a medium of reflection. For them this interpretation of everything real, thus of art as well, was a metaphysical credo. It was not, as we already indicated in the introduction, the central metaphysical thesis of their worldview. For this, its specifically metaphysical weight is far too slight. Yet however much the connection depends on treating this thesis as the analogue of a scientific hypothesis, on explicating it in an immanent fashion only, and on unfolding its achievements for the comprehension of the objects, we must not forget that in an investigation of Romantic metaphysics, or of the Romantic concept of history, this metaphysical intuition of everything real as a thinking entity would disclose still other sides than those it displays in relation to the theory of art, for which its epistemological tenor matters above all. Its metaphysical significance, on the other hand, will not really be taken up in this essay, but will be merely touched on in the Romantic theory of art, which indeed, for its part, reaches the metaphysical depths of Romantic thinking immediately and with far greater certainty. In one passage of the Windisch Mann lectures, we can still perceive the faint echo of an idea that powerfully moved Schlegel in the Athenaeum period and determined his theory of art. There is a kind of thinking that produces something and therefore has a great similarity of form to the creative capacity which we ascribe to the eye of nature and to the world eye. This form of thinking is, namely, poetry, which in a way creates its own materia. L. 154. In this passage the idea no longer had any significance. It is nonetheless the clear expression of Schlegel's previous standpoint, namely, that reflection, which he earlier conceived as art, is absolutely creative, filled with content. Thus, in the period to which this investigation refers, he was still unacquainted with that moderatism in the concept of reflection in accordance with which, in the lectures, he opposes the will that limits it to reflection. Earlier he had known only a relative, autonomous limitation of 150. Reflection by itself, a limitation that, as will be seen, plays an important role in the theory of art. The weakness and sedateness of the later work rests on a curtailment of the creative omnipotence of reflection, which for Schlegel had once revealed itself most clearly in art. In the early period, it was only in the famous 116 Thehaneum fragment that he characterized art as a medium of reflection with a clarity comparable to that of the passage from his lectures. In that earlier fragment, he says that Romantic poetry can, more than any other, hover on wings of poetic reflection, free from all interests midway between that which is represented and him who represents it. 155 It can raise this reflection again and again to a higher power and multiply it as if in an endless series of mirrors. Of the productive and receptive relation to art, Schlegel says, the essence of poetic feeling lies perhaps in the fact that one can affect oneself wholly from within oneself. 156 This means that the point of indifference for reflection, the point at which reflection arises from nothing, is poetic feeling. It is difficult to decide whether this formulation contains a reference to Kant's theory of the free play of the mental faculties, in which the object retreats as a nullity in order to form merely the occasion for a self-active, inner attunement of the spirit. At any rate, the investigation of the relation between the early Romantic and the Kantian theories of art does not fall within the scope of this monograph concerning the Romantic concept of criticism, because it includes no perspective through which that relation might be grasped. In many passages Novalis, too, suggested that the basic structure of art is that of the medium of reflection. The sentence, poetry is, indeed, only the more resolute, more active, more productive use of our organs, and perhaps thinking itself would be something not much different, and thinking and poetry therefore are one and the same. 157 is quite close to Schlegel's remark in the lectures quoted above and points in that same direction. Quite clearly, Novalis conceives of art as the medium of reflection. Caught Exicon, 158 applies the word art precisely as a terminus technicus for this medium when he says, the beginning of the I is merely ideal. The beginning arises later than the I, therefore the I cannot have begun. We see from this that we are here in the domain of art. 159 And when he asks, is there an art of invention without data, an absolute art of invention? 160 On the one hand, this is a question concerning an absolutely neutral origin of reflection. On the other hand, he himself in his writings often enough designated poetry as that absolute art of invention without data. He protests against the Schlegel brothers' theory of Shakespeare's artificiality and reminds them that art is, as it were, nature that contemplates itself, imitates itself, forms itself. 16:1 When he says this, his thought is less that nature is the substrate of reflection and of art than that the integrity and unity of the medium of reflection ought to remain preserved. Nature, in this passage, seems to 151. Novalis to be a better expression for this than art, and, hence, even for the phenomena of poetry one should, according to him, leave this expression, that is, nature just as it is, since it stands only for the absolute. Often, however, In complete agreement with Schlegel, Novalis will hold art to be the prototype for the medium of reflection and will then say, "A nature produces, the spirit makes. It is much easier to be made than to make oneself." 16.2 Thus, reflection is the originary and constructive factor in art, as in everything spiritual. Hence, religion arises only when the heart feels itself. 163 And it is true that poetry is a self-forming essence. 164 The task for the criticism of art is knowledge in the medium of reflection that is art. All the laws that hold generally for the knowledge of objects in the medium of reflection also hold for the criticism of art. Therefore, criticism when confronting the work of art is like observation when confronting the natural object. The same laws apply, simply modified according to their different objects. When Novalis says, "What is at the same time thought and observation is a critical germ," 16.5 he expresses tautologically, to be sure, for observation is a thought process, the close affinity between criticism and observation. Thus, criticism is, as it were, an experiment on the artwork, one through which the latter's own reflection is awakened, through which it is brought to consciousness and to knowledge of itself. The genuine review ought to be the result and the presentation of a philological experiment and a literary inquiry. 166 Schlegel, for his part, terms the so-called inquiry a historical experiment, 16.7 and, with a view to the critical activity in which he was himself employed in 1800, he said, "I shall not forego experimentation with works of poetic and philosophical art as before, so also in the future, for myself and for the sake of knowledge." 168 The subject of reflection is, at bottom, the artistic entity itself, and the experiment consists not in any reflecting on an entity, which could not essentially alter it as romantic criticism intends, but in the unfolding of reflection that is, for the Romantics, the unfolding of spirit in an entity. Insofar as criticism is knowledge of the work of art, it is itself knowledge. Insofar as it judges the artwork, this occurs in the latter's self-judgment. In this last office, criticism goes beyond observation. This shows the difference between the art object and the object of nature, which admits of no judgment. The idea of self-judgment on the basis of reflection is not alien to the Romantics even outside the domain of art. Thus, one reads in Novalis, "The philosophy of the sciences has three periods: the thetic period of the self-reflection of science, the period of the opposed, antithetic self-judgment of science, and finally the syncretic, which is self-reflection and self-judgment at once." 169 As for self-judgment in art, Schlegel writes in the review of Wilhelm Meister that was so important for his theory of art, fortunately. 152 The concept of criticism. It is one of those books that judge themselves. 170 Novalis says, "A review is the complement of the book. Many books need no review, only an announcement, they already contain their own review." 171 In any case, this self-judgment in reflection is only improperly called a judgment. For in it a necessary moment of all judgment, the negative, is completely curtailed. Though the mind in every reflection elevates itself over all earlier stages of reflection and thereby negates them, it is this that gives reflection its critical coloring in the first place. But the positive moment of this heightening of consciousness far outweighs the negative. This estimation of the process of reflection can be heard in Novalis' words: "The act of overleaping oneself is everywhere the highest, the primal point, the genesis of life." Thus, all philosophy begins where the one who is philosophizing philosophizes himself, that is, at the same time consumes himself and renews himself. Thus, all living morality begins when for reasons of virtue I act contrary to virtue. With this begins the life of virtue, through which, perhaps, capacity increases infinitely. 172 In exactly this positive way, the Romantics assess self-reflection in the artwork. For the intensification of the consciousness of the work through criticism, Schlegel found a highly significant expression in a witticism. In a letter to Schleiermacher, he gives his Athenaeum essay Über Goethes Meister the shortened title Über Meister 173, a perfect expression for the ultimate intention of this critique, which, more than any other, exemplifies his concept of criticism in general. On other occasions, too, he is glad to use similar coinages, without our being able to decide whether there is the same underlying tenor, because they are not written as one word. 174 The moment of self-annihilation, the possible negation in reflection, cannot therefore be of much consequence over against the thoroughly positive moment of the heightening of consciousness in the one who is reflecting. Thus, an analysis of the Romantic concept of criticism leads at once to that feature which will show itself ever more clearly as the analysis progresses and which will be demonstrated on many sides, the complete positivity of this criticism, in which the Romantic concept of criticism is radically distinguished from the modern concept, which sees criticism as a negative chord of judgment. Every critical understanding of an artistic entity is, as reflection in the entity, nothing other than a higher, self-actively originated degree of this entity's consciousness. Such intensification of consciousness in criticism is in principle infinite. Criticism is therefore the medium in which the restriction of the individual work refers methodically to the infinitude of art and finally endlich is transformed into that infinitude Unendlichkeit. For it is self-evident that art, as medium of reflection, is infinite. Novalis, we indicated above, conceived medial reflection in general as aromanticizing, and in doing so was certainly not thinking only of art. Yet what he describes is exactly the procedure for criticism of art. Absolutizing, universalizing. 153. Classification of the individual moment is the true essence of romanticizing. 175 In giving the finite the look of infinity, I romanticize it. 176 Novalis also conceives the critical task from the standpoint of the critic, for it is as such that the term true reader in the following remark is to be understood. The true reader must be the extended author. He is the higher tribunal who receives the case already worked up in advance by the lower authorities. In the course of reading, it is feeling that decides in turn the crudeness and the culture of the book, and if the reader should adapt the book according to his own idea, then a second reader would refine it still more. Thus, in the end, the mass becomes an organ of the affective spirit. 177 That is, the individual work of art should be dissolved in the medium of art, but this process can be appropriately enacted by a number of critics each displacing the others, if these are not empirical intellects but stages of reflection personified. It is quite obvious that the potentiation of reflection in the work can also be marked in the critique of the work, something that itself has infinitely many levels. In this sense, Schlegel says, a very philosophical 178 review should at the same time be a philosophy of reviews. 179 This critical procedure can never come into conflict with the original reception of the artwork by pure feeling, for, in addition to the heightening of the work itself, it is also the heightening of its comprehension and reception. In his critique of Wilhelm Meister, Schlegel says, "It is fine and necessary to abandon oneself utterly to the impression a poetic work makes. And perhaps only in particular cases to confirm one's feeling through reflection and to raise it to the level of thought. And complete it. But it is no less necessary to be able to abstract from all that is particular, so that hovering one grasps the universal." 180 This grasping of the universal is conceived as hovering because it is a matter of infinitely rising reflection that never settles into an enduring point of view, according to Schlegel's indications in the 116th Athenaeum fragment. Thus, reflection grasps precisely the central, that is, universal moments of the work and immerses them in the medium of art, as the critique of Wilhelm Meister is meant to demonstrate. On closer inspection, Schlegel wants to find, in the role that the different forms of art play in the education of the hero, a system secretly indicated, whose distinct unfolding and articulation within the totality of art would be a task for the criticism of the work. In this procedure, the critique is not meant to do anything other than discover the secret tendencies of the work itself, fulfill its hidden intentions. It belongs to the meaning of the work itself, that is, in its reflection, that the criticism should go beyond the work and make it absolute. This much is clear, for the Romantics, criticism is far less the judgment of a work than the method of its consummation. It is in this sense that the Romantics called for poetic criticism, suspending the difference between criticism and poetry and declaring, poetry can be criticized only through poetry. An aesthetic. 154. Judgment that is not itself a work of art. As representation of the necessary impression in its emergence, 181 has no rights of citizenship in the realm of art. 182. This poetic criticism will present the representation anew, will once again form what is already formed. It will complement, rejuvenate, newly fashion the work. 183. For the work is incomplete. Only the incomplete can be understood, can lead us further. What is complete can only be enjoyed. If we want to understand nature, then we must posit it as incomplete. 184. This holds true of the artwork, too, not as a fiction but in truth. Every work is, in relation to the absolute of art, necessarily incomplete, or what amounts to the same thing, it is incomplete in relation to its own absolute idea. For this reason, there should be journals of criticism that treat authors in an artistically clinical and surgical manner, and do not merely track down the illness and make it known with malicious joy. Authentic police seek to ameliorate the pathological tendencies. 185. Novalis has examples of such perfecting, positive criticism in mind when he says of certain sorts of translations that he calls mythical. They present the pure, perfected character of the individual work of art. They give us not the actual work of art, but its ideal. There still does not exist, as I believe, any complete model of this. But in the spirit of many criticisms and descriptions of artworks, one comes across brilliant traces. It calls for a head in which poetic spirit and philosophic spirit have interpenetrated in their entire fullness. 186. It may be that, in bringing criticism and translation close to each other, Novalis was thinking of a medial, continuous transposition of the work from one language into another, a conception which, given the infinitely riddling nature of translation, is from the start as admissible as any other. If one wants to see and must see what is characteristic of the modern critical spirit in its refusal of all dogmatism, in its respect for the unique sovereignty of the productive creativity of artist and thinker, then the Schlegels awakened this modern critical spirit and brought it to what is in principle its highest manifestation. 187. Enders applies these words to the whole Schlegel literary family. More than any of the other members of this family, Friedrich Schlegel is responsible for the decisive overcoming of aesthetic dogmatism, and in addition, though Enders does not mention it here, for the equally important securing of criticism against the skeptical tolerance that is traceable, in the end, to the boundless cult of creative power understood as the mere expressive force of the creator. In the one respect he overcame the tendencies of rationalism, whereas in the other he surmounted the destructive moments intrinsic to the theory of Sturm und Drang. With respect to this last, the criticism of the 19th and 20th centuries has once again fallen away from his standpoint. He fixed the laws of the spirit in the work of art itself, instead of making the latter into a mere byproduct of subjectivity, as so many modern authors, following the train 155 of their own thinking, have misunderstood him have done. From what has been said above, one can appreciate the spiritual vitality and tenacity that were required to secure this standpoint, which in part, as the overcoming of dogmatism, has come to be taken for granted as the legacy of modern criticism. From the viewpoint of modern criticism, which is determined not by any theory but only by a deteriorated praxis, the fullness of positive presuppositions worked into the negation of dogmatism cannot be measured. Modern criticism overlooks the fact that these presuppositions, along with their liberating achievement, secured a basic concept that could not have been previously introduced into the theory with any definiteness, the concept of the work. For not only did Schlegel's concept of criticism achieve freedom from heteronymous aesthetic doctrines, but it made this freedom possible in the first place by setting up for artworks a criterion other than the rule, namely, the criterion of an immanent structure specific to the work itself. He did this not with the general concepts of harmony and organization which, in the case of Herder or Moritz, 188 were incapable of establishing a criticism of art, but with a genuine theory of art, even though one still absorbed in concepts, a theory of art as a medium of reflection and of the work as a center of reflection. With this he secured, from the side of the object or structure, that very autonomy in the domain of art that Kant, in the third critique, had lent to the power of judgment. The cardinal principle of critical activity since the Romantic movement, that is, the judgment of works by immanent criteria, was attained on the basis of Romantic theories which in their pure form certainly would not completely satisfy any contemporary thinker. Schlegel transfers the focus of his absolutely new basic principle of criticism to Wilhelm Meister when he calls it he absolutely new and unique book which one can learn to understand only from the book itself. 189 Novalis is at one with Schlegel again in this basic principle. To find formulas for art, individuals' formulas through which they can first be understood in the most authentic sense, is the business of an artistic critic, whose labors prepare the way for the history of art. 190 He says of taste, to which rationalism appealed for its rules, in so far as these were not grounded purely historically, taste by itself judges only negatively. 191 Thus, a precisely determined concept of the work becomes, through this Romantic theory, a correlate to the concept of criticism. 2. The work of art. The Romantic theory of the artwork is the theory of its form. The early Romantics identified the limiting nature of form with the limitedness of any finite reflection, and by this one consideration they determined the concept of the work of art within their world view. Quite analogously to the thought with which Fichte, in the first version of the Wissenschaftslehre, sees Reflexion as manifesting itself in the mere form of knowledge, the pure essence of reflection announces itself to the early Romantics in the purely formal appearance of the work of art. Thus, form is the objective expression of the reflection proper to the work, the reflection that constitutes its essence. Form is the possibility of reflection in the work. It grounds the work a priori, therefore, as a principle of existence. It is through its form that the work of art is a living center of reflection. In the medium of reflection, in art, new centers of reflection are continually forming. Each time, according to their spiritual seed, they embrace, as they reflect, larger or smaller contexts. The infinitude of art attains to reflection first of all only in such a center, as in a limiting value, that is, it attains to self-comprehension and therewith to comprehension generally. This limit value is the form of presentation of the individual work. On it rests the possibility of a relative unity and closure of the work in the medium of art, but since every single reflection in this medium can be only an isolated and fortuitous one, the unity of the work vis-a-vis the unity of art can be only a relative unity, the work remains burdened with a moment of contingency. It is precisely the function of form to admit this particular contingency as in principle necessary or unavoidable, to acknowledge it through the rigorous self-limitation of reflection. That is, practical, determinate reflection and self-restriction constitute the individuality and form of the work of art. In order for criticism, as set forth above, to be the suspension of all limitation, the work must rest on limitation. Criticism fulfills its task in so far as, with greater closure of reflection and more rigorous form in the work, it drives these the more manifoldly and intensively out of itself, dissolves the original reflection in one higher, and so continues. In this project, criticism depends on the germ cells of reflection, the positively formal moments of the work that it resolves into universally formal moments. It thus represents the relation of the individual work to the idea of art and thereby the idea of the individual work itself. Friedrich Schlegel, especially around 1800, did indeed provide definitions of the content of the true work of art. These, however, rest on the already mentioned covering up and obscuring of the basic concept of the medium of reflection, in which the concept loses its methodological potency. Where he defines the absolute medium no longer as art but as religion, he can grasp the work of art from the side of its content only in an unclear way. Despite all his efforts, he cannot elucidate his presentiment of a worthy content. This remains a mere tendency. He longs to rediscover in Content 192 the peculiar features of his religious cosmos, but due to this lack of clarity, his idea of form actually gains nothing. 191 Prior to this alteration in his world picture, and in those passages where the older doctrines still remained intact, he had, together with Novalis, championed a rigorous concept of the work as a new achievement in the Romantic school, connecting it with a concept of form derived from the philosophy of reflection. You find said in 157. The philosophy books about art and form pretty much suffices to explain the clockmaker's art. On the subject of higher art and form, you never find the least work. 194. The higher form is the self-restriction of reflection. In this sense, the 370 Lyceum fragment treats of the value and dignity of self-restriction, which for the artist as for the man, is the highest and most necessary thing. The most necessary, for wherever one does not limit oneself, the world imposes limits, whereby one becomes a slave. The highest, for one can limit oneself only at those points and on those sides where one has infinite 195 power self-creation and self-annihilation. An author who is willing and able to go on speaking to the last word is much to be deplored. One need only be on guard against errors. What seems like unconditioned arbitrariness and should seem so, must nonetheless at bottom be once again absolutely necessary, otherwise illiberality arises, and self-annihilation takes the place of self-restriction. This liberal self-restriction, which Enders rightly calls a strict requirement of Romantic criticism, 196 is achieved by the presentational form of the work. Nowhere are the essentials of this perception expressed more clearly than in a fragment by Novalis, which concerns not art but civic morals, since the spirit is most effectively at work in what is most alive, and since also the workings of the spirit there are reflections, and yet reflection in its essence is formative, and since therefore the beautiful or consummate reflection is allied to what is most alive, so also will the expression of the citizen in proximity to the king be an expression of the most reserved fullness of power, an expression of the liveliest stirrings of feeling governed by the most respectful consideration. 197. Here one need only substitute the work of art for the citizen and the absolute of art for the king in order to find the clearest indication of how the formative power of reflection stamps the form of the work according to the views of early Romanticism. The term work was used emphatically by Friedrich Schlegel for what is formed thus determinately. In the dialogue on poetry G. Esperdt über die Poesie, Lothario speaks of what is self-sufficient and complete in itself, for which he now finds no other word than works and is accordingly glad to reserve it for this usage. 198. In the same context, one reads the following exchange. Lothario. Only because it is one and all does a work become a work. Only through this is it distinguished from a study. Antonio. And yet I could name you studies that are at the same time works in your sense. 199. The answer here contains a corrective hinting at the double nature of the work. It is only a relative unity, it remains an essay, in which one and all find a mooring. And in his review of Goethe's works, in 1808, Schlegel is still saying that in the fullness of its inner formation, Wilhelm Meister perhaps takes precedence over all other works of our poet, no other is to the same degree a work. 200. By way of summary, Schlegel characterizes the significance of reflection for work and form in the following words: a work 158 is formed when it is everywhere sharply delimited, but within those limits is limitless. When it is wholly true to itself, is everywhere the same, yet elevated above itself. 201. If, by virtue of its form, the work of art is a moment of the absolute medium of reflection, then there is nothing in itself unclear about Novalis' proposition, very work of art has an a priori ideal, an intrinsic necessity, to exist. 202. A proposition in which the overcoming, in principle, of dogmatic rationalism in aesthetics is perhaps at its clearest. For this is a standpoint to which an assessment of the work in accordance with rules could never lead, any more than could a theory that understands the work only as the product of a genial mind. Do you by chance consider it impossible to construct future poems a priori? 203. Asks Schlegel's Ludovico, in complete agreement with the proposition. Next to the translation of Shakespeare, the permanent poetic achievement of Romanticism was the appropriation of Romance art forms for German poetry. In full consciousness, Romanticism strove toward the conquest, cultivation, and purification of these forms. Still, its relation to them was entirely different from that of preceding generations. The Romantics, unlike the Enlightenment, did not conceive of form as a rule for judging the beauty of art, or the observance of this rule as a necessary precondition for the pleasing or edifying effect of the work. Form did not count for the Romantics either as a rule in itself or even as dependent on rules. This conception, without which the truly important work of A. W. Schlegel in translating from Italian, Spanish, and Portuguese is unthinkable, was the focus of his brother's philosophical intentions. Every form as such counts as a peculiar modification of the self-limitation of reflection, it needs no other justification, because it is not a means to the representation of a content. The Romantics' endeavors to reach purity and universality in the use of forms rests on the conviction that, by critically setting free the condensed potential and many-sidedness of these forms, by absolutizing the reflection bound up in them, the critic will hit upon their connectedness as moments within the medium. The idea of art as a medium thus creates for the first time the possibility of an undogmatic or free formalism, a liberal formalism, as the Romantics would say. Early Romantic theory grounds the validity of forms independently of the ideal of determinate structure s. To determine the entire philosophical bearing of this attitude, in its positive and negative aspects, is one of the main tasks of the present essay. When, therefore, Friedrich Schlegel demands that thinking, in its concern with the objects of art, should contain absolute liberality united with absolute rigorism, 2041 can apply this requirement also to the artwork itself, in regard to its form. He calls such a unification, in the more noble and original sense of the word, correct, since it signifies the intentional development of what is innermost. In the work according to the spirit of the whole, it signifies the practical 2°5 reflection of the artist. 206. 159. This is the structure of the work for which the Romantics demand an immanent criticism. This postulate conceals in itself a peculiar paradox. For one cannot foresee how a work could be criticized in its own proper tendencies, because these tendencies, insofar as they are indisputably determinable, are fulfilled, whereas insofar as they are unfulfilled, they are not indisputably determinable. This latter possibility must in the extreme case assume a form such that inner tendencies are altogether lacking and, accordingly, immanent criticism impossible. The Romantic concept of criticism makes possible the resolution of both these paradoxes. The immanent tendency of the work and, accordingly, the standard for its immanent criticism are the reflection that lies at its basis and is imprinted in its form. Yet this is, in truth, not so much a standard of judgment as, first and foremost, the foundation of a completely different kind of criticism, one which is not concerned with judging, and whose center of gravity lies not in the evaluation of the single work but in demonstrating its relations to all other works and, ultimately, to the idea of art. Friedrich Schlegel names this as the tendency of his critical work, in spite of an often laborious concern with particulars. Nevertheless, to understand and to explain everything as part of a whole, rather than to appraise it judgmentally. 207 Thus, in complete antithesis to the present-day conception of its nature, criticism in its central intention is not judgment but, on the one hand, the completion, consummation, and systematization of the work and, on the other hand, its resolution in the absolute. Both of these processes coincide in the end, as will be shown below. The problem of immanent criticism loses its paradox 208 in the Romantic definition of this concept, according to which it does not mean a judgment of the work, for which it would be absurd to specify an immanent standard. Criticism of a work is, rather, its reflection, which can only, as is self-evident, unfold the germ of the reflection that is immanent to the work. Of course, the consequences of the theory of criticism extend in many cases also to the theory of the judgment of works. These consequences can be expressed in three basic propositions, which for their part yield an immediate response to the paradox of the notion of immanent judgment sketched out above. These three basic theses of the Romantic theory of the judgment of artworks can be formulated as the principle of the mediacy of judgment, the principle of the impossibility of a positive scale of values, and the principle of the uncriticizability of inferior work. The first principle, a clear consequence of what has been expounded, affirms that the judgment of a work must never be explicit, but rather must always be implicit in the fact of its romantic critique, that is, its reflectio n. For the value of a work depends solely on whether it makes its immanent critique possible or not. If this is possible, if there is present in the work a reflection that can unfold itself, absolutize itself, and resolve itself in the 160 medium of art, then it is a work of art. The criticizability of a work demonstrates on its own the positive value judgment made concerning it, and this judgment can be rendered not through an isolated inquiry but only by the fact of critique itself, because there is no other standard, no other criterion for the presence of a reflection than the possibility of its fruitful unfolding, which is called criticism. That implicit judgment of artworks in romantic criticism is remarkable in a second way: it has no scale of values at its disposal. If a work can be criticized, then it is a work of art, otherwise it is not, and although a mean between these two cases is unthinkable, no criterion of the difference in value among true works of art may be contrived either. This is what Novalis means when he says, "See, criticism of poetry is an absurdity." It is very difficult to decide whether something is poetry or not, still, this is the only possible decision. 209 And Friedrich Schlegel formulates the same thought when he says that the material of criticism can only be classical and absolutely eternal. 210. In the basic principle of the uncriticizability of the inferior work, we see one of the hallmarks of the romantic conception of art and of its criticism. Schlegel expressed it most clearly in the conclusion of his essay on Lessing: "True criticism can take no notice of works that contribute nothing to the development of art." Indeed, in accordance with this, there can be no true criticism of what does not stand in relation to that organism of cultivation and of genius, of what does not authentically exist for the whole and in the whole. 211 It would be illiberal not to assume that every philosopher can be reviewed. But it would be presumptuous to treat poets in the same way unless the critique were poetry through and, as it were, a living and acting artwork. Schlegel says in the 67th Athenaeum fragment. The romantic terminus technicus for the posture that corresponds to the axiom of the uncriticizability of the bad not only in art, but in all realms of intellectual life is annihilate. It designates the indirect refutation of the nugatory through silence, through ironic praise, or through the high praise of the good. The mediacy of irony is, in Schlegel's mind, the only mode in which criticism can directly confront the nugatory. It should be recalled that the early Romantics did not furnish these important material determinations of criticism in an explicit context, that clear-cut formulations of a systematic rigor were certainly in part quite foreign to them, and that none of the three axioms was strictly adhered to in their practice. Here it is a matter neither of the investigation of their critical habits, nor of assembling what can be found of their statements concerning criticism. Rather, it is a matter of analyzing this concept in accordance with its most particular philosophical intentions. Criticism, which for the contemporary understanding is the most subjective of things, for the Romantics was the regulator of all subjectivity, contingency, and arbitrariness in the genesis of the work. Whereas in contemporary Concip 1.6.1, Schon's criticism is compounded of objective knowledge and the evaluation of the work. The distinctive element of the Romantic concept of criticism lies in its freedom from any special subjective estimation of the work in a judgment of taste. Valuation is immanent to the objective investigation and knowledge of the work. The critic does not pass judgment on the work, rather, art itself passes judgment, either by taking up the work in the medium of criticism or by rejecting it and thereby appraising it as beneath all criticism. Criticism should, by the choice of what it treats, arrive at the finest selection among works. Its objective intention is not expressed in its theory alone. If, in aesthetic matters, the persisting historical validity of assessments provides a clue to what one can sensibly call their objectivity, then at least the validity of the critical judgments of Romanticism has been confirmed. Up to the present day, these judgments have determined the basic assessment of the historical works of Dante, Boccaccio, Shakespeare, Cervantes, Calderon, as well as that of their immediate contemporary, Goethe. 212 The force of objective intentions in early Romanticism has been little valued by most authors. Since Friedrich Schlegel himself consciously turned his back on the epoch of his our evolutionary rage for objectivity, turned away from unqualified esteem for the Greek artistic spirit, people have searched above all in the writings of his more mature period for documentation of his reaction against these youthful ideas, and they have found this in abundance. But however numerous the proofs of a high-spirited subjectivity in these writings, a consideration of the ultra-classical beginnings and the strict Catholic ending of this author is calculated to moderate the emphasis on the subjectivist formulas or formulations from the period 1796 to 1800. For, in fact, it is partly a question of mere formulations in his most subjective utterances, they are coinings that one need not always take for hard cash. Friedrich Schlegel's philosophical standpoint in the Athenaeum period has mostly been characterized by way of his theory of irony. This theory must be treated here, first because under this rubric objections can be raised in principle to the emphasis on the objective moments of his thinking, and, beyond that, because the theory in one definitive respect, far from contradicting those objective moments, stands in close connection with them. Numerous elements are to be distinguished in the different pronouncements about irony, indeed, it would in part be quite impossible to unify these different elements in a single concept without contradictions. For Schlegel, the concept of irony acquired its central importance not only through its relation to certain theoretical issues, but even more as a purely intentional attitude. As such, this attitude was not concerned with one issue, but lay in readiness as the expression of an ever-lively opposition to prevailing ideas and often as a mask of helplessness before them. Hence, the concept of irony can easily be overestimated, not in its importance for his 162 individuality but for Schlegel's picture of the world. Clear insight into this concept is hindered, finally, by the fact that even when it indisputably alludes to certain issues among the manifold relationships into which it enters, one cannot always easily establish those that figure in the particular case, and one has difficulty establishing those that are generally decisive. To the extent that these issues concern not art but epistemology and ethics, they must be left out of account here. The concept of irony has a double significance for the theory of art, and in one of its aspects it is indeed the expression of a pure subjectivism. It is only in this aspect that the literature on Romanticism has thus far considered the concept, and as a consequence of just this one-sided understanding it has been thoroughly overvalued as evidence of the subjectivism in question. Romantic poetry recognizes as its first law that the willfulness of the poet is subject to no law. 213 So it is stated, apparently without any ambiguity. Yet on closer examination, the question arises whether this sentence is meant to provide a positive statement of the legal rights of the creative artist or only an extravagant formulation of the demand that Romantic poetry places on its poets. In both cases, we shall have to resolve to make the sentence meaningful and intelligible through interpretation. Starting from the second case, we would have to understand that the Romantic poet is to be poetry through and through, 214 which Schlegel, unconvinced, in another passage proposes as a paradoxical ideal. If the artist is poetry itself, then, to be sure, his will does not tolerate any law over it, because his arbitrary will is nothing but a paltry metaphor for the autonomy of art. The proposition remains empty. In the first case, however, we may take the proposition to be a judgment concerning the artist's domain of power, but must then resolve to understand by poet something other than a being who makes something that he himself calls a poem. One must understand by poet the true, prototypical poet, and one has immediately thereby understood this willfulness as the willfulness of the true poet, which is confined within limits. The author of genuine artworks is restricted within those relationships in which the work of art is subject to the objective lawfulness of art if, that is, one does not want, as in the other case of interpretation, to understand the author as a mere personification of art, which in this case perhaps, and in any event in several other passages, was Schlegel's intended meaning. The objective lawfulness to which the artwork is subjected by art consists, as has been noted, in the form of the work. The willfulness of the true poet therefore has its field of play only in the material, and, to the extent it holds sway consciously and playfully, it turns into irony. This is subjectivist irony. Its spirit is that of the author who elevates himself above the materiality of the work by despising it. Yet Schlegel also entertains the thought that perhaps even the material itself might be poeticized poéticier, ennobled in such a process, although for this, in his view, one needs still other positive moments, ideas of the art of life which are por 1. 6.3. Trade in the material. Enders rightly calls irony the capacity to move oneself immediately from what is represented in the invention to the representing center, and to observe the former from this latter point, 215. Yet he does not consider that this procedure, according to the Romantic perception, can take place only with respect to the material. Nevertheless, as a glance at the poetic production of early Romanticism shows, there does exist an irony that not only takes hold of the material but also disregards the unity of poetic form. This is the irony that has encouraged the notion of a romantic subjectivism sans phrase, 216, because the thoroughgoing difference between this ironization of the artistic form and that of the material has not been recognized with sufficient clarity. The latter rests on a demeanor of the subject, the former presents an objective moment in the work itself. The Romantics contribute their share to this lack of clarity, as they do to most of the obscurities that persist about their doctrines. They themselves never gave expression to the distinction that is indicated by the subject matter. The ironization of form consists in its freely willed destruction, a process that Tieck's comedies exhibit in the most extreme form among Romantic productions and, indeed, within literature as a whole. Among all literary forms, dramatic form can be ironized to the greatest extent and in the most impressive way, because it contains the highest measure of the power of illusion and thereby can receive irony into itself to a high degree without disintegrating. Schlegel says of the destruction of illusion in Aristophanes' comedies, his infringement is not ineptitude but thought-out wantonness, overflowing fullness of life, and often has no ill effect but rather heightens the deception, for it cannot destroy it. The highest agility of life infringes in order to provoke without destroying. 217. Pulver invokes the same idea when he writes, If we summarize what moved Friedrich Schlegel to the highest appreciation of a perfectly conceived comedy, it is its creative play with itself, its purely aesthetic display, which no disruption and infringement of the illusion can destroy. 218. Thus, the ironization of form, according to these statements, assails the form without destroying it, and the disturbance of the illusion in comedy should have this provocation in view. This relation bears a striking affinity to criticism, which irrevocably and earnestly dissolves the form in order to transform the single work into the absolute work of art, to romanticize it. Yes, even the work purchased dearly remains precious to you, but as much as you love it, you yourself bring it death, holding the work in view. Of the works of mortals, none ends well. For from the death of the single work, blossoms the form of the whole. 219. We must elevate ourselves above our own love and be able in thought to annihilate what we adore, otherwise we lack the sense for the infinite. 220. In these statements, Schlegel expressed himself clearly about the 164. Destructive element in criticism, its decomposition of the art form. Far from presenting a subjective validity of the author, this destruction of form is the task of the objective tribunal in art, of criticism. And, on the other side, Schlegel makes exactly the same thing the essence of the poet's ironic expression when he designates irony as a mood that surveys all and infinitely elevates itself above everything conditioned, even above its own art, virtue, or genius. 221. Hence, in this kind of irony, which arises from the relation to the unconditioned, it is a question not of subjectivism and play but of the assimilation of the limited work to the absolute, of its complete objectivization at the price of its ruin. This form of irony stems from the spirit of art, not from the will of the artist. It is obvious that irony, like criticism, can demonstrate itself only in reflection. 222 The ironization of the material is also reflective, but this rests on a subjective, playful reflection of the author. The irony of the material annihilates the material, it is negative and subjective. The irony of the form, in contrast, is positive and objective. The peculiar positivity of this irony is at the same time the mark that distinguishes it from criticism, which has an equally objective direction. What relation is there between the destruction of illusion in the art form by means of irony and the destruction of the work through criticism? Criticism sacrifices the work totally for the sake of the single sphere of connection. On the other hand, the procedure which preserves the work itself, while still making palpable its total referential connection to the idea of art, is formal irony. Not only does it not destroy the work on which it fastens, but it draws the work nearer to indestructibility. Through the destruction, in irony, of the particular form of presentation of the work, the relative unity of the individual work is thrust back deeper into the unity of art as universal work. It is fully referred to the latter unity, without being lost in it. For only by degrees is the unity of the single work distinguished from that of art, from that into which it is continually being shifted in irony and criticism. The Romantics themselves could not have experienced irony as something artistic if they had seen in it the absolute dissolution of the work. It is for this reason that Schlegel, in the remark already cited, emphasizes the indestructibility of the work. In order to give this relation definitive clarity, we must introduce a double concept of form. The particular form of the individual work, which we might call the presentational form, is sacrificed to ironic dissolution. Above it, however, irony flings open a heaven of eternal form, the idea of forms, which we might call the absolute form, and proves the survival of the work, which draws its indestructible subsistence from that sphere, after the empirical form, the expression of its isolated reflection, has been consumed by the absolute form. The ironization of the presentational form is, as it were, the storm blast that raises the curtain on the transcendental order of art, disclosing this order and in it the immediate existence of the work as a 165. Mystery. The work is not, as Herder regarded it, essentially a revelation and a mystery of creative genius, which one could well call a mystery of substance. It is a mystery of order, the revelation of its absolute dependence on the idea of art, its eternal, indestructible sublation in that idea. In this sense Schlegel recognizes limits of the visible work, 223, beyond which the realm of the invisible work, the idea of art, opens up. Belief in the indestructibility of the work, as it is expressed in Tieck's ironic dramas and in Jean-Paul's shapeless novels, was a basic mystical conviction of early Romanticism. Only on the basis of this belief does it become intelligible why the Romantics did not content themselves with the demand for irony as a sentiment of the artist, but sought to see it exhibited in the work itself. Irony has a function other than that of sentiments which, however desirable they might be, cannot appear independently in the work if they are demanded only with respect to the artist. Formal irony is not, like diligence or candor, an intentional demeanor of the author. It cannot be understood in the usual manner as an index of a subjective boundlessness, but must be appreciated as an objective moment in the work itself. It presents a paradoxical venture, through demolition to continue building on the formation, to demonstrate in the work itself its relationship to the idea. 3. The idea of art. The climax of the Romantic theory of art is the concept of the idea of art. In the analysis of this concept are to be sought the confirmation of all the other doctrines and the key to their ultimate intentions. Far from being a schematic point of reference for the theorems concerning criticism, the work, irony, and so on, this concept is articulated in the most substantial and significant way. Only in it can we find the innermost inspiration that guided the Romantics in their thinking about the essence of art. In terms of method, the entire Romantic theory of art rests on the definition of the medium of absolute reflection as art, more precisely, as the idea of art. Since the organ of artistic reflection is form, the idea of art is defined as the medium of reflection of forms. In this medium all the presentational forms hang constantly together, interpenetrate one another, and merge into the unity of the absolute art form, which is identical with the idea of art. Thus, the Romantic idea of the unity of art lies in the idea of a continuum of forms. For example, tragedy, for the observer, would continuously cohere with the sonnet. A distinction between the Kantian concept of judgment and the Romantic concept of reflection can be indicated in this context without difficulty. Reflection is not, as judgment is, a subjectively reflecting process, rather, it lies enclosed in the presentational form of the work and unfolds itself in criticism, in order finally to reach fulfillment in the lawful continuum of forms. In Schlegel's H. Hercules Musagetz, it is said of the poet, with reference to that distinction outlined above in the terms presentational form and absolute form, very form will become his own, ingeniously he can gather forms toward the higher form in a delicate web. 224. In the 116th Athenaeum fragment, the aim of Romantic poetry is more explicitly to reunite all the separate genres of poetry. It embraces everything so long as it is poetic, from the greatest systems of art that contain in themselves still other systems, to the sigh, to the kiss that the musing child breathes out in artless song. The Romantic genus of poetry is the only one that is more than genus and is, so to speak, poetry itself. The continuum of art forms could hardly be characterized more clearly. At the same time, in designating this artistic unity as Romantic poetry or poetic genus, Schlegel means to attribute to it the most determinate qualitative description. This Romantic genus is what he has in mind when he says, "We already have so many theories of poetic genres. Why do we still not have any concept of poetic genre? Perhaps we would then have to make do with a single theory of poetic genres." 225 Romantic poetry is therefore the idea of poetry itself, it is the continuum of art forms. Schlegel made the most intensive efforts to give expression to the determinateness and fullness in which he conceived this idea. If ideals do not have as much individuality for a thinker as the gods of antiquity have for the artist, then all involvement with ideas is nothing but a boring and irksome dice game with empty formulas. 226 Especially, a sense for poetry lives in him for whom it is an individual. 227 And, are there not individuals that contain within themselves entire systems of individuals? 228 Poetry, at least, as the reflection medium of forms, must be such an individual. One would certainly assume that Novalis is thinking of the work of art when he says, "An infinitely characterized individual is a member of an infinitorium." 229 In any case, he enunciates for philosophy and art the principle of a continuum of ideas. The ideas of poetry are, according to the Romantic conception, the presentational forms. The philosopher who in his philosophy transforms all separate philosophemes into a single one, who can make out of all individual forms of philosophy one individual, attains the maximum in his philosophy. He attains the maximum as a philosopher when he unites all philosophies into one single philosophy. The philosopher and artist proceed organically, if I may say so. Their principle, their unifying idea is an organic seed that develops freely and forms itself into a structure containing innumerable individuals, an infinitely individual, omniplastic structure, an idea that is itself rich in ideas. 230. Art and science seize upon everything to pass from one thing to another, and so from one thing to all, rhapsodically or systematically. This is the spiritual art of wisdom, the art of divination. 231 This art of wisdom is obviously criticism, which Friedrich Schlegel also called divinatory. 232 In order to express the individuality of this unity of art, Schlegel strains his concepts and grasps at a paradox. Otherwise the project of expressing the highest universality as individuality was not to be consummated. For its part, nonetheless, this project in no way has as its ultimate theme an absurdity or even an error. Rather, Schlegel simply gave a false interpretation to a valuable and valid motive. This was the effort to secure the concept of the idea of art from the misunderstanding of those who would see it as an abstraction from empirical artworks. He wanted to define this concept as an idea in the Platonic sense, as a prot eron te phose, as the real ground of all empirical works, and he committed the old error of confounding abstract and universal when he believed he had to make that ground into an individual. It is only with this in view that Schlegel repeatedly and emphatically designates the unity of art, the continuum of forms itself, as one work. It is this invisible work which takes up into itself the visible work of which he speaks in a passage cited above, note 223. This conception came to Schlegel in his study of Greek poetry, and from there he transferred it to poetry generally. The systematic Winckelmann, who read all the ancients as though they were a single author, who saw all as a whole and concentrated his entire force on the Greeks, laid the initial groundwork for a material doctrine of antiquity through his perception of the absolute difference between ancient and modern. Only when the standpoint and the conditions of the absolute identity of the ancient and the modern in past, present, or future have been discovered, can we say that at least the contours of the Science 233 are visible, and we can now proceed to methodical investigation. 234. All poems of antiquity link up to one another, until the whole is formed out of continually greater masses and members. And thus it is no mere empty metaphor to say that ancient poetry is a single, indivisible, perfected poem. Why shouldn't what has already been come about once again? In a different way, obviously. And why not in a more beautiful, greater way? 235. All the classical poems of the ancients conjoin, inseparably, they form an organic whole, and are, rightly seen, a single poem, the only one in which the art of poetry itself is completely manifest. In a similar way, in perfect poetry all books should be only a single book. 23.6. Thus, the individual work of art, when it is taken fundamentally, must lead to an immeasurable whole. Or do you in fact believe that everything else, indeed, can be a poem and a work, only not poetry itself? 237. For the evolving unity of poetry, as for the unity of the invisible work, the equalization and reconciliation of forms is the visible and authoritative process. Ultimately the mystical thesis that art itself is one work, Schlegel foregrounded this thesis in his thoughts around 1800, especially, stands in exact correlation with the principle which asserts the indestructibility of works that are purified in irony. Both principles make it clear that, in art, idea and work are not absolute opposites. The idea is a work and also the work is an idea, provided that the former overcomes the limitations imposed by its presentational form. 23. Schlegel made the exhibition of the idea of art in the total work into the task of progressive, universal poetry. This characterization of poetry points to nothing other than that task. Our romantic poetry is a progressive universal poetry. The romantic way of writing is still in the process of becoming, indeed, this is its proper essence, that it is eternally coming to be and can never be completed. 239. The following holds true of it: an idea cannot be grasped in a proposition. An idea is an infinite series of propositions, an irrational magnitude, incapable of being posited. 240. Incommensurable. Yet the law of its progression can be laid down. 24.1. The concept of progressive universal poetry is easily exposed to modernizing misunderstanding if its connection with the concept of the medium of reflection is not considered. This misunderstanding would consist in seeing endless progression as a mere function of the indeterminate infinite of the task, on the one hand, and the empty infinity of time, on the other. But we have already indicated how much Schlegel strove for the determinacy, for the individuality of the idea that sets the task for progressive universal poetry. The endlessness of the progression should not, therefore, divert one's attention from the determinateness of its task, and if in this determinacy limits are not already present, then the following formulation could be misleading, regarding this emergent poetry. There are no limits to progress, to further development. 242. For this statement does not lay stress on what is essential. The essential is, rather, that the task of progressive universal poetry be given in a medium of forms as the ever more exact and thorough regulating and ordering of that medium in the most determinate way. Beauty is not merely the empty notion of something that is to be produced, but also a fact, namely, an eternally transcendental fact. 243 It is this as a continuum of forms, as a medium, whose manifestation through chaos as the scene of pervading governance has already been encountered in Novalis. And in the following remark by Schlegel, chaos is nothing other than the emblem of the absolute medium, yet the highest beauty, indeed the highest order, is still only that of chaos, namely, a chaos that awaits but the touch of love to unfold into a harmonious world. 244 It is a question, therefore, not of a progress into the void, a vague advance in writing ever better poetry, but of a continually more comprehensive unfolding and enhancement of poetic forms. The temporal infinity in which this process takes place is likewise a medial and qualitative infinity. 245 For this reason, progredibilitat is not at all what is understood by the modern term progress, it is not some merely relative connection of cultural stages to one another. Like the entire life of mankind, it is an infinite process of fulfillment, not a mere becoming. If nonetheless it cannot be denied that in these notions romantic messianism is not at work in its full force, still they are not in contradiction with Schlegel's fundamental stand on the ideology of progress, as expressed in Lustend. What, then, is the purpose of this unconditioned striving and advancing without cessation or center point? Can this Sturm und Drang 169 supply the infinite plant of humanity, which grows and takes form all by itself, with nourishing sap or formation? It is nothing more, this empty restless forcing, than a Nordic vice. 24-6 The much contested concept of transcendental poetry can be explained in this context precisely and without difficulty. Like the concept of progressive universal poetry, it is a determination of the idea of art. If the former presents, in conceptual concentration, the relation this idea has to time, the concept of transcendental poetry points back to the systematic center from which the Romantic philosophy of art proceeded. It therefore presents Romantic poetry as the absolute poetic reflection. In the world of Friedrich Schlegel's thought during the Athenæum period, transcendent poetry is precisely what the concept of the primal I is in the Windisch Man lectures. To prove this, one need only attend to the contexts in which the concept of the transcendental occurs in Schlegel and Novalis. One finds that they everywhere lead back to the concept of reflection. Thus, Schlegel says about humor, its real essence is reflection. Whence its affinity with everything transcendental. 247. It is the highest task of education to take possession of the transcendental self, to be at one and the same time the I of its I. 248 That is, to comport oneself reflectively. Reflection transcends the spiritual level reached at any one time, in order to pass on to a still higher level. Thus, Novalis says, with reference to the act of reflection involved in self-penetration, that place outside the world is given, and now A.R. Chimes can fulfill his promise. 249 The origin of higher poetry in reflection is hinted at in the following fragment. There are certain poetic modes in us that seem to have an entirely different character from the usual ones, for they are accompanied by a feeling of necessity, yet there is simply no external reason for their existence. It seems to man that he is caught up in a dialogue and that some unknown spiritual being provokes him in a marvelous fashion to develop the most incontestable notions. This being must be a higher being, because it places itself in a relationship to man which is not possible for any being tied to appearances. It must be a homogeneous being, because it treats him as a spiritual being and incites him only to the rarest kind of self-activity. This I of a higher sort is related to man the way man is to nature, or a wise adult to a child. 250. The poetic works springing from the activity of the higher self are members of transcendental poetry, whose delineation coincides with the idea of art inscribed in the absolute work. Poetries up until now have for the most part operated dynamically, the future transcendental poetry, one could call organic. When it is invented, then we shall see that all genuine poets before this have composed, without knowing it, organically, but that this lack of consciousness had an essential influence on the whole of their work, so that for the most part only in individual cases were they genuinely poetic, while 170. On the whole they were usually unpoetic. 251 The poetry of the entire work, according to Novalis' conception, depends on knowledge of the essence of the absolute unity of art. Insight into this clear and simple meaning of the term transcendental poetry has been made extraordinarily difficult due to a particular circumstance. In the very fragment whose primary idea should be considered the chief exhibit for the train of thought being discussed, Schlegel defined the expression in question differently 252 and distinguished it from a term with which, according to his and Novalis linguistic usage, it should have been synonymous. In fact, transcendental poetry means in Novalis as, logically, it should in Schlegel as well the absolute reflection of poetry, which Schlegel, in this particular fragment, distinguishes from transcendental poetry by describing it as poetry of poetry. There exists a poetry whose one and all is the relation between the ideal and the real and which, by analogy with philosophical terminology, would have to be called transcendental poetry. But, just as one would attach little importance to a transcendental philosophy that was not critical, did not exhibit the producer along with the product, and did not contain in a system of transcendental thoughts at the same time a characterization of transcendental thinking, so, too, this poetry should unite what is not unfamiliar among modern poets: transcendental materials and preparatory exercises, toward a poetic theory of poetic capacity with artistic reflection and beautiful self-mirroring. And ought, in each of its presentations, to present itself as well and everywhere be at once poetry and poetry of poetry. 251. The whole difficulty occasioned by the concept of transcendental poetry for the presentation of Romantic philosophy, the obscurity in which it seems to persist, rests on the fact that in the fragment above this expression is used not with reference to the reflective moment in poetry but with reference to Schlegel's earlier questioning of the relation of Greek to modern poetry. Since Schlegel designates Greek poetry as aerial and modern poetry as ideal, 254 he coins the term transcendental poetry with a quasi-mystical allusion to the entirely different philosophical conflict between metaphysical idealism and realism and its resolution through the transcendental method of Kant. In the final analysis, however, Schlegel's usage still agrees with what Novalis calls transcendental poetry and with what he himself calls poetry of poetry. For reflection, which is what is intended in both of these designations, is precisely the method for resolving Schlegel's transcendental aesthetic aporia. It is through reflection in the work of art itself, as we have seen, that the artwork's strictly formal closure, of Greek type, which remains relative, is, on the one hand, cultivated, but, on the other, released from its relativity and elevated to the absolute of art through critique and irony, of the modern type. 255 Poetry of poetry is the comprehensive expression for 171. The reflexive nature of the absolute. It is poetry conscious of itself, and since, according to early Romantic doctrine, consciousness is only a heightened spiritual form of that of which it is conscious, it follows that consciousness of poetry is itself poetry. It is poetry of poetry. Higher poetry is itself nature and life. But it is the nature of nature, the life of life, the human being in the human being, and I think this distinction, for one who perceives it at all, is truly determined and decisive enough. 25-6 These formulations are not flights of rhetoric but designations of the reflexive nature of transcendental poetry. I suspect that in you sooner or later, and apropos of Shakespeare, art will mirror itself in art. 257 Friedrich Schlegel writes to his brother. The organ of transcendental poetry, as that very form which in the absolute survives the downfall of profane forms, Schlegel designates as the symbolic form. In the literary retrospective with which he opens the Review Europa, in 1803, he says of the issues of Athenaeum, in the early issues, critique and universality are the primary goal, in the later parts, the spirit of mysticism is essential. One shouldn't shrink from using this word. 25-8 It signifies the proclamation of the mysteries of art and science, which would not deserve their names without such mysteries. Most of all, however, it signifies the powerful defense of symbolic forms and their necessity against the profane Mindi. 259 The expression symbolic form points in two directions. In the first place it marks the reference to the different conceptual rubrics of the poetic absolute, principally the reference to mythology. The arabesque, for example, is a symbolic form that alludes to a mythological content. In this sense, the symbolic form does not belong to this context. In the second place, it is the imprint of the pure poetic absolute in the form itself. Thus, Lessing is honored by Schlegel on account of the symbolic form of his works. Because of this, his works belong in the realm of higher art, since precisely this symbolic form is the one deciding mark of higher art. 260 Nothing other than the symbolic form is meant by the general expression symbol when Schlegel says of the highest task of poetry, it has already often been achieved by the same means whereby everywhere the show of the finite is set in relation to the truth of the eternal and thereby dissolved into it. Through symbols, through which meaning takes the place of illusion meaning, the one real thing in existence. 261 The symbolic form endows works of transcendental poetry with this meaning, that is, reference to the idea of art by way of reflection. The symbolic form is the formula under which the range of reflection for the work of art is concentrated. Irony and reflection are the basic attributes of the symbolic form of Romantic poetry. 262 Since, however, reflection is at the basis also of irony and is therefore, in the artwork, completely identical with symbolic form, it should be said more precisely that, on the one hand, the fundamental properties of symbolic form consist in such purity of the presentational form that this is refined into a mere expression of the self. 172. Limitation of reflection and is distinguished from the profane forms of presentation. 263 On the other hand, they consist in the formal irony in which reflection elevates itself to the absolute. Criticism of art exhibits this symbolic form in its purity. It disentangles it from all the inessential moments to which it may be bound in the work, and finishes with the dissolution of the work. The fact that in the framework of Romantic theories, despite all conceptual coinages, full clarity can never be reached in the distinction between profane and symbolic form, between symbolic form and critique, forces itself on our attention. Only at the price of such hazy demarcations can all the concepts of art theory which the Romantics ultimately undertook be drawn into the region of the absolute. Among all the forms of presentation, there is one in which the Romantics find reflexive self-limitation and self-extension developed in the most decisive way and at this apex passing into each other without distinction. This highest symbolic form is the novel. What strikes one first of all about this form is its external license and irregularity. The novel can in fact reflect upon itself at will, and, in ever new considerations, can mirror back every given level of consciousness from a higher standpoint. That it comes to this by the nature of its form, whereas this is possible for other genres only through the bold stroke of irony, neutralizes irony in the novel. But, in contrast, just because the novel never oversteps its form, every one of its reflections can be viewed as limited by itself, for there is no rule-bound form of presentation to limit them. This neutralizes in it the presentational form, which prevails in the novel only in its purity, not in its rigor. Although that external license, since it lies open to hand, requires no emphasis, the steadiness and pure composure in the form of the novel are stressed by the Romantics again and again. Schlegel, on the occasion of his review of Wilhelm Meister, says that the spirit of contemplation and of return into itself is a common characteristic of all very spiritual poetry. 264 The novel is the most spiritual poetry, its retarding character is an expression of the reflection proper to it. Through its retarding nature, the play can seem akin to the novel, which has its essence precisely in that. 265 He says in the same place regarding Hamlet. Novelus, the retarding nature of the novel 266 is manifest preeminently in the style 26. 7 Proceeding from the consideration that novels are constituted by complexes reflexively closed upon themselves, Novelus says, the style of the novel must not be a continuum, it must be a structure articulated in each and every period. Each small piece must be something cut off, delimited, a whole on its own. 268. It is just this mode of writing that Schlegel praises in Wilhelm Meister, through the differences in the individual masses. Every necessary part of the one and indivisible novel becomes a system for itself too. 6-9 For Schlegel, the presentation of reflection counts as the highest legitimation of Goethe's mastery in this novel, the representation of a nature that is again and again perceiving. 173. Itself, as though looking into the infinite, was the finest proof that an artist could give of the unfathomable depths of his ability. 270 The novel is the highest among all symbolic forms. Romantic poetry is the idea of poetry itself. The ambiguity that lies in the expression aromantic was certainly taken gladly into account by Schlegel, if not exactly sought after. It is well known that in the usage of the day aromantic meant Knightley, medieval, and Schlegel, as he loved to do, concealed his own meaning behind this signification. A meaning one has to read from the etymology of the word. Hence, we are to understand throughout, as Heim does, the essential meaning of the term romantic as en ovelistic romangamas. This means that Schlegel upholds the doctrine that the genuine novel is a ne plus ultra, a summa of all that is poetic, and he consistently designates this poetic ideal with the name romantic poetry. 271 As this summa of all that is poetic, in the sense of Schlegel's theory of art, the novel is therefore a designation of the poetic absolute, a philosophy of the novel. Would be the keystone 272 of a philosophy of poetry in general. It is often emphasized that the novel is not one genre among others, and that the romantic manner is not one among many, but that they are ideas. Schlegel says of Wilhelm Meister, to want to judge this book. In accordance with a concept of genre that arises from custom and creed, and that is thrown together from accidental experiences and arbitrary conclusions, is the same as if a child should want to grasp the moon and the stars with his hand and pack them into his little satchel. 273 Early Romanticism not only classified the novel as the highest form of reflection in poetry, but, by setting it in a further, immediate relation to its basic conception of the idea of art, it found in it the extraordinary, transcendent confirmation of its aesthetic theory. According to this conception, art is the continuum of forms, and the novel, in the interpretation of the early Romantics, is the comprehensible manifestation of this continuum. It is this thanks to prose. The idea of poetry has found its individuality, that for which Schlegel was seeking, in the form of prose. The early Romantics know no deeper or better determination for it than prose. In this seemingly paradoxical but in truth very profound intuition, they find an entirely new basis for the philosophy of art. On this ground rests the entire philosophy of art of early Romanticism, especially its concept of criticism, for the sake of which our investigation has been pursued to this point through apparent digressions. The idea of poetry is prose. This is the final determination of the idea of art, and also the real meaning of the theory of the novel, which only in this way is understood in its deep intention and freed of an exclusively empirical reference to Wilhelm Meister. What the Romantics meant when they said that prose is the idea of poetry is to be gathered from the following passage of a letter that Novalis sent to A. W. Schlegel on January 12, 1798. 174. If poetry wishes to extend itself, it can do so only by limiting itself, by contracting itself, by abandoning its caloric matter and congealing. It will acquire a prosaic look, its constituent parts will no longer stand in the same close community or, therefore, under such strict rhythmic laws, and it will become more capable of portraying that which is limited. But it remains poetry and hence faithful to the essential laws of its nature. It becomes, so to speak, an organic being, whose whole structure betrays its origin from the flux, its originally elastic nature, its unlimitedness, its omnipotence. Only the mixture of its elements is without rule, the order of these, their relation to the whole, is still the same. Every charm extends outward on all sides. Here, too, only the parts move around the one, eternally resting whole. The simpler, more uniform, and calmer the movements of the sentences are here, the more harmonious their mixtures in the whole and the looser the connection, the more transparent and colorless the expression, so much the more perfect is this indolent poetry in its seeming dependence on objects, and its contrast to all ornate prose. 274 Here poetry seems to slacken off from the rigor of its requirements, to become more complacent, more tractable. But it will soon become evident to one who makes trial of poetry under these conditions how difficult it is to realize it fully in this form. Such extended poetry is precisely the highest problem of the poetic artist, a problem that can be solved only by approximation, and that is actually part of the higher poetry. Here is still an immeasurable field, an infinite domain in the most authentic sense. One could call this higher poetry the poetry of the infinite. 275. The reflective medium of poetic forms appears in prose. For this reason, prose may be called the idea of poetry. Prose is the creative ground of poetic forms, all of which are mediated in it and dissolved as though in their canonical creative ground. In prose, all metrical rhythms pass over into one another and combine into a new unity, the prosaic unity, which in Novalis 27:6 is known as the aromantic rhythm. 277 Poetry is the prose among arts. 27. 8. Only from this viewpoint can the theory of the novel be understood in its profoundest intention and be extricated from the empirical relation to Wilhelm Meister. Because the unity of poetry as a whole, as one single work, constitutes a poem in prose, the novel affords the highest poetic form. It is probably in allusion to the unifying function of prose that Novalis says, haltenty the novel comprehend all genres of style in a sequence differentially bound by a common spirit. 279 Friedrich Schlegel grasped the prosaic element less purely than Novalis, though he intended it no less deeply. Thus, in his exemplary novel, Lustend, he sometimes cultivates the multiplicity of forms, whose unification is his task, perhaps more than he does the purely prosaic, which fulfills this task. He wanted to insert many poems into the second part of the novel. But both of these tendencies, the multiplicity of forms and the prosaic, have in common an opposition to limited form and an aspiration to the transcendental. Except that in some places in Friedrich Schlegel's prose, this is less demonstrated than postulated. Even in Schlegel's 175 Theory of the novel, the notion of prose, although it undoubtedly conditions its characteristic spirit, fails to stand clearly at its center. Schlegel complicated this notion with the doctrine of the poeticizing of the material. 280 The conception of the idea of poetry as that of prose determines the whole Romantic philosophy of art. And it is this determination that has made the Romantic philosophy of art so historically rich in consequences. Not only did it spread with the spirit of modern criticism, without being gnosticized in its presuppositions or essence, but it also entered, in more or less clearly marked form, into the philosophical foundations of later schools of art, such as French Romanticism, which succeeded it, and German Neo-Romanticism. Above all, however, this fundamental philosophical conception founds a peculiar relation within a wider Romantic circle, whose common element, like that of the narrower Romantic school, remains undiscoverable so long as it is sought only in poetry and not in philosophy as well. From this point of view, one spirit moves into the wider circle, not to say into its center, a spirit who cannot be comprehended merely in his quality as a poet in the modern sense of the word, however high this must be reckoned, and whose relationship to the Romantic school, within the history of ideas, remains unclear if his particular philosophical identity with this school is not considered. This spirit is Hölderlin, and the thesis that establishes his philosophical relation to the Romantics is the principle of the sobriety of art. This principle is the essentially quite new and still incalculably influential leading idea of the Romantic philosophy of art. What is perhaps the greatest epoch in the West's philosophy of art is distinguished by this basic notion. Its connection with the methodological procedure of that philosophy, namely, reflection, is obvious. In ordinary usage, the prosaic that in which reflection as the principle of art appears uppermost is, to be sure, a familiar metaphorical designation of the sober. As a thoughtful and collected posture, reflection is the antithesis of ecstasy, the mania of Plato. Just as, for the early Romantics, light occasionally operates as a symbol of the medium of reflection, of infinite mindfulness, so Hölderlin, too, says, "Where are you, thoughtful one, who must always I turn aside at times? Where are you, light?" 281 Circumspection Besinenheit is the earliest muse of the man striving for cultivation. 282 says even the unphilosophical A.W. Schlegel, and Novalis calls this proposition a ray of light striking the earliest poetry. 283 In a very peculiar and beautiful image, Novalis expresses the sober nature of reflection, isnt reflection upon oneself. Of a consonating nature. 284 Song sung inwardly, inner world. Speech prose criticism. 285 In these words we have the entire context of the Romantic philosophy of art at its highest level, as still remains in part to be developed, schematically indicated. In his later writings, in a profusion of profound ideas, Hölderlin sought to gain knowledge of wholly sober poetry. 286 Here, only one preeminent pa. 176. Sage will be cited, in order to prepare the way for understanding the less clear statements of Friedrich Schlegel and Novalis, which aim at the same goal. It will be good in securing for poets, also among us, a civic existence if we elevate poetry, also among us, to the status of the mechane of the ancients, discounting the distinction of times and constitutions. Other artworks, too, compared with Greek ones, lack reliability, at least they have been judged, up until now, more by the impressions they make than by their lawful calculus or any other procedure whereby the beautiful is brought forth. But modern poetry is especially lacking in a school and in the craftsmanlike, in the means whereby its procedures can be calcated and taught and, once learned, reliably repeated thereafter in practice. Among human beings, in the case of everything, we must principally look to see that it is something, in other words, that it is knowable in the means, manner, of its appearance, that the way it is constituted can be determined and taught. For this reason and for even deeper reasons, poetry needs especially definite and characteristic principles and limits. To these now belongs just that lawful calculus. 287. Novalis, truly artistic poetry is remunerable. 288 Art is mechanical. 289 The seat of genuine art is solely in the understanding. 290 Nature engenders, the spirit makes. 2 Est beaucoup plus commode d'être fa et cata sefa irl we sick, mem. 291 The manner of this making, then, is reflection. Proofs of this conscious activity in the work are, above all, the secret intentions, which we can never too much presuppose. In the case of genius, 292 as Schlegel says, deliberate cultivation of the smallest detail. 293 testifies to poetic mastery. In radical fashion, a certain lack of clarity is the ground of this radicalism, he says in the Athenaeum. One often thinks to shame authors by comparisons with manufacturing. But shouldn't the true author also be a manufacturer? Shouldn't he devote his whole life to the business of working literary material into forms that in great manner are purposeful and useful? 294 So long as the artist is inspired, he finds himself, at least where any communication is concerned, in an illiberal condition. 295. The Romantics were thinking of made works, works filled with prosaic spirit, when they formulated the thesis of the indestructibility of genuine art objects. What dissolves in the ray of irony is the illusion alone, but the core of the work remains indestructible, because this core consists not in ecstasy, which can be disintegrated, but in the unassailable, sober prosaic form. By means of mechanical reason, moreover, the work is soberly constituted within the infinite at the limit value of limited forms. The novel is the prototype for this mystical constitution of the work beyond the bounded forms that are beautiful in their appearance, poetic in the narrow sense. The extent to which this theory breaks with traditional views about the essence of art is ultimately manifest in the place it assigns to those beautiful forms, to beauty in general. We have already mentioned that form is no longer the expression of beauty but an expression. 177. Of art as the idea itself. In the final analysis, the concept of beauty has to retreat from the Romantic philosophy of art altogether, not only because, in the rationalist conception, this concept is implicated with that of rules, but above all because as an object of delight, of pleasure, of taste, beauty seemed incompatible with the austere sobriety that, according to the new conception, defines the essence of art. A genuine doctrine of poetic art would begin with the absolute disparity, the eternally unresolvable separation of art and raw beauty. 296 To superficial dilettantes without enthusiasm or wide learning, such a poetics would have to appear as a trigonometry book does to a child who wanted to draw pictures. 297 The highest works of art are absolutely unaccommodating, they are ideals that can and should please only approximando, as aesthetic imperatives. 298 The doctrine that art and its works are essentially neither appearances of beauty nor manifestations of immediately inspired emotion, but media of forms, resting in themselves, has not fallen into oblivion since the Romantics, at least not in the spirit of artistic development itself. If one wanted to extract the basic principles of the theory of art in so eminently conscious a master as Flaubert, or in the Parnassians, or in the George Circle, then we would surely find among them the principles expounded here. We wanted here to formulate these basic principles, to demonstrate their origin in the philosophy of early German Romanticism. These are so peculiar to the spirit of this epoch that Kircher could justly maintain, these Romantics were aiming to fend off precisely the Romantic as it was understood then and as it is understood today. 299 I am beginning to love what is sober but makes genuine progress, and gets one further. 100 Novalis writes in 1799 to Caroline Schlegel. On this matter, too, Friedrich Schlegel provides the most extreme formulation. This is the real point, that we do not so completely depend upon our temper alone when the highest thing is at issue. 301 The only task that remains is to conclude the exposition of the Romantic concept of criticism on the basis of the preceding discussions. It is no longer a matter of the methodological structure, which has been demonstrated, but only of its final contentual determination. Apropos of this, we have already said that the task of criticism is the consummation of the work. Schlegel utterly rejects an informational or pedagogic function. The goal of criticism, people say, is to educate the readers. Whoever wants to be educated, let him educate himself. This is impolite, but so matters stand. 302 We have shown that criticism is just as little a matter of passing judgment, an expression of opinion about a work. Criticism is, rather, a formation whose origin is occasioned by the work but whose continued existence is independent of it. As such, it cannot be distinguished in principle from the work of art. The 116th Athenaeum fragment, which deals with the synthesis in all concepts, says, our romantic poetry would and also should fuse together originality and criticism. Another statement in the Athenaeum leads to this. 178. Same principle, a so-called recherche is a historical experiment. The object and the result of this experiment are a fact. Whatever is to be a fact must have strict individuality, must be at one and the same time a secret and an experiment, namely, an experiment of formative nature. 303 In this context, it is only the concept of fact that is new. This is found again in the Dialogue on Poetry. A true judgment of art. A cultivated, thoroughly accomplished estimation of a work, is always a critical fact, if I may speak this way. But it is also only a fact, and, for just this reason, to wish to motivate it is a vain endeavor, for the motive itself would then have to contain a new fact or a closer determination of the first fact. 304 It is through the concept of fact that criticism is meant to be most sharply distinguished from judgment as mere opinion. Criticism needs no motivation, any more than an experiment does, which, in fact, criticism undertakes to perform on the artwork by unfolding the work's reflection. An unmotivated judgment, on the other hand, would surely be an absurdity. The theoretical assurance of the highest positivity of all criticism was the vehicle for the positive achievements of the Romantic critics. They wanted not so much to conduct guerrilla warfare against the BAD 305 as to promote the perfection of the good and, through this, the annihilation of the nugatory. In the final account, This assessment of criticism rests on the completely positive evaluation of its medium, prose. The legitimation of criticism, which is not to posit criticism as an objective court of judgment on all poetic production, consists in its prosaic nature. Criticism is the preparation of the prosaic kernel in every work. In this, the concept preparation Darstellung is understood in the chemical sense, as the generation of a substance through a determinate process to which other substances are submitted. This is what Schlegel means when he says of Wilhelm Meister, the work not only judges itself, it also prepares itself. 306. The prosaic is grasped by criticism in both of its meanings, in its literal meaning through the form of expression, as criticism expresses itself in prose, in its figurative meaning through criticism's object, which is the eternal sober continuance of the work. This criticism, both as process and as product, is a necessary function of the classical work. The early Romantic theory of art and Goethe 307. The theory of art propounded by the early Romantics and that formulated by Goethe are opposed to each other in their principles. 308. Indeed, the study of this opposition greatly widens our knowledge of the history of the concept of art criticism. For this opposition at the same time signifies the critical stage of this history, the problem historical relation between the Romantics' concept of criticism and Goethe's concept, the pure problem of the criticism of art, comes immediately to light. The concept of a criticism of art, however, itself bespeaks an unambiguous dependence on the center of the 179. Philosophy of art. This dependence is most acutely formulated in the problem of the criticizability of the artwork. Whether this is denied or affirmed is thoroughly dependent on the basic philosophical concepts that form the basis of the theory of art. The entire art philosophical project of the early Romantics can therefore be summarized by saying that they sought to demonstrate in principle the criticizability of the work of art. Goethe's whole theory of art proceeds from his view of the uncriticizability of works. Not that he stressed this opinion more than occasionally, or that he had written no works of criticism himself. He was not interested in the conceptual elaboration of this view, yet in his later period, which is the one mainly at issue here, he composed more than a few critical works. One finds in many of them, though, a certain ironic reserve, not only in regard to the work but in regard to his own occupation. At all events, the intention of these critiques was only exoteric and pedagogic. The category under which the Romantics conceive of art is the idea. The idea is the expression of the infinitude of art and of its unity. For the Romantic, unity is an infinity. Everything the Romantics say about the essence of art is a determination of its idea. This is true as well of the form which, in its dialectic of self-limitation and self-expansion, brings to express in the dialectic of unity and infinity in the idea. Idea in this context means the a priori of a method, corresponding to it, then, is the ideal as the a priori of a correlative content. The Romantics do not acknowledge an ideal of art. They merely attain a semblance of this through accoutrements of the poetic absolute, such as ethics and religion. All the definitions that Friedrich Schlegel gave of the content of art, especially in the dialogue on poetry, in contrast to his comprehension of form, are lacking in any more precise relation to what is characteristic of art, to say nothing of his having found an a priori of this content. Goethe's philosophy of art takes its start from an a priori of this kind. Its actuating motive is the question of the ideal of art. The ideal, too, is a supreme conceptual unity, the unity of the content. Its function, therefore, is completely different from that of the idea. It is not a medium that shelters in itself and builds out of itself the context of forms, but a unity of a different sort. It can be grasped only in a limited plurality of pure contents, into which it decomposes. Thus, the ideal manifests itself in a limited, harmonic discontinuum of pure contents. In this conception, Goethe makes contact with the Greeks. The idea of the Muses under the sovereignty of Apollo, interpreted by the philosophy of art, is the idea of the pure contents of all art. The Greeks counted 9 such subject areas, and certainly neither their kind nor their number was arbitrarily determined. The quintessence of pure contents, the ideal of art, can therefore be characterized as the muse-worthy das Musisk. Just as, in contrast to the idea, the inner structure of the ideal is discontinuous, so, too, the connection of this ideal with art is not given in a medium but is designated by a refraction. 180. The pure contents as such are not to be found in any work. Goethe calls them the primal images. Works cannot attain to those invisible but evident archetypes whose guardians the Greeks knew under the name of the Muses, they can resemble them only in a more or less high degree. This assembling, which conditions the relation of works to the original images, must be shielded from a ruinous materialist misunderstanding. It cannot, in principle, lead to equivalence, and it cannot be reached by imitation. For those images are invisible, and our assemblance signifies precisely the relation of what is perceptible in the highest degree to what in principle is only intuitable. In this, the object of intuition is the necessity that the content, which announces itself in the feelings as pure, become completely perceptibly. The sensing of this necessity is intuition. The ideal of art as object of intuition is therefore necessary perceptibility, which never appears purely in the artwork itself, which remains the object of perception. For Goethe, the works of the Greeks were, above all others, those that came closest to the archetypes. They became for him, as it were, relative archetypes, prototypes. As works of the ancients, these prototypes display a double analogy to the primal images themselves. They are, like these, consummate in the double sense of the word, they are perfect, and they are complete. For only the wholly concluded product can be an archetype. It is not in eternal becoming, in creative movement within the medium of forms, that the primal source of art, according to Goethe's understanding, resides. Art itself does not create its archetypes, they rest, prior to all created work, in that sphere of art where art is not creation but nature. To grasp the idea of nature and thereby make it serviceable for the archetype of art, for pure content, was, in the end, Goethe's mission in his investigation of the urphenomena. In a deeper sense, therefore, the proposition that the work of art imitates nature can be correct if, as the content of the artwork, only nature itself and not the truth of nature is understood. It follows from this that the correlate of the content, what is presented, hence nature, cannot be compared with the content. The concept of what is presented is ambiguous. Here it does not have the meaning of the representation, for this is identical with the content. Moreover, this passage directly grasps the concept of true nature in accordance with what was said above about intuition as identical with the realm of archetypes or urphenomena or ideals, without bothering about the concept of nature as an object of science. It will not do, however, to define the concept of nature quite naively as simply a concept of art theory. More pressing is the question of how nature appears to science, and the concept of intuition would perhaps contribute nothing to an answer. This concept remains, that is, within the theory of art, here, at the place where the relation between work and archetype is addressed. What is presented can be seen only in the work, outside the work, it can only be intuited. Artistic content that is true to nature would presuppose 181. That nature is the criterion by which the work is measured. This content itself, however, should be visible nature. Goethe is thinking in accord with the sublime paradox of that ancient anecdote in which sparrows alight on the grapes painted by a great Greek master. The Greeks were no naturalists, and the extreme truth to nature at issue in the tale seems only a grand circumlocution for true nature as the content of the works themselves. Here everything turns on the more exact definition of the concept of true nature, since this true, visible nature, which is supposed to constitute the contents of the artwork, not only must not be immediately identified with the appearing, visible nature of the world, but rather must first be rigorously distinguished from that nature on a conceptual level, whereas afterward, to be sure, the problem of a deeper, essential unity of the true visible nature in the artwork and of the nature present in the phenomena of visible nature, present though perhaps invisible, only intuitable, or phenomenal, would be posed. And it may be that this problem would finally admit of a paradoxical resolution, namely, that the true, intuitable, or phenomenal nature would become visible after the fashion of a likeness, not in the nature of the world but only in art, whereas in the nature of the world it would indeed be present but hidden, that is, overshadowed by what appears. With this way of seeing, however, it is manifest that every single work in a certain way exists contingently over against the ideal of art, whether one attributes the pure content of the latter to the Muses or to nature, in either case seeking, like Goethe, a new canon of the Muse. For that ideal is not created but is, in its epistemological determination, an idea in the Platonic sense, in its sphere, embraced in art, is unity and the absence of beginning, the Eleatic stasis. Single works, indeed, have a share in the archetypes, but there is no transition from the archetypal realm to the single works, such as exists in the medium of art from the absolute form to the single forms. In relation to the ideal, the single work remains, as it were, a torso. 309 It is an individuated endeavor to represent the archetype, only as a prototype can it last with others of its sort, but they can never vitally coalesce into the unity of the ideal itself. About the relation of works to the unconditioned and thereby to one another, Goethe thought by renouncing thought. In Romantic thinking, on the other hand, everything rebelled against this solution. Art was the region in which Romanticism strove to carry through most purely the immediate reconciliation of the conditioned with the unconditioned. Certainly Friedrich Schlegel, in his early period, still stood close to Goethe's conception and gave it pregnant formulation in referring to Greek art as that whose particular history would be the natural history of art in general. This passage continues, the thinker requires a perfect intuition. In part as example and authentication for his concept, in part as fact and document. 182. Of his investigation. The pure law is empty. For it to be filled out, it requires a highest aesthetic archetype. No other word than imitation for the activity of the one who dedicates himself to the lawfulness of that primal image. 310 But what prevented Schlegel from adopting this solution, the more he came to his own position, was the fact that it leads to an extremely qualified assessment of the single work. In the same essay in which he strives to fix his own evolving standpoint, he already basically opposes necessity, infinity, an idea to imitation, perfection, and the ideal, when he says, the goals of man are in part infinite and necessary, in part bounded and contingent. Art is therefore AFREE art of idea s. 311 Even more decisively, around the turn of the century, he says about art, very part in this highest product of the human spirit wants at the same time to be the whole, and should this wish be in reality unattainable, as sophists would make us believe, then the vain and perverted beginning 312 might as well be abandoned completely. 313 Every poem, every work should signify the whole, really and truly signify it, and through the signification also really and truly be it. 314 The overcoming of contingency, of the torso character of works, is the intention in Friedrich Schlegel's concept of form. In relation to the ideal, the torso is a legitimate shape, it has no place in the medium of forms. The work of art cannot be a torso, it must be a mobile transitory moment in the living transcendental form. By limiting itself in its own form, it makes itself transitory in a contingent figure, but in that fleeting figure it makes itself eternal through criticism. 315 The Romantics wanted to make the lawfulness of the work of art absolute. But it is only with the dissolution of the work that the moment of contingency can be dissolved or, rather, transformed into something lawful. Therefore the Romantics, to be consistent, had to conduct a radical polemic against Goethe's doctrine of the canonical validity of Greek works. They could not acknowledge prototypes, autonomous works complete in themselves, definitively fashioned entities exempted from eternal progression. Novalis turned against Goethe in the most high-spirited and witty way. Nature and insight into nature arise at the same time. 316 Just as antiquity and knowledge of antiquity, for one makes a great error if one believes that the ancients exist. Only now is antiquity starting to arise. It is the same with classical literature as with antiquity. It is not actually given to us, it is not already there, rather, it must first be produced by us. A classical literature arises for us only through diligent and spirited study of the ancients. A classical literature such as the ancients themselves did not possess. 3170 NLY Let us not cling too obstinately to the belief that antiquity and the consummate are made in the sense that we call something made. They are made in the sense that the beloved is made by the prearranged sign of the lover in the night, as the sparks by the contact of the conductor, or the star through the movement in the eye. 318 This means that 183. Antiquity arises only where a creative spirit recognizes it, it is not a fact in Goethe's sense. The same assertion is made in another passage, the ancients are simultaneously products of the future and products of the remote past. 319 And immediately afterward, is there a central antiquity or universal spirit of the ancients? The question accords with Schlegel's thesis about the unity of ancient poetry resembling that of a work, and they both are to be understood as anti-classical. For Schlegel, it is of great importance to dissolve the ancient works, as well as the ancient genres, into one another. It was in vain that individuals completely expressed the ideal of their genre, if the genres themselves were not also strictly and sharply isolated. But to transpose oneself at will now into this sphere, now into that sphere, is possible only for a mind that contains within it an entire system of persons and in whose inwardness the universe is ripe. 20 Therefore, all classical genres of poetry, in their strict purity, are now laughable. 321 And finally, you cannot force anyone to look on the ancients as classical, or as ancient, that depends, in the end, on maxims. 322 The Romantics define the relation of artworks to art as infinity in total ity, which means that the infinity of art is fulfilled in the totality of works. Goethe defines it as unity in plurality, which means that the unity of art is found again and again in the plurality of works. This infinity is that of pure form, this unity is that of pure content. 323 The question of the relation between the Goethean and Romantic theories of art thus coincides with the question of the relation between pure content and pure, as such, rigorous, form. It is in this sphere that the question of the relation between form and content is to be raised, a question often misleadingly posed with respect to the single work and in that case never answerable with precision. For these are not substrata in the empirical product, but relative distinctions in it, drawn on the basis of necessarily pure distinctions within the philosophy of art. The idea of art is the idea of its form, as its ideal is the ideal of its content. Hence, the fundamental systematic question of the philosophy of art can be formulated as the question of the relation between the idea and the ideal of art. The present investigation cannot pass beyond the threshold of this question, it could only work out a problem historical connection to the point where it indicated, with complete clarity, a systematic connection. Even today the problematic of German philosophy of art around 1800, as exhibited in the theories of Goethe and the early Romantics, is legitimate. The Romantics did not resolve, or even pose, this question, any more than Goethe did. They all worked together to introduce this question to the history of problems. Only systematic thought can resolve it. As we have emphasized, the Romantics were not enabled to grasp the ideal of art. It only remains to point out that Goethe's solution of the problem of form does not have the philosophical importance of his determination of content. Goethe interprets the form of art as style. Yet he saw 184. In style the principle of form for the work of art only because he had in view a more or less historically determinate style, representation of a typifying sort. The Greeks embodied this for plastic art, for poetry, he aimed to establish the prototype himself. But even though the content of the work is the archetype, the type in no way needs to define its form. Thus, in the concept of style, Goethe provided not a philosophical clarification of the problem of form but only a reference to the criterion of certain prototypes. The intention that disclosed to him the depths of the problem of content in art became the source of a sublime naturalism in the face of the problem of form. Insofar as an archetype, a nature, was meant to show itself in relation to the form as well, and since nature in itself could not be this, an art nature as it were, for that is what style means in this sense, had to be made into the archetype of the form. Novalis saw this with great clarity. He rejects it, calling it Gothian. The ancients are of another world, it is as though they have fallen from the sky. 324. With this, he designates in fact the essence of that art nature which Goethe posits in style as the archetype. But the concept of the archetype loses its meaning for the problem of form as soon as it is supposed to be thought of as its solution. It is the privilege of ancient thinkers, who sometimes pose the deepest questions of philosophy in the shape of mythical solutions, to circumscribe the problem of art in its total scope, according to form and content, by means of the concept of archetype. In the final analysis, Goethe's concept of style also relates a myth. And the objection to it can arise on the basis of the lack of distinction prevailing in it between form of presentation and absolute form. For the question of the presentational form still must be distinguished from the problem of form previously examined, namely, that of absolute form. Moreover, it scarcely needs emphasizing that the former has an entirely different meaning in Goethe from what it has in the early Romantics. It is the measure sustaining beauty, the measure that makes its appearance in the constituents of the work. The concept of measure is remote from Romanticism, which paid no heed to an a priori of content, something to be measured in art. With respect to the concept of beauty, Romanticism rejected not simply rule but measure as well, and its literary production is not only ruleless but measureless. Goethe's theory of art leaves unresolved not only the problem of absolute form but also that of criticism. But although it does acknowledge the former in a veiled way and is competent to express the magnitude of this question, it seems to negate the latter. And in fact, according to Goethe's ultimate intention, criticism of an artwork is neither possible nor necessary. At most, a reference to the good might be necessary, a warning against the bad, and an apodictic judgment of works is possible for an artist who has an intuition of the archetype. But Goethe refuses to recognize criticizability as an essential moment in the work of art, although methodologically that is, objectively necessary. Criticism is, from his standpoint, impossible. Yet not only 185 is criticism, in Romantic art, possible and necessary, but in the theory of Romantic art one cannot avoid the paradox that criticism is valued more highly than works of art. Even as practicing critics, the Romantics had no consciousness of the rank the poet occupies over the reviewer. The cultivation of criticism and of the forms, in both of which they won the highest honor, are established in their theory at the deepest level. In this they achieved complete unanimity in deed and thought, and they fulfilled exactly what to them mattered most. The lack of poetic productivity, with which people from time to time tax Friedrich Schlegel in particular, does not belong in the strict sense to his image. For he did not want primarily to be a poet in the sense of a creator of works. The absolutizing of the created work, the critical activity, was for him the highest. This can be illustrated in an image as the generation of dazzling brilliance in the work. This dazzling the sober light extinguishes the plurality of works. It is the idea. Written in 1919, published as a monograph in 1920 by Verlag von A. Frank. Translated by David Latch Terman, Howard Island, and Ian Balfour. Fate and character. Fate and character are commonly regarded as causally connected, character being the cause of fate. The idea underlying this is the following: if, on the one hand, the character of a person, the way in which he reacts, were known in all its details, and if, on the other, all the events in the areas entered by that character were known, both what would happen to him and what he would accomplish could be exactly predicted. That is, his fate would be known. Contemporary ideas do not permit immediate logical access to the idea of fate, and therefore modern men accept the idea of reading character from, for example, the physical features of a person, finding knowledge of character as such somehow generally present within themselves, whereas the notion of analogously reading a person's fate from the lines in his hand seems unacceptable. This appears as impossible as predicting the future, for under this category the foretelling of fate is unceremoniously subsumed, while character appears as something existing in the present and the past and therefore as perceptible. It is, however, precisely the contention of those who profess to predict men's fate from no matter what signs, that for those able to perceive it, who find an immediate knowledge of fate as such in themselves, it is in some way present, or to put this more cautiously, accessible. The supposition that some accessibility of future fate contradicts neither that concept itself nor the human powers of perception predicting it is not, as can be shown, nonsensical. Like character, fate, too, can be apprehended only through signs, not in itself. For even if this or that character trait, this or that link of fate, is directly in view, these concepts nevertheless signify a relationship, one that is never accessible except through signs, because it is situated above the immediately visible level. The system of characterological signs is generally confined to the body, if we disregard the characterological significance of those signs investigated by the horoscope, whereas in the traditional view all the phenomena of external life, in addition to bodily ones, can become signs of fate. However, the connection between the sign and the signified constitutes in both spheres an equally hermetic and difficult problem, though different in other respects, because despite all the superficial observation and false hypostatizing of the signs, they do not in either system signify character or fate on the basis of causal connections. A nexus of meaning can never be founded causally, even though in the present case the existence of the signs may have been produced causally by fate and character. The inquiry that follows is not concerned with what such a system of signs for character and fate is like, but merely with what it signifies. It emerges not only that the traditional conception of the nature and the relationship of character and fate remains problematic, insofar as it is incapable of making the possibility of a prediction of fate rationally comprehensible, but that it is false, because the distinction on which it rests is theoretically untenable. For it is impossible to form an uncontradictory concept of the exterior of an active human being whose core is taken to be character. No definition of the external world can disregard the limits set by the concept of the active man. Between the active man and the external world, all is interaction, their spheres of action interpenetrate. No matter how different their conceptions may be, their concepts are inseparable. Not only is it impossible to determine in a single case what finally is to be considered a function of character and what a function of fate in a human life, this would make no difference here if the two merged only in experience. The external world that the active man encounters can also in principle be reduced, to any desired degree, to his inner world, and his inner world similarly to his outer world, indeed regarded in principle as one and the same thing. Considered in this way, character and fate, far from being theoretically distinct, coincide. Such is the case when Nietzsche says, if a man has character, he has an experience or Leibniz that constantly recurs. This means, if a man has character, his fate is essentially constant. Admittedly, it also means, he has no fate, a conclusion drawn by the Stoics. If a concept of fate is to be attained, therefore, it must be clearly distinguished from that of character, which in turn cannot be achieved until the latter has been more exactly defined. On the basis of this definition, the two concepts will become wholly divergent. Where there is character there will, with certainty, not be fate, and in the area of fate character will not be found. In addition, care must be taken to assign both concepts to spheres in which they do not, as happens in common speech, usurp the rank of higher spheres and concepts. For character is usually placed in an ethical context and fate in a religious context. We must banish them from both regions by 203. Revealing the error by which they were placed there. This error arises, as regards the concept of fate, through association with that of guilt. Thus, to mention a typical case, fate-imposed misfortune is seen as the response of God or the gods to a religious offense. Doubts concerning this are aroused, however, by the absence of any corresponding relation of the concept of fate to the concept that necessarily accompanies that of guilt in the ethical sphere, namely that of innocence. In the Greek classical development of the idea of fate, the happiness granted to a man is understood not at all as confirmation of an innocent conduct of life but as a temptation to the most grievous offense, hubris. There is, therefore, no relation of fate to innocence. And this question strikes even deeper: has fate any reference to good fortune, to happiness? Is happiness, as misfortune doubtless is, an intrinsic category of fate? Happiness is, rather, what releases the fortunate man from the embroilment of the fates and from the net of his own fate. Not for nothing does Hölderlin call the blissful gods fateless. Happiness and bliss are therefore no more part of the sphere of fate than is innocence. But an order whose sole intrinsic concepts are misfortune and guilt, and within which there is no conceivable path of liberation, for insofar as something is fate, it is misfortune and guilt, such an order cannot be religious, no matter how the misunderstood concept of guilt appears to suggest the contrary. Another sphere must therefore be sought in which misfortune and guilt alone carry weight, a balance on which bliss and innocence are found to light and float upward. This balance is the scale of law. The laws of fate, misfortune and guilt, are elevated by law to measures of the person. It would be false to assume that only guilt is present in a legal context. It is demonstrable that all legal guilt is nothing other than misfortune. Mistakenly, through confusing itself with the realm of justice, the order of law, which is merely a residue of the demonic stage of human existence, when legal statutes determined not only men's relationships but also their relation to the gods, has preserved itself long past the time of the victory over the demons. It was not in law but in tragedy that the head of genius lifted itself for the first time from the mist of guilt, for in tragedy demonic fate is breached. But not by having the endless pagan chain of guilt and atonement superseded by the purity of the man who has expiated his sins, who is reconciled with the pure God. Rather, in tragedy pagan man becomes aware that he is better than his God, but the realization robs him of speech, remains unspoken. Without declaring itself, it seeks secretly to gather its forces. Guilt and atonement it does not measure justly in the balance, but mixes indiscriminately. There is no question of the immoral world order being restored. Instead, the moral hero, still dumb, not yet of age as such he is called a hero, wishes to raise himself by shaking that tormented world. The paradox of the birth of genius in moral speechlessness, moral infantility, is the sublimity of tragedy. It is probably the basis of all sublimity, in which genius, rather than God, appears. Fate shows itself, therefore, in the view of life, as condemned, as having essentially first been condemned and then become guilty. Goethe summarizes both phases in the words he poor man you let become guilty. Law condemns not to punishment but to guilt. Fate is the guilt context of the living. It corresponds to the natural condition of the living, that semblance shine, not yet wholly dispelled, from which man is so far removed that, under its rule, he was never wholly immersed in it but only invisible in his best part. It is not therefore really man who has a fate, rather, the subject of fate is indeterminable. The judge can perceive fate wherever he pleases, with every judgment he must blindly dictate fate. It is never man but only the life in him that it strikes the part involved in natural guilt and misfortune by virtue of semblance. In the manner of fate, this life can be coupled to cards as to planets, and the clairvoyant makes use of the simple technique of placing it in the context of guilt by means of the first calculable, definite things that come to hand, things unchastely pregnant with certainty. Thereby she discovers in signs something about a natural life in man that she seeks to substitute for the head of genius mentioned earlier, as, on his side, the man who visits her gives way to the guilty life within himself. The guilt context is temporal in a totally inauthentic way, very different in its kind and measure from the time of redemption, or of music, or of truth. The complete elucidation of these matters depends on determining the particular nature of time and fate. The fortune teller who uses cards and the seer who reads palms teach us at least that this time can at every moment be made simultaneous with another, not present. It is not an autonomous time, but is parasitically dependent on the time of a higher, less natural life. It has no present, for fateful moments exist only in bad novels, and it knows past and future only in curious variations. There is therefore a concept of fate, and it is the genuine concept, the only one that embraces equally fate and tragedy and the intentions of the fortune-teller, that is completely independent of the concept of character, having its foundation in an entirely different sphere. The concept of character must be developed to a similar level. It is no accident that both orders are connected with interpretive practices and that in chiromancy character and fate coincide authentically. Both concern the natural man or, better, the nature of man, the very being that makes its appearance in signs that either occur spontaneously or are experimentally produced. The foundation of the concept of character will therefore need likewise to be related to a natural sphere and to have no more to do with ethics or morality than fate has with religion. On the other hand, the concept of character will have to be divested of those features that constitute its erroneous connection to that of fate. This connection is effected by the idea of a network that knowledge can tighten at will into a dense fabric, for this is how character appears to superficial observation. Along with the broad underlying traits, the trained eye of the connoisseur of men is supposed to perceive finer and closer connections, until what looked like a net is tightened into cloth. In the threads of this weft a weak understanding believes it possesses the moral nature of the character concerned and can distinguish its good and bad qualities. But, as moral philosophy is obliged to demonstrate, only actions and never qualities can be of moral importance. Appearances are admittedly to the contrary. Not only do terms such as thievish, extravagant, courageous seem to imply moral valuations, even leaving aside the apparent moral coloration of the concepts, but, above all, words like self-sacrificing, malicious, vengeful, envious seem to indicate character traits that cannot be abstracted from moral valuation. Nevertheless, such abstraction is in all cases not only possible but necessary for grasping the meaning of the concept. This abstraction must be such that valuation itself is fully preserved, only its moral accent is withdrawn, to give way to such conditional evaluations, in either a positive or a negative sense, as are expressed by the morally indifferent descriptions of qualities of the intellect, see lever or stupid. Comedy shows the true sphere to which these pseudo-moral character descriptions are to be consigned. At its center, as the main protagonist in a comedy of character, stands often enough an individual whom, if we were confronted by his actions in life instead of by his person on the stage, we would call a scoundrel. On the comic stage, however, his actions take on only the interest shed with the light of character, and the latter is, in classical examples, the subject not of moral condemnation but of high amusement. It is never in themselves, never morally, that the actions of the comic hero affect his public. His deeds are interesting only insofar as they reflect the light of character. Moreover, one notes that a great comic playwright, for example, Molière, does not seek to define his creations by the multiplicity of their character traits. On the contrary, he excludes psychological analysis from his work. It has nothing to do with the concerns of psychology if, in l'avare and le malade imaginaire, miserliness and hypochondria are hypostatized as the foundation of all action. About hypochondria and miserliness these dramas teach nothing. Far from making these traits comprehensible, they depict them with an intensifying crassness. If the object of psychology is the inner life of man understood empirically, Molière's characters are of no use to it even as means of demonstration. Character develops in them like a sun, in the brilliance of its single trait, which allows no other to remain visible in its proximity. The sublimity of character comedy rests on this anonymity of man and his morality, alongside the utmost development of individuality through its exclusive character trait. While fate brings to light the immense complexity of the guilty person, the complications and bonds of his guilt, character gives this mystical enslavement of the person to the guilt context the answer of genius. Complication becomes simplicity. Fate freedom. For the character of the comic figure is not the scarecrow of the determinist, it is the beacon in whose beams the freedom of his actions becomes visible to the dogma of the natural guilt of human life, of original guilt, the irredeemable nature of which constitutes the doctrine, and its occasional redemption the cult, of paganism. Genius opposes a vision of the natural innocence of man. For its part, this vision remains in the realm of nature, yet its essence is still close to moral insights just as the opposed idea does in the form of tragedy, which is not its only form. The vision of character, on the other hand, is liberating in all its forms, it is linked to freedom, as cannot be shown here, by way of its affinity to logic. The character trait is not therefore the knot in the net. It is the sun of individuality in the colorless, anonymous, sky of man, which casts the shadow of the comic action. This places Cohen's profound dictum that every tragic action, however sublimely it strides upon its cothurnus, casts a comic shadow, in its most appropriate context. One physiognomic signs, like other mantic symbols, served the ancients primarily as means for exploring fate, in accordance with the dominance of the pagan belief in guilt. The study of physiognomy, like comedy, was a manifestation of the new age of genius. Modern physiognomies reveals its connection with the old art of divination in the unfruitful, morally evaluative accent of its concepts, as well as in the striving for analytic complexity. In precisely this respect the ancient and medieval physiognomists saw things more clearly, recognizing that character can be grasped only through a small number of morally indifferent basic concepts, such as those that the doctrine of temperaments tried to identify. Written in 1919, published in Die Argonauten, 1921. Translated by Edmund Jeffcott. Notes 1. Hermann Cohen, 1842–1918, combined important work in philosophy. He was the co-founder of the Marburg School of Neo-Kantianism, and Jewish theology. Benjamin drew widely on both branches of Cohen's thought. Preliminary remark: the lack of clarity in the following observations is partly explained by the fact that the concept of similarity, which surely belongs with the concepts of analogy and relationship, has been omitted from the discussion, or rather has not been distinguished from analogy. It is not synonymous with analogy. Analogy is presumably a metaphorical similarity, that is to say, a similarity of relations, whereas only substances can be similar in a real, non-metaphorical, sense. The similarity of two triangles, for example, would have to show the similarity of some substance within them, whose manifestation would then be the identity Gleichheit, not similarity. Of certain relations they had in common. Relationship cannot be adequately inferred from either analogy or similarity. Though in certain cases similarity may proclaim relationship, analogy can never do this. Analogy never provides a sufficient reason for relationship. Thus, children are not related to their parents through their similarities. Here there is a failure to distinguish between analogy and similarity. Nor are they related to them in their similarities. Instead, the relationship refers undivided to the whole being, without the need for any particular expression of it. Sprays Zionlessness of relationships. Nor does a causal nexus form the basis of a relationship any more than of an analogy. A mother is related to her child because she has given birth to it, but that is no causal connection. The father is related to the child because he has begotten it, but certainly not by virtue of that aspect of the act of begetting which is, or seems to be, the cause of birth. That is to say, what has been begotten, the son, is determined by the begetter, the father, in a manner different from the way an effect is determined by its cause, not by causality, but by relationship. The nature of a relationship is enigmatic. It is whatever is common to married couples. And parents and children, freely chosen relationships and blood relationships. It is also what is shared in the relationship of the father and mother to the child. One needs a peculiarly dispassionate and steady gaze to consider relationship. The more fleeting glance can easily be misled by analogy. Gustav Theodor Fechner was an observer of analogy, Nietzsche was a discoverer of relationships, as his aphorism "Appearances are against the historian" in Daybreak Morgan wrote demonstrates. Analogy is a scientific, rational principle. However valuable it may be, it cannot be examined too soberly. We can succeed in fathoming the principle and in finding the common factor in a particular analogy. Its subject will presumably be a relationship. Feeling should not allow itself to be guided by analogy because feelings are unable to influence it. In the realm of feeling, analogy is no principle at all. The illusion that it is arises if the rational nature of analogy is not taken seriously enough. A ship's rudder and a tail are analogous. For a bad poet, this fact is merely subject matter, but for a reflective person, an engineer, it is a topic for investigation. Father and son are related, that is a relationship which is not constituted by reason, even if it can be comprehended rationally. The conflation of analogy and relationship is an utter perversion. It occurs either when analogy is regarded as the principle determining a relationship, or when relationship is taken for the principle governing an analogy. We find the first type of confusion in people who imagine something while listening to music: a landscape, event, a poem. They seek something, rationally, analogous to the music. Obviously there is no such thing, unless we reduce it very crudely to a program. No doubt, music can be comprehended rationally, not indeed through analogy but by universal laws. It is impossible to move from music to an analog. Music recognizes only relationship. Pure feeling is related to music, this is knowable, and in it music is, too. The Pythagoreans attempted to understand music by means of numbers. A case of substituting similarity for relationship is the argument in natural law that takes as its starting point a very thing that has human features. In the human face, relationships have to be sought. Such appearances can never be made into the principle of a relationship without being reduced to the object of an analogy. Relationships are not established by similarity. Only where the latter shows itself superior to analogy, which ultimately may be shown everywhere, can it indicate relationship, which can be directly perceived only in feeling, neither in intuition, nor in reason, but can be rigorously and modestly comprehended by reason. Relationships between human beings are directly perceived by popular feeling. To regard relationship as a principle of analogy is a peculiar feature of a modern view of authority and the family. This view expects to discover analogies between related people, and regards alignment as a goal of edu. Cation to which authority should aspire. For its part, true authority is an immediate relationship based in feeling. It does not find its object in the analogies of behavior, choice of profession, or obedience, but can at best indicate itself through them. The type of person who is defined by either of these confusions between relationship and analogy is the sentimentalist. In authentic relationship he seeks only the familiar, but he lets his feeling roam rudderless on the broad waves of analogy, and has no inkling of the seabed beneath. This is Wallenstein's reaction to Max's death, when he says, "The flower has vanished from my life." He mourns the flower, and does his utmost to express his feelings about it. But Wallenstein may feel only what is related to his suffering, not what would be analogous to it. 2. Fragment written in 1919, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. In its classical Greek form, the paradox of the Cretan is easily resolved. When Epimenides says, "All Cretans are liars," and is himself a Cretan, this by no means implies that his first assertion is untrue. The concept of the liar does not mean that a liar departs from the truth every time he opens his mouth, nor, even if he did so, that what he says would be the absolute contrary of the truth. At most it remains at the level of a contradiction. Therefore, we may not draw from the two premises the inference that all Cretans tell the truth, from which we might further deduce that Epimenides' first assertion too was true, thus reinstating the first premise and leading to a vicious circle. On the other hand, the ancient fallacy allows us to explore a truly seminal problem. To elaborate on this we have to set aside the aforementioned considerations and instead argue as follows. Epimenides maintains that all Cretans, whenever they open their mouths, assert the contrary of what is true. Epimenides is a Cretan. These premises would indeed lead to the chain of contradictions happily avoided above. But at the same time it becomes clear that the syllogistic form does not fit the original problem. On the contrary, the whole dilemma should be explained as a straightforward deduction from a proposition. And that proposition, reduced to its simplest form, would have to read, very one of my assertions without exception implies the contrary of the truth. This would indeed entail the consequence, including this on e. Therefore, every one of my assertions without exception accords with the trut h. Including, therefore, the first assertion above. And with this we return to our starting point and the vicious circle must begin once again. This fallacy is insoluble within logic itself. There are 3 points to be made about this in the first instance. 1. This assertion, arising from a source of insolubly contradictory inferences, may well be the only one of its kind. 2. It forms its insoluble chain of contradictions in the realm of logic, without being in any way meaningless or nonsensical in itself, that is to say, on the ontological plane. On the contrary, you have only to imagine the Cartesian demon of deception transposed from the sphere of perception to that of logic to realize that it could not carry out its deception better than by making this paradox its own. This suggests that the proposition is not absolutely nonsensical. 3. In any case, it is evident that this proposition leads to contradictions only if it is uttered by the person to whom it applies, whereas it can be asserted of any other person that every one of his statements means the contrary of what they claim to mean, without this leading to contradiction. In summary, we may say that the Cretan's statement appears to be logically unimpeachable, so long as there is no logical court of appeals that would annul its rightness and the correctness of the inferences to be drawn from it. For the law of contradiction to operate, the statement would have to be contradictory in every sense. But as we have shown above under 2, this is not the case. Yet the need to refute the statement nevertheless remains urgent, on both the logical and the ontological planes. But whereas ontologically it can become a topic of discussion only where its subject can be assigned a privileged ontological place, as is the case with Descartes' demon, a logical refutation must be called for in all circumstances because of the contradictions to which the Cretan's assertion gives rise. The logical unassailability of the Cretan's assertion, since once it has been asserted, its implications are fixed, must prove to be mere appearance shine, for otherwise logic as such would collapse. Moreover, this appearance must be an authentic, that is, objective appearance. In other words, it is not, as the modern view of appearance would suggest, an appearance that arises from the accidental or necessary failure of knowledge to correspond to the truth, but rather an appearance that cannot be resolved in the truth, it can only be destroyed by it. In short, it is appearance based on an autonomous principle of appearance, a principle of deception, or better, of lying. This appearance is, as the Cretan paradox proves, of such powerful metaphysical intensity that its roots can penetrate the very depths of formal logic. Objectively, then, it exists not just as a counterweight to reality, but, since it is encountered in a realm that lies beyond that of reality, namely, the sphere of formal logic, it must be regarded as an objective counterweight to truth. So how might it be dispelled? As we have shown, this cannot be achieved within logic, and so it may be possible only within metaphysics. Here the solution must be sought in the I form of the proposition, which, as we have seen, is crucial for it to function. Its appearance of logicality is constituted through its subjective form. Hence we see the need not only to conceive of subjectivity as an illogical authority in contradiction to objectivity and universal validity, but, more precisely, to view subjectivity as a principle contrary to objective validity, characterized by a tendency to undermine that validity. According to the metaphysical thesis designed to resolve that logical appearance, subjectivity is not illogical but antilogical. This statement must be given a metaphysical grounding. C. Aristo, Der Lügner the Liar, 1910. Fragment written in 1919 or 1920, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. He currently effective messianic elements. The currently effective messianic elements of the work of art manifest themselves as its content, the retarding elements, as its form. Content makes its way toward us. Form holds back, permits us to approach. The retarding, formal, elements of music probably dwell in the memory, where listening forms an accumulation. In any case, art of every kind and every work of art contains something that causes perception to accumulate, and this is the essence of the artwork's form. Fragment written in 1919, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Angelus Novus, 1920–1926. Paul Klee, Angelus Novus. Hand-colored ink drawing, 1920. Israel Museum, Jerusalem. Benjamin planned to title his journal Angelus Nuus after this drawing, which he owned in the L920s. The unity of philosophy, its system is, as an answer, of a higher order than the infinite number of finite questions that can be posed. One, it is of a higher kind and a higher order than that to which the quintessence of all these questions can lay claim, because a unity of the answer cannot be obtained through any questioning. The unity of philosophy therefore belongs to a higher order than any single philosophical question or problem can claim. If there were questions that nevertheless called for a unified answer, their relation to philosophy would be fundamentally different from that of philosophical problems generally. In responses to such problems, there is a constant tendency to ask further questions, a tendency that has led to superficial talk to the effect that philosophy is an infinite task. The yearning for a unity that cannot be arrived at by questions turns, in its disappointment, to the alternative that could be called a counter-question. This counter-question then pursues the lost unity of the question, or seeks a superior question, which would simultaneously be a search for a unified answer. If such questions that seek a unity did exist, the answers to them would permit neither further questioning nor counter-questioning. But no such questions exist. The system of philosophy as such cannot be interrogated. And to this virtual question, which can be inferred only from the answer, there could obviously be only one answer: the system of philosophy itself. Nevertheless, there are constructs that bear the deepest affinity to philosophy, or rather to the ideal form of its problem, without constituting philosophy themselves, even though they are not the answer to that hypothetical question, or even the question. These constructs, which are thus actual, not virtual, and are neither questions nor answers, are works of art. Works of art do not compete with philosophy as such. They do, however, enter into the profoundest relation with it through their affinity to the ideal of its problem. The ideal of the philosophical problem is an idea that can be called an ideal, because it refers not to the immanent form of the problem but to the transcendent content of its solution, even though only through the concept of the problem, and thus through the concept that it possesses a unified answer to the problem. According to a lawfulness that is probably grounded in the essence of the ideal as such, the ideal of the philosophical problem can be represented only in a multiplicity, just as the ideal of pure content in art is to be found in the plurality of the muses. Therefore, the unity of philosophy can in principle be explored only in a plurality or multiplicity of virtual. This word was subsequently crossed out ed questions. This multiplicity lies immured in the multiplicity of true works of art, and their promotion is the business of critique. What critique basically seeks to prove about a work of art is the virtual possibility of the formulation of its contents as a philosophical problem, and what makes it call a halt in awe, as it were, of the work of art itself, but equally in awe of philosophy is the actual formulation of the problem. For critique arrives at its formulation on the assumption, which is never made good, that interrogating the philosophical system as such is possible. In other words, critique asserts that, if the system were complete, it would turn out to have been interrogated during the investigation of one problem or another. Critique makes the ideal of the philosophical problem manifest itself in a work of art, or enter into one of its manifestations. If, however, critique wishes to speak of the work of art as such, it can say only that the artwork symbolizes this ideal. The multiplicity of works of art is harmonious, as the Romantics perceived, and, as the latter also suspected, this harmony does not stem from a vague principle peculiar to art and implicit in art alone. Rather, it arises from the fact that works of art are ways in which the ideal of the philosophical problem makes itself manifest. When we assert that everything beautiful somehow relates to the true and that its virtual place in philosophy is determinable, this means that a manifestation of the ideal of the philosophical problem can be discovered in every work of art. And we should add that such a manifestation may be assigned to every philosophical problem as its Orastralenkreis, so to speak. At every point the hypothetical approach to the unity to be interrogated is available, and the work of art in which it is contained is therefore related to certain authentic philosophical problems, even though it may be precisely distinguished from them. Corresponding to this manifestation of the true as well as of the individual truth in the individual work of art is a further manifestation of the beautiful in the true. This is the manifestation of the coherent, harmonious totality. 219. Of the beautiful in the unity of the true. Plato's Symposium, its climax, deals with this topic. Its message is that beauty achieves this virtual manifestation only within the truth as a whole. What remains to be investigated is the common ground for these two relations between art and philosophy. The true, unity. The beautiful, multiplicity assembled into a totality. Perhaps there is a virtual relation between other realms, too. Can't morality appear virtually in freedom? Comparison: suppose you make the acquaintance of a young person who is handsome and attractive, but who seems to be harboring a secret. It would be tactless and reprehensible to try to penetrate this secret and wrest it from him. But it is doubtless permissible to inquire whether he has any siblings, to see whether their nature could not perhaps explain somewhat the enigmatic character of the stranger. This is exactly how the true critic inquires into the siblings of the work of art. And every great work has its sibling, be brother or sister. In the realm of philosophy, just as philosophy makes use of symbolic concepts to draw ethics and language into the realm of theory, in the same way it is possible for theory, logic, to be incorporated into ethics and language in symbolic form. We then see the emergence of ethical and aesthetic critique. Fragment written in 1919-1920, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. I form content. 2 Intuition perception. 3 Beauty expressionless. 4 Creation artifact. To be interpreted as rigor and purity. To be interpreted as perception and symbolism. The concept of creation does not enter the philosophy of art as a causal term. For creation defines the quality of cause in only a single respect, namely what age has been created. Now, the work of art has not been created. It has sprung from something. Those without understanding may wish to call it something that has arisen or become, but it is not a created thing under any circumstances. For a created object is defined by the fact that its life, which is higher than that of what has sprung from something, has a share in the intention of redemption. An utterly unrestricted share. Nature, the theatre of history, still possesses such a share, to say nothing of humanity, but the work of art does not. For this reason the relation between creation and the work of art cannot be described in terms of cause and effect. Nevertheless, it is by no means unusual for creation to have a connection with the great work of art, namely as its content. Creation is one of the most powerful themes of art. One could name an entire class of forms, a type of form, which deals with creation, in which the theme of creation becomes visible once it has undergone the 221 mutations of intuition. Perhaps these works will be distinguished by the high degree of the expressionless das Ausdruckslos in them. Perhaps, however, creation can become manifest even in the most insignificant and colorful works. The form of works whose theme is creation can be described as a punched-out form. These are forms that seem to contain as much shadow and chaos as the hollow punched-out or hammered-out inner side of metal relief work. Such forms, however, are not creation. They are not even created. They merely depict creation, or rather they depict their content, which is their authentic nature in the noble and sublime state of creation. Perhaps all forms have something of the punched-out form, insofar as all works of art have creation as their content in some sense. Works of art, and with them their forms, are not created. This fact leaves its stamp on both the works and their forms. Merrick's profound line, "But whatever is beautiful is blissful in itself," establishes a connection between semblance, shine and beauty. Admittedly only the beauty of art. 1 Beauty in art is indeed tied to semblance. It is tied to the semblance of totality and perfection, and for that reason is tied by means of semblance. The higher the type of beauty, the higher the type of perfection and totality it appears to carry along with itself. On the lowest plane, it is the totality and perfection of sensuous reality, and on the highest plane, those of bliss. Nevertheless, certain limits are placed on these categories. Never can the beauty of art appear sacred. Beauty without semblance ceases to be entirely beautiful, but is something greater. By the same token, a beauty whose appearance ceases to tie itself to totality and perfection, and which remains free by intensifying its beauty, is no longer artistic beauty but demonic beauty. The seductive nature of beauty is based on the shamelessness, the nakedness, of the semblance that arms it. Temptation of Saint Anthony. Form is the law according to which the beautiful ties itself to perfection and totality. All form is mysterious and enigmatic because it arises from the unfathomability of beauty, where it is bound to semblance. This is why Goethe observes, beauty can never obtain clarity about itself. Form arises in the realm of unfathomability, but a created object is created out of nothing. Created being and configuration, artifact and form, these are related to each other as what has been created is related to what has sprung into being. Without a creator, there is no eidetic creation or created being. Artifacts and forms, however, exist eidetically even without an artist. What is decisive, however, is that the act of creation is directed at the perpetuation of creation, the perpetuation of the world. From the outset, the origin of the work is directed at its perceptibility. This is implicit in the original tendency of semblance. The life of creation remains veiled in obscurity, in the shadow of the Creator, until he detaches himself from it. The Creator's act of detachment is a moral act. It constitutes the sphere of 222. Perception in an unbroken, linear intention from the act of creation, which is good and, by virtue only of being seen as good, can constitute seeing. The following paragraph has been crossed out. The intention of beauty, however, does not break the resistance of intuition so utterly as to enter into the sphere of perception as a configuration of beauty. Instead, the work subordinates itself to the necessity of its purity and rigor. The nature of creation is paradigmatic for the moral determination of utopian perception. To the degree that a work breaks through the realm of art and becomes utopian perception, it is creation, meaning that it is subject to moral categories in relation not just to human beings in the act of conception, but to man's existence in the sphere of perception. The moral nature of creation gives the work the stamp of the expressionless. With reference to the beginnings of Genesis, it is important to reveal the order according to which creation can be perceived only morally. Fragment written in 1919-1920, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. On semblance. Not everything is possible, but the semblance of everything is. Hebel. Semblance shine that must be explained, for example, error, 1. That must be eschewed, for example, sirens, that should be ignored, for example, will-o'-the-wisps. Another classification of semblance. Semblance behind which something is concealed, for example, the seductive, the lady world of medieval legend whose back is devoured by worms, while from the front she looks beautiful. Semblance behind which nothing lies concealed, for example, a fata morgana or chimera. Connection between semblance and the world of the visual and eidetic experiment. A man is crossing the street when out of the clouds a coach with 4 horses appears, coming toward him. During another walk he hears a voice from the clouds, saying, "Why, oh, you have left your cigarette case at home." In our analysis of the two events, if we set aside the possibility of hallucination, that is, the possibility that this semblance has a subjective cause, we find, in the first case, it is conceivable that nothing lies behind the manifestation, but in the second case this is inconceivable. The semblance in which nothing appears is the more potent one, the authentic one. This is conceivable only in the visual realm. Does the intentional object that appears as semblance, as the consequence of a subjective cause, such as hallucinations, have the authentic character of semblance, and if so, is this the same as a purely objective semblance? On our way there, we perceived at the end of the Rue des Chanoines, as if framed by a camera obscura, the twin towers of the old Saint Etienne, l'Abbé Auxiliary Homs, veiled in a mist which made them more beautiful, for veils embellish all they conceal and all they reveal, women, horizons, and monuments. Barbey d'Aurevilly, Memoranda. Nietzsche's definition of semblance in the birth of tragedy. In every work and every genre of art, the beautiful semblance is present. Everything beautiful in art can be ascribed to the realm of beautiful semblance. Last sentence crossed out ed. This beautiful semblance should be clearly distinguished from other kinds of semblance. Not only is it to be found in art, but all true beauty in art must be assigned to it. Furthermore, both inside and outside art, only the beautiful shall be assigned to it, and nothing ugly, whether in art or elsewhere, belongs, even if it is semblance, to the realm of beautiful semblance. There are different degrees of beautiful semblance, a scale that is determined not by the greater or lesser degree of beauty but by the extent to which a thing has more or less the character of semblance. The law governing this scale is not just fundamental for the theory of beautiful semblance, but essential for metaphysics in general. It asserts that in an artifact of beautiful semblance, the semblance is all the greater the more alive it seems. This makes it possible to define the nature and limits of art, as well as to establish a hierarchy of its modes from the point of view of semblance. No work of art may appear completely alive without becoming mere semblance, and ceasing to be a work of art. The life quivering in it must appear petrified and as if spellbound in a single moment. The life quivering within it is beauty, the harmony that flows through chaos and that only appears to tremble. What arrests this semblance, what holds life spellbound and disrupts the harmony, is the expressionless Das Ausdruckslos. That quivering is what constitutes the beauty of the work, the paralysis is what defines its truth. For just as an interruption can, by a word of command, extract the truth from the speech of a liar, in the same way the expressionless compels the trembling harmony to stop and immortalizes that quivering through its objection Einspruch. In this immortalization the beautiful must vindicate itself, but it now seems to be interrupted in its vindication. The expressionless is the critical violence which, while unable to separate semblance from truth in art, prevents them from mingling. But it possesses this violence as a moral dictum. In the expressionless, the sublime violence of the true appears as it determines the symbolism of the existing universe according to the laws of the moral universe. Quivering life is never symbolic, because it lacks form, but the beautiful is even less so, because it is semblance. But that which has been spellbound, that which is petrified and mortified, is undoubtedly in a position to indicate the symbolic. It achieves this thanks to the power of the expressionless, for the expressionless destroys whatever legacy of chaos still survives in the beautiful semblance, the false, the mendacious, the aberrant, in short, the absolute. It is this that completes the work by shattering it into fragments, reducing it to the smallest totality of semblance, a totality that is a great fragment taken from the true world, the fragment of a symbol. Fragment written in 1919-1920, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. One World and Time. In the revelation of the divine, the world, the theatre of history, is subjected to a great process of decomposition, while time, the life of him who represents it, is subjected to a great process of fulfillment. The end of the world, the destruction and liberation of a dramatic representation. Redemption of history from the one who represents it. But perhaps in this sense the profoundest antithesis to world is not time but the world to come. 2. Catholicism, the process of the development of anarchy. The problem of Catholicism is that of the false, secular theocracy. The guiding principle here is, authentic divine power can manifest itself other than destructively only in the world to come, the world of fulfillment. But where divine power enters into the secular world, it breathes destruction. That is why in this world nothing constant and no organization can be based on divine power, let alone domination as its supreme principle. Compare also the notes on the critique of theocracy. 3a. My definition of politics, the fulfillment of an unimproved humanity. b. We would be wrong to speak of a profane legislation decreed by religion, as opposed to one required by it. The Mosaic laws, probably without exception, form no part of such legislation. Instead they belong to the legislation governing the realm of the body in the broadest sense, presumably, and occupy a very special place. They determine the location and method of direct divine intervention. And just where this location has its frontier, where it retreats, we find the zone of politics, of the profane, of a bodily realm that is without law in a religious sense. See, the meaning of anarchy for the realm of the profane must be defined from the locus of Fr. Edom in the philosophy of history. A difficult matter to prove, this is where we find the basic question of the relation of individuality to the body. 4. In its present state, the social is a manifestation of spectral and demonic powers, often, admittedly, in their greatest tension to God, their efforts to transcend themselves. The divine manifests itself in them only in revolutionary force. Only in the community, nowhere in esoterial organizations, does the divine manifest itself either with force or without. In this world, divine power is higher than divine powerlessness. In the world to come, divine powerlessness is higher than divine power. Such manifestations are to be sought not in the sphere of the social but in perception oriented toward revelation and, first and last, in language, sacred language above all. Essay. What is at issue here is not the realization of divine power. On the one hand, this process is the supreme reality, on the other, divine power contains its reality in itself. B. Add terminology. B. The question of a manifestation is central. C. R. Eligious is nonsense. There is no essential distinction between religion and religious denomination, but the latter concept is narrow and in most contexts peripheral. Fragment written in 1919-1920, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. According to the theory of Duns Scotus. According to the theory of Duns Scotus, references to certain modi essendi are founded on what these references mean. If that is so, then this naturally invites the question of how it is possible to separate out a more general and formal element of the signified and thereby of the modus essendi of the signifier, which might then function as the foundation of the signifier. And furthermore, how it might be possible, with regard to this question of foundation, to abstract from the total correlation between signifier and signified in such a manner as to avoid the vicious circle in which the signifier both points to and is based on the signified. This problem must be solved by reflection on the realm of language. To the extent that the linguistic sprachliches can be separated out and gleaned from signifieds, the latter should be regarded as the modus essendi of that knowledge and therewith as the foundation of the signifier. The realm of language extends as a critical medium between the realm of the signifier and the signified. We may say, therefore, that the signifier points to the signified and simultaneously is based on it, insofar as its material determination is concerned, not in an unlimited manner, however, but only with regard to the modus essendi that is determined by language. Fragment written in 1920, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. A European Problem. On Marriage, see pages 6-8 ff in the other notebook. This age is participating in one of the greatest revolutions ever to take place in the relations between the sexes. Only someone who is aware of this development is entitled to speak about sexuality and the erotic in our day. An essential precondition is the realization that centuries-old forms, and along with them an equally ancient knowledge about relations between the sexes, are ceasing to be valid. Nothing forms a greater obstacle to realizing this than the conviction that those relations are immutable at their deeper levels, the mistaken belief that only the more ephemeral forms of erotic fashion are subject to change and to history, because the deeper and supposedly unalterable ground beneath is the domain of the eternal laws of nature. But how can anyone sense the scope of these questions and not know that what history shows most powerfully are the revolutions in nature? It may well be that every pre-apocalyptic world contains a residue of immutable existence, but if so, this residue lies at an infinitely deeper stratum than is implied by the trite assertions of those accustomed to writing about the eternal war between the sexes. Even if this war does belong among the eternal verities, the forms it assumes certainly do not. But if it constantly flares up anew, and continues to do so, the cause lies in the unity of the erotic and the sexual in woman. A most unfortunate act of concealment contrives to make this unity appear natural, except when men are enabled by an incomparable act of creative love to recognize it as supernatural. Again and again this conflict flares up because of man's inability to perceive this, particularly when, as at the present time, yet again, the historical forms of such creativity have withered and died. Today European man is as incapable as ever of confronting that unity in woman which induces a feeling of something close to horror in the more alert and the superior members of his sex, since even they remain blind to its exalted origins. Failing to perceive it to be supernatural and blindly imagining it to be natural, they flee from it. Oppressed by the blindness of men, the supernatural life of women atrophies and declines into the merely natural, and thereby into the unnatural. This alone explains the strange process of dissolution brought about in our day by the primitive instincts of men, as the result of which women can be understood only in terms of the simultaneous images of the whore and the untouchable beloved. This untouchable purity, however, is no more a part of the immediate spiritual definition of woman than is base desire. It, too, is profoundly instinctual and coerced. The great, authentic symbol for the permanence of earthly love has always been the single night of love before death. Only now it is not the night of love, as it was earlier, but the night of impotence and renunciation. This is the classic experience of love of the younger generation. And who knows for how many future generations it will remain the primary experience. Both, however, impotence and desire alike, represent a new, unprecedented path for the man who finds the old path blocked, to arrive at knowledge through possession of a woman. He now seeks the new path, to arrive at possession through his knowledge. But like recognizes like. So man tries to make himself similar to woman, indeed like her. And this is the starting point for the vast and, in a deeper sense, almost planned metamorphosis of masculine sexuality into feminine sexuality through the medium of the mind. Now it is Adam who picks the apple, but he is equal to Eve. The old serpent can vanish, and in the repurified Garden of Eden nothing remains but the question whether it is paradise or hell. As we peer into the darkness of the transformations taking place in that great flowing stream of human physicality, our sight fails as we contemplate a future for which it has perhaps been determined that though no prophet shall pierce its veil, it may be won by the most patient man. Here flows the dark stream that for the most noble may prove to be their predestined grave. The only bridge that spans that stream is the spirit. Life will pass over it in a triumphal chariot, but perhaps only slaves will remain to be harnessed to it. Fragment written in 1920, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Journal for Religious Socialism, Vol. 1, No. 41 Re Section I1. The legal system tends to react to attempts to destroy it by resorting to coercion, whether it be coercively to preserve or to restore the right order. This statement is correct in itself, but it is a mistake to explain it with reference to the internal tendency of the law to establish its authority. What is at issue here is a subordinate reality which the law addresses. What is at issue is the violent rhythm of impatience in which the law exists and has its temporal order, as opposed to the good rhythm of expectation in which messianic events unfold. 2. Only the state has the right to use force, and every use of its force stands in need of a particular law. If the state is conceived as the supreme organ of law, then the validity of 2. follows necessarily from 1. Moreover, it is irrelevant whether the supreme authority of the state derives from its own authority or from an authority outside itself. In other words, 2. holds good also for an earthly theocracy. A definition of the relation of the state to the legal system other than the two outlined in the preceding sentence is not conceivable. Re Section 2. Critical possibilities 2-3. A. To deny the right of the state and the individual to use force. B. To recognize unconditionally the right of the state and the individual to use force. 232. C. To recognize the state's right to use force. D. To recognize the individual's sole right to use force. Re. A. This view is described by the author as ethical anarchism. His refutation of it cannot be sustained. 1. for the idea of a level of cultural development that has been attained by force and allegedly justifies the use of force is a contradictionary in adjecto. 2. It is a very modern error springing from very mechanistic ways of thinking to argue that any cultural order can be built up from the satisfaction of minimal needs such as the securing of physical existence. We can perhaps establish the indices of cultural progress that could then become the goals of human aspirations. But these would certainly not be the minimal factors mentioned above. 3. It is quite wrong to assert that, in a constitutional state, the struggle for existence becomes a struggle for law. On the contrary, experience shows conclusively that the opposite is the case. And this is necessarily so, since the law's concern with justice is only apparent, whereas in truth the law is concerned with self-preservation. In particular, with defending its existence against its own guilt. In the last analysis, a normative force always comes down in favor of existing reality. 4. The conviction that, despite any objections the ethical philosopher may advance, coercion influences the inner attitudes of human beings is based on a crude quaternio terminorum, for inasmuch as inner attitude is confused with ethical attitude. For otherwise this argument fails to prove anything about moral attitudes. In contrast, so-called ethical anarchism is invalid for quite different reasons. See my SALE FET and Fork E. 5 Re. B. This thesis, which the author advances under 2. Is self-contradictory. The state is not a person like any other but the supreme legal authority, which, when it is given ethical recognition as in the statement above, excludes any absolute right of individuals to use force. The author, however, seems to accept that very belief, since, without renouncing the claims of the state, he acknowledges that individuals may have the right to use force. C. This statement can be defended in principle where the view prevails that the ethical order generally assumes the form of a legal system which then can be conceived of only as mediated by the state. The prevailing law at the time calls for the recognition of this statement, without implementing it. In present circumstances its implementation is scarcely conceivable. D. This is a thesis whose factual impossibility seems so obvious to the author that he does not realize it is a specific point of view whose logical possibility is not in doubt. Instead he dismisses it as an illogical one-sided application of the idea of ethical anarchism. Nevertheless, it must be defended where, on the one hand, in contrast to, a. No contradiction in 233. Principle can be discerned between force and morality, and, on the other hand, in contrast to, c. A contradiction in principle is perceived between morality and the state, or the law. An exposition of this standpoint is one of the tasks of my moral philosophy, and in that connection the term anarchism may very well be used to describe a theory that denies a moral right not to force as such but to every human institution, community, or individuality that either claims a monopoly over it or in any way claims that right for itself from any point of view, even if only as a general principle, instead of respecting it in specific cases as a gift bestowed by a divine power, as absolute power. 2 comments on the editor's afterword. Ethical anarchism is actually fraught with contradictions as a political plan, that is, as a plan of action concerned with the emergence of a new world order. Nevertheless, the other arguments brought against it are themselves open to objection. 1. If it is asserted that a very non-adult in fact has no other means of combating a violent attack, we may retort that frequently adults have no other recourse either, and anyway this has nothing to do with adulthood. Moreover, nothing is further from the mind of ethical anarchism than to propose a weapon against force. 2. There can be no objection to the gesture of non-violence, even where it ends in martyrdom. In morality, above all in questions of moral action, Mignon's dictum, so let me seem, until I become, 6 has absolute validity. No appearance can better transfigure a person than this. 3. As to the prognosis about the political success of this strategy of non-violence as well as of the permanent rule of force on earth, the greatest skepticism is not unjustified. particularly with regard to this last point insofar as by force we are to understand physical action. On the other hand, invalid ethical anarchism may be a political program, a form of action along the lines it recommends can, as we have already suggested under 2. Elevate the morality of the individual or the community to the greatest heights in situations where they are suffering because God does not appear to have commanded them to offer violent resistance. When communities of Galician Jews let themselves be cut down in their synagogues without any attempt to defend themselves, this has nothing to do with ethical anarchism as a political program. Instead, the mere resolve not to resist evil emerges into the sacred light of day as a form of moral action. It is both possible and necessary to reach a universally valid conclusion about the right to use force, because the truth about morality does not call a halt at the illusion of moral freedom. However, if we set aside what we have already maintained and allow ourselves to indulge in ad hominem arguments, we can see that a subjective decision in favor of or against the use of force in the abstract cannot really be entertained, because a truly 234 subjective decision is probably conceivable only in the light of specific goals and wishes. Fragment written in 1920, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Tihi medium through which works of art continue to influence later ages. The medium through which works of art continue to influence later ages is always different from the one in which they affect their own age. Moreover, in those later times its impact on older works constantly changes, too. Nevertheless, this medium is always relatively fainter than what influenced contemporaries at the time it was created. Kandinsky expresses this by saying that the permanent value of works of art appears more vividly to later generations, since they are less receptive toward their contemporary value. Yet the concept of permanent value is perhaps not the best expression of the relation. We ought instead to investigate which aspect of the work, apart from the question of value, really seems more evident to later generations than to contemporaries. For the creative person, the medium surrounding his work is so dense that he may find himself unable to penetrate it directly in terms of the response that it requires from its public. He may be able to penetrate it only in an indirect manner. The composer might perhaps see his music, the painter hear his picture, or the poet feel the outline of his poem when he seeks to come as close to it as possible. Fragment written in 1920, unpublished in Benjamin's lifetime. Translated by Rodney Livingstone. Critique of violence. The task of a critique of violence can be summarized as that of expounding its relation to law and justice. One for a cause, however effective, becomes violent, in the precise sense of the word, only when it enters into moral relations. The sphere of these relations is defined by the concepts of law and justice. With regard to the first of these, it is clear that the most elementary relationship within any legal system is that of ends to means, and, furthermore, that violence can first be sought only in the realm of means, not in the realm of ends. These observations provide a critique of violence with premises that are more numerous and more varied than they may perhaps appear. For if violence is a means, a criterion for criticizing it might seem immediately available. It imposes itself in the question whether violence, in a given case, is a means to a just or an unjust end. A critique of it would then be implied in a system of just ends. This, however, is not so. For what such a system, assuming it to be secure against all doubt, would contain is not a criterion for violence itself as a principle, but, rather, the criterion for cases of its use. The question would remain open whether violence, as a principle, could be a moral means even to just ends. To resolve this question a more exact criterion is needed, which would discriminate within the sphere of means themselves, without regard for the ends they serve. The exclusion of this more precise critical approach is perhaps the predominant feature of a main current of legal philosophy, natural law. It perceives in the use of violent means to just ends no greater problem than a man sees in his right to move his body in the direction of a desired goal. According to this view, for which the terrorism in the French Revolution provided an ideological foundation, violence is a product of nature, as it were a raw material, the use of which is in no way problematical unless force is misused for unjust ends. If, according to the natural law theory of the state, people give up all their violence for the sake of the state, this is done on the assumption, which Spinoza, for example, poses explicitly in his Tractatus Theologico-Politicus, that the individual, before the conclusion of this rational contract, has de jure the right to use at will the violence that is de facto at his disposal. Perhaps these views have been recently rekindled by Darwin's biology, which, in a thoroughly dogmatic manner, regards violence as the only original means, besides natural selection, appropriate to all the vital ends of nature. Popular Darwinistic philosophy has often shown how short a step it is from this dogma of natural history to the still cruder one of legal philosophy, which holds that the violence that is, almost alone, appropriate to natural ends is thereby also legal. This thesis of natural law, which regards violence as a natural datum, is diametrically opposed to that of positive law, which sees violence as a product of history. If natural law can judge all existing law only in criticizing its ends, then positive law can judge all evolving law only in criticizing its means. If justice is the criterion of ends, legality is that of means. Notwithstanding this antithesis, however, both schools meet in their common basic dogma: just ends can be attained by justified means, justified means used for just ends. Natural law attempts, by the justness of the ends, to justify the means, positive law to guarantee the justness of the ends through the justification of the means. This antinomy would prove insoluble if the common dogmatic assumption were false, if justified means on the one hand and just ends on the other were in irreconcilable conflict. No insight into this problem could be gained, however, until the circular argument had been broken, and mutually independent criteria both of just ends and of justified means were established. The realm of ends, and therefore also the question of a criterion of justness, are excluded for the time being from this study. Instead, the central place is given to the question of the justification of certain means that constitute violence. Principles of natural law cannot decide this question, but can only lead to bottomless casuistry. For if positive law is blind to the absoluteness of ends, natural law is equally so to the contingency of means. On the other hand, the positive theory of law is acceptable as a hypothetical basis at the outset of this study, because it undertakes a fundamental distinction between kinds of violence independently of cases of their application. This distinction is between historically acknowledged, so-called sanctioned force and unsanctioned force. Although the following considerations proceed from this distinction, it cannot, of course, mean that given forms of violence are classified in terms of whether they are sanctioned or not. For in a critique of violence, a criterion for the latter in positive law can concern not its uses but only its evaluation. The question that concerns us is, what light is thrown on the nature of violence by the fact that such a criterion or distinction can be applied to it at all? In other words, what is the meaning of this distinction? That this distinction supplied by positive law is meaningful, based on the nature of violence, and irreplaceable by any other distinction will soon enough be shown, but at the same time light will be shed on the sphere in which alone such a distinction can be made. To sum up, if the criterion established by positive law to assess the legality of violence can be analyzed with regard to its meaning, then the sphere of its application must be criticized with regard to its value. For this critique a standpoint outside positive legal philosophy but also outside natural law must be found. The extent to which it can be furnished only by a philosophico-historical view of law will emerge. The meaning of the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate violence is not immediately obvious. The misunderstanding in natural law by which a distinction is drawn between violence used for just ends and violence used for unjust ends must be emphatically rejected. Rather, it has already been indicated that positive law demands of all violence a proof of its historical origin, which under certain conditions is declared legal, sanctioned. Since the acknowledgement of legal violence is most tangibly evident in a deliberate submission to its ends, A hypothetical distinction between kinds of violence must be based on the presence or absence of a general historical acknowledgement of its ends. Ends that lack such acknowledgement may be called natural ends, the other type may be called legal ends. The differing function of violence, depending on whether it serves natural or legal ends, can be most clearly traced against a background of specific legal conditions. For the sake of simplicity, the following discussion will relate to contemporary European conditions. Characteristic of these, so far as the individual as legal subject is concerned, is the tendency to deny the natural ends of such individuals in all those cases in which such ends could, in a given situation, be usefully pursued by violence. This means, this legal system tries to erect, in all areas where individual ends could be usefully pursued by violence, legal ends that can be realized only by legal power. Indeed, the system strives to limit by legal ends even those areas in which natural ends are admitted in principle within wide boundaries, like that of education, as soon as these natural ends are pursued with an excessive measure of violence, as in the laws relating to the limits of educational authority to punish. It can be formulated as a general maxim of present-day European legislation that all the natural ends of individuals must collide with legal ends if pursued with a greater or lesser degree of violence. The contradiction between this and the right to self-defense will be resolved in what follows. From this maxim it follows that law sees violence in the hands of individuals as a danger undermining the legal system. As a danger nullifying legal ends and the legal executive? Certainly not, for then what would be condemned would not be violence as such but only that which is directed to illegal ends. It will be argued that a system of legal ends cannot be maintained if natural ends are anywhere still pursued violently. In the first place, however, this is mere dogma. To counter it one might perhaps consider the surprising possibility that the law's interest in a monopoly of violence vis-a-vis individuals is explained not by the intention of preserving legal ends but, rather, by the intention of preserving the law itself, that violence, when not in the hands of the law, threatens it not by the ends that it may pursue but by its mere existence outside the law. The same may be more drastically suggested, for one reflects how often the figure of the G-Reet criminal, however repellent his ends may have been, has aroused the secret admiration of the public. This can result not from his deed but only from the violence to which it bears witness. In this case, therefore, the violence that present-day law is seeking in all areas of activity to deny the individual appears really threatening, and arouses even in defeat the sympathy of the masses against the law. By what function violence can with reason seem so threatening to the law, and be so feared by it, must be especially evident where its application, even in the present legal system, is still permissible. This is above all the case in the class struggle, in the form of the workers' guaranteed right to strike. Today organized labor is, apart from the state, probably the only legal subject entitled to exercise violence. Against this view there is certainly the objection that an omission of actions, a non-action, which a strike really is, cannot be described as violence. Such a consideration doubtless made it easier for a state power to concede the right to strike, once this was no longer avoidable. But its truth is not unconditional, and therefore not unrestricted. It is true that the omission of an action, or service, where it amounts simply to a severing of relations, can be an entirely non-violent, pure means. And as in the view of the state, or the law, the right to strike conceded to labor is certainly a right not to exercise violence but, rather, to escape from a violence indirectly exercised by the employer. Strikes conforming to this may undoubtedly occur from time to time and involve only a withdrawal or estrangement from the employer. The moment of violence, however, is necessarily introduced, in the form of extortion, into such an omission, if it takes place in the context of a conscious readiness to resume the suspended action under certain circumstances that either have nothing whatever to do with this action or only superficially modify it. Understood in this way, the right to strike constitutes in the view of labor, which is opposed to that of the state, the right to use force in attaining certain ends. The antithesis between the two conceptions emerges in all its bitterness in the face of a revolutionary general strike. In this, labor will always appeal to its right to strike, and the state will call this appeal an abuse, since the right to strike was not so intended, and will take emergency measures. For the state retains the right to declare that a simultaneous use of strikes in all industries is illegal, since the specific reasons for strikes admitted by legislation cannot be prevalent in every workshop. In this difference of interpretation is expressed the objective contradiction in the legal situation, whereby the state acknowledges a violence whose ends, as natural ends, it sometimes regards with indifference, but in a crisis, the revolutionary general strike, confronts inimically. For however paradoxical this may appear at first sight, even conduct involving the exercise of a right can nevertheless, under certain circumstances, be described as violent. More specifically, such conduct, when active, may be called violent if it exercises a right in order to overthrow the legal system that has conferred it. When passive, it is nevertheless to be so described if it constitutes extortion in the sense explained above. It therefore reveals an objective contradiction in the legal situation, but not a logical contradiction in the law, if under certain circumstances the law meets the strikers, as perpetrators of violence, with violence. For in a strike the state fears above all else that function of violence which it is the object of this study to identify as the only secure foundation of its critique. For if violence were, as first appears, merely the means to secure directly whatever happens to be sought, it could fulfill its end as predatory violence. It would be entirely unsuitable as a basis for, or a modification to, relatively stable conditions. The strike shows, however, that it can be so, that it is able to found and modify legal conditions, however offended the sense of justice may find itself thereby. It will be objected that such a function of violence is fortuitous and isolated. This can be rebutted by a consideration of military force. The possibility of military law rests on exactly the same objective contradiction in the legal situation as does that of strike law, namely, on the fact that legal subjects sanction violence whose ends remain for the sanctioner's natural ends, and can therefore in a crisis come into conflict with their own legal or natural ends. Admittedly, military force is used quite directly, as predatory violence, toward its ends. Yet it is very striking that even or, rather, precisely in primitive conditions that scarcely know the beginnings of constitutional relations, and even in cases where the victor has established himself in invulnerable possession, a peace ceremony is entirely necessary. Indeed, the word peace, in the sense in which it is the correlative to the word war, for there is also a quite different meaning, similarly unmetaphorical and political, the one used by Kant in talking of eternal peace, denotes this a priori, necessary sanctioning, regardless of all other legal conditions, of every victory. This sanction consists precisely in recognizing the new conditions as a new law, quite regardless of whether they need to facto any guarantee of their continuation. If, therefore, conclusions can be drawn from military violence, as being primordial and paradigmatic of all violence used for natural ends, there is a lawmaking character inherent in all such violence. We shall return later to the implications of this insight. It explains the above-mentioned tendency of modern law to divest the individual, at least as a legal subject, of all violence, even that directed only to natural ends. In the great criminal this violence confronts the law with the threat of declaring a new law, a threat that even today, despite its impotence, in important instances horrifies the public as it did in primeval times. The state, however, fears this violence simply for its lawmaking character, being obliged to acknowledge it as lawmaking whenever external powers force it to concede them the right to conduct warfare, and classes force it to concede them the right to strike. If in the last war the critique of military violence was the starting point for a passionate critique of violence in general which taught at least one thing, that violence is no longer exercised and tolerated naively, nevertheless, violence was subject to criticism not only for its lawmaking character but also, perhaps more annihilatingly, for another of its functions. For a duality in the function of violence is characteristic of militarism, which could come into being only through general conscription. Militarism is the compulsory, universal use of violence as a means to the ends of the state. This compulsory use of violence has recently been scrutinized as closely as, or still more closely than, the use of violence itself. In it, violence shows itself in a function quite different from its simple application for natural ends. It consists in the use of violence as a means toward legal ends. For the subordination of citizens to laws in the present case, to the law of general conscription is a legal end. If that first function of violence is called the law-making function, this second will be called the law-preserving function. Since conscription is a case of law-preserving violence that is not in principle distinguished from others, a really effective critique of it is far less easy than the declamations of pacifists and activists suggest. Rather, such a critique coincides with the critique of all legal violence, that is, with the critique of legal or executive force, and cannot be performed by any lesser program. Nor, of course, unless one is prepared to proclaim a quite childish anarchism, is it achieved by refusing to acknowledge any constraint toward persons and by declaring, what pleases is permitted. Such a maxim merely excludes reflection on the moral and historical spheres, and thereby on any meaning in action, and beyond this on any meaning in reality itself, which cannot be constituted if action is removed from its sphere. More important is the fact that even the appeal, so frequently attempted, to the categorical imperative, with its doubtless incontestable minimum program, act in such a way that at all times you use humanity both in your person and in the person of all others as an end, and never merely as a means, is in itself inadequate for such a critique. Point 2. For positive law, if conscious of its roots, will certainly claim to acknowledge and promote the interest of mankind in the person of each individual. It sees this interest in the representation and preservation of an order imposed by fate. While this view, which claims to preserve law in its very basis, cannot escape criticism. 242. Nevertheless, all attacks that are made merely in the name of a formless freedom without being able to specify this higher order of freedom remain impotent against it. And they are most impotent of all when, instead of attacking the legal system root and branch, they impugn particular laws or legal practices that the law, of course, takes under the protection of its power, which resides in the fact that there is only one fate and that what exists, and in particular what threatens, belongs inviolably to its order. For law-preserving violence is a threatening violence. And its threat is not intended as the deterrent that uninformed liberal theorists interpret it to be. A deterrent in the exact sense would require a certainty that contradicts the nature of a threat and is not attained by any law, since there is always hope of eluding its arm. This makes it all the more threatening, like fate, which determines whether the criminal is apprehended. The deepest purpose of the uncertainty of the legal threat will emerge from the later consideration of the sphere of fate in which it originates. There is a useful pointer to it in the sphere of punishments. Among them, since the validity of positive law has been called into question, capital punishment has provoked more criticism than all others. However superficial the arguments may in most cases have been, their motives were and are rooted in principle. The opponents of these critics felt, perhaps without knowing why and probably involuntarily, that an attack on capital punishment assails not legal measure, not laws, but law itself in its origin. For if violence crowned by fate, is the origin of law, then it may be readily supposed that where the highest violence, that over life and death, occurs in the legal system, the origins of law jut manifestly and fearsomely into existence. In agreement with this is the fact that the death penalty in primitive legal systems is imposed even for such crimes as offences against property, to which it seems quite out of proportion. Its purpose is not to punish the infringement of law but to establish new law. For in the exercise of violence over life and death, more than in any other legal act, the law reaffirms itself. But in this very violence something rotten in the law is revealed, above all to a finer sensibility, because the latter knows itself to be infinitely remote from conditions in which fate might imperiously have shown itself in such a sentence. Reason must, however, attempt to approach such conditions all the more resolutely, if it is to bring to a conclusion its critique of both law-making and law-preserving violence. In a far more unnatural combination than in the death penalty, in a kind of spectral mixture, these two forms of violence are present in another institution of the modern state, the police. True, this is violence for legal ends, it includes the right of disposition, but with the simultaneous authority to decide these ends itself within wide limits, it includes the right of decree. The ignominy of such an authority, which is felt by few simply because its ordinances suffice only seldom, even for the crudest acts, but are 243. Therefore allowed to rampage all the more blindly in the most vulnerable areas and against thinkers, from whom the state is not protected by law, lies in the fact that in this authority the separation of lawmaking and law-preserving violence is suspended. If the first is required to prove its worth in victory, the second is subject to the restriction that it may not set itself new ends. Police violence is emancipated from both conditions. It is lawmaking, because its characteristic function is not the promulgation of laws but the assertion of legal claims for any decree, and law-preserving, because it is at the disposal of these ends. The assertion that the ends of police violence are always identical or even connected to those of general law is entirely untrue. Rather, the law of the police really marks the point at which the state, whether from impotence or because of the imminent connections within any legal system, can no longer guarantee through the legal system the empirical ends that it desires at any price to attain. Therefore, the police intervene for security reasons in countless cases where no clear legal situation exists, when they are not merely, without the slightest relation to legal ends, accompanying the citizen as a brutal encumbrance through a life regulated by ordinances, or simply supervising him. Unlike law, which acknowledges in the decision determined by place and time a metaphysical category that gives it a claim to critical evaluation, a concede irration of the police institution encounters nothing essential at all. Its power is formless, like its nowhere tangible, all-pervasive, ghostly presence in the life of civilized states. And though the police may, in particulars, appear the same everywhere, it cannot finally be denied that in absolute monarchy, where they represent the power of a ruler in which legislative and executive supremacy are united, their spirit is less devastating than in democracies, where their existence, elevated by no such relation, bears witness to the greatest conceivable degeneration of violence. All violence as a means is either lawmaking or law-preserving. If it lays claim to neither of these predicates, it forfeits all validity. It follows, however, that all violence as a means, even in the most favorable case, is implicated in the problematic nature of law itself. And if the importance of these problems cannot be assessed with certainty at this stage of the investigation, law nevertheless appears, from what has been said, in so ambiguous a moral light that the question poses itself whether there are no other than violent means for regulating conflicting human interests. We are above all obligated to note that a totally non-violent resolution of conflicts can never lead to a legal contract. For the latter, however peacefully it may have been entered into by the parties, leads finally to possible violence. It confers on each party the right to resort to violence in some form against the other, should he break the agreement. Not only that, like the outcome, the origin of every contract also points toward violence. It need not be directly present in it as lawmaking violence, but is represented in it insofar as the power. 244. That guarantees a legal contract is, in turn, of violent origin even if violence is not introduced into the contract itself. When the consciousness of the latent presence of violence in a legal institution disappears, the institution falls into decay. In our time, parliaments provide an example of this. They offer the familiar, woeful spectacle because they have not remained conscious of the revolutionary forces to which they owe their existence. Accordingly, in Germany in particular, the last manifestation of such forces bore no fruit for parliaments. They lack the sense that they represent a lawmaking violence, no wonder they cannot achieve decrees worthy of this violence, but cultivate in compromise a supposedly non-violent manner of dealing with political affairs. This remains, however, a product situated within the mentality of violence, no matter how it may disdain all open violence, because the effort toward compromise is motivated not internally but from outside, by the opposing effort, because no compromise, however freely accepted, is conceivable without a compulsive character. It would be better otherwise is the underlying feeling in every compromise. 3. Significantly, the decay of parliaments has perhaps alienated as many minds from the ideal of a non-violent resolution of political conflicts as were attracted to it by the war. The pacifists are confronted by the Bolsheviks and syndicalists. These have effected an annihilating and on the whole apt critique of present-day parliaments. Nevertheless, however desirable and gratifying a flourishing parliament might be by comparison, a discussion of means of political agreement that are in principle non-violent cannot be concerned with parliamentarianism. For what a parliament achieves in vital affairs can be only those legal decrees that in their origin and outcome are attended by violence. Is any non-violent resolution of conflict possible? Without doubt. The relationships among private persons are full of examples of this. Non-violent agreement is possible wherever a civilized outlook allows the use of unalloyed means of agreement. Legal and illegal means of every kind that are all the same violent may be confronted with non-violent ones as unalloyed means. Courtesy, sympathy, peaceableness, trust, and whatever else might here be mentioned are their subjective preconditions. Their objective manifestation, however, is determined by the law, whose enormous scope cannot be discussed here, that says unalloyed means are never those of direct solutions but always those of indirect solutions. They therefore never apply directly to the resolution of conflict between man and man, but apply only to matters concerning objects. The sphere of nonviolent means opens up in the realm of human conflicts relating to goods. For this reason, technique in the broadest sense of the word is their most particular area. Its profound example is perhaps the conference, considered as a technique of civil agreement. For in it not only is nonviolent agreement possible, but also the exclusion of violence in principle is quite explicitly demonstrable by one significant factor: there is no sanction for lying. Probably no legislation on 245 Earth originally stipulated such a sanction. This makes clear that there is a sphere of human agreement that is nonviolent to the extent that it is wholly inaccessible to violence, the proper sphere of understanding, language. Only late and in a peculiar process of decay has it been penetrated by legal violence in the penalty placed on fraud. For whereas the legal system at its origin, trusting to its victorious power, is content to defeat lawbreaking wherever it happens to appear, and deception, having itself no trace of power about it, was, on the principle ius civil vigilantibus scriptum est, exempt from punishment in Roman and ancient Germanic law, the law of a later period, lacking confidence in its own violence, no longer felt itself a match for that of all others. Rather, fear of the latter and mistrust of itself indicate its declining vitality. It begins to set itself ends, with the intention of sparing law-preserving violence more taxing manifestations. It turns to fraud, therefore, not out of moral considerations but for fear of the violence that it might unleash in the defrauded party. Since such fear conflicts with the violent nature of law derived from its origins, such ends are inappropriate to the justified means of law. They reflect not only the decay of its own sphere but also a diminution of pure means. For in prohibiting fraud, law restricts the use of wholly non-violent means because they could produce reactive violence. This tendency of law has also played a part in the concession of the right to strike, which contradicts the interests of the state. It grants this right because it forestalls violent actions the state is afraid to oppose. Did not workers previously resort at once to sabotage and set fire to factories, to induce men to reconcile their interests peacefully without involving the legal system, there is, in the end, apart from all virtues, one effective motive that often enough puts into the most reluctant hands pure instead of violent means. It is the fear of mutual disadvantages that threaten to arise from violent confrontation, whatever the outcome might be. Such motives are clearly visible in countless cases of conflict of interests between private persons. It is different when classes and nations are in conflict, since the higher orders that threaten to overwhelm equally victor and vanquished are hidden from the feelings of most, and from the intelligence of almost all. Space does not here permit me to trace such higher orders and the common interests corresponding to them, which constitute the most enduring motive for a policy of pure means. 4 We can therefore point only to pure means in politics as analogous to those which govern peaceful intercourse between private persons. As regards class struggles, in them strikes must under certain conditions be seen as a pure means. Two essentially different kinds of strikes, the possibilities of which have already been considered, must now be more fully characterized. Sorel has the credit from political rather than purely theoretical considerations of having first distinguished them. He contrasts them as the political strike and the proletarian general strike. They are also antithetical in their relation to violence. Of the partisans of the former he 246 says, the strengthening of state power is the basis of their conceptions. In their present organizations the politicians, namely, the moderate socialists, are already preparing the ground for a strong centralized and disciplined power that will be impervious to criticism from the opposition, and capable of imposing silence and issuing its mendacious decrees. 5. The political general strike demonstrates how the state will lose none of its strength, how power is transferred from the privileged to the privileged, how the mass of producers will change their masters. In contrast to this political general strike, which incidentally seems to have been summed up by the abortive German Revolution, the proletarian general strike sets itself the sole task of destroying state power. It nullifies all the ideological consequences of every possible social policy. Its partisans see even the most popular reforms as bourgeois. This general strike clearly announces its indifference toward material gain through conquest by declaring its intention to abolish the state. The state was really the basis of the existence of the ruling group, who in all their enterprises benefit from the burdens borne by the public. Whereas the first form of interruption of work is violent, since it causes only an external modification of labor conditions, the second, as a pure means, is non-violent. For it takes place not in readiness to resume work following external concessions and this or that modification to working conditions, but in the determination to resume only a wholly transformed work, no longer enforced by the state, an upheaval that this kind of strike not so much causes as consummates. For this reason, the first of these undertakings is lawmaking but the second anarchistic. Taking up occasional statements by Marx, Sorel rejects every kind of program, of utopia in a word, of lawmaking for the revolutionary movement. With the general strike, all these fine things disappear, the revolution appears as a clear, simple revolt, and no place is reserved either for the sociologists or for the elegant amateurs of social reforms or for the intellectuals who have made it their profession to think for the proletariat. 6. Against this deep, moral, and genuinely revolutionary conception, no objection can stand that seeks, on grounds of its possibly catastrophic consequences, to brand such a general strike as violent. Even if it can rightly be said that the modern economy, seen as a whole, resembles much less a machine that stands idle when abandoned by its stoker than a beast that goes berserk as soon as its tamer turns his back, nevertheless the violence of an action can be assessed no more from its effects than from its ends, but only from the law of its means. State power, of course, which has eyes only for effects, opposes precisely this kind of strike for its alleged violence, as distinct from partial strikes, which are for the most part actually extortionate. Sorel has explained, with highly ingenious arguments, the extent to which such a rigorous conception of the general strike per se is capable of diminishing the incidence of actual violence in revolutions by contrast, an outstanding example of violent OM1SS1 on